They're roll ready to jump just in a moment. No, he misses the burrow strike. I don't know if it's gonna matter though. They're way too strong right now. The Hex is out. Do they have enough to burst the Phoenix in time? Yes, they will. That's a good coil connection, but do they have enough damage from the rest of them? Zyka starts to beat into Akashi. He's in trouble. No extra help nearby at all. The Hex is there. The follow-up connection, and finally, BB blow open this lead. That is the fight that they needed. Now, GBK shows himself for a moment. Manta back out, save. He's gone. Out of there, and now the arena is down. The Wukong's command is so huge. The bash is out as well, but they have the damage reduction. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Zyka, he drops to the combination, the Mirana. It was way too much damage.
They're chasing. They want Hero too.
Talon. It's all coming up. Talon. Eyes on the ancient. They're taking it down as it starts to fall. The flip is there. It's through backdoor protection. It's through backdoor protection. A little more damage is all they need. They just need a bit more. And they have it. He's there already. A blast connects. Now runs away, but he got what he came for. Get the connection for the moment. Now trying to chase forward. Both supports in trouble. And just like that, GBK takes him down. Makoto, he's in no man's land. No doom, no problem. Jumps forward. There's the catch. Arena is already down, trying to do what damage they can. But there is not a lot left in that tank. Yokum hitting away, although all of them already gone.
Go soon, your tier 3 is going to go down. It's hit the roll in, gets the kickback. BKB immediately activated, but the Earth Spirit is getting torn apart, man. They just got ripped apart by a horde of 1-dub heroes. Turn around, Munkushi starts going to work on Beyond. They've already called GG. He wanted to GG out before he dies. They do have a spear back. A target that gets low, Deadshot doesn't actually bounce back to him, and oh my god, yeah, that damage! Woo! There's some heroes dying out here, and Muerta, yeah, one dub say, I ain't afraid of no ghost. Team 0 are gonna be eliminated by 1W.
Run Toronto Tokyo instead, and he's pretty damn hard to kill, not gonna lie. Spike Favorite is already used. There's a Wukong's command. Nightfall just casually walks out of it. Lelis and Gunnar super low as the roar goes off onto the Razor, and this is just getting out of control in favor of BB Team. Yuma, the BKB TP, will be successful, but the rest of his team are dropping like flies. They get the range racks. There's the initiation from Gunnar. Into the Clive here, but now Gunnar, it's just, he just melts, man. He just absolutely melts. Already with the beefy Centaur dead, this will be mega creeps for BB Team. They can just casually do whatever they want now. And, oh, they actually, I think they broke the tree there, so Yuma stunned for an eternity as GG's called.
Yuma in mid, forcing the BKB here.
Doom applied.
They're killing him anyway. He's just dead.
Nightfall. He's going to tick down eventually. Remember, he still has his Aegis as Gunnar taking a beating. He's dead as well. That is the Aegis. Mortimer Kisses being strewn apart. Toronto Tokyo with a big overgrowth onto 2. And now the Shikuchi in with the extra Geminate attacks.
And it's time to go.
Will be the recipient of this gank, if you want to call it that. 50 seconds of no buyback, a big overgrowth to Toronto Tokyo to send NA back home. Nice attempted save there from Fly, but it is not to be. Like we've said, well, it's 2Bs twice, actually, because of BB Team. As Gunnar desperately looking for one more kill. GPK does fall, but it's an ultra kill for Nightfall as the GGs finally come out.
Oh, that's not one way to do it.
Oh no, well, let's pretend we didn't hear that hook shot. It never happened. But that was not the way to try and start the final fight potentially of the game. Never mind, they still have a chance here with the Wukong's command laid down. No, they don't. He got pushed out of it. So the Wukong's command gets put to a stop. They've got the shackle on a Snake King. He's pretty tanky.
They're
All
taking
these auras
0
being
damage.
kicked out by Amar. I mean, they're just not doing anything at all.
not doing anything.
They've just got to run. They're getting picked apart one
They're
by
too
one. It's all too much here for 1W at this point. Oh, Amar. They're going to find him. They catch him with the Roy's going to get pulled to the side with the Drinking Buddies into the snowball. There's going to be bailout here from Snaking. Wukong's command has got laid down. Have they got the damage to take these two out yet? Corner the Wukong, they're falling down low.
But Skeeter's doing damage.
Go down first. Skeeter indeed bringing in the damage alongside Malrine. Double kill for Skeeter. As Falcons take the tier 4s onto the Ancient. 1W, they'll have one more fight here with the two of them. Chirajuni's in with the BKB, does get the Wukong's command off. Munkushi steps up, but Chirajuni gets shot down by Malrine. Munkushi's out. GG, well played is called.
It's bright and early here in Copenhagen, Denmark. We're kicking off our last day of playoffs, day number 5 here. And we're going to be getting our final 2 teams to make our top 8, going all the way to Royal Arena, making that main event. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. Joining me for this morning is none other than Fia, Winter, and Jenkins yet again. Fia, you're looking quite nice today, quite dapper.
Thank you, thank you. Everyone else is looking wonderful as well.
I mean, Winter, definitely, really enjoying it.
Thank you so much. How about CO Andrew?
Good to be here. Great to be here, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Nope. Okay, I went for the handshake and then you just... It's great to see you, buddy. Great to have you. Great to have you on board here.
Lots of good eliminations happening yesterday. Some that kind of, you know, for this panel, the half of us are a little bit upset. I'm not going to say who is
upset about which one.
Listen, we got one team, Natty. We got one team.
One NA team.
And there was hope. And there was hope, and I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of what they did. I think it was a very difficult lower bracket for any team that's going through here. It is very unfortunate that BB team is down there. They got knocked down by Liquid, who looks like one of the strongest teams in the tournament. And Falcons as well had a rough upper bracket situation. So now 2 of the teams that have gotten top 4 at pretty much every tournament this year are in the lower bracket, just slaughtering people.
Yeah, that is what happened yesterday. We had our very first 4 eliminations. It was unfortunately Talon going home, joined beside Zero, and then later in that day it was Nouns, our NA representatives, going home along with 1W. That does leave BB Team and Falcons moving on. They'll be at the arena playing in front of a crowd, hitting it top 8 there, and today we're going to see a similar sort of thing just in that bottom part of the lower bracket. Right now it is Beast Coast up against Heroic. The winner will then play later today against Aurora in that 3rd series, but our 2nd series is Team Spirit up against G2IG, who will then potentially have to face up against Extreme Gaming. So that matchup is interesting. Team Spirit right now could potentially go on ahead and knock out both Chinese teams that are still remaining in this tournament, or we could be seeing one of the Chinese teams be able to take revenge and knock out Spirit themselves. But either way, this day is going to be a lot of fun. There's 6 teams still here, but only 2 of them are going to be able to take those remaining slots to make the top 8, to make it to Royal Arena. And do you guys have a matchup you'd really like to see, or at least out of these 2 confirmed matchups, one that you're looking forward to?
I think they're all pretty good. I think the first series, Beast Coast Heroic, is very interesting just because it's an interregional matchup. But outside of that, I do want to see Spirit as well. There's a lot of talk. You know, we had a lot of talk around BB Team as well. But BB Team actually delivered. Team Spirit still has to deliver. They haven't really proved that, you know, them being in the lower bracket isn't where they belong this tournament, because they had shaky results. You know, they did lose to Nouns. Sure, maybe Nouns versus BB Team is not a good matchup, but Spirit still have to prove themselves. And I'm very curious to see if they are in their TI form now, or if this is just like a version of Spirit that they just can't figure it out right now.
Some teams are having issues figuring it out. In fact, we didn't really know what the meta would be, what heroes would want to be high priority for these teams coming into the road to the international, and it's still kind of finding its balance right now. Some teams prioritizing other heroes and other teams just ignoring it completely. And to bring us some more information about it, to break it down a little bit more, we have none other than Purge, our analytical and specialist over there.
Thank you. Very excited to talk about the strong heroes of the current tournament. You know, there's been a lot of highly banned heroes with low picks. I highlighted some of those a couple days ago, but I want to talk about the low-picked, high win rate heroes. Now, I just noticed these typos. We're just gonna cross these out. That's Luna, and that one's Storm. Just pretend that's not there. Okay, Luna's win rate really high, 75%, and Storm at 68%. Storm's getting a little banned, but Luna's not being touched very much. It's a situational pick, but Luna is very good, and these are the reasons why. Number one, you don't really need your third skill anymore to do damage. It's built into her innate, and it does a little bit less damage than before, but you're offsetting this with your new facet. When you use the Lucent Beam, you're getting bonus damage that makes your right click more. So it's kind of like you're getting what you had before with one less skill point. This makes your laning stage a bit easier, and you're going to use Lucent Beam anyways to harass. But the most important thing is that now you don't actually have to put all these skill points into this skill in the middle here. This one used to basically be what your glaive, the right one was damage. Now you actually have all these Lucent Beam levels, which means your ultimate, again, actually does something. So now instead of just being like a fast farmer hero, you actually have a really big impact in early skirmishes and ganks that you can be a part of. And then in the late game, look at the skill build. He's level 16. He only has one skill point in his middle ability. That means that he gets extra stat points, which is more HP, more damage, and things like that. The other hero that was there was Storm Spirit, who's having some great win rates. But let's take a look at the last two heroes that I wanted to highlight. Conca has been good pretty much from the start of the tournament. It's not the most picked hero, but its win rate is still really good at 60%. And Mirana's the other obvious one, 65% win rate. Popular as a support, popular as a carry. It does a huge amount of damage. Leap gives you 100 attack speed, I believe, base. There's a talent that gives you an extra 90. So Leap's giving you 190 attack speed. It's more than a moon shard. Your ultimate's giving you like over 100 to 150 attack speed and damage. And then to make things better, your 20 talent is a 20% chance to crit. That's a 20% damage increase just from a talent. Her talents are crazy right now if you want to do right-click damage. So these are the heroes to watch out for that do make it into games and just completely blow them up.
Awesome, Purge. Thank you so much. Luna, Mirana, Storm Spirit. Got to keep your eyes on a bunch of different heroes right now. This Luna has been the talk of the town in the last 2 days, not only here on our broadcast, but there's been whisperings when we're lucky enough to run into coaches or players in the hotel as well. And it's interesting to see what teams are placing it in that S tier and what other ones are like, we have answers for it, Jenkins. We know exactly how to deal with this, and we're willing to let teams pick it up.
Yeah, Luna Zimba, it does everything.
That's not true. We've seen her lose yesterday. That's the story I'm trying to drive here.
Okay, there's answers, but I think you need like entire drafts to answer it. But I do think that it's probably worth it. One thing that I wanted to pivot on that I think is interesting is the Storm Spirit. And why you guys think that, as we of course look at Luna's stats, 75% win rate, fantastic hero. The 25% are the people who have figured it out, or quite frankly, the teams that are silver tier picking at Storm Spirit, though. What do you guys think is making this hero so strong? Because I feel like it did fall off when they nerfed Meteor Hammer, and you don't get the mana regen amp from it. It doesn't stack with itself. People are going multiple Meteor Hammers. There was like the Eternal Shroud build. Like a lot of the things, Galvanize got nerfed, and yet like here we are, this hero has an insane win rate. What is it?
I think he's very good. Sorry. He's very good against a lot of the support heroes right now, like the SD, the backliners especially. And a lot of the teams also, because when you pick position for Mirana or any scaling hero, like you try to be greedy, you tend to lack lockdown, and Storm Spirit loves playing into a game where there's a lot of backliners and very little lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at those stats, it was mostly in that second phase that he's getting picked up. 7 times is where we saw it. And that's normally where you've already seen your supports be picked up for. That's where you've seen the opponent and maybe potentially what lanes there are, or even the mid laner, so you know what your mid-to-mid matchup is going to be. So a lot more information revealed by the time that he does get picked up. He's not really in the same category as those that are doing well in the first phase pick.
Yeah, I mean, Storm is always going to be a situational pick. You see, as Winter mentioned, no stuns on the supports. You see a good mid lane matchup, you pick Storm, you get a couple kills, you snowball the game. The hero is really good. And like to add on to Jenkins' point about the Luna and how it's Emba, I still agree with that as well, because like this hero, yes, it lost yesterday, but you have to keep into consideration, yes, he was on the losing team, But there's bigger problems in that Falcon 1W game where there's this Monkey King mid versus Sniper, and the Sniper's like level 9 when Monkey King is level 5. Like, what can you do at that point as like a carry? Like, that game is just doomed from the get-go. So the hero's still very strong, and I think that's like 2 different heroes that get picked for 2 different reasons. Like Storm, it's a counter pick. You got to see a lot. You're not going to see like a puck and a line in the game and be like, oh, it's a good Storm game. But right now, I don't think anyone cares what you see. Luna's still going to be an S tier hero.
Yeah, and teams yesterday were also playing it for the first time. You need to be able to adjust to what is rising, what is getting those win rates, and potentially what's not getting those win rates within this tournament. Luna being one of those. Talon brought it out for the first time yesterday. BB team did as well, 1W. Do you think, though, that either our teams that we're going to see starting up today, Heroic or Beast Coast, are going to be looking towards that Luna? That's something they're comfortable and picking and wanting to draft around. Does it fit the SA playstyle at all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's good. I kind of like that. I like it for whoever gets their hands on it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure K1 has always been quite the Luna player, right? Like, he was playing this.
Did you also know, though, that he got a 13-minute Gleipnir on Weaver?
That's very early.
Yeah, that is.
That is a very early Gleipnir purchase. I mean, that's just, speaking of Imba, that is an Imba item. And I would imagine, I think I remember seeing that Pyke does play it in his most played heroes, at least like overall in competitive. Now the question is, have either of these players played it recently? Because I do agree with the concept that Fear has, Fear Darkness 52, that you need to have the instincts for like the current patch Luna, because it is different. You're not just a farming hero. You're not just necessarily going to want to take the safe farm. You're going to want to take the farm that's right in front of the enemy face, so that way you can rotate over and, you know, kill the enemies with your Eclipse with your team.
I mean, I also want to see like some of the old counters come back out. Like before, we would always pick like Lifestealer type of hero, Ursa, Faceless Void against Luna. I know some of the heroes are really slow, but
CK maybe?
Yeah, CK. Those heroes really fit Hector's play. So maybe they're gonna be willing to try to make an adjustment towards that.
Let it through and then counter.
Yeah, I feel like in this matchup specifically, because it's a very regional-based matchup, the game might be different. The pace of the game is going to be different. So some different heroes are definitely going to have a higher chance of working compared to the other games. And, you know, if you are willing to make the adjustment, make the gamble, you know, in one of the games, at least in the first game, someone tries to pick Luna, the other team tries to counter with a traditional counter and see if it still works.
Yeah. I mean, it's a best of 3. I know it is elimination, so you don't really want to be trialing too many things. You don't want to be too experimental, but it is a best of 3. There is just that slight amount of fallback. And these 2 teams have faced up against each other quite a number of times. They're from the same region, Fear. They would have to know each other quite thoroughly. I'm sure there is already pre-existing niche bans or niche picks that they'll have to be worried about too.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams definitely intimately know each other from playing in the qualifier. Unfortunately, it has been a very one-sided affair. Heroic, it's a stomping ground over there. Heroic just beats every single South American team this year with ease, and it's just always been very favored for them. Poor Beast Coast, like, they're going against their nemesis right now, and this is definitely something that they're going to have to try and deal with here. But I think one thing that's interesting, I'm going to do like the mid-tournament Luna update of teams that haven't picked Luna. Hector, he hasn't played it yet. He also hasn't played it in pubs either.
He has played Weaver, and he got a 13-minute Gleipnir on Weaver.
Yes, but
that's
Pyke,
very early.
Yeah,
that's very early.
Pyke has been playing Luna, and he has 4 games now, and they're all within the last day. So he's kind of like, oh, this hero's good. I need to start playing it in pubs now. So I do think Beast Coast is more likely to pick the Luna up in this one, because it's very clear that he sees the hero is strong right now, and he needs to start practicing it. We'll have to see what teams are going to bring out what. We did see K1 bring out a Monkey King the other day, and it's like, that doesn't seem like a K1 hero. Unfortunately,
it didn't seem like a K1 hero.
It did not work out for him against Tundra, so we'll have to see. He is experimenting. He is also trying to play new heroes, and that's kind of been the struggle for some of these, like, I want to say older carry players, like K1, like Nightfall's another example, like finding their groove in this patch.
Nightfall is old now?
Yeah, I can compared to like Pyke and some of these newer kids, like, he's been in the scene longer, not that his actual age is old, right?
One thing I do want to talk about is something you brought up earlier, Fear, which is that in SA Dota, a lot of these players have been, you know, queuing ranked at night, 5v5, doing kind of like in-houses. And, you know, we talked about how intimately these teams should know each other.
Yeah.
I just want to hype up the fact that every time at TI or Major we see an SA versus SA matchup, it is the biggest bloodbath that you will see of any regional matchup where they're playing the same region. Like, these guys just go in insane mode. They go sicko mode whenever they're playing against each other. I think it's like there's an agreement. They know that just showing up to fight in 5-man for no good reason is like not good Dota, but they do it anyway out of just like mutual respect and camaraderie or respect for their opponents, you know? Like, something happens between them where they're just like, we're battling. Like, we're going to see a complete bloodbath, 40 kills in 40 minutes on both sides, so 80 kills total fear.
He's just trying to push the narrative that he's finally going to get a 5v5 at the 7-minute wisdom rune. This is the narrative Jenkins wants to drive home.
If any two teams are going to do it, it's these guys.
Unironically, you are right, though. You are right. These teams love to fight so much. I'm sure there is a part as well. They're very used to what the rotations are going to be, what priority they're placing on the mid lanes, those twin gate rotations, the wisdom runes, if they want to invade for it as well, Winter. There's a lot of intricate working when it comes to Heroic and Beast Coast matching up. And these are the stats as well when we look at our team comparison on the game length. Very similar, actually quite similar.
It's a lot of motivation to prove yourself to be the best South American team and to carry on, you know, in the tournament. And obviously the camaraderie, being friends and all, you know each other so well. You're very familiar with each other's playstyle. So there's a lot of things, you know, like going into this match. Even in SCA, it's very similar. When we play against our friends, you got that extra motivation to want to win that game, you know. It's not the same, you know. If I'm playing with a European team or a team from China, it's just not the same, you know.
Yeah.
You want to win that match a little bit more than the other games.
Do you think there's going to be a little bit of banter, old chat, voice lines, tipping used before the game even really starts?
No, I don't think these two teams are really going to just tip.
They're not that style.
I mean, I think they're all still friends around here.
That's interesting because I feel like SA Dota invented tipping and taunting. Remember back in the day, SF versus SF mid? Fear, come on.
I do remember this.
You remember that?
The taunting part.
Shoutouts to taunting.
Yeah.
One in chat for taunting.
I thought this was going to be an actual anecdote. I thought you were going to give us a legitimate story, Jenkins.
I remember SF versus SF mid.
Yeah.
1v1 mid. Still around, yeah.
It still does happen. It still does happen.
To do with taunting and tipping, but I remember it.
I'm trying to remember the player.
He had a story. He doesn't know how to end it, though. It's like a comedian that doesn't have a punchline to a joke.
And you're like the heckler in the audience that just won't quit. Who's the Kotaro Hayam? What's the Huskar spammer?
You know what, Jenkins?
Yeah.
He was a carry player.
Hey,
yeah, but he played mid Huskar and SF and stuff.
He's a very humble guy, though.
No, you're insane. You're delusional.
All right, let's get back on track, because right now you're talking a player that isn't in the road to the international. They're not facing elimination right now. We've got our Beast Coast. We saw them just before, having their team huddles there as well, trying to hype themselves up. We now have our mid matchups here. Analog, that Earth Spirit, it just has sweet and sour tones to it, Jenkins, because he almost was able to 1v5 carry the game. Unfortunately, couldn't really get there. There's not a lot of overlapping either between what they like to play in the style.
Literally none.
Yeah, okay. I said not a lot, there's none.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe playstyle, you know, even if the heroes aren't the same, maybe playstyle, but even when I look, it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, Analog plays the other than like Puck and Earth Spirit, he plays the counter pick heroes. Like he'll kind of
he's the real mid player.
He'll cheese you mid. I don't know. Does that count as a real mid if he's playing like
he plays everything. I've covered the region quite a lot, and I think Beast Coast struggle a lot with this particular matchup in the mid lane, because Lumpy doesn't really play the real heroes either, whatever real mid heroes nowadays. But right now, I feel like Analog, he can be either the lane dominator and last pick you, or he can just be the rotation hero. And a lot of the games in the past, I feel like there has been like a mid diff between these two teams where Analog just gets really far ahead and takes over the game. And you're kind of looking at Lumpy, it's like some games he's good, some games it's like, well, Analog just destroyed him this game, so now we don't have a mid laner, and the game kind of just snowballs out of control. So the mid matchup is going to be very important in this one.
I mean, he did have like one Zeus game, you know, and Zeus is a hero where you don't really see this hero pick a lot, and we kind of have a discussion earlier, you know, oh, if you're trying to play into a mid lane and you're not exactly confident in winning the lane or doing well in the lane, you kind of pick like some Zeus, some Portal, and you'll draw.
50-50.
Yeah, you're 50-50
You're good.
in the lane.
That doesn't bode well for the international. Maybe if you're playing a pub, right, and you're 100 ranks below the other mid laner, and mid isn't your normal role. But here at the international, you've got to be able to compete at the very highest level to be able to like win these mid matchups and win the game.
Or is there a way, though, that you can get a hero or draft for yourself that even if your lane isn't coming out on top, that you could rotate, you could help your side lanes a little bit more? A mid laner that doesn't necessarily rely on winning his lane to also be able to enable his other cores or work with his supports to get something done on the map.
I think Primal looks really good for Lumpy. They have the flex. They play it on other roles. And we've seen Malrine, he invented the build or the playstyle where you simply cut the creep wave and farm jungle camps behind the tower. That's another one of those, I will 50-50 no matter what, except because you're also getting jungle camps, you don't actually 50-50. You win the lane, you will outfarm your enemy. You know, the enemy guy will farm as well, but you can like dive and kill him. And you can also kill the side lanes like we've seen Thompson do. He'll go to like the 3-minute bounty rune on Primal and then dive a side lane and win that way. I think they should pivot on that, the like rotating and winning the side lanes through mid rather than, you know, trying to skill diff analog. If Fear, you're saying that just all year hasn't been able to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he just like completely destroys them in lane. It's more of like, I feel like Heroic's fundamentals of the game are just a lot stronger right now. So the supports specifically on Heroic, like King Jungles will make rotations right at the right time, get the runes for him, and give him a situation where he can be successful. And Analog as a player has been very good at just all the fundamentals in the game. Like if he gets a rune, he knows what to do with it, where to go. Whereas like Lumpy, he's kind of, yeah, sure, his supports will help him, but it's more of like a free-for-all on B skills for Lumpy. He doesn't get a lot of support from his supports.
Yeah, I think another way to look at it, if you're coming into a matchup like this, you know your mid player is kind of going to be having a difficult game when he's up against the other team's mid laner. I feel like I would probably not give him so much priority, and I'll try to maybe find supports that can actually fight more early, more aggressive supports that can fight at the rune and at least secure the runes for him. Because if he's not going to be comfortable in that particular matchup, then I'm not going to be feeling comfortable as well, giving him more priority or picking his hero last. We see a lot of teams here, they're giving their mid laners a lot of priority, but maybe in this specific matchup for them, Lumpy kind of has to be willing to be picked blind. You know, you go in blind, you pick your hero early, and you just kind of hope that your side lanes do well. They have a better matchup, and they can help you.
Well, I will say the one thing that could be going in Beast Coast's favor here is that they will have overall last pick of this game #1 draft in our best of 3 elimination. Do you want to hold that for your mid laner to be able to get that counter pick? Do you want to hold it for maybe something else that's going to be a big gotcha pick? We'll see it as it unfolds here right now, though. Our first phase bans are in the draft. I'm looking to see if anything serious is getting let through that we've seen do well, and the two big ones that come to my mind right now, Shadow Demon and Omni. They're the two supports that people have really favored banning in that first phase that are let through.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Shadow Demon right away. This dissuades the Omni almost entirely, I would say. So they know what they want to do. They prepped. Right now, I was going to say, like, the reason why we are seeing mid laners being last picked is because it's kind of figured out right now on how to draft. You pick your offlaner fairly early on into the draft, right? It's going to be some Centaur Dooms. In this case, it's going to be an Enigma. And then later on, you're going to pick like your Wind Ranger Lunas of the world as like your carry. And then last pick, well, I guess it's going to go to the mid laners because there are no mids that you just pick right away that just kind of dominate.
Yeah.
Like if it was a meta where carry wasn't as good, the mid laners would pick first. That way they'd have to overall last pick. But unfortunately, the carry meta it's been figured out. Like you're playing a ranged Gleipnir hero or Luna, maybe a Morphling, and that's the list.
Yeah. All the position 5s that there is right now that's really strong because there's so many, right? So a lot of it is banned early, and then you have to kind of pick one right away from the get-go, and after that you kind of go looking for your carry, which is also, you know, that few heroes, Wind Ranger, Luna, maybe Lina or Mirana. And then after that, if you talk about the offlaners, there's just a lot less heroes for different reasons. You know, for the support because it's always banned. For the carry and the offlaner, there's just a few better heroes, and the mid laners kind of they don't really have a lot of really inbound heroes, so they are oftentimes left to the end to try and figure out what fits the whole puzzle that you've been opening your draft with.
Yeah, and Heroic, they banned the Luna. Beast Coast have not played it yet, but respecting that Pyke has played it in pubs, just ban it out.
Remember in one of the Dream Leagues, Malrine, we interviewed him, and he said something along the lines of, like, we asked, why is it supports that are being picked in the first phase? Do you think the supports are, like, way better than the carries or the cores? And he said, nah, there's just less S-tier supports. Like, sometimes that's how it is, where there's, like, 7 or 8 S-tier carries, and there's, like, 3 or 4 S-tier supports. And so if you want to get a support that's, like, really broken, you have to first phase it, even though in, like, a one-to-one sort of comparison between, like, one of the S-tier carries and one of the S-tier supports, they're about the same value. It's just that when there's more of them, you can, like, wait until later to pick them. And I do feel like that is how it is with some of these carries. Like, it's pretty much all the ranged carries, and there's quite a few of them, and not enough bans to cover them when you are also having to ban, like, these odd, like, off-laners and...
Yeah, but sometimes your choice changes depending on your bans, you know, or your opponent's bans. Obviously, you can prepare for your own bans, but if your opponent changes a couple of bans, then suddenly maybe the pool changes, and then it might change your priority as well. Which what's happening now is a lot of the first phase bans, you remove a lot of the really good supports like Naga, for example, and then the second, maybe probably strongest supports like Shadow Demon or Omni. So you see one being removed, then you want to kind of pick up the remaining one.
Yeah.
So a lot of the things that are happening is also based on the bans. And here we have Marcy plus Enigma against the Shadow Demon. Wow, the Bristol. Okay,
I mean, this is for Enigma.
Yeah, the carry Bristol against Enigma.
However, I will say, out of the people at this tournament, Moose is one of the people that will play this on position 5, if necessary, the Enigma. And I have to believe that an overall first pick Enigma has to have that...
A flex,
and some type of... Or at least have to think that they can flex
You mentioned that you preferred him on melee hero. Was it you, or maybe it was Andrew?
It wasn't me.
He excels in, like, Marcy, Clockwork kind of hero.
Yeah, and I think we saw that too when he played the Sven in the second game that we saw from these guys, where it was not as good looking as when he could rotate through the portal and get some kills. I think it was the Marcy he was playing in that game.
Yeah.
So, but no, I agree. Like, I don't think they would, especially in, like, an inter-regional matchup like this. I think he would be more than willing to go back to a comfort hero, which is the Enigma. But that does mean that El Misho would be playing Marcy for the first time in this tournament, which I'm sure he can play it. Every 4 and 5 has went through the phase of spamming Marcy, and it's pretty much the same hero that it was before.
I think the moment you start playing Western Europe pubs is the moment you have to start playing Marcy, or at least start playing against it. I know in my region, US East, nobody picks this hero.
Nope.
But the moment you play Western Europe, which these teams do all the time, that hero is super popular.
There's IO Marcy every game.
Every game, yeah. So
any lane.
I'm sure he knows how to play it, and we'll see if there's a flex, because I'm like looking at heroes like, I don't know, like a Timbersol or something you could pick up that can maybe go into the off lane here and deal with the Bristleback. That's a good way that you could use your flex here. Enigma versus Clock doesn't sound like a bad lane either. I mean, I talked to Moose. It was probably a few months ago. He was talking about the Enigma when it was more popular and how he's been theory crafting it. And so I know it's in his wheelhouse. Will he actually want to commit to it? Put El Misho on a new position 4, do this like flex thing? I kind of want to see them do it, to be honest with you, because that would give you a draft advantage. I'm just thinking of ways like, how can you make this first pick Enigma work? Because Bristleback has always been just like a very impossible lane for this Enigma to go against.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
Pyke loves that hero.
Interesting.
But still, we saw it yesterday.
Did not look good.
Yeah, it was 0-3-1.
I mean, it is... I do remember a patch. I think it was when Muerta was just released.
She was good.
And Bristle was very popular with the Bloodstone build, which is the same build that he's doing now. And people were picking Muerta as a Bristle.
You know what else was good that patch?
What?
Silver Edge.
That's
on
true.
Muerta.
Although I think this is one of the few heroes where that item still feels pretty good on, just because of how the damage like translates to magical damage, and you become ethereal, so you don't take physical damage
Yeah.
Bristle only does physical damage. So it's one of the few heroes that can turn and actually fight a Bristle, and he can't just turn an Aghanim Scepter and Bloodstone and heal to full, because he does 0 damage to you, so he doesn't heal. So you can just sit there and man fight a Bristle. This is the one time I like the Muerta pick. I thought it was bad the other times that we've seen it. This actually looks good because of the Bristle.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe. I mean, we saw the Brewmaster response the other day into the Muerta. Looked pretty good. However, you most likely want to pick a ranged hero here because you have the Clockwork. I mean, you could technically put Shadow Demon in the off lane here, but then you have like a Bristle Clock lane. I don't know. Like they need to figure out like how they want to lane this on Heroic here and what to pick. Of course, they have options on what they want to do, but I'm not entirely sure what looks good for something to lane versus Muerta with a Clock or a Shadow Demon. Because like the Brew probably doesn't sound good.
Do you think they could run Divai on the Bristle?
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe pick something else.
Weaver for Hector?
Yeah, range
like
hero
that?
with a safe lane.
I feel like you showed Enigma's offlane now, and Hector likes his BB.
But doesn't Weaver also do like fairly?
It's
good
not
against
as
an
good as
offlane?
Bristleback. Like, it's devastation in that lane, Bristleback versus Enigma, where as a Weaver, it's playable.
I'm just trying to look for a carry that will win the carry to carry matchup here, because I feel like right now Muerta is unanswered, and the offlaners that Divai plays don't exactly.
I don't think
deal with the
Muerta, like, you care about the carry to carry matchup. All right, this is down the same line as like the Brewmasters. This Muerta doesn't like it when you have a bunch of units running at you. And I talked about it before. It's not like a Luna or a Gyrocopter or even like a Medusa. You don't farm that fast early on, and like the other big issue with this hero is you're really squishy. And normally on Brood, you buy items like Orchid. You don't really buy any items on Muerta, other than a BKB that can get rid of that. So if you get silenced before you get your ult off, you're just gonna die and you don't deal with the Spiderlings.
Yeah, and on top of that, like Tuskar and Marcy, those are not like the best support duos that can kind of deal with like Brood, you know? Like with Brood, I always feel like you want a hero that can kind of kill her or get to her because she's hiding in the trees, she's being annoying. If you can't kick her out of your jungle, because she oftentimes occupies your side of the map, and it creates a lot of problems for your own carry, because your carry cannot have access to your jungle camps around your area. So you need people to come over and kick her out. And if you don't have the right heroes and you don't have the option to kick her out, then your map is going to look really bad. You have like at least like a couple of camps taken away, and across the game, as the game progresses, you're going to lose a lot of farm.
So sorry, I'm confused where we think this Brood is going. Is this a Hector Brood or a Divai Llama Brood?
Divai?
Neither of them play it.
Divai can play it, I'm pretty sure.
He has not played it in a long time. It's not in his top 15
But
heroes.
it is his type of hero. Like a very polarizing offlaner.
Cheese.
I feel like Divai Brood makes me more confident than a Hector Brood.
I agree, but we also saw Divai play the Slark the other day, and it kind of felt like I would just prefer Divai on more of a
I mean, I'd
normal-
rather have a Brood on him than a Slark, I'll go that much.
Yeah,
But
okay, I agree, but
well, I'm very curious about this Huskar ban. Like, they picked Brood, and they banned Huskar immediately.
I guess they want like a Storm or an Ember mid, something that.
I think he played it like one game, right? What was the matchup? Like, Analog, I remember he played it one game in the group stages.
I mean, yeah, he did. I don't remember what it was against, but it's very interesting. To me, it shows you that Brood probably isn't mid, because I don't think Brood... I mean, Brood might care about that matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, for
until
five,
you're 6.
5 levels.
Yeah. That's very... I mean, those 5 levels are important.
They
I
are.
suppose. They banned the puck. I do think they want to pick a spirit type hero that rotates around the map. I mean, Invoker's, I guess he's not a spirit, but he does rotate across the map pretty well. I think this is exactly what you want when you have Brood Mother. You want a hero that can just go walk to the Brood's lane once you start to hit that power spike, and now all of a sudden, Muerta has to leave. And this is where I see Muerta struggle the most, is when you get kicked out of the laning stage. As mentioned before, you don't have big flash farming capability. Muerta looks really good if you can keep bullying the lane, and you can keep lane, you can stay in the lane, and then you can get your levels that way. You farm the big camp, pull it back, farm all the time, farm it out, and then push out the offlaner. That's when Muerta's good here, so I do like it. Invoker's gonna just run bottom lane pretty early on into this game.
Yeah, I think they need
just
something like a
pressure.
co-op to match the Invoker. Okay, they go Void. They need something to match the Invoker's rotation. And Void Spirit's gonna kind of give them that, but I don't know much about the lane. I feel like Void should have a pretty good lane here, decent lane. But every time I think Invoker's gonna struggle a little bit, I see the game and Invoker's always doing fine, you know. The new Invoker seems to be like just really good in the lane.
I like the Void last pick. I feel like it's there's very little disable for him between Clock, SD as supports.
Yeah.
That's not really good at ganking him. Even prior to level 6, he can just use what was the circle ability called? I don't play. He can dissimulate out of the cogs, right? Very easy. And I think like Bristle doesn't threaten a Void Spirit that much. You just jump away from him.
He does pull you to like you're facing him if you get caught with the Aether Remnant. So that can be annoying for the Bristle.
Yeah, that's true. It counters Bristle in a way. You can jump the spiders. It applies an auto attack with the Void ult. And it should do fine against Invoker mid. It's not like some last pick gotcha pick, but it is a very good Void Spirit game.
I will agree with a singular point that this is a great Void Spirit game. I think he has a lot to do.
That is the only thing I'll ever agree with Jenkins
I just think around like the 45-minute mark, Beast Coast is going to look great, but like I feel like this Bristle is going to free farm against Enigma. This Brood is going to get out of control. There's going to be 2 side lane problems with an Invoker running between any lane that he wants that. It's going to be just too fast for Beast Coast to deal with, but Lumpy has a lot to do in this game with this Void Spirit, but it is a really good Void Spirit game, so maybe, just maybe he can do it.
Maybe he can, and maybe we'll get a little bit more confidence as we do head on down to Nomad, who is joined by our Beast Coast coach.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Mariana, aka Pepita, and we're going to have a talk about this one. I mean, you've got Muerta, Enigma, Void Spirit. This is a high execution draft, but do you have confidence in this?
Yeah, it's preparation. The last pick is always not preparation because you see what they pick and you just decide. But yeah, we feel confident.
That's good, and you're going to need it because your track record against this team is not great, but why will this be different?
And this is TI. It's different tournament, different place. We want to show the world that one defeat before, it doesn't matter right now. You're just in a new tournament and you just play.
And what would it mean for your team for this to be the stage in which you take down your longtime rivals?
We don't see them as rivals. We just have a mindset of just playing every game one at a time. Whoever comes, we will try to beat them. It doesn't matter if we feel some way. It doesn't happen with us. Yeah.
Excellent. Great responses there, Peter. Thank you very much as we go into game number 1 with Lyrical and Trent.
You so much, Nomad, indeed. And man, you know, a lot of times players come out here and they like put on their best show, they put on their best performance. Maybe the people end up scouting them or something like that. I feel like people are going to be scouting Mariano. This guy always comes in with like the best mentality as a coach. I'd love to hear him.
I think it's helpful, you know, long-time service as a player. He was in there, you know, attending the lands. He's been there. He knows the feel. So you have that availability to like pass it on to your teammates.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and we've already heard a lot from the panel and then also, you know, about the preparation that was there, what we should anticipate. It feels like for Beast Coast, a lot of the hopes right now are on to Lumpy, and Lumpy taking some lumps from Hector as he heads off the other direction. I want to see how well he's able to get off his on the ground here. And then the other big thing, of course, is that how much are Heroic going to destroy these side lanes? But
yeah,
because we're talking about the Invoker pick too.
Yeah, that too. I feel like when we started the draft, it was all about the Enigma because they came in with a plan clearly on the side of Beast Coast, right? Like they got rid of the Alchemist right away. You're getting rid of this Naga Siren. You're opening with the Enigma, and you're saying like we have enough confidence that we can pick this really early in the draft. So you begin there, and by the end of it, we're talking about how this draft kind of comes down to Lumpy. Because you have Pike here on this Muerta, as Fear was saying, he does like the hero quite a bit, but she has some weaknesses. But they found this situation, thanks to his knowledge on the hero, that, yeah, you know, I got these advantages versus the Bristleback. I can still make this work, even if she's not as strong as she once was. But by the end of the draft, it does feel like Lumpy's going to have to be pulling the big one here, because I think Analog got, like, the perfect Invoker pick.
Yeah, it ended up looking really solid for him. And this is a hero that has definitely looked incredibly strong depending upon how you end up playing it. And of course, who else can play around with him as well? Does he have those components and people that want to fight with him? And Clockwork fits the mold for that perfectly.
Did I hear us?
Yeah, and, Analog obviously very experienced there. He's been dropping some voice lines, little Grandmasters here and there, blazing over that sea of ignorance, like Invoker players do.
I will say it never feels great to see a bronze tier on your carry, which is what Hector is right now on the Bristleback. I'm a little surprised by that.
It's okay. It's a strength hero. He gets a natural buff.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's fine. He doesn't actually have to play them. He can just like tune into them. They're in his soul.
Well, right now, in some trouble is Schofield, a bit too far forward, and El Micho gonna draw first blood. Hector not able to deal with these Eidolons, getting the split off on this one.
It's a little awkward because you're playing the melee and melee.
Okay.
So you don't have all the same advantages. Mercy and Enigma also has a lot of different shenanigans you can do. This is a pretty common duo because you can do your rebounds off of the Eidolons in different situations. You can chuck someone backwards, like right over top of the Eidolons, and suddenly you're body blocked. There's a lot of tricky things you can do.
Well, not going to quite connect there with the Remnant from Lumpy, but we'll try and make a play for some of these CSing. So far, he's doing a really good job. 13-3 versus the 10-3 on that Invoker as Divine Llama beats into Moose a little bit, who's messing around trying to drag these waves. And not quite going to be able... Well, he might connect on the range creep. No. Good job there. King Jungles to pull it all the way to the side. They do finally connect down towards the river, and that's going to make this a little bit tougher, although with the disruption, they'll mess with this Morta a bit more.
Yeah, giving Divine Llama this good start here. And although he hasn't played it a lot, as Panda was saying, he's clearly been on the grind in matchmaking. Very cute. Very well done.
I like that.
Gotta do that with the Shadow Demon. Make sure you're blocking that small camp. That means it's not going to spawn there at the 3-minute mark, which means they can't pull to get the wave closer to your tower. If you're not super familiar with our Dota stuff, it just means that you have a harder time if they're able to mess with those creeps. You want to get the gold near your tower where you're nice and safe.
So still very much into the favor of Beast Coast, and the panel's idea about how you were going to have some type of success here for Heroic was a really good laning stage out of these side lanes, and that is not really proving to be the case. We'll see if they're going to be able to sort of transition things as the levels get up, but it feels like it's just constantly pulling up top continuously, and Lumpy off to a hot start here in the mid.
Yeah, this is why I think the Invoker pick was so important. I'm looking at this draft, and I'm thinking things like they end up banning the Puck, which I think might have been like the second best choice, but I think even Puck would have struggled in a game like this for Heroic in terms of like trying to move around the map and actually set up kills, because you have these kind of awkward side laners of the Bristleback and the Brood, where Brood gets to a point where you can rotate in, and she'll provide that damage for you, but making those rotations can be a little bit tough. The support duo is not perfect in terms of the damage, but Invoker kind of covers everything, right? You have a lot of damage you can add into the ganks. You have that mobility. You have the initiation. You have the catch. It's just Invoker kind of has it all, just needs a little bit of time. But you can always fill holes in your draft of this hero, and currently it feels like the laning stage hasn't been too much of a problem for this hero right now in the current state of the game.
Right. I will say that Analog's voice line game is on point. Like, it pauses immediately, just spams fight me.
Yeah, I mean, Moo's also Grandmaster on the Tusk. I think he should be firing back a little bit here, but that's the problem, with support players have to use their brain the whole game. These core players, they're just...
Nothing going
on up there. They just see the little health bars of the creeps, the little, like, ching-ching of the gold, feels good.
It's been programmed into them. It's the last hitting. It can't stop. Well, can see some typing going on from Hector as the game is still paused for the moment.
Vitaly, they're actually rolling up the sleeves. He's like, okay, I got the most last hits here. Looks like it's time for me to carry this game for the squad. You got the first pick. There is definitely some pressure on you in those situations.
I mean, he got the first pick. They had every pick to come and try and deny against this, and he's looking great. Like, I don't know. I would be feeling really solid right now if I'm Beast Coast.
You are not wrong. When you get this hard countered in the lane. Now, that being said, it's still a little early. Of course, things get kind of spicy. As you can see now, it's not quite as simple.
Yeah.
Once the levels are there on the Bristleback, times to be a bit tough here. Is another thrilling support battle. Moose getting in there.
AJ battling it out too, and he is still going to be able to get... Oh, not quite that one blocked out. Although Hector in kind of far. Hector in some trouble.
That's not
gonna
good.
Go down.
That's not good.
Oh, man. That is not what you want to see. 2 deaths in that bottom lane now on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, that is pretty painful. To be picking a Bristleback into the Enigma and dying on the Bristle, it's one thing for your melee support to feed. You know that's going to happen. But to actually start getting levels in your skills and still die to the Enigma lane?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, the Arcane boots are out now like all good carries these days, so maybe that's going to help things.
Snowball, snowball. Push the Spider in a little bit closer, but Devi, he will back out. Keeping that distance.
Moose, again, is going to try and, like, that's the thing about this top lane. He's just moving in to disrupt the stacks. We've seen a lot of teams abuse this with Shadow Demon, but Moose has been in there. He's body blocking. He's got the sentries down.
Yeah.
And even though he did D-Ward there on KJ, Moose just body blocks. Oh, he keeps the Ancients in and walks into the other camp. Nicely
really
done.
Impressive. Look, we talk about stacking all the time. Interrupting stacking like that as like a melee support, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and they don't have the easiest lineup to go and steal them either, so it's not even like if the stacks get made, they can contest them, they can go in and fight because they have the mobility of the Void Spirit, but it would be hard to actually come in and steal them away. And obviously Heroic having this Broodmother and having this Bristleback, they can get in the jungle and farm these up pretty quick.
And the other thing too is like how those are so important for the Bristleback later on, like you're saying. It's pretty tough if that's not getting done. Like, they probably need to go on over and just stack the other Ancient, make sure that they're getting something at the very least, which it looks like KJ's going for right now.
Well, it's 7 minutes as well here, so Moo's also moving over. Battle of the Wisdom Runes.
Elmisho and Schofield battling it out. Dispose is pretty good. The Cogs might be able to push him away. We'll see if he can make the work that he needs to do, and he is going to. So that is going to be a Beast Coast getting
Analog
Wisdom Rune.
He actually denied the other Wisdom
Rune. Wait, what?
I think I don't know. All right, well, you'll take that as Moose, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Forcing them to deny it, so yeah, he didn't get it, but I guess it must. Okay. Yeah, it must have been the Ice Shards. Or he just like couldn't reach it or something.
Nicely played.
Yeah.
Well, nonetheless, Wisdom's denied. Not something that you often see, but if that's the only thing that you got an option to, it makes sense. Now, Schofield, he is going to be in more trouble, but they didn't quite manage to connect on that rebound. And now Vitaly is in a little bit of trouble, has level 6. I don't know if Black Hole would keep him alive here if there could be more people that move in and try and help out. It looks like Vitaly's just going to keep running away. Yeah, they're going to get out of there. It always, these intra-regional matchups feel so weird. You just have like 3 heroes running through the river together on the side of Beast Coast while like Vitaly's getting chased across the map, and it always turns into some interesting Dota.
Well, Moo's trying to make things interesting here in this mid lane. Lurking nearby, Lumpy. And you have that double jump here, and also has some illusion, but it's not enough.
Oh, immediately! Was it broken, or did he just end up canceling it? I'm not sure. Either way, that is not what they wanted to have happen at all. And so with that, Enigma goes down, likely to lose Moose as well. Elmisho, he will be able to escape. But Heroic back on track now after a little bit of a rough couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Moose is trying to set up mid, ends up having to TP bottom, still dies, so can't enable Lumpy, can't slow down the Invoker, and you lose your Enigma. And Hector gets some revenge there on that lane as they want to keep this pressure up, standing behind the tier 1 tower. Hector just dropping the Seas of Serenity. Now he's the one saying, fight me.
4 heroes nearby. Elmisho, the only one that's there to help. They will take out that ward now, is Schofield wanting to chase this Marcy around, but does not have level 6 obviously on the clock, so it's going to be a little bit of a long chase, it feels like. KJ, just out of range. We'll be able to build another one, looking for that disruption, as we're also going to take a look at what's going on in mid. There's more action happening. They will end up losing her, but yeah, you can see right there. What was that? Was it a battery assault?
He did have it going, so yeah, I guess that must have been it.
Man, unlucky. A lot of things around that could have gotten hit, but ends up breaking that black hole.
Now, Divine Llama doing what Broodmothers do here. After you have level 6, forcing the Muerta out of the lane. That's going to draw Lumpy up here. So going to try and keep this tower alive to reduce that pressure that's going to come up on Pyke as he's farming into those deeper parts of the dire side of the map. And Divine Llama is going to start sweeping through here and farming as much as he can. Or perhaps pressuring mid.
As Analog right on top of him is going to be found. Tries to pull away Hector, seeing if he can get some separation, but Vitaly, nowhere left to go, ends up dying. The Eidolons, they're going to be killed off before it can do extra damage to KJ.
Yeah, nice try there from Elmisho, but it's not enough. And despite coming mid, Divine Llama actually ends up just TPing back up top there. Lumpy just sticking around for a while. Now Moose is the one in trouble. He has to snowball onto a spider.
Keeping him alive for the moment. Battery Assault still chasing. Now Pyke nearby too. There's the shards.
Yeah, Lumpy's
and
here.
Lumpy's there too. And so they will end up being able to, well, Tornado.
Oh, he's
trying to cover each other. No mana. Oh, that EMP making it valuable, but they still managed to find that kill. It definitely has a feel of like 3 separate things happening simultaneously all around the map.
Yeah, it's very chaotic right now. Divine Llama taking advantage of that chaos and then push the tier 1 tower, and Lumpy does eventually return up here, but it's really close to going down. It's kind of an inevitability here from the Broodmother at this point, but Pyke now picking up that Maelstrom. Aghanim Scepter finished for Hector.
Wow.
That's where you get your shotgun bristle.
That is pretty quick. Bow, bow, bow. Elmisho got to run away. 7 stacks just like that. Vitaly is nearby there also. Hector is Omega farmed. So in towards mid. They will get the Dispel on the rune, and Lumpy needs to be careful as Schofield wraps around.
So close to 6 too.
But it's going to be a bottle refill, and that set things right.
All right, nicely done. Use the amplified damage to take down that middle tower. Divine Llama can just race back up top and grab the other one, honestly. It's quite close as well. If you're wondering what that little red mark is on the mini-map, that's the Ofrenda.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't see it anymore because it's under Divine Llama's icon, but there's kind of a funny little marker there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that lovely thing, which Muerta can choose to respawn at as one of her facets.
Hasn't died yet, though. So not really that great if you know, you're not dying, but sets up for later in the game. Can be pretty sick for jumping back into it. Down bottom, it looks like it's setting up for a battle. Smoke up with Lumpy and Elmisho. Now Clockwork is nearby. Hector is level 10. It's a hard fight to take. And instead, they're going to head their sights towards mid. KJ, Smoke. Now they spot Analog. Smoke breaks. They're going to go for anything else? No. So both smokes will fail. And Heroic, the ones that are sort of gaining because of this. 3,000 gold lead right now.
It's kind of surprising that with how much action and movement over the map there's been, Lumpy's only 1-0-1. He actually hasn't been involved that much. He's been doing a lot of just like running around and dealing with the spiders, not getting like baited into a lot of these fights.
Right. Well, I think this is again by virtue a little bit of the Shadow Demon, because you've got Brood and Bristle that are hard to kill, so the main target is Invoker, and if SD's just sitting behind him the whole time, it's not easy.
No.
Tally takes that Wisdom before the spiders were able to come on in and take it away. You can see both teams stacking up a decent amount.
I mean, you look how farmed Hector is. Imagine if so many more of those stacks had been completed right now, because now he's over here to the piggy bank, and there just wasn't a whole lot. Like this legitimately could have had 4 or 5 more camps in it if it wasn't for what Moose was doing there on that Tusk. KJ will finally go over and scoop up the Wisdom Rune, as it was not taken care of there by Beast Coast, so I'll be happy to see that nobody invaded to deal with that.
And still the gold lead stays about similar. Slight increase into the favor of Heroic by virtue of, you know, mainly Divine Llama come on in and steal these away is what it feels like a bit. And Tusk not really having that much farm at all.
Wow, he just drops the Demonic Purge there onto Lumpy. Oh, Schofield not quite close enough to follow up the hook shot. Level 1. It's a bit short.
Killing spiders. It's not a ton of gold, but taking away that vision is kind of nice. And again, you don't feel like you can do much on Beast Coast right now. This would be a great get if they can catch the Llama and not quite able to get the Malefice off.
Yeah, or the snowball even. Something to just track. But chasing a brew with a snowball is kind of terrifying, so.
Oh, yeah.
She skitters pretty fast away. You might wind up further in than you want to be.
And so Devi, after taking that top tier 1 tower, has reset, is on this bottom side of the map, taking away Ancients. And Hector and Heroic going in to try and take down Roche.
This is really problematic. Has the Bloodstone done, and then an Aegis to boot. They still haven't finished that Spirit Vessel quite yet. It's almost done for Vitaly, so he'll have that, but not going to feel as good fighting into an Aegis on Hector.
No.
Does have the Gleipnir done, Pike, but again, Hector being the one you have to deal with.
Right.
Not going to care that much about it.
No, the AoE damage, it's not quite feeling as strong. Of course, Pierce the Veil can change things around a lot. Having the Spirit Vessel helps. If you can keep them in place with these shards, maybe. There's a lot of possibilities for ways that this could go good. But it is feeling a little bit dependent upon a lot of the rest of Heroic basically doing nothing to help him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you hit a single hook shot, tower is just going to fall. Like, if you can just wipe out one hero before these fights, they're going to march up with this Bristle and this pipe on Broodmother, and you're not going to be able to contest them as Beast.
Oh, can't quite get him. El Misho, he's in too far now. And that is going to be a dead Marcy. The Spider eats up that support, and Heroic continue to assert some dominance. With Aegis in hand, they feel incredibly confident. Why shouldn't they?
Yeah. I mean, Moose, though, double-checking there. Multiple sentries down here. Really ensuring that there's nothing in that middle lane.
Oh, yeah. Mid. KJ. Yeah, that is a...
and yet they both missed the obs that is further up by the tier 2.
Schofield, he's also wrapping around. Killing illusions. Spots one, jumps onto Schofield. Pulls him back in. There's the shards, the block down, the Malefice. Damage out, Hector's coming in. Be careful, this Bristle is hard to deal with. Already using Pierce the Veil somewhat defensively there. And that means there is no way you can fight his Beast Coast.
Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown, it's only a minute, so if you can get control of the waves, like just clear 2 waves, you'll be okay. It's Lumpy, just pushing the limit here. Has the barrier, has the jump.
Gotta run, gotta run. They're getting chased down. Well, the goo is on him and pops the Bristle back. Retreats away.
That's a good thing about killing Schofield, is they can't lock you down into the fight. Yeah, right. And that's obviously the one thing that the Bristle's going to struggle with, is he can't really force you to just fight him. That's what his allies have to do. And that's why this Invoker will work out really nicely. That's why this Clockwork is here. But
that's why Lumpy can do that. As Moose, he is in trouble. So the double supports combo together, and well, with the snowball coming out, it's going to make this last a little bit longer, but eventually they will be able to bring him down.
Vitaly coming in mid?
Oh, looking.
They could theoretically take care of this Aegis, but obviously that's a pretty painful way to spend Black Hole, and the Invoker's there covering him.
A little too scary. Lumpy playing with fire now. Oh, that was close. Won't be able to kill him off, but it is going to be a tier 2 tower down. And this sort of churning brick wall walking at them. And for Beast Coast, there has not been an answer so far. Vitaly, he's found an absolute no man's land. Just completely caught off guard here, and this Enigma is also going to die.
You see Schofield immediately looking for the next target.
And Pike, he's in trouble now, also up top. Lumpy comes in, they get the disruption, trying to do what they can to bring down this Huerta, and it is enough. KJ gets the kill. King Jungles indeed.
Yeah, he'll happily trade his life for that. Does hand a spree over to Lumpy, so that's going to help him get a little bit closer to this potential Aghanim Scepter. That's what he decides to do. But Hector wants to take something else from the side of Beast Coast, and that's their Tormentor.
I mean, this is already just so difficult to deal with. Like, they are, you're not killing Hector this game, it feels like. It would take some really big mess ups based upon how he's been playing. It's just, it seems really difficult. But we will see. I can also see sometimes these little pickoff plays here are really nice. Lumpy trying to come in for a snipe, manages to get it. It's a good Void Spirit game, but now he just runs out right into Hector. Got to get out of there, Lumpy. Dissimulate. Drinking buddies, wants to run. Actually is enough to keep him alive for now. Moose, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, so they'll take down the Tusk, and in the meantime, Lumpy just barely going to get away from that Brood.
Just keep my eye on him here, you know, you never know. I wasn't sure if there was still a Sunstrike left, but Analog's on the move right now. No time for that.
And this noose continues to tighten, it feels like, as Hector and the rest of Heroic are shutting down all of these different towers across the map. Now, this would be a good one. The Gleipnir is down. Good damage out onto this Broodmother. She goes down. Divine Llama in the dirt, and Beast Coast some signs of life.
Big pick off for them right now.
Misho comes.
Yeah. Oh, right, okay. Maybe not. They obviously have the potential, right? You have, of course, the constant threat. The Blink Dagger's about to be done here for a Vitali, so you might actually find a Black Hole play. You have this Gleipnir here from Pyke that we haven't had too many opportunities to utilize for like an actual team fight. That's still a possibility. They could find something there. And probably just going to maybe hopefully gear up for stealing that next Roche. I think if you give away that Aegis again to Heroic, it's going to be virtually impossible to defend. At least it's going to take a much harder effort and a much more like perfect team fight to actually win. So considering that next Aegis, I think, is probably the most important thing for Beast Coast right now is KJ. Looks like he might be going down again here, much faster this time.
Yeah, getting these items up.
Look at the lines, he drew the mini-map.
Yeah. He's just drawn all over it. He's very upset about dying.
Scribbled on the whole map. Kill them!
Sofield is going to get the hook shot in and land it now onto Moose. So this is going to be a dead Tusk, but already they got what they came for. They got the kill on his Shadow Demon. Oh my god, is he going to live? No, he's not. Surely. Yeah.
How about that Grandmaster shard, though? That's a nice shard.
Yeah.
You know, no soul burn there. Maybe he gets it. Okay, I know, they would have chased. It's fine. Hurricane Pike now finished up here. The same circle, once again drawn by KJ, clearly trying to send a message to the team.
Well, almost towards that Aghanim Scepter for Lumpy, and these supports are going to be even more susceptible. He has been the one setting up for these kills. The unfortunate part for her is that it just keeps on being Heroic getting KJ dead.
We need like, you know, like the Key and Peele Obama angry translator?
Oh,
we need that for the mini-map translator.
Okay.
I need to know what KJ is trying to say to the team right now.
He's saying a lot of things. Oh, are they going to get him? He's right over the top. Gets away from trouble. They don't see him.
Oh, it's a candle. I see it now. I understand the shape now.
He's just farming up like in the most dangerous areas with very little mana. Like Lumpy understands what he needs to do this game in terms of just like messing with them constantly and playing right on the edge.
Yep. And he's delaying these pushes too. Like it is last tier 2, so I mean you can be happy as Heroic that you're knocking down this tower. I mean, hey, all of yours are still standing here. Short of now the bottom one, as it is denied by Analog. That is their first tower they've lost.
Okay.
But the good news, that's, well, I don't know if it's good or bad news. It's going to be a very long Aegis spawn. It's 2.5 minutes here.
Okay.
I guess good news for Beast Coast, at least, that they can't immediately run into it on the side of Heroic, because it feels like Beast Coast needs to get out of the map a little bit more here. And they do have that Aghanims done. So all those little maneuvers there from Lumpy have paid off. He's got his Ags. And currently on the Bristle, there is still no Dispel, right? I mean, other than the Shadow Cleanse, I guess.
Yeah,
that's
the one that's going to be a problem. Throwing that onto him and then also having the Disruption ready makes this pretty annoying. And he's about to have a BKB done, so... yeah. BKB, Hector will be immortal. But when that's not happening, there's some chance there.
I'm going to grab that Radiant Tormentor there, so that goes to Divine Llama.
And you can see just how quickly he's been moving on up the net worth totem pole. Hector definitely having a very good game. If there's one thing that guy can do, it's definitely farm. Maybe eyes towards mid or something. This ward that they're playing around, they're trying to find a pick-off here.
Yeah, I think they might have noticed. I think Schofield's flare might have seen Moose place
now
it.
They definitely see. Jumps away, and a Remnant keeps Hector back for a moment. I can't help but feel also when they get like one Hex online, Lumpy's game feels so much worse.
Yeah, there's no room for error at all for him. Like, even currently, if he just gets stunned by something simple once, he's very much going to be the target that they go for.
El Misho found, killed. Heroic pressuring out these lanes. Up to the top corner of the map is Vitaly as Lumpy pushes out this mid lane. And he actually just TPs out of there right now. And Roche, we knew it was going to be a long one, 15 seconds, and it's going to be back up. God, he's going for Greaves on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's nice. It frees up Divine Llama a little bit, right? After already getting the pipe and the Orchid, can keep going for more of the aggressive route rather than going back for a different aura.
Yeah.
They do have one scan here on Beast Coast. But it doesn't look like they're thinking about this right now. They're just not considering it as a possibility in terms of fighting. So they're just going to take the trade on the tier 2 bottom instead.
Okay. Shadowblade done from Huerta. Obviously, Silver Edge, if you can get to it, still a lot of gold away. But that is one of those answers for the Bristle that can feel nice if they can keep them under control and not die in the duration of the BKB.
If you're a new Dota fan, this Bristleback feller, who you've been seeing run around the map and shoot these quills out, he takes way less damage from behind. That's kind of how the whole thing works, but we have a thing in Dota where if you can break them, then just pretend it doesn't exist. He's just like any other normal hero.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about Silver Edge. It's the only item you can buy that actually breaks people. Really? There's only one item that breaks people? Yeah, it's true. There's actually only one item. Isn't that crazy?
Can break spirits a lot easier in this game than, you know, passive abilities. As Drinking Buddies, let me show. Wait a minute, Pyke showing up. Gleipnir down, Snowball, stun, Walrus Punch. They thought it was going to be an easy pickoff. No such luck, and now finding round 2.
Yeah, see, now they haven't quite gotten to the we're super owning this game because you didn't have the BKB yet on the Invoker, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have this ability to be like this spread on the map. And this is another one of these classic plays we see where one team gets the Aegis, and you kind of think like, okay, we have the Aegis now, we need X items before we go high ground. And everyone spreads out to get that last couple hundred gold that you need. We've all done it in our games. And then you get picked off like that. So now that BKB gets even further delayed for the Invoker. And then that means that the push gets delayed. And then you wonder, are we going to get to use this Aegis? And Hector says, yes, I will walk up the stairs myself if I have to.
Oh my God,
and that's what I'm doing.
Look at Hector.
Hello, come home. You will go back to your base and respect my authority.
He is the most alone that I've ever seen a Bristleback.
It's not across the river.
They're pinging him desperately. Please, sir. Divine Llama's getting close, but he is literally completely alone here. Shards, they're trying to get there to help out. Hector, ooh, Bloodstone. Yeah, and Silence, he's fine. I mean, he had his BKB the entire time too, but
you know,
he took a tower.
He might not have played that many Bristleback games, but he definitely understands the Bristleback mentality, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how many times have you guys had your Bristleback just feel totally invincible and then just go feed? You know, they all do it. So.
That's true.
Even Hector's apparently susceptible.
Listen, as soon as you get
look at this. East Coast, wrapping from behind. They go for the wave. Are they going to fight actual heroes too, though?
Gem down on the ground. They kill the courier that had Gem. Now Lumpy finds one more kill. Tries to back out of there for the moment. Over and very far is this Void Spirit. Will manage to get some separation and get out of there. Pyke turns, breaks, hits, damage, out, but already dead on moves. And now has to get away. Hurricane Pyke to create some separation. He's still fine.
They don't have to fight. They killed the wave.
Yeah?
They are not committed to this at all.
Listen, once Hector sees red, that's all he knows.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, pulls it back and he's gone! Hector goes down once, and now they have Black Hole ready.
And pierce the veil.
Got to be careful. Damage is out. Vitaly already on top of him. Has the Black Hole connection. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? It looks like the answer is yes.
Oh, the BKB's there from Vitaly, protected from the tornado. You can't cheat death.
Oh my god.
They take them down. They break this lead down to 3K, and the whole concept of this draft is now in danger for the side of Heroic. Like, there's a reason that Hector's trying to run it down mid.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, they did get the gem. It's on Vitaly now, so that's even more of that gold swing. I mean, also, you take a look at it, the, Void Spirit picking up the Deso. Although Misho, now they turn, he tries to show up. Analog, BKB, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Vitaly is going to die with no BKB of his own. BKB used on the Marcy, and now turns to fight Divine Llama, ready to jump forward. Blink done! Oh, these heroes. Gem's still on the ground, got to go pick that one up with Moose. But you can see the power of the Beast Coast draft.
I have to give some credit to Vitaly too as well on that initial base defense, because you think about how many times we've seen these Enigma players just not quite be able to get the Black Hole, right? Like, It's a classic story where everyone's like, saving Black Hole for next game?
Right.
I know my Twitch chat, and I don't blame them, because that mentality is very easy to fall into as the Enigma players, but he gets the BKB, he waits, and he actually gets the connection that they desperately needed on the high ground. Oof. This is that potential that we always want to see in the hero that he finds. Then he feeds down mid right after, but before that, very good.
Some good stuff indeed. You saw there that jump away from the Void Spirit before the hook shot came in. Now they back out. No Divine Llama online, and they've cut this lead down to less than 1,000 gold.
Yep.
Look at that swing.
And Lumpy getting a huge talent there on the level 20 as well. So he has the Astral Step charge restore time. So with his build, with the Deso and everything.
Oh, amp damage.
Way harder to catch. And yeah, he's got the big damage.
Assimilate out for a moment. Kills off everything. And our Heroic going to try and fight into this. Of course, you can tornado that amp damage off if he gets a little bit too big for his britches. But it looks like this is just going to be one used to farm. Clear out the vision and maybe try and make a play for next Roche. 2.5 minutes till it's capable of respawning.
Vitaly finds a very late Wisdom Rune there. It's been marinating for 4 minutes.
Smoke up. Hector leading the charge.
They're sending the spiders up top as well, just to try and make sure that they can figure out what's going on. And also put some pressure on that top lane.
They have BKB Black Hole back up again. A Pike, very close to getting caught there. Yeah, you can see this decision going back for the Boots of Bearing on the Enigma. It's much slower than it normally is because people tend to prioritize that item much more frequently. In this game, he recognized, I need to get to the BKB Black Hole to try and set up. And of course, the Spirit Vessel as well to deal with this Bristle.
Yeah, just to save this game here. Another anti-Bristle item picked up here, the Scotty. Nearly complete for Lumpy. As they will hit the Sunstrike there to, again, get another Tormentor for Heroic. And that's going to give the jetpack over to Schofield as he celebrates by zooming around a little bit.
It does raise some interesting questions, though, about where this game goes over the next few minutes, right? Because, I mean, I think also we were praising Vitaly, but it was also Marcy a lot. Like the disposes to pull that Bristle out of position, being able to go in pretty, like the fact that he's only died 4 times is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and he's out here trying to get this Basher as well.
Yeah. Fear, push back. Ooh, forces the BKB, backs away.
Okay, that's 90 seconds now, where Hector is just not going to want to fight.
And full Scotty done. Hector finishes the Abyssal Blade. I don't know, this is getting to that territory where they have the items that they need to deal with the Bristleback. Yep. Heroic did not build up enough of a lead or really take the high ground in a meaningful way. Have they extended this game long enough on the side of Beast Coast?
Yeah, again, it's going to be, I think this time they are definitely ready to fight the Aegis, I would hope. I think that you have the advantage there with your lineup. Should feel pretty good. It's just about getting the positioning, which means getting the waves pushed out to a point where you feel comfortable enough to actually just sit around that Roach pit. 20 seconds till we find out when it's going to spawn. But knowing that there's no Bristle, you know there's not going to be some big team fight that they're going to try and be pushing for here on the side of Heroic without that BKB. And yeah, they have 1 Spirit Vessel charge on the Enigma. We still have that Shadow Cleanse to worry about, though.
Oh, yeah.
So there is some protection there, but in combination with the Scotty, the single target damage that comes out from the Muerta and the Marcy, Hector, yeah, definitely not the big bristle you're hoping for. Is once again, they will get another Tormentor. And they've already finished their shard, so it's just for the gold.
And you know, for as much as we've seen and talked about the potential of Analog in this game, I feel like out of the Invoker, he hasn't really been able to get into fights in a way that we felt his impact as much as we have in other games. I think just some of the problem of the matchup that they've got, Pyke immediately there. There's the root connection, jump forward, he pops the BKB, backs away. That's Pierce the Veil already used.
I think it's been the inability to lock down Lumpy that's made it really hard, because he can't position well in these fights. He can't really go for the Blink Dagger on the Invoker currently because he's kind of pressured and getting this right-click damage as well. Now that's lockdown, but they can't follow it up.
There's nobody else there. The rest of the team wasn't in position or wasn't ready. And
yeah, El Misho's in that Roche Pit. He's waiting.
The big wraparound coming now. Heroic.
There was a line drawn, though, and the Flare's going to give it away for sure.
You know where they're at now. Smoke breaking by Moose. Pings, 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 ping, 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 ping.
The gem is sitting on Lumpy right now, so he's the one who's got the chance to find analogs. He's running around here. Invis does come out now.
El Misho still smoked. They're killing off the spiders. And now look at him. Look at Hector. Hector's running in towards mid to take the racks to force them back. So Hector is going to force all of Beast Coast back to base. And that might open up an opportunity for Heroic to take it.
Running.
Although, yeah, they can't go all the way for it. So now they're the ones with the advanced position. Lumpy is still very far forward.
Oh, Schofield.
This is scary stuff.
It's caught by the Aether. Well, he's jetpacking.
Roche is still up here for a long time, and they're just barely dealing with the creeps in base, but that's Vitaly out of there. Vitaly is not in this fight. Moves, he's going to get caught. Heroic. They have played this Aegis perfectly. Playing around the pit, forcing back Beast Coast. A heads-up play by Hector, and Vitaly can't deal with this creep waves. There's so much.
Yeah, very good macro plays here from Heroic, just forcing them all over the map right now. And it's crazy that they actually got the range racks as well as setting up for this Aegis for themselves. Heroic putting themselves back in control of this game, needing this Aegis and Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. Is Hector going to take that and sell his other one? Oh my god.
That's too much.
Surely not.
Oh, we have an Invoker. Let's go. Wombo combo. Oh.
Schofield. Interesting. He's thinking about it.
Oh, he takes it. Oh,
all right.
Takes the overclocking.
I mean, it's pretty great for keeping pressure on the side lanes. It does so much.
Yeah, they don't really have good setup for Cataclysm this game. They don't really have any AoE team fight setup, so it's kind of understandable.
Right. So
that's a lot of
Heroic
pressure.
Make an incredibly good macro play of pulling Beast Coast around the map.
Oh, Schofield, he dusts. He runs into two, though, and tossed. No Ags opportunity on that one.
Oh, wow. Okay. These pick-off... I mean, I think this, again, gives more credence to the idea that if you're Heroic, I think you really need to try and end this game around this Aegis. You made a solid play. You pulled yourself back into it. You have a Hex now on Invoker. I feel like you got to make a move. And you can see they're drawing on the map. We need to go. Can Beast Coast hold out against this pressure that they have to know is coming? They're underneath a ward here, too. Ike's into it. Everything is fine. As we are getting ready to hop back into this game. Doing the running man. It's kind of like
running over to the camera.
I'm glad I didn't take my jacket off. Don't worry, we're going to get right back into this game.
It's paused.
It is paused. Oh, you're right. It is.
Yep.
Man.
Oh, okay, so they had a Bristol lineup. Hector was kind of crazy, and then he sorted himself out, and he wasn't quite as crazy. And then his craziness was even better and helped out there.
That's right. XD, that's fine. This happens. Happens to the best of us. Where is the positioning right now?
Hector, okay, what can they actually see? They don't know that he's super mega alone.
That's true.
But, and he also has an Aegis. It's probably not worth it. It's a Bristleback with 3,724 HP.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Hector's face says it all.
I think that there is like something to be said for if the rest of the team can get there, like taking a fight around Hector. I don't know if they're going to try and go for him though. Is there any chance that they try and go?
Nah. We shake hands and walk away. You know, that's all we're doing here. Shake hands and walk it off.
Okay. Okay, Trent.
Yeah, that's the play.
They're like Clockwork's dead too, so they know that there's no black hole breaking.
Shake hands and walk away. Okay?
They're getting back into it. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, we're just going to shake hands.
That's right.
And then what are we going to do?
Walk away.
Walk away. That's right.
Shake hands and walk away. Maybe a high five?
A high five would also be acceptable, but that takes too long.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, everybody reconnecting to the game. I mean, the reality, too, is that the team was basically as far away as they were the entire time. This was a decision to run up here and try and take this fight. The Hex was done, too, on the Invoker, if I remember correctly.
What happened to his haste rune? I mean, it must have run out.
On Hector?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought I had longer left. But we missed a few seconds there.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of running away in a weird spot. That must have been like 3 seconds, maybe?
Something like that.
Because Moose and Pike moved pretty far, didn't they? Weren't they like coming down the stairs into the hot tub?
They were just about there.
Yeah.
Oh, still a couple of people that need to get disconnected. I mean, so let's just talk real quickly about the sort of grand scope of this game.
Okay.
I felt like there was a chance that Heroic were just going to completely run away with it. Do you think they're in a position with this Aegis now where, like, they need to get this done because it becomes too hard later? Or do you think that, like, they're going to have chances no matter how late it goes in this game?
I think they'll have chances as late as it goes. I think the Muerta becomes more and more difficult to deal with.
Okay.
The more items she has, and the more items her teammates have in terms of, like, saves from the Tusk, and Marcy locking people down with bashers and just making her life easier so she's connecting more with this basher.
So the items that you're getting on Beast Coast start to hurt more than the items you're getting on Heroic.
Yeah, but your Invoker's also only level 18. Like, there's still a lot of growth left in Analog. He has that Scythe already, so I think that, yeah, he's the one that kind of takes over for Heroic, right, as the game goes later.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's, like, over if they don't end on this Aegis. I do think that the game moves more into Beast Coast's direction, generally. Okay. But there's also so many individual plays that can change that, right? Like, it's Enigma is always kind of a high risk, high reward. Like, if he just keeps missing black holes throughout the rest of the game or something, then yeah, you're not going to win.
Right.
Doesn't matter how favored parts of your draft is.
And I guess that there is that other element too, where if you're talking about, you know, it can become harder to deal with late game, then maybe you don't want to force the issue too much with the Aegis. You don't want to force this Aegis too hard, because if you do and you make it a bad play, it's going to be really, really bad. As we did get a quick resume, but they're going to come back in. Sorry. They are fixing a TeamSpeak issue from what I can hear. All right. There's just, you know, some friendly banter. It's fine. I'm not going to try and translate.
No, Hector's taking off the headset, so he definitely was not ready.
Yeah.
So, accidental there. As they're currently just setting up some communication issues. They're getting that all done.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, we are, again, just waiting for the all clear and all good to go. But we can talk a little bit more about just sort of the experience for these two teams of, like, coming in not necessarily as like an underdog on the side of Beast Coast, but coming as the team that's gotten repeatedly beaten down to death.
Yeah.
And now, after, like, getting beaten by this team over and over again in qualifiers and everything else, they're on the verge of potentially being able to make this upset happen in game number 1.
Yeah, it's always interesting when it's a regional, right? It's great. So
yeah.
I mean, it's an upset after the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes even. You could say they were kind of being beaten down again, I would say.
Oh, okay.
In terms of, it was not looking great, right? Like, Bristle was starting to do the march there. You have this Broodmother who's a terrifying hero as they're taking over the map like they were. So already I think they've kind of gotten that a little bit out of their system. Being able to fight back, got to have some confidence here. Moving forward again, I would say that Beast Coast have already proved to themselves that they can definitely take these fights. They can take on this team.
Okay.
So once we get going again,
It's going to be
They're
great.
going to look to prove that.
Yeah, they're going to look to prove it. Man, I will say that also, like, the idea to come out with the first pick Enigma overall and then just say, come and deal with us, and then they dealt with the Bristleback lane, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, he's, despite like getting pretty far ahead in the net worth and everything, I think that could have been a lot worse. Again, more credit to Moose for blocking those camps and just telling the team, like, hey, I need to deal with this. I need to slow this down. Frustrating KJs. He tries to create this giant piggy bank for his Bristleback. That never comes to be. And just the general like confidence of defending your high ground. But also, Heroic on the other side, like they keep pushing this tempo and saying that we understand that we do want to end this on the earlier end. And we know they are pretty powerful right now. So he's just running high ground as Hector. Pretty good stuff so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the funny thing too, right? Because like Hector's got the scene red facet, so he's literally just seeing like only the thing in front of him, and then he just starts slamming on the tier 3 tower when there's no teammates anywhere around him at all.
It's okay, it's land though, so he just has to look back.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's something I hadn't thought
activate
about.
the facet. You just kind of look over at your ally there.
I
see
feel
what's
like that
going on.
can't be good though, right?
It's fine. Position 5 player, right?
Okay.
Someone's dead, they can just follow you, right?
Turn their monitor a little bit.
Yeah,
so you can
like
see
you're
better.
dead, so you just follow the Bristlebacks. They know what to do.
Okay, I like that. That sounds good. I also, I mean, again, I don't want to harp too much on like praising the Beast Coast players, but I feel like the Marcy was the other one to me that like set up for a couple of those clutch turning point fights.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think sometimes Marcy ends up being like a sidekick bot, and you know, and it feels like sidekick is like the main aspect that you're actually benefiting from this hero. But El Micho is going way beyond that.
Oh yeah,
jumping into the important moments, getting these kills on the Broodmother in the middle lane.
I'm seeing some typing, and I think that we're getting close, Trent.
How close?
We're really, really
Want to
close.
make some promises to the people?
No. No, I think that it's one of those moments where you just like, again, you see at the beginning of every single match, there's always like a check to make sure this is good, check to make this is good. And then invariably when you get into a game, they're still going to pause and be like, we need to make more changes. But they're back at it and they go on Hector. BKB. Ooh, Hector's still sticking around.
That was the handshake.
That was the handshake and then the walk away. Can they take the fight now, though? Very little committed to get the BKB out of this Bristle. And on the hunt, Invoker shows in the mid lane.
The scan hits. They know they're coming here. Divine Llama getting it spotted.
There it is. Dust out. Pike finds him. Break. Chase. BKB used again.
They're on Hector at the same time.
Not an easy one to make happen, but the silence is there. Lumpy pops the Manta, tries to back away, needs to jump. He gets out. Schofield not going to commit the hook shot there on to the Void Spirit.
Just that same time where they were fighting the mid, Lumpy was just standing on a staircase directly above Hector. But really just did not want to risk it unless they were super confident they were going to get that kill.
Device going for a Basher too.
Oh yeah, going for another Abyssal. Stack him up with the Bristleback.
Well, it's interesting because I feel like the choice there is like Abyssal or Hex, right? And Hex feels like the more immediate, easy to get like kill for the Void Spirit, but he wants to be able to stand toe-to-toe and right-click people to death.
Analog?
Pike, jump in, silence.
I got him.
Connection, damage, dead shot, it's there. Is it going to be enough? Second dead shot, he's gone.
Now Hector's in.
He's in very far, silenced already.
Seconds.
He needs it just a little bit longer, 5 seconds away. And realizing this, they're going to back out. They also had the Demonic Cleanse used, but that's Invoker dead. And another 30 seconds to 50 seconds where this Aegis is not going to be used.
Yeah, there's a delay, more and more.
Or Hector decides to run it. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need another core.
Silver Edge is coming in.
Pike moves in. There it is. Caught. Gleipnir. BKB out. Dude, it is... There's not a ton of deaths. You know, 32 and 41 minutes. It's decent. But there's been a lot of fighting.
And they're smoking. They're still chasing here. Lumpy's got his jumps. He's looking.
Vitali blinks forward. Clockwork the one to be interrupting all of this. And Stun is out. Dead on the clock. Vitali's still hunting.
Oh, Divine Llama getting greedy.
And finds him. Forces out the BKB, but look at the deeps. Pretty
get back there
stuff.
with the Trickster Cloak.
El Micho has the Ancient Guardian there. That is, I mean, he's got damage now.
Yeah, he was thinking about a Daedalus. Still has it queued up.
Everybody wants to be a carry.
I mean, when there's this much gold on the map, why not?
True.
All right, well, 30 seconds left on this Aegis. I think it's not going high ground, this one.
True.
I think we can say that pretty confidently here. So time's delayed once again here for Heroic, as Hector is going to walk directly into 2 of them.
Vitaly is there.
He's so alone.
Broken, dead.
He's so ready to use this Aegis.
Are they going to go for more? Lumpy trying to find KJ. They can't get in time, but there it is. The hook shot. That breaks it. It gets Hector out of trouble, but Schofield, he's going to pay the price.
Vitaly dying.
Backing away. Divine Llama jump in, find that spider. Instead, they get the bigger target in the analog. Now, Hector does manage to kill the Enigma, but he is all alone. Now, if there is one hero that you want to be all alone, it could be Bristleback.
Yeah, they're just going to ignore him, though.
Run down the lane.
There is no buyback on this Invoker right now.
800 gold away from having it. And as they get ready to start spamming down this lane...
I mean, they know there's no cleanse.
Yeah. Doesn't have anything to help keep them alive here. There's the BKB turnaround, and now Hector has to play, well, I was going to say really safe, but he kind of runs in. Does not have BKB now. Gonna pop the Bristleback. There is the punch, and now the shards, now the connection. Pulling him in closer and closer. Feared. Down to about a third of his HP. Still feeling strong and in charge. Pike has to back away.
Schofield
goes forward. Break done! Schofield looks for the hookshot connection. Takes him down. What a hit! Schofield with the blade mail, making good use of it, but does he have enough damage to get him out alive? No. Still, that was so necessary.
Oh, that triple flare was so good.
Pike takes a lot of damage there. Sunstrike! Woo! Just out of their butt! The Shadow Demon! Illusions! You gotta be kidding me, KJ!
To survive the Sunstrike and just die from the disruption?
But from the vision of the Sunstrike. The supports,
insanity.
dude. The supports.
They did it all. 7,605 experience for the Clockwork. Excuse me, sir? That's a lot of experience to get in one team fight.
And now look, like there's going to be no black hole here, but they don't have Hector. I mean, I don't know what.
7,000 experience?
19 to 24.
He's the same level as Analog.
Yeah, KJ is above him.
KJ's 21. What is happening?
I mean,
he's above Divine Llama.
These supports, dude, there's something else. Blink Dagger, Greaves, and a Dream.
Their cores.
And look at
He was
Schofield.
level 16 before this.
Bow, 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 bow. They got him.
Unbelievable. And the blade mail to the itemization, just perfect for what he's seeing Beast Coast do here. And being godlike with the double kill there on Pike. But KJ just disrupts him. And these illusions, they just don't want to give up.
Right.
It's so casual the way they just walk after him.
Oh, and then the Sunstrike, he dodges that, but then the vision from the Sunstrike means illusions can hit.
Insane.
Oh, jeez.
Actually unbelievable. Now we're all resetting here. And our Roche clock is a little messed up. Oh, wait, we got the other clock. Excellent.
Of course.
My in-game one's messed up.
Sounds like a skill issue for you.
Yeah, that's what it is. Not a reconnecting issue.
As we do have a minute 18 on the Roche respawn. Where are we going to go next? I mean, the Hex is there. I mean, it's a testament to how much room they still have to grow that Invoker is still sitting on a Wraith Band. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a set crit too. Like, he can still get very, very big on this hero, but it's going to come down to them winning some fights. And, well, finding El Misho, that's a great way to start. Abyssal Wave, but the snowball save. Lumpy up on the high ground trying to beat into Divine Llama. Has to assimilate, back away. El Misho, he's in trouble. Hector tries to chase. They get him away. Pike running in with that Silver Edge. Do they want to go onto anybody? Hector's right there, broken, punching, pierce the veil, black hole, damage out, but disruption, the save coming from KJ keeps Hector alive, but it's not going to be for long enough. Now the turn, Divine Llama trying to get out. They find the Shadow Demon, get that kill, no buyback on the Bristle, and Devi takes the northern route to get himself out of trouble. Is it going to be enough to get him all the way out of their shards? Just a little off the mark. Lumpy looking, hunting. Devi, he gets out.
Nothing they could do.
Oh, man, less than 1,000 gold. And look at that swing.
Just the damage in these clumped up team fights from the Void Spirit is just ridiculous. 3 Resonant Pulses, 3 Aether Remnants, 2 Dissimulates, 5 Astral Steps.
Yeah.
Like, Void Spirit, I mean, this is why we saw people tinkering with our Battle Fury Void Spirits, right?
Right, of course.
This damage you can get to is absolutely ridiculous.
We have just this roller coaster ride of a net worth and win probability chart.
Oh, can I get a parting shot? Or the kick.
The parting shot is really interesting. I think that is super underrated.
I mean, he is a Muerta player, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the Muerta players know how to use it. It's not just the casual Muertas, but he passes it off. He gave it to the Enigma. Which, honestly, fair enough. That one is also ridiculous. That's the black hole where it now has this non-interrupting pull that pulls you in. It's really difficult to deal with, especially as Shadow Demon, right? Because you kind of have to get a little bit close to go for that disruption save, and maybe you're going to get the save, but there's a very good chance you get pulled in after.
This was, what, 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, that was the win probability. The swing back goes the other way. It's also the percentage of max HP that's dealt as damage as well.
Yeah.
So you've got like sort of this dual amount of deeps that are coming out onto Heroic, and going to be difficult for them to deal with. All of Radiant have their shards already, but the Tormentor gives a little bit of extra gold to all of them.
Interesting that Schofield picks up the Yules, but then is thinking about a Scythe after. I thought maybe he was trying to go for a full-on Wind Waker decision since we're hitting this late game, but just wants the Yules instead. Just trying to deal with this AoE silences, I suppose, because he doesn't have his own Dispel yet.
And this full Refresher. Also taking the Ninja Gear, but keeping that Enchanted Quiver in inventory for once he pops the smoke.
And still missing some shards here. 3 of them, actually.
El Misho?
Now just 2, as it'll go to the Marcy here. Not bad. Very good for the initiations, because you can jump off the enemies. It's not so great in terms of like the start of the fight in the late game, but in the middle of the fight, there's a lot more opportunities to make something happen by jumping off an enemy.
You remember when she just got that naturally?
Yeah.
And
her ult shard was also terrible to compensate, in fairness.
Right, where she like throws them.
Yeah. I wanted the Helm Marcy to work where you threw your creep, but you know what? That's just bad.
The lifesteal would be pretty big if Pyke was able to get the shard.
Yeah, he's a little too rich for that, though. Right. Still have to work on the Void Spirit.
Well, and all of the Tormentors got stolen from him, so making it even tougher. So Blink now done on Invoker, so they have Blink Hex as an option.
I think this has been the biggest struggle for Analog. Is just the actual positioning in the team fights.
Yeah. And we know what this player can do if he gets into good position, if he gets the items that he needs. In the late game, he is a monster.
That's always the good thing and the bad thing about Invoker is that quite literally every team fight you could have played better on Invoker.
Right.
Like there's always something you could have done better. On a lot of heroes, maybe you can make a little tweak here or there, but you pretty much just got to hit your 3 spells and you're good. Invoker is just the infinite possibilities. And having the Blink Dagger is just going to try and give you the best chances there to utilize that to the maximum potential.
Bottom lane going to push in. And something that we've already seen as an issue has been Beast Coast being able to deal with these wave shutout. But now with a 10k gold lead off the back of this Aegis, question is how do Heroic deal with this pressure? Ward dropped down pretty far back. Pyke still invis here.
I think they're going to struggle to get a good fight with Hector. Like, how do you actually get Hector into a good spot for the fight? I almost feel like he needs a blink, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he has this Abyssal, but if Beast Coast with this gold lead, they just do not want to give you a good chance. So, I mean, Blink Dagger is you solving your own problem, but ideally he's going to try and rely on his teammates. Like, now there's a Blink Dagger on Analog. Schofield, being a Clockwork, it's going to be up to them to create the situation where Hector can get these ridiculous plays like Game of the Bristleback.
You know how Clockwork has the hook up facet? He needs like the bring a friend facet.
Okay, that's too far.
You just like grab somebody on the way.
The backpack facet you can pop on.
I like that.
Hitch a ride. It's actually pretty good. I like this.
11,000 gold lead. Enigma Refresher and Muerta Refresher. We also saw just a second ago that it is the Clockwork True Sight talent for the flares. So with all of those extra flares that are getting thrown out, he will be able to find that Muerta more often than not.
Yep, quite good in this one.
But it does feel like we've sort of settled down as the Aegis is about to be reclaimed. Beast Coast, well, regrouping together with only 14 seconds left. This is a pretty bold move right here. The Aegis is about to be down.
They found Vitaly?
Going around the side, they find a BKB black hole. Do they know about the refresher? Already Divine Llama trying to heal back up through all of this. They have a second salvo if they want it. The Clockwork dead with Brood also gone, and Invoker just getting whittled down.
Vitaly's not ready yet.
They're not quite in position. They got to be careful. Hector, he's turning Bloodstone. Good heals is out. The damage is almost enough. Lumpy barely able to get away from that, but finally will be brought down. Walks forward, Vitaly. He gets the kill, but 4 buybacks as they're going to run forward and try and catch him. Can they get the rest of these heroes? It's pretty good to get Pyke. 2 more buybacks come from Beast Coast. And a very, very tense moment in this game.
Yeah, they do not want to have to buy back here on Pyke. Vitaly's able to save that next black hole, forces out the buyback, so he has that trump card here. How much can you push this heroic? I think they have to try and force it.
Yeah, you can't just let the Muerta get a free round of not having to use buyback now. Because they need her damage to get the kills, I feel like. The problem is that if you end up putting yourself in a position where she does buy back, you're probably going to die, and then you're dead without buyback, unless they find him right down here to the south. They force staff silence. Abyssal blade damage out. It is a black hole onto this Bristleback, and he's gone. If they don't get Lumpy now, it's all over. Lumpy gets away. Invoker is going to fall. And with that, 4 heroes dead, no buyback. Beast Coast can just run it down the lanes.
Apparently you can cheat death. I don't know how Lumpy got out of that one. Somehow manages to escape so many heroes around him, but just getting the perfect amount of survivability, and as well as Vitaly lurking around nearby, it just goes to rip the black hole there onto Hector, and they have the damage to finish him.
Unreal. I mean, the panel said it, the coach said it, everybody said it. This was a Void Spirit game. Lumpy made his plays, and with that, Beast Coast move up 1-0 in this series as we head back to the panel.
What a thrilling end to this game, number one. It felt like at any point, either team could have been able to take it. Obviously, in high spirits, if you are Beast Coast, being able to close that one out. However, on the side of Heroic, you guys were doing really great out of this laning phase. I thought that this was going to be that snowball that we talked about, this Bristleback hitting a lot of timings. Jenkins, you seem in despair.
Oh, don't throw to me first.
I don't know if you're a Heroic fan or if it's because it took every buyback in the book to be able to close out the game.
Okay, listen. Let me just put this out here, okay? Fear, I know that you will agree with me. These are our South American brothers. You know, NA and SA. NA and SA have been tight for a long time. We all play on the same server. You want to see them do well. Oh my God, this game was chaotic. This is what we expected, just an absolute bloodbath. For some reason, when these teams play each other, they just stop playing Dota like they would play against other teams, and it's just a pub. There were so many supports running in first and getting picked off when they have an Aegis. There was also clutch plays with like the Sunstrike here on Pyke, and then the Disseminate Illusions or whatever, Promulgate Illusions, you know, killing him in the trees, like both ways. And it just kind of makes me wish, like, why can't you guys just do one? Why not just do the clutch plays and then be normal? But it's SA Dota, it's SA versus SA. This is exactly what we expected. It was complete chaos. I think generally Heroic is going to feel a lot worse about this. Like, this is a really tough thing to recover from, and a lot of pressure is going to be on their coach because they had like a 10k gold lead exiting the laning phase. And the only matches that I ever see where it's a 10k gold lead outside of laning phase and it doesn't just end in the next like 15 minutes is Herald matches. It's Herald matches in SA versus SA where it's just complete like pub chaos. But like I said, there's clutch plays. Like the black holes in this game were absolutely amazing in the late game.
It was refreshing for the viewers as well, all right? We got over a kill a minute here. There was a lot going on. Everyone expending buybacks towards this later half of the game here. We put everything out there, really tried their best. It wasn't enough, unfortunately. But what really ultimately started this comeback for Beast Coast Fear? Like, what was the first little bit that goes, okay, our carry's kind of getting a little bit of farm
Fear,
here?
what was it? Go ahead.
Basically, all right, so in this particular game, it really just came down to when Pyke was going to be ready. If you look at their lineup, it is really tailored around making sure this Morta had lots of farm. They did have, like, the Marcy, which can add a buff onto the Morta, and the Tusk, something we didn't really talk about at the beginning of this game. You just put both those buffs onto your Morta, and she just shreds, and at some point she ended up going 16-3 with 64,000 hero damage. And I did want to touch on just, like, Beast Coast. This is their first win against Heroic. First map win against Heroic this entire year. And that is like got to be very inspirational for them going into this next one. And this really shows like this regional like superiority we talked about. It's purely just in regional. Like we saw it last year as well, where it was like C9 and Shopify just gatekeeping Nouns, and the Nouns just did better at them at TI. This could be a similar situation where Beast Coast doesn't get a lot of time like on LAN, and they just look really good here, finally beating Heroic as well. So hats off to them for that one. It wasn't the cleanest game ever, as we did see. We also talked about, or I think it was Winter?
Yeah, it was
Was
Winter.
this the first Abyssal Blade? There are 2 Abyssal Blades in the same game. So that is definitely very interesting. Heroes like Bristleback do like buying them. Usually
3, actually. Devi also had one on the Brood.
3, all right.
Yeah.
And then Marcy, you usually don't see it because typically you don't see Marcy with this much farm. So really good job by El Micho to get that net worth.
Do you want to talk about the Abyssal Blade a little bit, Winter, then?
I mean, it's
Tell us why
just
you're
an
surprised.
item that you don't see much because all the carries get range, you know. Why are you buying Abyssal Blades? The only reason you would want to try to buy Abyssal Blades or maybe attempt to buy a Basher on supports because you want to cancel Black Hole. I think that's part of the reason why they got their Abyssal Blades. And this game, you know, very exciting game. But when you look at the fundamental aspect of the game, you see a lot of like flaws, you know. Like how Heroic, they had a big lead. They kind of didn't really utilize the lead a lot. They were not grouping up together as well as they could around the pipe, around the Bristleback. Like you see him, like he has A gaze, he's alone, he doesn't care, you know, like what his teammates are doing. He's just like hitting the tower on his own. Like, that's just not something that you should see happening. Even though he couldn't die, but you shouldn't do that, you know. Like it's a fundamental thing. Everyone should be there. Supports are like, I think Jenkins already mentioned, supports are dying across the map. It's just not really structured, you know, around someone. And eventually their lineup just expired, you know. They can't really go late game into the Muerta, and you have the Black Hole, sure, you have the Clockwork to stop that, but you can't really rely on the Clockwork every single time, you know. As soon as the Clockwork dies, nobody's there to stop the Black Hole. Then you're relying on the Abyssal Blades to cancel the Black Hole. Then you're gonna have to think about, oh, maybe we need an Aether Lens on top of the Abyssal Blade to get the Abyssal Blade off on the
that's
on the
scuffed.
Black Hole.
That's scuffed. I mean, you could even see in the late game, in the final fight, actually, Schofield and Devi tried to full to 0 the Enigma before he could get anything off. They tried with the Abyssal Blade that we talked about, and then Devi clearly was hoping for a bash with his Broodmother. Didn't have the attack speed, got unlucky, whatever. I'd like to hear his take on it, because you could see that that's what they were going for. But he was able to turn around and get off the double Black Hole, which sealed the deal for the game. And I think anytime you have these chaotic fights going on where, like, you know, Hector is like pushing too far forward and his team isn't really backing him up, then it will always favor the team with Enigma, because a Black Hole with a Midnight Pulse with one extra hero hitting, it doesn't matter who you are, Bristleback, whatever, you're gonna die.
I mean, it's not just the Enigma. I think in this matchup specifically, what I felt like is whoever has the better late game is just gonna eventually win, because it's such a scrappy matchup. Like a lot of like mistakes are gonna happen. So whoever is gonna have more security in the late game is just gonna feel better overall throughout the game.
Because it's gonna go there.
Yeah. So going into the next game, I feel like we're gonna see probably a lot of very greedy heroes, late game heroes. Teams are gonna try to structure their draft around the late game.
Oh, wow. We might see them double down, go for an even longer game. While we're, you know, on the topic of this Brood, though, and the item builds that are going on, let's talk specifically about the Vilama's Brood here. Jenkins, when it came out in the draft, you weren't really confident on Devi's Brood, like if it was going to be the performance that he needed, everything around this lineup. And I mean, outside the Abyssal, let's talk about what he built and how useful it was, and if that is something that most Brood mothers are winning with.
Sure. I mean, Devi Lama, in general, I'm confident in him as a player. He's improved a lot. He's gotten really high MMR. However, for a long time in his competitive history, he has been a very specialty player. Like, I genuinely think that he is one of the top 3 Timbersaws on the planet. This is what gave him his like claim to fame originally. And Broodmother just isn't in like his top 15 heroes. So anytime I see a player who was fairly recently a specialty player and they're playing something new, he probably, and this is what makes him like competitive right now and a tier 1 player, he has like 5 to 10 heroes he's extremely good at. But when you're getting to that 15 mark, that's when you're starting to really dig deep. And Ari is another player who we saw slowly increase his hero pool. At some point, he was just a Marcy spammer. At another point, he was like Marcy and Willow. And then he slowly improved it to the point where he joined OG and went from being a tier 2 player, losing in Div 2, to winning Div 2, to winning Div 1. And Devi, same sort of story. He started in Div 2, slowly worked his way up as he increased his hero pool. And just like I said, Broodmother is just not in that. I did like his rotation to the bot lane, where he just moved there and put pressure. I thought that was good. He had like 3 heroes sitting in front of him. They couldn't do anything. However, going into the late game, I didn't feel that much of an impact from the Broodmother.
It was never supposed to go to the late game, for the Brood and Bristleback. They probably should have ended when he has like pipe. They go up the high ground. Bristleback was so fat, and the game should have just finished, or at least they would have had a decisive lead there.
Yeah.
But it ended it went to the late game, and that is like a really big problem, for their lineup.
Yeah, I would definitely say as well that Broodmother is the hero. You have to have a team that knows how to. Laning wasn't super strong. I feel like that Brood was supposed to counter the Morta. It was a counter pick. It ended up not doing that at all. I feel like Devi had a pretty rough laning stage, but I also feel like the supports didn't rotate enough to his lane to really shut them down. They did come back in this game. I was very impressed by Beast Coast. They actually won lanes that I feel like they weren't going to win. The Enigma got a lot of farm in it. The Morta shut down the Brood in the laning stage as well. Of course, that like early mid game, they faltered a little bit and Heroic came back. And of course, into the ultra late game, they just had the better heroes into this one. So I feel like for Heroic, I agree. Brood is a very specialty type hero. Everyone has to know how this hero functions.
Especially on this patch.
Yes.
It's not like it was on the last patch where it's just Imba.
And there's his hero pool of heroes we normally see. I mean, when I think this patch as well, I definitely think Devi Lama playing Centaur. Unfortunately, not the best win rate with it. I'm glad that Slark, he got out of his system. Hope we don't see it again type of situation. Visage, like he can play. Doom looks good. Marcy, we also saw a really bad Marcy game. I feel like Devi Lama is really trying to figure out himself. He's doing a lot of soul searching, figuring out what heroes he wants to play. A lot of games here, not a lot of wins.
Is he just not a Mars player or anything like that? Because that's another hero that offlaners are really enjoying, and I feel like most offlaners, I'm not going to say all, because I do know that there's some offlaners in this tournament
I feel like
that don't play
the way
it.
he plays the game and the way he approaches the game is not like a traditional offlaner. Mars is like, you always talk about Mars with, this is like the general stable offlaner. He's going to give you some initiation. He's decent in the lane. He does some damage, but not a lot. But he doesn't really... he's not the hero that wins you the game eventually. He can make moves, but he's not the hero that wins you the game. And whereas when I look at how Devi Lama plays, he's always trying to do something that would win the game. So he's a very polarizing offlane player.
So just to give some stats on Devi, he is a Mars player. It's his second most played hero in competitive. Timber is his most played hero in competitive.
Which, by the way, both of these went uncontested in Game 1 draft. Neither pick nor ban.
I'm very surprised by the Timber.
Just not even looked at.
That really shocks me that he's not playing that. He might go back to Comfort. But he has 100 matches on Timber with a 65% win rate.
That's phenomenal. And you're talking just competitive.
Yes, 48 matches on Mars with a 47% win rate. So he's got double the amount of games on his most played hero and a 65% win rate. Like, this guy is insanely good at Timber. And he plays Mars. It's his second most played hero. So we definitely can say that he plays Mars. The question is, like, was this on a prior patch where the hero's different? What is his, like, vibe read on Mars right now? How does it slot into the team?
So you think it's more about he feels like the game is different now. So he's not playing the hero, not because he can't play the hero, but he's seeing himself in a different role in the team now.
I think he saw Gaiman play Brood versus Morta and actually destroy a Morta, and he wanted to play that Brood versus Morta and destroy a Morta.
But that's Ace. Ace will play Brood if Brood is bad. And Brood is bad. I'm just going to say, Brood is not a good hero. This is only a specialty hero right now, in my opinion.
Look, it's something that they tried. They'd seen it work for another team. Unfortunately, it did not work out here for Heroic at all. They are one game away from elimination. We've already talked about that we would like to see Devi back on that comfort for himself a little bit more, especially after the fact that they weren't contested in game number 1. But what else really needs to happen for Heroic here? I think maybe looking towards their support duo as well. The Shadow Demon has been deemed as Imba by a lot of teams, always in that first phase ban. But as well as that, they had a clock that should have been or could have been doing a lot more initiation for them. So the support combo here was good. It felt like this duo should have been able to do more for the cause and help a little bit more in that earlier game and close it out.
Yeah, I don't feel like they should change anything in that regard. I think it was okay. It was more about like how they might move around the map, like how they were playing around. The Brood, like we already brought up, like the Brood doesn't, he didn't really feel like, I think the way I would explain is like he didn't really drag your team with you. Because Brood, I think, is a hero where you're playing the offlane. Sometimes you need to be more directive in terms of how the game is going, the direction of the game. Oh, do we get Roche? Do we move to this area? And I didn't really feel that in the game. So I don't think it's like, oh, you need to pick a different support. It's more about like maybe Davai needs to be on a more comfortable hero so he's able to do that. Because if you're unsure about the strengths and the limits of your hero, then maybe you're not as willing to make a call in a game, compared to your more comfortable heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of digging as well on the Brood Mother this tournament, and this has been the 4th Brood pick of the tournament, and the other 3 Brood picks have all been Gaming Gladiators. So this is the only team other than GG that has picked this hero. Showing, you mentioned the hero's not good right now.
Yeah, it's not. I do want to correct, actually. Devi Brood is actually his 4th most picked in competitive. I was looking at his pub profile in terms of not playing that much Brood. I do remember in NADPC there was a while where he was spamming it a lot, but different patch. I feel like only the people who have played Brood for like 10 years, like Ace is like known for these summons type heroes, can make it work in like really niche drafts. You just don't see the hero even in pubs since the Bloodthorn nerf.
He even feels very different compared to the other Zoo heroes though. You would generally consider Brood like a summons hero, but she also doesn't really feel like she does the same thing as like a Visage or Enigma in the game.
Yeah, it's like weird to build the like Greaves in the pipe on Brood.
Well, it's because compared to those other summon heroes, Brood can actually scale into a right-click carry, right?
Yeah,
that's like the big difference.
There's like you play around like the universal aspect of her, and that's just not really that popular from the offlane right now.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it and I was just like, Anyway, either way, moving on from Brood Mother, we have a draft underway.
Yes, game number 2 here. Like I was saying just before, Heroic 1 game away from elimination. We're wondering what those change-ups could be for themselves. And let me tell you, none of those changes are going to come in this first phase of bans or first phase of picks. It is exactly the same right now, all the way down to even the order of the bans. Both these teams very happy with how they opened the draft, and we'll look towards this middle phase to change a little bit more and hopefully have a draft that can either close out earlier or, like you said, Winter, both of them going for that later game.
Yeah, that's probably what I think has a higher chance of happening, because when you are in a very stressful situation, a lot of the teams, they're going to go for more security, and which is in this type of matchup, we go for more late game.
Do you guys enjoy like teams just running it back and giving us a copy-paste draft, or you dislike it?
I think when it's an opener, I think it's fine.
I mean, I enjoy it because it makes a statement, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know exactly where everything went wrong, and they'll make a small adjustment. In Heroic banning the Morta, they decided this is where the draft went wrong. And on the other side of Beast Coast, if they ban Gyro, they'll be like, well, nothing went wrong for us. We're just going to do the exact same thing, and we have a replacement.
I think leaving the Luna in the pool for like Heroic, that's the swap up they did, right? They banned the Muerta and the Viper here. Luna now is the one in the pool. Is okay, do Beast Coast ban it out? That's the question they have to look towards. Or do they ban and pick it up?
I'm surprised that they let the Bristle through again, just because Heroic banned Muerta, which looked very good against the Bristle in that game. Of course, that's a Pyke classic, or Pyke specialty. And then they banned the Viper, which is probably the best Bristle counter in the game right now, because you have the targeted break and the Viper ult. And it was going very well for Heroic last game. Like, that was definitely more of a, they threw a couple of fights, and then Beast Coast like absolutely clutched the late game. Like, I don't see why they don't just...
What did you want them to ban instead of, or not ban rather, on the side of Beast Coast? The Sand King or the
Sand King,
Gyro?
probably?
Probably Sand King.
It's a tough call to make because like Sand King's one of those heroes that has lots of AoE damage. Even if you black hole him, like he's still like just in Sandstorm, right?
Yeah.
So it can do a lot of damage, or maybe he even has Epi off at that point. They find that very annoying, and I feel like as an Enigma player myself, Gyro versus Enigma is just, it's an unplayable lane. There's no counterplays to this. The best I could think of is you bring one Eidolon with you to farm, and he pops Flat Clan, and then you bring the other two after that. But if he's smart, he would just like not use Flat Clan, and
when you have to
one Eidolon.
When you have to micro the Eidolons like that, you know you've lost.
Yeah,
at least the lane.
It's like an unplayable thing. So maybe the BB could have been banned instead of Sand King, but either way, this is why we don't see a ton of first pick Enigmas. Maybe they need to consider more of like the late game aspect of the Enigma, because the early game doesn't seem to be an issue here, but the black holes were. So perhaps maybe not go all in on like trying to deal with them in the mid game and just give them these free black hole combos into the late game, because we saw in the last game these two teams are scrappy. It's not going to be a perfect game of Dota. And if you're not playing that flawless crisp Dota, hitting your timings, going high ground, ending the game on certain timings, then you got to play for the late game. And I do like this adjustment. Rubik, this is a hero that makes you think twice about how you use your black hole.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it actually doesn't really have a lot to do with the black hole. In some games, if you have a lineup where you're snowballing with your auras, then the black hole doesn't really come into play, as much.
I do think it is hard to do that type of snowballing that you're talking about, though, against a Bristle, because he can just like plant himself in front of a tower, and you can't really kill him or threaten the tower with Eidolons.
You need someone that can actually just kill him, yeah. There's no Viper, so I guess the second best hero probably Timber, if you want to do that type of playstyle. Because you need to be able to kill him in the game.
Yeah.
In the early stages. There's not many heroes that can do that.
So when you look at Bristleback, I did like the Muerta. It was pretty good.
Well, this is where they picked it up last game. Beast Coast picked up Muerta as their third pick right there. It's now not in the pool. Do you still pick up your carry here in hopes of getting a good matchup for that Bristleback?
Oh, I was gonna, that's where I was going. I was like, I think you want to pick a hero that can buy a Silver Edge, a ranged hero. Like, I would think Lena's quite good, to be honest with you. Another hero that just can do a lot of damage with Silver Edge and burst the Bristle into the late game with some lockdown. You're also playing with this Marcy combination again, potentially a Tusk coming up as we saw in the last game. You want to definitely have a ranged carry that buys Silver Edge that you can buff up to do all that damage.
Okay. We are picking back-to-back, so they'll show the Lunar is what they want. That was what was let through, previously banned in game number 1, let through, and then now most likely to pick up their other support here.
And Silver Edge can work on that hero too. I don't even know if you need to get Silver Edge.
If you were to buy Silver Edge, what would be the sequence of your items?
10 seconds
Well, so you would always get Mask of Madness first into Manta, then BKB, then Conda, then Silver Edge probably. I think you would you have to go either Silver Edge or Satanic, so maybe it's not even worth it at that point. Because like, when you play versus BB, Satanic might not be good because the Bloodstone will just also heal him, and then you have the stacks, whereas Silver Edge, you just hope to burst him within just one BKB, right? And a Silver Edge. We'll have to see. I don't know if it really matters too much, but this hero is a 50-50 on the Silver Edge, but it is a Luna. And Luna is just a strong hero right now, so maybe just in general they can play for the tempo, and this hero plays a lot faster than Muerta does. Like, if Luna gets off to a good start, you can start grouping around this hero with the Enigma and start pushing buildings.
They could go for a Tusk again. I could see that. I mean, they have 2 4 players, essentially. Oh, they go for the Mars. Okay.
So that tells me they are considering the Enigma as a support.
It has to be, right? Or could it go mid? I mean, we did see some Mars mid.
Yeah,
it hasn't been
Team 0.
Yeah. It's doable, so we don't know for sure. But I did mention before that Moose is the type of player that could play this as a position 5.
The Enigma, you mean, not the Mars?
Yes, the
Just
Enigma.
for clarity for anyone out there.
Yeah, and the Mars could be an offlaner or a mid. We don't know.
I like the Mars. I mean, it's a Bristle counter, a hard counter. You spear and Bristle turns
to face you.
To face you. So that's very strong. And we talked about Luna, whether she should get a Silver Edge or whatnot. She can just pop ult on the Bristle when he's Mars Arena'd, and Bristle will die. And with the Mars facet, it's also a counter to the SD because you can't imprison into the Mars Arena because you can't see into the Mars Arena.
Yeah.
So, and then on the flip side, Heroic picks Earth Spirit, which Analog looked amazing on in the previous series. So I really like him playing this hero. He looks really good on it. Blade Mail is very good in this game against the uncontrollable damage from the Luna, the Enigma. Even a Marcy doesn't like to play into a Blade Mail. Mars doesn't really care that much. It's a solid Earth Spirit pick. The only risk here is getting hard counterpicked on mid, and which is why they banned the Huskar.
And Devi is going to be in a situation yet again where he has to... Well, he sees his matchup, right? And he gets a late pick. A lot of heroes are going to be banned.
10 seconds remaining.
He's laning versus a Luna. Not an easy pick, I think.
Underlord?
I was thinking Underlord. One of his most played heroes. Then they do have 3 melee strength cores, which is a little sus against a black hole and a Mars Arena. It's like a lot of circles to walk into.
That's the nature of their lineup, you know. I feel like it's hard for him to avoid running into this problem. And you have a Bristleback carry. I mean, you definitely need like something to block out some of the Luna damage, you know.
I could see Doom. You just Doom the Luna. That's something that we saw. Actually, it was SD plus Doom that looked really good because a lot of the things that you would normally use to save people from the Doom would get purged by the SD ult.
Yeah.
So it looked very good to combo these two heroes together.
They do still have that one last ban heroic for themselves. I was gonna ask, do they keep banning in the mid lane, but it's gonna be answered there. Huskar, Monkey King will be there. 2 final bans for themselves as they prepare for their last pick. You already called out that you wouldn't mind the Underlord for Devi. Anything else? Like,
I mean, Doom
jumps to mind. Doom.
mentioned.
Doom was an option.
Underlord, Doom. You guys don't really want another comfort for him. I know that we keep talking about it. That Timber, you're like, it's not going to work.
Yeah, Doom is pretty low down on his list, but it's very high tier in the meta right now, so that raises it up in stock. And it's also very good with the SD and against the Luna.
Beastmaster could give you a Roar for another option to stop the Enigma.
Oh, yeah?
They don't have a ton that can deal with a Beast in this particular game. Just another option.
You gotta throw them all out there, see exactly what they're gonna pick.
Oh, that's a classic of his. He does love this hero. Probably, I think his 3rd most played hero.
Yeah, it's pretty good against Enigma. If Enigma's in the lane with him, against him, you can kill the Eidolons easily with Pango.
Oof. There is nothing to stop a Storm in this game.
I mean, Earth Spirit, that's about it.
It's just Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
That doesn't give me a lot of confidence for the heroic lineup.
How many bashes do we need this game?
How many Abyssal Blades again? Everyone gets one. 5 across the board on heroic. But in serious though, do we think that this is enough of a draft difference that Beast Coast, despite their mid game being a little bit of a weak one sometimes, where they waver in most team fights, that the draft is actually so good it's going to push them over that hurdle. They'll be able to close it out.
I think it's tough though. Like the Storm here is gonna have like a good laning phase against Earth Spirit, Shadow Demon, and Rubik. Not the best supports at dealing with a Storm, and your cores as well outside of the silence from Earth Spirit. You don't really have very reliable ways of controlling him until you get bashes, hacks, whatever. So if Storm gets a good game, which I think he will, from a lane, and it's going to be very difficult for him to stop him.
I have a slightly different opinion. Not on the Storm, I agree with everything about the Storm, but I feel like the supports on Beast Coast are just going to grief the lanes. Like, I'm not sure what Enigma is going to do with a Luna on the lane. I also don't know what a Marcy is going to do with a Mars. I feel like their side lanes are not going to go well here, and I don't really like that.
Do you think they swap the supports?
I don't know if that fixes the problem. It might. Enigma might be a grief here. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if he's good on either of these lanes.
Yeah, that sounds like a better idea. You don't want the Enigma into the Pango lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the last game was a bit of a throw from Heroic and a clutch from Beast Coast, and for that to happen twice in a row is fairly unlikely. And Heroic was so far ahead
They were.
that I think they're gonna win game 2.
Okay, well, look, we got words of confidence from you there, Jenkins, about Heroic, their lineup, their gameplay. But let's get some more words of confidence as Nomad is joined with their coach.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Cass, and we're going to have a conversation. But firstly, what's your overall thoughts about these 2 drafts?
The 2 games? Well, I think we had a better strategy even on game 1, but we couldn't make a lot of mistakes. Execution was a bit hard because we lacked some catch and stuns. And so I just focused on making the execution easier for second game. And that's everything I can say. I think we're better. I think we got this.
All right, and is that what a lot of your kind of in-between the game talk was like? Is that the conversation you had just with better, let's pull it together?
Yeah, we just talked it over with the team, and it's like we thought we had a really good early game. We did a lot of things right, and then we started getting a bit lost, especially because it was hard to make plays, and catch. We should just went for high ground together with the ages, but we fucked up. So yeah.
Happens, but let's hope you have a better game number 2 here as we get into that game with our casters who are Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Every now and then you F up. It happens to the best of us. And Heroic here going to take 2 of the bounty runes along with Beast Coast getting 2 of their own. Like I said, it's just the coaches being very honest. It's what you like to hear.
It's true. And this is not a replay. I know you see a lot of the same heroes here, folks. We are in the next match. And you will return with a few heroes, but a few different players on some of them.
Look at that. They killed the range creep, Trent.
They're so crafty.
It's so good.
It's players.
It's like the strongest thing you can do early.
Why is that, Lyrical?
I don't know.
No, that's where you're supposed to explain it to the new viewers.
That's your job.
Oh, okay.
And I just yell at things.
Remember that patch where the range creep was like half the XP in the wave? That was crazy.
Yeah.
It's not that much anymore, but it's a little bit more, so it's nice. Get some extra gold, extra XP. Oh.
Well, once again, we find ourselves in a game where Lumpy is unanswered. Lumpy has a spirit hero. Lumpy can win the game for his team. I'm feeling like it's deja vu.
I gotta say, he definitely rose to the occasion in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
That was very impressive. Some of those, insane aggressive plays and escapes really made so much space for his teammates, and he made it extremely hard for Analog to play his game on the Invoker. He really struggled, and that is a pretty iconic Analog hero to me, that Invoker. But he's on the other iconic hero, one that they actually banned in game 1, this Earth Spirit. So, Analog, this is the lower bracket here, folks. They are down 1 game. You must win this match to continue on the road to TI.
See if they can make it happen. And of course, the hero that everybody's been talking about a lot at this tournament is going to be the Luna. Pyke opting to play it this time around, got banned out in the last phase, ended up playing Muerta in the last game, but coming up with this as the answer for what they want to run at them. And, I think the other thing to keep in mind is just in general, when you think about Hector games, this player is always such a vocal point. Vocal point as the throat singing happens. And I feel like playing Enigma against him just feels good, because if you BKB Black Hole, jump in there, there's not much you can do to answer it, but this game, Schofield has an answer.
Yeah, he does indeed. They have picked up the Rubik, and that is why you're seeing this Enigma shifted down here to a lowly position 5. Not going to get the same farm priority, not going to get the same big items, but there were just a few too many things that were giving him a bad time. It's going to be tough to do a lot with the Black Hole this game. There's no doubt about that, because not only is he just constantly worrying about Schofield, but he's just not going to have the protections from more basic spells in this one, because he's going to be a lot slower to farm up those items to help protect it. So going to be more about the Eidolons, more about the Malefice control. And that's kind of the game he's forced to play.
Right, and it could be interesting to see maybe a little bit of just heading off to the jungle and farming a little bit for Moose. Obviously, it's not always great if your supports aren't moving around helping out your other lanes to do well, but if he could transition that into some good items or something, it'd be really awesome. Yeah, Blood Grenade, but not enough damage there to take him down.
I mean, already going better than I anticipated, though. I have to say, I was definitely on the same side as Fear, just thinking that these lane setups didn't look great. I would have preferred the swaps with the Marcy and the Luna maybe laning together, as we've seen that be pretty successful for a variety of reasons. But the split up seems to be working fine. Elmisho trading with KJ here. Shadow Demon can always disrupt you and just walk away, so he should survive. But putting in quite a bit of damage onto him.
Blood grenade. Dispose. More hits. Spear. Oh!
Like I said, we'll obviously survive and easily walk away with no threat of danger here.
Knew the numbers.
Well done there by KJ.
And Devi trying to live. And looks like he's going to be able to. 3, 2, 1 though. Wait a minute. Oh no, not like this. Getting fogged out. Jumps to the side. Oh, another
crazy.
one of those just living on the edge. Pike's gonna salve up and then come back into the lane.
He missed 2 last hits because of that. That was well done by Divide Lamba. He's slowing down this Luna.
Whoa! Oh, dodges the blood grenade but ends up dying. Now the Eidolons trying to go toe-to-toe, but they kill off the Eidolons and Pike gonna be held back. So now the lane's starting to come into a little bit of a more different picture.
All right, little bit of a giveaway there from Moose.
Comes back in. They're kind of splitting their damage here between Devi and Schofield. Malefist's already used. And Moose can't make any extra action happen against Devi.
Things pretty even overall in terms of the last hits, but because of the kills, the net worth has a more significant gap in it right now, and things should only get a little bit worse here, like the more levels on the Rubik. Help them clear through these Eidolons. I mean, you're up against an offlaner who has this AoE damage in the Pango, and it's physical too, versus these Eidolons. So, you know, they got 40% magic resistance. Not so great against the slashes.
Yeah, true. That is the tougher part there. And then, in the meantime, down bottom here, Elmisho actually thinking about pulling back Hector, looking for an angle for the spear. He's stepping over to the side. Body block connects, but the movement over from Lumpy will be enough to bring down this Bristle. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Hector either trying to dodge the spear, like you said, or just thinking that there's nothing they can really do to him as long as he positions like that. But with the help of Lumpy coming through,
yeah,
that's a big kill to get for your mid laner. He's going to make it to the bottom rune around the 6-minute timing. We'll see if he gets lucky on the coin flip here, and if it spawns, would be huge for him. But Analog doesn't want to let that happen. Has the roll, and he's going. Oh, but he zips through and takes the shield rune.
That was well played. Damn. Analog now is going to make that move down bottom. Will be scouted here. And so runs into Elmisho. The kick back, the roll forward, not going to connect. So Heroic losing their carry and then not able to make a secondary move to find any type of picks here. And Elmisho's kind of just stalking him.
Yeah, what's he doing here?
I don't know.
I thought he was about to get disrupted into another roll and just die or something, but KJ went off to the east. He's trying to set up for the Wisdom Rune right now.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this is really good. At the same time, though, you got Shadow Demon running in down bottom, so they might, on Heroic, be able to take both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I think he's just... I think they're going to be...
Well, they're bringing multiples.
Oh, wait, the disruption, though.
Oh, he's going to get it in time! Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. He'll lose his life, but you're happy to lose it for that one. So KJ goes down. But both Wisdoms go in their direction.
Well played there from Heroic. Schofield in the mid lane here. Getting a little bit of XP, but it's not enough threat for Lumpy with that shield rune. They just don't really have an opportunity to go for the kill. See if they can find somewhere else to maybe make use of this Magnetize.
Is thinking about rushing an Orchid on the Storm. I mean, it's not often that we see that because there aren't a ton of super easy
we're all coming to fight bottom.
But this is a good one if they can bring him down right here. Spear goes out, doesn't latch.
Magnetize.
And Elmisho, oh my god, he's living. Hector on nothing. 30 HP, he survives. Lumpy left.
Safety bubble coming in clutch there. The extra HP doing it all. And yeah, Lumpy.
Oh, wait a minute though. The wrap, is he gonna move? Moose is over there. Zipping away, Lumpy trying to get in range and will go invis. Stay in invis. He does have damage reduction while he's in an invis rune, but comes out of it now. Lumpy tries to zip away. The mass movement comes in and moves. Not level 6 yet means that the Storm is gonna go down. And it looks like they'll also take this Enigma.
And they actually found an Observer Ward, too, with that Sentry for the Invis rune. So if KJ walks by, he's going to get that, too. That's a sweet bonus for the support.
Jeez.
Cool 134 gold.
2K gold lead Heroic after a disappointing game number 1. Come out swinging here in game 2. Getting kills, taking the Wisdom runes. And they're going to start to move online before Beast Coast have a reaction.
And this is something that you don't often see with the offlane Pango, where they actually get a good start, because they have this sort of weaker support in the Enigma, and he's being forced to rotate around, which Enigma's also not great at, because all these strength comes from the Eidolons, which don't maneuver too well.
Right.
So this Pango is quite firm for an offlane Pango.
Well, and I'll also say that as of yet, we have not seen the sort of rotations around from Luna to try and get active. Is saving a point right now at level 7 in case there's a need for the Eclipse, but down here bottom, Vitali, he's going to be found, going to get chased, the spear stolen. Oh, and that's going to be a rough one to give up.
Yeah, I think Schofield's steals are going to be really important in this game, because before they have the Aghanims on the Bristleback, their damage isn't that incredible, you know? Lots of control, sure, but the actual final bits of the kill, especially for someone like a Storm, is still going to be pretty hard to get if Lumpy's ever at full HP. Oh, yeah. So this additional stun of the spear, damage of the spear, these kind of steals are the ways you're going to get these kills on Lumpy. That's what he's rotating in here for on Schofield.
10-minute mark, jumps in, wants to get it. It's a haste run.
They deny it from him, though.
That's big.
Lumpy had no choice. He had to just leave.
Yeah, too dangerous with the immediate lift and then knowing, again, the spear. I think if they don't have spear right there, he probably is willing to tank 1 or 2 hits to get it. Wow. Beast Coast now. Moose is just going to try and farm for what he's worth. See if he can manage to get to some helpful abilities. Obviously, the big danger is giving up Black Hole in these fights, too.
Yes. This is a not even use it kind of day. He's got to wait till he sees the spell steal go down.
Yeah. And in spite of the kill score being into the favor of Heroic, it's still relatively even on net worth. I guess a large factor behind that is just sort of the, everybody's kind of getting farm, and while Hector is ahead, it's not by a huge margin.
Catapult wave beating into this tower. And it looks like Beast Coast are just going to have to give this one up. This is a team that has a Mars Arena ready. They have a Storm Spirit with a Marcy, but they don't feel like they can fight into this tier 1. Now, they are getting something back. They're stealing these stacks inside the Radiant Jungle. So, okay. Kind of stealing a bit of this potential net worth that could be transferred over to these Heroic heroes, but Heroic going to be happy with this because it does open up some possibilities for actually invading and finding Pyke. Maybe trying to get some vision down. Spear still available here. Chucks one out of Lumpy.
But very much a sit back and get your items. And again, Hector gets his 11 minutes Aghanim Scepter.
Right, just casually. And to think I was worried about damage. That is actually so ridiculous.
Very early. 3 seconds faster than the previous record, which I think was him. And so, Lumpy forced to zip away. For as free of a Storm Spirit game as this is, it doesn't feel like it right now.
No, it does not.
Meanwhile, though, jumps in. They get the roll off to Vilama. And now you just have to run away. That's Arena used for this, and they can't get it.
They're jumping KJ here, but he just throws out the Demonic Purge, and now he gets stunned. Analog.
Back towards mid. Lumpy in trouble, and Lumpy going to die.
So this is the one thing about Shadow Demon versus Storm Spirit, is that if you Demonic Purge him, his damage just falls off, right? Because he doesn't get the overload anymore. So once he gets ulted by the Shadow Demon, he can't finish the kill. Forced to retreat, gets stunned, dies.
Yeah, very tough stuff now. And again, the thing that I'm noticing is that, a lot of the strength of Luna, when I think about this hero, is these early rotations to, kill off the enemy carry. That's not something you're really going to be able to do against a Bristleback easily. You might often end up dying instead of the Bristle. So you're kind of forced to play this, in the old style of Luna almost, it feels like. Where you're not getting as active, you're more focused on the farming, and Bristle's just doing it quicker right now.
Ooh, nice coverage there this time. Yeah, the bulwark now available here for Vitaly, so he can try and cover his spells. Means he's not really going to be much of a target anymore for Schofield on these steals.
That's good, if they can get it. Making sure he's not giving up that really important spear. And both BKB and Bloodstone queued up for Hector. I mean, again, you listen to what Calf said in that interview, and he was like, at some point, we just needed to group up and play behind Hector. You can see the pathway to them doing that in this game. Elmisho, he's going to take away the Wisdom Rune. As we'll also farm up Ancients, because why not? So, less camp stacked from Heroic this game, but they're still in the lead. As more drawing on the map coming from...
He's an artist, KJ, you know?
Analog with an amplified damage rune. It's going to be playing over in this area. Lumpy realizing the danger. It's going to TP out of there.
So not only did Elmisho farm their Ancients, but gets their Wisdom Rune.
Yep.
Means that theirs is also still available. So that's definitely a little bit of recovery, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
But they do have Pyke under this ward right now, so yeah, they're buying a smoke. Unfortunately, they don't have one here, so this movement might be a little bit too slow. It is also turning into nighttime. As we know, advantage team Luna.
Dude, they're all under that ward. I mean, they're getting there. They take it away now. This is still potentially an Orchid reveal from the Storm.
Oh, they smoke under it. And now the sentry comes down.
They know. They know. Are they going to keep this movement going? I mean, they have to know that the smoke broke on it. Now the scan comes out. They're making this move with only 2. They're all up on the high ground, and they're not going to go.
They're doing this without Lumpy.
That was a wise decision of Beast Coast to back out.
Yeah, I mean,
that could have been devastating.
Yeah, he's up top with the Orchid, finding a couple of bounty runes.
All right, moving in. Pushing out the wave, and Heroic ready to make a move themselves. As Eidolon's going to hold this mid-wave back. I mean, you can see, like, Beast Coast are, you know, using Unleash to farm up here. They're very much in dodge away from the fight moves unless it's, like, a really great pick-off opportunity.
Yeah, I think they're playing this very well right now. Because fighting into them looks abysmal on the side of Heroic. Like this Bristleback and this Pipe, but Heroic just going to do the same playbook as last time and head into that Roche with the 2 points in the goo alongside this Aghanims. He does it very quickly. This is almost the exact timings he hit last game. Getting the Bloodstone as he picks up the Aegis.
We said that they're just going to try and run it back. Now the question is, have they sort of built a lineup that will be able to follow behind Hector, go high ground, think about ending the game, or do Beast Coast have what it takes to be able to deal with them?
Yeah, it's interesting
to do it.
that Calf said that they tried to simplify, right, this time with the draft, but it is still, maybe it's not as execution heavy in terms of some of the heroes, you could say, but like the idea itself is still on a timer, and it is still very punishable by one bad fight.
Yeah.
You know? And Beast Coast, I think more so than last game, doing an even better job of the map macro play. Like they are way deeper cutting these waves. They kind of like, even though Heroic are on the same page of like, oh, we're getting our Bristle, we're getting our Aegis and stuff, Beast Coast also recognizing that they have more space and time to farm because of how clumped they're playing.
Oh my god, they can't see him. That's crazy. I think also, I mean, some of this also could be confidence because they've seen that it can work before, because it worked last game. You know, just dodge away, push out all these lanes. You got an opportunity to play against almost this exact same draft. Now just try and beat it in the same way that you did before. And we're going to see if Heroic was basically right, that the problem was the Muerta and how strong that was, or if the problem was Beast Coast. And if they come at Beast Coast and don't have a different answer, that could be a problem.
Now, Misho picks up the Blink Dagger here on the Marcy. Just phase blink. No BKB in these engagements. I mean, he played extremely well in the last game and had that assassination style.
Yeah. East Coast pressuring tier 2 tower up on the top lane. While simultaneously, look on the other side, Heroic trying to pressure their own. They don't push as fast as Aluna. And now could potentially even pressure for more if they want. I mean, it's Heroic that are the ones with the Aegis, but it's Beast Coast that are forcing out the glyph. This is taking too long for them to take that tower.
Yeah, and they grab the outpost as well here. It's a TP back from Analog. Now, they do have a lot of catch, of course. Oh, wait, actually, Analog does not finish his TP? He accidentally canceled it. Or he intentionally canceled it because he just wanted to farm because he didn't want to be all back with everyone. Maybe that's what it was.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, once they realized that it was going to be difficult to catch them, they don't decide to go for it. So, I mean, arguably more damage done by Beast Coast during that Aegis by virtue of the split push coming in with the Marcy and the Luna. And that play right there of the unleash, and then as soon as the TP comes out, the blink away.
Yeah.
It's showing the problem with Heroic's draft.
And LVShow just, I mean, he just keeps farming their Ancients. Like,
yeah.
He's just showing no regard for their power right now in this game.
Does not care. These are not heroes that can solo kill the Marcy. In the meantime, Pyke's going to push down bottom here. Now, there is more pressure being mounted onto the tier 2 tower mid. Eventually, you're going to need to fight Heroic.
They're getting an XP lead on Beast Coast, though.
Yeah.
Because of this. Because they're playing so tight on the side of Heroic.
Look at that. The swing. I mean, it's not often that you see the Aegis get taken and then over the next couple of minutes, the lead is falling further and further into the favor of the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, look how clumped there. 4 heroes directly mid on Heroic, and look at the heroes on the side of Beast Coast. Like, eliminating up there everywhere right now. They're all over farming.
Oh my god, he went for the wrong
this?
one. She's actually just going to TP out.
Oh, this guy's
good.
Dude,
they TP'd everybody for that.
This guy's good. All right, they get moves.
I mean, it's the position 5. Who cares?
Yeah, but they got him. And look, now
This
Schofield
is
is
rough.
level 1 Midnight Pulse. How about that?
I mean, this is the argument for why you don't give the exact same draft again, because they've shown how they can beat it, and now they're doing it again, and Omisho is going to steal another Wisdom Rune. All right, well, at least Analog manages to get the other one. He's actually going to first go and hit the
He's on the
tier
high
3 tower. This dude's crazy,
He's like,
man.
I saw Hector do this, and it was really annoying. So I think I'll do it this game.
He blinks back. They get the Wisdom Rune on Lumpy. Analog thinking about a roll. This is a good fight for them if they can get everybody here. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. Magnetize down. Elmisho in trouble. Pyke still in a decent spot. And no, they're not going to chase anymore. So they just get the kill on Elmisho. The rest of East Coast get out.
Cost him a BKB and a Blade Mail, but it does get rid of this nuisance. But what's the plan? I mean, there's 20 seconds left on this Aegis. I don't think you're getting high ground.
Yeah, I think high ground has to be next Aegis.
They did steal the Dire Tormentor, so that kind of works out pretty well. Could maybe come back and do their own after. Again, you know, that is one thing that they're utilizing this Bristleback lineup for extremely well in the last game, and they're going to do it again here, is just steal all these Tormentors.
Right. Well, and I will also say, though, that it's, you know, TPing Analog back that time to make sure that they get the kill, a much better play than like TPing all of Heroic back to try and stop the split push.
Yeah.
Because once he has BKB, you know, Blade Mail, you can do that on Analog. It's not as big of a deal. 10-2. And with the Aegis gone, Hector still very difficult to deal with that hero.
Yeah, they are itemizing towards it again. Pyke going to be going for the Silver Edge on the Luna. Has his ranged hero, feels good with it. So you can actually make use of the break mechanic. But it'll be a while till you get it.
Absolutely.
I kind of agree with the idea of not even worrying about the break as well. Like, again, there's this like Shadow Demon to just save and delay. I think just going like straight Conda is also fine because it's just the raw damage that you output as the Zero on Luna.
Right. I did see, again, Bristleback running in to hit high ground as Lumpy is getting smoked on. They managed to find him with the stun, the silence, everything out onto him, and they get the kill.
Big kill there as he's trying to finish off his BKB. That was so dependent on Analog just hitting that roll. They pretty much have to go in for it first. There's no real distance yet on Schofield. Doesn't have any great way to initiate. He is close to his Blink Dagger, though, and that'll open up a much easier T-ball setup there for Analog, where you can just lift him up and then get the roll in.
Yeah, keep him in place if he needs to. But Hector, even without the Aegis, they feel confident to step up here onto high ground. So he is going to start taking down this tier 3 tower. There's a lot more of his teammates around him than there was last time around. Down to about half HP, Elmisho finds an amp damage rune.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And going to decide to just push out this wave here.
He has been so annoying this series.
Oh, yeah. There is a TP back coming from Analog. Blinks away, can't quite get him there.
Oh, tries to cancel it with the pull. Vitaly TPing up top to join Lumpies. They go for the kill into Schofield.
And they get it. The Orchid going to be able to be an easy pick-off as they find Schofield. Can you translate this into more now?
Pyke's also running down south, going to be joining Elmisho down here. Not worried, just going to find this farm that's on this part of the map, as they have great vision up top right now from Heroic inside that dire part of the jungle.
It doesn't feel like you're free or able to shut down anything that Beast Ghost is trying to do. I don't know if that's a problem necessarily for Heroic, if they can still stick to their guns of like pushing high ground around next Aegis with Hector. It's just a question of like, are Beast Coast going to be at a level where they can fight them at that point?
I mean, I think they've just gotten too much farm on this map.
Yeah.
Like, it does not feel like they should have been able to do this. They weren't able to connect with these catches and stuff. Like, I don't feel like you're happy as Analog this game. But he didn't get as many fights as he wanted. He wasn't like chasing and catching important people.
And Hector, again, coming back to deal with this. All 5 of them from Beast Coast were there, but as soon as Hector shows up, you can see even without the Aegis, they don't feel confident going on him.
And they finished the BKB on Lumpy, so a kill like that last one's probably not going to happen again.
Yep.
Unless they, again, can just like perfectly chain it together. But even then with the Pango, he'll have the BKB in between this time.
Look at Elmisho. This guy. Is he going to unleash for it? Oh, the power of Iron Talon.
It's actually unbelievable. More TPs.
All right.
What?
Oh my god.
How?
Yeah, it just blinks out. Forces one hero back. Just come on back. Deal with me there. And then it doesn't happen. And then it's more time spent. Now they don't have Pango in this fight. Is it going to matter? They're thinking about it. Moose turns. Midnight Pulse is down.
Don't do it, Moose.
He's in a lot of trouble, and yeah, he's just going to die. So it looks like it doesn't matter that Pango's not there.
Oh, but we got Vitaly moving up here towards the Ancients. He's still got a minute 20, though, until the Wisdom, so he's not going to be able to stick around.
Does kill the wave. More pings come out. Yeah, I feel like 1 or 2 wards here, and like all of this stops. Also.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, in the moment, obviously, like you're thinking so much about just like getting your group up and doing your thing.
Yeah.
Now they also don't really want to have to go for it. Oh, Radiant are scanning. They're looking.
Elmisho's about to take a tier 2.
Oh, he gets rolled into. He blinks right into where Analog was going.
They find their man. Does not have a TP either, so he is... Oh my... Okay, he's going to roll to the side.
He's like, I need the lifesteal, save me.
Keep him alive. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
now roll up top, finding this Mars. Vitaly in trouble. Vitaly dead. All right, Heroic. The throat singing signals. They're a little bit happier about how the last couple minutes have gone.
Yeah, they needed something like this too because of this Aegis. Like I was worried they wouldn't have a chance to like defend their Wisdom Rune and get the Aegis, because I feel like they were trying to sort of play around that. But now with a couple of kills, they can get the Aegis.
Jumps in, Black Hole into the BKB. So knowing that the rest of the team is over at Roche, Analog doesn't have anywhere else to go. They're there to block off his roll, and they get the kill.
Yeah, and in the year 2024, Black Hole, or rather, a BKB not going to save you in that situation from a Storm Spirit. He can still pump quite a bit of damage into you.
Schofield stepping over to the side. Lumpy already has his shard completed. So with Aegis in hand, how much can they get done? El Misho pops his BKB, decides to run away, wants to give him a target to get the jump off. And now Rubik stealing it. Ball Lightning, he can hunt a little bit now. That's a tough one to give up. Moose is going to be left behind.
All right, now they're starting to get some stuff done here. They have this Aegis, they have the confidence. Can they get the map in a state where they can actually pressure an objective? That'll be the question.
Conda done, and immediately back to farming for Pyke.
No BKB for 30 seconds on the Storm Spirit. I think this tier 2, as long as they can keep these next couple waves alive, it should be claimed by them. Analog's cleaning up bottom.
You can see how good of a job they've done on Beast Coast of just keeping them constantly at bay, needing to deal with this split push annoyance. It's Adesso completed for the Mars.
Yeah. Amping up that damage. Not going to go for any sort of an aura. They do have triple BKBs, right? BKB on the Mars, BKB on the Storm, BKB on the Luna, so the auras aren't quite as important.
Forces it out. BKB popped by Hector. And this is tier 3 tower down. They know there's no black hole. Range tracks El Misho, trying to run away. Rebound is ready. Decides to jump on out, but the silence is already there.
Stolen Eclipse as well here.
Oh, not bad at all.
No, that's a great one to grab.
Pyke is just going to get out of there. Is going to try and push this bottom wave a bit, while mid, they still have to deal with this Bristle.
The creeps, they're almost close enough. If they can save that top wave, because they don't have any mid, but they can get this range creep up. That'll break the back door.
Is it going to live? Well, they have a whole nother wave coming in after.
Is anyone going to... They can now go mid? Or I guess just knock this tower if they want.
They still have 30 seconds until Black Hole is back up.
They don't have analog either.
The Sun decides to jump. Good blink back. Looking for more, instead going for the Shadow Demon. Now the spear comes out, able to connect, but it's not doing enough. Self-save on KJ. Needs to get out of there. Vitali already dead. Lumpy in trouble. Has to back out. The TP away, understanding there was no way he gets out of there on Moose, but the blink forward with the Eclipse. Schofield takes down the Storm. Pyke already doing some good damage to Hector there with the Conda. Does he have enough to keep doing more? Divine Llama off to the side also has that level 20 talent on this Luna. And now they actually have Luna illusions of their own. With the Mantas popping, SD able to get some extra deeps out there.
Yeah, doing quite a bit to help this push. That's going to get the melees. Hector confident enough that he was going to get finished off, just moves on to the middle one. 30 more seconds.
Conda, it's doing what it can, but this is 2 sets of racks at least.
And this all started from trying to fight outside of the base because they saw Analog down bottom and thought that was going to be their best chance.
This is the problem. El Misho now turns on to Divine Llama, trying to punch him out, but already needs to back away. Running, still has that BKB at the ready. Jukes away from Devi, but then with Schofield coming in, it's eventually going to be death. Had BKB, but can't do anything else about it.
That should be... actually, there's still creeps up top too, the catapult. So yeah, can't even get the back door back. And now the waves are coming in mid anyway.
Danger does have that Conda ready to break it, but there's still that minute left on the Aegis. AC fully completed. Trying to do what they can. They have that black hole. Storm can zip in if they want, maybe catch him on the second life, but they have to move quickly. There is not that much HP left, but the Bloodstone already popped.
Oh, he blinks in.
Now jumping for the backline. Analog is there, finding already the Shadow Demon. Can they get more? Hector out. They have the Mars Arena connection. Enough for the kill? Yes. They take down one. Now Lumpy tries to back away. They've already lost the Mars. Pyke down on the low ground. He's in trouble as Hector is all over him. El Misho wants to jump in to help, but they have to get away. Still has that Eclipse, but eyes on.
He's seeing red.
This Rax, they're just moving forward, taking down these buildings. That is going to be just about Mega Creeps. Not all the way. Lumpy jumped upon another round of the Eclipse coming from Schofield. There is not enough damage left in the tank. It seems the Muerta was the problem because they got all the answers in the world for this Luna. There is no answer for Hector as they jump in, kill him. GG called. What an absolutely fabulous performance from Heroic.
Yeah, it really was. The patience they showed this game, because it was scary. Like, They were getting pulled around this map by Beast Coast. They're doing a great job of cutting waves, pulling them everywhere. But it just, much like they kind of talked about from Caps, this idea of simplifying things, they only needed a couple mistakes there from Beast Coast. And those pickoffs that gave them the next Aegis, allowed them to just relax a little bit, let them do their game plan.
Well, another answer has come up. We'll see if Beast Coast can find a new strat to run it as we get ready to go to game number 3. But first, back to the panel.
It's great to see Heroic be able to bounce back there, give us this game number 3 in our elimination best of 3. And it does now bring up the question that this Luna, she wasn't able to get to the stage that we've seen Lunas get to be able to carry games. Normally it hits that mark or a certain item timing, and this Lunar is just everything. Not able to close it out. Unfortunately for Beast Coast, or really come back in, I should say. Not so much close it out, but they're not really able to really get that advantage for themselves, get a lead up by any means, and actually have control of this game for you.
Yeah, this type of play style is very hard to watch because I'm just watching this entire game and Beast Coast aren't even trying to fight them. I understand Bristleback is very strong, Analog is super strong as Earth Spirit too, but this whole game is just a split push over and over again. You just see the Marcy on the side lanes just trying to farm up desperately and dodge this mid-game timing. It doesn't work out. It always feels like the team that tries to split push in this type of meta, you will get caught eventually. You will die. You give a lot of gold and experience back. You have to find some type of opportunity in this game to make a team fight happen, but they just weren't interested in it. And it just became a pretty uneventful game of just split pushing and then eventually Analog killing you as you do so.
I feel like a lot of it came down because of the Enigma. Like the Enigma hero doesn't really do a lot and you kind of need to farm a lot on this hero. And they were split pushing when the game was like kind of like 1k, at most I think 1k lead for Heroic. It wasn't even like that big of a lead that you feel like, oh, Beast Coast, they can't really fight at all,
Well, if this is the Enigma strat, then might want to scrap this one.
Yeah, probably. Like,
a different opener at least look at, if you want to try and flex it, the flex isn't really working for you, maybe a different opener is what's on the cards. Or you actually had a different idea, Winter. You didn't talk about it on panel, but I'm hoping you're willing to bring it up now of how you could make a support Enigma work.
Oh, I was saying that in some of the games that I encountered, I felt like it looked good. It's probably better to jungle at some point on the hero, especially in this lane where they pick it early and they already show their opponents they're going to do support Enigma. And Heroic decided to have a Pangolin on that lane, which is really good at killing off your summons with his spells. And in this sort of lanes, I felt like maybe you can babysit your carry or your offlaner for a little bit, and then you have to try to maybe play a little bit more for yourself, be greedy, and try to hit your timing. Because I felt like this game, after laning phase, he was constantly trying to farm his items anyway, Why not just do it a little bit earlier so that you can hit that timing and your team can actually fight with you?
I have one word for you, Winter.
Yes.
Schofield Rubik. This guy played phenomenal. That's moves on the screen, but the Rubik was picked to counter moves on the Enigma, and I think that's part of where the flex comes from. He stole Spear. We saw at a certain point on Rubik, Schofield stole the Luna ult as well. He rotated towards the bot lane, opened up that lane. Just before this patch, Rubik was considered to be S tier. And a big reason for that was the offlaners that were being picked. It was also like Omni was being played a lot as a 5, which it still is if it does ever get through. So there were a lot of really good steals, like Earthshaker was the mid that everybody was playing. So Rubik kind of fell off just based on the other meta heroes that were being picked. But if you're going to first pick Enigma in a game, then the value of Rubik goes up immensely. And this is one of Schofield's classics. I think you have to be wary of that if you're going to pick the Enigma. At least consider a second phase ban on the Rubik, because the other hard counters to Enigma, like Silencer, Warlock, go ahead, pick those. These are bad heroes. They're also not Schofield
Yeah, but I want
classics.
to add something back to the point you talk about, like the banning the heroes, right? So if you're the captain, you're the drafter, you're opening up a hero where you feel like it's flexible, then why are you actually spending bans on that flex hero, right? If you don't really care if it gets banned, like in the second phase, I think they banned out the Gyro. So if you're actually going to be flexible and you're willing to open the draft with that hero, why even bother banning heroes that can counter that hero? Because you should not care, right? Because it's a flex.
Yeah, I don't believe in this Enigma whatsoever. I feel like this is just...
Flex or no flex, you just don't believe in it.
I don't think this works. I just think as a support, it's too weak. It's just way too weak right now in a meta where supports are really important for the laning stage. And Enigma, he has too many counters. You have to ban the Gyro, you have to ban the Bristleback, probably a couple other heroes as well. It's... trash it. It's not good.
Trash it, bench it, however you want to say it. You don't want to be seeing an Enigma in game number 3.
Not first pick.
Not first pick, at least. Maybe situational is where Fear could be brought over to the side of being on the Enigma. But the Rubik, because it's a 4 or at least a support in any position that has been here or there throughout the road to the international. But I'd like a little refresher course, because I do know the saying that if you have a Rubik on your team, whatever spell the enemy has, you just get to do it better.
Yeah,
that is the thing.
That's I mean, I think that's generally true if a hero has like one really strong spell, and especially if it's a spell where cast range is very important. So Black Hole is made better because you steal the Black Hole through BKB. He would have to have both a BKB and a Lincoln Sphere in order to block the spell steal, and then you can interrupt the Black Hole itself with the stolen Black Hole. So that's why Rubik is better in that sense. Against Omni, really the spell that you want to steal is Repel, and then you have the crazy cast range on it. Omni, one of the disadvantages of this hero is that he's melee and all of his cast ranges are very short. Rubik doesn't have this issue. So whenever heroes are in the Earthshaker, you steal Fissure, it's way longer, you get the Aftershock Shard. So you want to pick Rubik whenever there's like one really good spell to steal, and sometimes Rubik's actually like kind of a good hero low-key. Like his laning is good and his nukes do high damage, but there's not just singular really good spells to steal, so he's not meta. So if the draft is going to change because we have an inter-regional matchup where they know each other, or they've, you know, theory crafted these like, okay, Enigma first pick is going to work against this team, then all of a sudden Rubik comes back into the meta because of that.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jenkins, for giving me that refresher for Rubik, or anyone who may not have even known that for Rubik there. And it also just added to it. He got more and more spells throughout the draft that Beast Coast had that he could steal, that got better. We already talked about it, the Spear, the Eclipse as well. Mars was one of those ones that when ignored, or a hero that when ignored in game number 1, brought out in game number 2, didn't really have the impact that we've seen before Winter of Mars offlane.
Well, it's not the best Mars game for sure, but I feel like the game kind of fell apart. Not just because the Mars is not like a good pick or anything. It's just the way they were playing the game, the way they needed to farm on the 2 supports, the Marcy and the Enigma. I think Mars is one of those heroes where you really want to fight, right? One of the offlaners. If you're talking about farming and fighting, he prefers to fight. And if your supports are not really equipped to do that, compared to like what we've seen so far with Mars. The Snapfire, the Phoenix, those are the ones that are always going to be with you, fighting with you. That's what you want, you know, if you are planning to draft a Mars, instead of like supports that just want to get to their items. I think the Marcy could potentially work, but the Enigma with it was just like way too greedy.
Yeah, I mean, I love talking about heroes usually, but I can't find any way that I can talk about heroes in this game for the way Beast Coast played. Like, you look at Mars, he loves to fight. Marcy loves to fight. Luna loves to fight. Storm likes to fight. There's only one hero in this lineup that doesn't really want to fight, and that's the Enigma. Like, Pyke ended up 1-1 and 0. Didn't get a single assist in this game. And I feel like he was the only one that probably did want to fight in this game. That's the funny thing. It's not that AFK 30 minutes Luna just farming it up. She's on the map trying to make things happen, but for whatever reason, Beast Coast just did not want to take a single fight this game. And whatever the call may have been, I don't really know, but they need to switch it up for this game. They had all the tools necessary to be able to play this game. They just chose not to play it, and it really just like ended up the way it did. Pyke's Luna, I can't make any conclusions on this. He was 1-1 and 0. Like, what type of score is that? It's not participating in anything, and I feel like we didn't get to see the power of this hero. It's really strong in the early game. It's supposed to make rotations. It's supposed to be fighting, but they just didn't even try.
I feel like they never really had the numbers advantage either. So whilst they're trying to make something happen for themselves, it's always, oh, we're only bringing 2, maybe 3 heroes. Winter, it wasn't that snowball that you thought that Beast Coast were going to be able to get going for themselves of, okay, your side lanes do well, everyone just comes together, and you steamroll this game. You have the equipment and the toolkit to be able to do that.
Yeah, I really feel like it's just the Enigma, you know, the Enigma wanted to farm, and it affected a lot of the decision making like the team wanted to do, you know. Maybe even in some occasions you could make an argument, okay, maybe they didn't really need the Enigma here, you know. But they just felt like, okay, since our Enigma is farming, why not just dodge?
Everyone farm.
Yeah, everyone just keep farming, you know. And then
I think it's that what you're saying speaks to how the team plays as like in general. Every time we see Moose on an active hero, they look good, or they look good enough. All right, they're
Better.
active. They're playing the game.
Yeah.
Anytime we see him on less of an active hero, and this is the least active we've seen so far, we just question like what is going on with these guys. Like look at all of these heroes that he has. I mean, other than like the Tinker, every single hero is incredibly active in the early game. Enigma is the polar opposite of this. He might be less active than a Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, probably. It really depends on like how you play it. Like, even if Enigma is a slow hero, you have to find a way to make slow heroes play fast, especially if you're a support, right? Because very rarely do you get the opportunity to just farm on support. I mean, I talked about before some supports getting farm, but that's after you make your contribution to the early game. You got to find a way to make some type of contribution to this early game. Otherwise, you're giving Heroic a free game. I understand that they did have this Bristle back, which is a big problem too. There's a big moment in time where you play Bristle, where you just walk down lanes. It's like, oh, can't touch this guy. Go split push, right? But unfortunately, if you don't have the right answers to the hero, that's how the game is going to go. So maybe just need to draft something a little bit better.
Yeah, this bristleback was an issue in game number 1 as well. He was pushing that high ground. They weren't able to close it out for Heroic. That's how we found ourselves in this position to be heading towards a game number 3. But I do feel that there is going to be a change up at the start. Game number 2 opened the exact way. All the same bans for themselves, the same picks too. And you just cannot be putting yourself in the same position. You know that Heroic almost had it for game number 1. They were able to close it for game number 2. You just can't let the chance or the dice roll happen for game number 3, Jenkins. So what is going to be let through instead? What are going to be the options on the side of Beast Coast that they want to allow? Because they ban the Alk, the Naga, the Wind Ranger, and the Sand King.
Sure. I mean, I would love to see a playstyle change. I don't know how likely it is to happen, but Beast Coast has consistently gotten kind of slaughtered in the early game in both of these games, and I wouldn't mind seeing whatever they're comfortable with at going through the portal and playing really active and getting kills, like some summons hero, maybe. I mean, Moose on Marcy looks good. At the very least, like, get Moose something that's active. Don't get him on some Sven. Like, he is going to be the player that is making the initial point of contact anyway, or clearly it's not going to happen given what we saw in the previous game. That's fine. It's okay if he's the guy for that. Plenty of teams have this coming from different roles. Most teams, this comes from the offlaner or the 4. It's fine that it comes from him, but you need to draft around that, because I don't think playstyle-wise they can change that within a series. So for me, it's what is Moose hero? Like, that's the biggest question for me.
Definitely not Enigma.
I don't think it'll be Enigma again. They might first phase the Enigma, but then they might try to cover it and just assume that this is going to be going on the off lane.
I mean, this goes to speak more and more about how flexing heroes around just hasn't been working on the overall meta right now. And it's typically better to just like know a hero inside and out than instead to just move them to another position so you can get a gotcha pick on a different position, right? And it really showed in that last game as well. It's like, this Mars was not the gotcha pick against Bristleback.
No.
Your idea was supposed to be, oh, you turn around and burst them, and then when the time came, you didn't feel like you could do that, right? So that was just not, you made that situation very difficult because of that switch up. So I want to see them pick heroes that they 100% believe in within their role and just keep it in that role and without switching things around too much.
Well, look, game number 3, it is going to be the 3rd time this series that Heroic have the opening pick. They had the first overall pick, and with that, there has finally been a slight adjustment in the first phase bans. Beast Coast taking out the Shadow Demon. That's been the opener for 2 games in a row for Heroic, and so now, what are they going to pick up for themselves? Normally in this position, they will ban the Enchantress, pick up that Shadow Demon.
Omni? Yeah, ban Enigma, pick Omni. That sounds pretty cool to me.
I think banning the SD makes sense for either side. Wind Ranger also countered by SD, so with that being out, because you can't purge the Wind Run with the SD ult, that's like one of the best Wind Runner counters.
But there's Kunkka now.
There is no Centaur, but yeah, there is Kunkka.
Yeah, we talked about how Kunkka has been really impressive this tournament so far against the Wind Ranger.
How about the two other smaller counters? The Phoenix and the Weaver, because Windrunner can't really hit things, you know. And you can't hit the egg, you can't hit the Weaver bugs in the team fight when you have your Whirlwind on.
This one makes a lot more sense to me. I mean, Weaver still could be good later down the road, but I feel like Weaver is a hero that needs to see a little bit more.
I do have a really fun Weaver fact, though.
Hit me.
Okay. Hector got a 13-minute glide near a
Oh
Weaver.
my god.
That's really fast.
That's so fast.
Yeah,
That
I
is
know,
really
right?
fast.
I know. I know.
I think a Treant Protector could be good in this draft, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Treant Protector. We don't really get to talk about him much.
No, we don't. He's completely ignored in both these series. And
Did you know he has a facet that you get 5 damage every single level? Like permanent 5 damage.
Literally no one ever
Prime
That
Weaver
sounds-
power.
really, really, really fun.
Yeah, you can go through the gate at like level 3, and that's like 10 extra damage. Do you start with 5 at level 1? I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. I need to play 20 more Treant games to figure it out.
Yeah, but imagine going through the gate with 15 extra damage at level 3. When you already have 100, that's like 115 damage.
He's doing the counter bit
Whoa.
where he won't stop talking about Tree now. Okay, I see the game you're playing, Fear Darkness 57.
It's like a game of chicken. Who's gonna bow out first? It's
I'm
gonna be
gonna bow
me.
out.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be me bowing out from it because with the different openers, that does change up what these teams want to ban out for the second phase. Obviously, they want to keep taking out supports on the side of Heroic, right? They've shown 2 cores. One's gonna be our carry. One's gonna be either our mid or our offlaner on the side of Beast Coast. And so Tinker, Omni getting taken out. They're still looking at what has garnered a lot of wins, what other teams have also considered OP.
What are we missing with this Omni? There's something missing, because like, my brain, I mean, yeah, of course. But anyway, like, let's cover Omni first before we cover the tree. I don't know what's so funny about Tree, guys. This hero's meta right now. A lot of good teams are picking
So
him.
true. It's normally the fastest tree.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
But
ahead.
this
Fear.
Omni,
Go ahead. Fear.
when I think Shadow Demons ban, pick Omni, but there's been so many instances now where people don't pick Omni when Shadow Demon is even banned. So there must be another hero out there that makes this very difficult to play that I'm not really catching on to. But either way, they are going to pick up the Treant Protector with the Kunkka. This hero does set up a lot of ranged carries pretty well right now. So that is something they could look into. We see a lot of teams pick the Lion against it and the Beastmaster. I know that we talk about the Lion a lot against the tree, but I think it's always been with the Beastmaster. I think Beast versus Tree is incredibly good because you want to walk in all the time, get a punch in, walk back into the trees. But if you have no trees, because he's always throwing the axes and kind of like knocking them down, or you're getting slowed by boars, Treant does absolutely nothing to the boars, like less than nothing.
Yeah.
So like that's really bad to play against is the position 5 if you can't really deal with like the summons of that hero.
I think any hero that doesn't let you like slowly walk up to them and punch them a few times, like Lion just stuns you, and then they get a bunch of right clicks on you, and then you're low enough they can blood grenade and kill you.
I mean, it doesn't mean that you have no play in a lane, though. I feel like as a Treant, in those kind of lanes where they have kind of a way to deal with you harassing them, I feel like you just need to stay calm, sit back, deny creeps, heal your carry.
Look, I will also say the right click of Lion, even if he gets like 3 or 4 on you, that's still the equivalent of 1 right click of Treant Protector. This man has the slowest attack speed, but
that's why you want to kill the tree. That's the thing.
Decimate.
Is like when the tree walks up, that's when you need 2 heroes that can.
So when someone
kill
walks
him.
you, you just kill them in the game.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Because Tree will win the slow harass battle, and I agree with Winter. And I finally get to bring this up on panel actually, because I was asking PPD, Peter Dagger of all people, ages ago about Tree because he was spamming it in pubs.
I say, what year were you?
And it was a long time ago. And
Back
I was
in 2016.
and I was trying to learn it as 5, and I was like, you know, what I do in these lanes that we're talking about. And he said, you have 100 damage, just sit there and deny. Like, you can always, in the worst case scenario, just sit there and deny. And I do think actually that a lot of trees have not been doing that, other than Toronto Tokyo, which we've seen, because he's a tree expert. But the people who are playing tree just because it's meta, and they're trying to go on people, and then all of a sudden they're feeding relentlessly to the lions of the world. Like, there is a counterplay.
Force
It's
of
hard.
habit, you know. If you are playing a hero that it's always really strong in the lane, and then you get into that specific matchup, you don't really realize that you can't do that. You're gonna feed, you know.
That's true.
All right, well, whilst we've been talking about Trent, there's been 4 other heroes picked, so maybe it's time we look at those guys as
yeah,
well.
Luna's been
Oh
picked.
yeah, we actually haven't talked about her much at all. We should maybe talk about how, you go the Lucid Beam build and how she likes to be an active carry now. Instead, though, the Earth Spirit, I think, is something. The Snapfire and the Earth Spirit on the side of Heroic could be a good conversation.
I like the Bat Rider here.
Okay,
It's
great.
very
Wendy,
good
thank
against.
you.
It's very
I'll
good
just shut
against the
up.
snowball. You can't save against that, and it's very good against Wind Ranger. I think against this hero, you need a BKB piercing disable to stop her from doing damage during that frame of time when she's running in. Wind run, BKB, whirlwind, killing everything. So Bat Rider is perfect.
Did you guys see the facet? The distribution? That's what I'm looking for there.
No, can you tell me?
On which hero?
Bat Rider. Did I not say that?
It was mostly the move speed to damage thing, right?
Stoked.
Could we get to
Stoked.
bring that
Stoked.
one back
Yes.
up?
You're really good at remember. If you could just make up a facet name and get it right, that'd be great. for
You
the
surely
fourth
know the
time.
other one.
Which one for Arsonist?
Yep.
That it?
You just made that one up. Yes, it is predominantly Stoked the people are picking, but there is still, I believe that's 10 for
And there must have been a
games.
couple of games we saw Maureen on mid Bat Rider that he got the Arsonist.
Maybe that's
Or
true.
misclicks.
They're just flipping between the two and they accidentally land on Arsonist there. No, it is mostly Stoked though. But when would people want to pick the Stoked facet for themselves? Is that just the support facet? That's just what you go if you're going to play it as bat support?
Yes.
Okay, nice and easy answer.
I mean, the other one doesn't seem like it has a lot of value as a support, where you can sticky napalm towers, right? You're spending so little time doing that as a bat. You're typically either jungling, this hero loves to jungle, or you're running around the map making plays happen or pushing waves out. And typically you don't want to stay in the lane. Like, to use the other facet, you have to like just clear the lane and then start sticking the tower and hitting it, which is something a core might do. But as a support, you're going to firefly the wave and then you're going to move across the map immediately and wait for that next firefly to maybe make something happen on the map there. The bans are going to go out. I like the Huskar ban. This is a hero that
Has
will
been banned
destroy.
all games?
Yeah, it has been, and it's mainly Heroic's afraid of it because they like to play these Earth Spirit mids where you pretty much have no chance in that one. Another one we see a lot has been like the Earthshaker. That looks pretty good against the Earth Spirit as well. Could be quite difficult. Dazzle's been a very difficult matchup in the past.
Monkey King.
Monkey King is quite good. Very good suggestion there. And I am a little bit afraid that Heroic might get this Beastmaster, and it doesn't look too bad. Like, Kunkka is like historically has been okay versus it, but that was like when you get Helm Dom. Well, I don't know if it does anything against this Ags build necessarily, but I feel like with no Timber in the game, what are like the better offlaners you can pick with a Snapfire? Because I feel like Snapfire plus Beastmaster would make this Treant Luna lane potentially feed.
Yeah, you need like a hero that can kill in the lane. I think with Snap, like to enable this hero, you kind of want to be in the aggressive lane.
Oh, I have it.
Broodmother.
Marcy offlane.
Oh, yes.
We're both just trying to give PTSD to everyone else that's been watching Heroic the last few days.
How much are they going to stick to their guns is the question.
That's true.
It's just
Are they
like
willing
why?
to
It's just
die?
like why? Like why would
die
you
on
pick?
this hill?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, I guess.
I think so. That's a really good way of putting it, Fear. I see Devi as the type of guy to go down like this.
I mean, do you think he can actually snowball from this lane? Marcy, Snapfire.
Yes, you can. You can. So Marcy can snowball from any lane, but the problem is, if you don't, you become a support, as we saw in the last series he played with it, right? There is no comeback mechanic. Not a single one of Marcy's spells will allow you to farm ancient stacks, do something like that. I actually like this pick a lot.
Wow.
This is the one hero I feel like can make Luna just get punished in the laning stage. It's almost unlaneable.
It's a double range, though. Viper, Snapfire. Like, don't
Yeah,
you feel like Viper, usually you want like a body in a lane?
Do you know how mad I get when I play pubs and people play double ranged
You
against
could have
me?
just left it at that. How mad you get.
No, you need context. Like, because it's like so easy to do. But typically, when you pick this double ranged, you're like, oh, great, their mid is also arranged, and they got 2 ranged in the safe lane. It actually works here because your mid is an Earth Spirit, and you have a Tusk 5, and they can be your initiators here. And it's very difficult when you play against like a hero like Snapfire and Viper. If you're not able to draw any attention away from that, you're just gonna get clicked all the time. They're gonna spam nukes on you. You're gonna feel like you're just gonna have to go jungle at like level 2 if this I feel like they really need to make rotation from the POS 4 to try and get kills on this Viper. Potentially even start there at level 1.
Yeah, they should.
Something like that.
You always want to start level 1 against Viper, I think.
Choose your hero.
That's the mid against the
Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit. I don't feel like that punishes Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
at
I don't
all.
either.
You have a lot of other options there, but maybe he has some secret tech here. I don't like to tell mid laners that they don't know their matchups because more times than not, they do. So we'll have to see how that one goes.
This Viper Luna matchup a little bit more for you. You just said, Viper has the potential to drive this Luna out of the lane, or at least make her laning phase really rough. But I want to know why exactly. What in his spells or the way that he lanes is so difficult for her?
Well, you have more range in the Luna, for starters, right? And Luna's a hero that typically just likes to beam you, hit you a couple times, back off. But against Viper, the moment you beam him, he skills his E, which slows you. Then he gets 2 or 3 poisons off, and it's a trade you'll never win. And you don't have enough range to outrange him. So if you ever want to harass him, right-click him, it has to be 100% committal. You have to 100 to 0 him. If that doesn't happen, you're just going to die in any trade. So it gives a free lane to the Viper in that regard.
Yeah, on top of that, Trim Protector doesn't like to play against double range, I can tell you. I've played a lot of games against double range. Oh, it's awful. I'm sure you can sit back and deny creeps and heal a carry, but in this lane, maybe it might not be enough.
Well, the Luna lane might not go the way for Beast Coast, but we know Luna can definitely farm it up. What about the other 2 lanes, Jenkins, or later in the game? Is there still that hope for Beast Coast here? It's a game number 3. Loser does get eliminated. The winner will have to play again later today.
I'm also not a believer in the tiny mid versus Earth Spirit. I do want to. I was thinking about it. I do want to have faith that the mid laners have played these matchups. I know Lumpy is an excellent tiny. It's the second most picked hero.
You'll at least draw though, right?
In this tournament, you're definitely going to draw. And the thing is, whenever you look at an SA team and they have repositioning heroes, you can never count them out. This region is the best region in the world at winning fights by just outskilling you and repositioning. And Beast Coast has both Batrider and Tiny, so they can do some miraculous things in this game, but I do think they're going to have to, because I like Heroic's lanes a lot better.
Okay, I love the opinions from you 3 right here, but let's get 2 more opinions from our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody wants to give it too. I'm super excited about this one. I was like running through the mentality of, the SA versus SA matchup earlier. I was thinking about it in my head and I was like, I don't know what it reminds me of, but it sort of reminds me in the mid game of like a Plinko board. Okay, you drop like 10 marbles.
Show
down
your work. Okay.
You drop like 10 marbles down a Plinko board, and everybody's kind of doing their own thing and bouncing around places. Versus, I feel like it's just everybody's trying to just destroy one other person. It feels like they have a vendetta out, and they're going to be like, I'm going to kill that guy, and then they're all running around and doing it. It's awesome.
So it's chaos, and you don't know what's going to happen, but you kind of feel like you do because you drop into the same spot on the Plinko board, but it never lands in the same spot.
Exactly.
So when we dropped the Plinko in game 1, game 2, similar lineup, different result.
And this time it's a whole different board. Look at this.
Wow.
We got new heroes.
The price is right, and so is Lyrical. That's what I'm learning.
That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, I like what we're seeing so far, though. There's a bunch of big team fight things. We finally get to see Viper banned out 2 games in a row. That, to me, feels like it was the big almost gotcha type pick in the draft. The Tiny afterwards was like, all right, well, we're just going to try and play our game. That's what I feel like I'm hearing from Beast Coast.
That's I don't want to go out on some other hero. I want to go out on Tiny.
Okay.
Win or lose. I feel like doesn't want to live with some regret of what could have been. So Lumpy is just throwing his confidence into the Tiny because other than that, I don't think there's a lot of great reasons for Tiny. I think you got to feel like you are a beast at Tiny to want it in this game.
Right. And maybe an opportunity to make some rotations and try and kill Hector later in terms of mid heroes that can kill an individual other hero. Tiny's one of the best out there. The problem, of course, that we've seen as this patch has moved on and all throughout this year, honestly, is everybody's just so damn tanky.
I'll kick you, you toss me. They're high-fiving.
Bang, bang.
But yeah, I mean, that is the main struggle for Tiny. It used to be so free.
Yeah.
Just ran around, blew anybody up. But Hector, certainly the prime target, considering the supports are even going to be kind of tanky. You know, our panel was worried about the double range lane. What about double range and a Tusk rather? Because there's 3 heroes up here still. We got ourselves a tri-lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they said, right? They thought, okay, Heroic might end up having like a 3rd hero brought to their lane to try and shut down the Viper, but in response, Heroic, they bring 3. So tri-lane versus tri-lane, and then a 1v1 mid. Schofield going down. Schofield getting away. Pike, he's instead the one that's going down, but no. Moose draws first blood, taking down that Tusk. And hey, you know what? When you're in a pair, drinking buddy's pretty good. When you're just the 3 of them, that's when tag team could be kind of cool.
That's true.
Nobody's taking that anymore though.
No, it's the mobility is just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's hard to deny on the old drinking buddies. Moves. Obviously, a lot of these trees have been cut down, so giving them a bit of a hard time here.
Dude, is this just gonna stay a full-on tri-lane?
I mean, Heroic. Who's happy about this? I guess it's Beast Coast probably.
Oh, Devi taking some damage, but not enough. And Moose forced back too. They get some good damage onto that Viper, but then nothing else after the fact.
It's slowing down the levels that you're going to get on this Viper, which is when I think it gets more and more annoying for this Luna as well. So I think that overall, like, because in a tri-lane, the gold stays the same for the core, but the XP goes down. So if you can create a situation where the Luna is still getting as many last hits, I feel like that's pretty good for you.
Right, and the other thing is that in terms of that one-on-one matchup, you basically have 2 solo lanes now. Kunkka farms pretty well against Windranger.
Yeah. He should not be harassed out.
Right, and you also can get the Tidebringer hits even when she's wind running, which is really nice. As the levels get higher and higher, this matchup becomes worse for Hector, I feel like.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, he's timing it there as well. You can see he's going to get the Lotus. So he doesn't have to worry too much about it. Mid lane has just been a wash, as you would expect between these two. Bit of an edge there to the Tiny thanks to his higher damage, but...
This actually can't keep going like this. I feel like Hector's going to just get everything denied out against him. I mean, he'll find some other ways to farm, but that...
Yeah.
This gets worse. Meantime, Schofield getting chased by El Micho. They drinking buddies away, flame break pushback, and then the slowdown. 5 stacks now of Sticky and more damage coming in. There's the Torrent connection. More hits abound. And you can see the Tidebringer spam. Vitaly very healthy. Hector not so much.
The problem is, like, if you bring someone down here, does it really change that much at this point? Because they're going to be coming in under-leveled.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, it feels like you're kind of stuck in this situation as Heroic, even if you did want to change it. Oh, Pike. Mr. Pike a little bit too far up here.
Drinking buddies and the cookie, all the mobility, and now Luna nowhere to go.
Oh, everything going so well, but just steps up a little bit too far. Giving that cookie an opportunity kind of ruins everything you've worked for here.
Yeah, that is a rough one. And Heroic giving the tip to El Micho. It's an interesting tip right there. As they will get the D ward, try and reassert some control over these camps. Although now El Micho in a little bit of trouble. He's got to run away. Not sure if he's going to be able to make the escape happen. So the Bat Rider goes down. In the meantime, King Jungle's able to get away. No problem for KJ.
He just hops right on out of there. Now your Viper gets a bit of an edge here in this lane. Feeling good. Getting this pressure onto the supports. 3 points in the Tidebringer, though. It does mean there's still some issues down here for Hector.
No. And a bottle refill for Lumpy. Are they going to make a move? Radiant scanning, anticipating that there could be this mounting pressure. And it does turn red as he's going to get the bounty rune. Hector, not quite level 6 yet on the Kunkka. But with this creep wave coming in, can try and play a little bit aggressively. They find him.
The level 2 back gank.
Underneath, he wants to get level 6. He doesn't quite have it because of that deny. So no boat here means that they can't make the go.
Oh man, and they've even got Lumpy just sitting there waiting to go for the combo.
That was really well played. He was 1 creep away on Vitaly from being able to get it, and now he has 6, but they've already left.
Everyone's gone. That feels terrible. Analog's already 6 here in the mid. Lumpy is coming to grab the creeps just so he can now get there as he grows a larger shell.
And Analog, Illusion Rune, will start to head up north. So a little bit of a strange start to the laning stage. I don't think we've seen a tri-lane versus tri-lane, and I don't think probably at this whole TI.
Not for as long as we headed there, but Pyke is already way back. Ice Shard's not going to hit, though. Everyone's allies are kind of far, but Analog was nearby and could have commit there for a potential kill. So good escape from Pyke, and they are just going to swarm this tower. On the other side of the map, they do grab Hector's courier, but he's standing tall down here.
X, boat, going to connect. Now the Torrent, but with Divine moving in, that stops any extra pressure. He has to back away. Tally throws out the Tidebringer, now punching away onto Hector, tossed to the side. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, and now Devi is out too far. Only level 4 Viper, usually strong, not so much when you're under leveled from a tri-lane. Oh, but look at this Analog, the big move in with the Magnetize. Elmisho is going to get killed here.
Yeah, he's going to clean up the old mop and bucket there for Analog.
Still, not bad there.
Yeah, Vitaly will escape to the Wisdom Rune as well. Well, if he wants it, but there's some gold to grab first here, so never mind.
And so, very even across the board. Nothing doing yet. It is definitely a little bit interesting seeing the caustic bath with no points in the corrosive skin, but it's fine.
Yeah, he's one of those heroes where the facets are a little eh. The poison burst, it has its moments.
Right.
This will also have its moments, but the facet doesn't really define this hero right now. Divine Llama certainly needing that Wisdom Rune after a tri-lane as the offlaner. Still pretty far away from level 6 here as Vitaly. The outside there is level 7.
Some wards placed down pretty deep. Lumpy will get the Arcane Rune. And this is what I was talking about, like when this 8-minute mark, as the lanes start to die down a little bit, you kind of have these solo pick-off moves that happen where supports are just kind of walking around looking to set up on people, and they end up running into each other in the river.
Or the jungle here.
Yep. Then Analog's over to the side too. Elmisho trying to buy some time, slowing him down, and yeah, he's eventually going to go down. But then you toss back underneath the tower, find yourselves a tasty little tusk. Cofield tries to Drinky Buddies to get away. Another Lucent Beam. It's enough.
I was getting out of there for a moment, but not enough of a save this time, as the damage will catch up to him. So, bit of a trade across the map here as Lumpy and Analog are battling for a bounty rune, as Hector is also just battling creeps under his tower.
The Tidebringer hits onto that Wind Ranger. Like, she's going to be susceptible to getting killed almost every boat.
Oh, well, Misho. It's a scary spot to be, even with Firefly.
Yeah. Just having to sit it out for a moment. Vitaly, level 8. Wind Ranger needs to be careful about her positioning. Now, there is a movement down south by the Tusk, who is going to place a ward, try and just keep Hector safe through all of this.
We'll see how Elmisho recovers this game. Obviously played pretty greedy in the last couple. Is now up to level 5, but as a Bat Rider, obviously he's a hero who really wants a lot of farm. As they do get the ulti onto Vitaly, so the boat has to come out.
And Shard comes out as well. The snowball to dodge all of the damage. Lumpy throws out an avalanche. Still in trouble is going to be this Kunkka. He's got the rum on him, keeping him alive for a long time, but not long enough. So the big movement in takes down the top net worth hero. That's what you want to see for Heroic.
Yeah, well done by Schofield too, right? Completely invalidates the hero there with that snowball. If you know that boat is coming, there's just nothing you can do. They're going to steal these Ancients. What a great grab to get here to help recover this game that was slowed down for Divine Llama.
And Elmisho, he's going to also try and steal some of these stacks away together with Lumpy and Tree as Hector pushes down bottom. In that movement forward and putting a little bit of pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, likewise mid lane here with the catapult and the tree. Divine Llama, they're going to throw him over. They have the overgrowth.
He's very tanky, hard to kill. But with all the magic damage that they've got in the overgrowth connection, it's enough. Now Pyke moves in too. Snowball onto the creeps. They're going to pop the Eclipse immediately, try and bring him down low, and yes, indeed, they get that finish. Vitaly's a little ways away, but they move in with Analog now. Kick him to the side, and actually that kind of keeps him alive. The misplay there.
Power shot missed.
It kept him alive after the kick. Now they're going to full on go into Analog, try and finish him off. Another Lucent Beam, done. 4 dead, and Hector can't believe it.
That's crazy. I can't either. Like, him coming back in as well, Hector was also shooting on a power shot. He could have killed him if he'd known he was coming back down. That was a crazy play there to come back in for Pyke.
Beast Coast now up 4,000 gold at just under 12 minutes. That's all that fight, basically.
Man, that was a fast swing. That's pretty much, yeah, just tower and that fight. The gold has now gone crazy for Beast Coast. Pyke's right back into farming now, heading in towards that Yasha. And what's the plan here for Hector? He's had this Gleipnir queued up the whole time. He had a Yasha maybe queued up. Now Misho gonna get up to the high ground here, but yeah, that's a guaranteed kill there. Absolutely.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
Denied.
Not a kill. Not a kill. It is a death, but it's not a kill. Very well done here.
That was nicely played. And now, Vitaly, knowing where Hector is. Ooh, didn't quite get the vision. I mean, he's in trouble, though. This is going to be a hard survive. But Hector, he's dodging, he gets away, what?
One with the trees here.
Yeah, it's not helping you this time, Moose. In fact, the whirlwind comes out, they managed to bring him down. That was super well done.
Yeah, the lack of overgrowth there, hurting him. Not much you could do, unfortunately. Try and help out on the grab.
And suddenly, the leads cut back down again. Off the back of that kill, and Pyke is way down here on the bottom side of the map. What's going on?
He came through thinking there was going to be a fight, and then it broke down, and he's like, well, I'll just take their camps. And they're none the wiser, right? This is excellent play by him.
Absolutely.
Then go right back up, clear out the rest of the camps.
It's a nice way to do it. Keep that farm moving. Put yourself in a position where if there is a fight, you can be a part of it and help out. And honestly, he could just stay there and wait for Hector to come in. There still is an opportunity here for an Eclipse play.
Yeah, 100%.
They see him. Hector underneath the tower. They go. X mark. Boat goes out, but the last... Oh, they don't quite connect with the torrent. The timing wasn't right. And now Analog. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Sometimes you just get baited by your carry player, because you know what Pyke's saying. Yeah, come on, let's go.
No.
Let's do something here, buddy. Oh, you missed the... Oh, okay, I'm going to go jungle now. Bye.
Yeah, that one hurts.
I think many rotations again, right?
So that was one of those two where in the past, I feel like the boat might have hit, but ended up going for torrent boat instead, and the shackle can mess you up there. Lasso, though, as Misho moves over. He's very low. Genji not quite going to connect for the kill. Misho's still playing very fast and loose here. He is way in deep. Analog trying to take him down. Now the roll to the side. He's still living!
Hector died!
What?
Hector defeated and died while Analog is chasing Misho.
And now Vitaly off to the side. The Plinko is Plinkoing as they run down mid.
He just TP'd into an overgrowth eclipse.
Yeah.
That's your Wind Ranger.
That happened.
Misho is just a beast this series. I don't
really
know what else to say.
That change in elevation, it always messes you up.
that's all it is, eh? Hector was so psyched. He's like, oh, sweet, a team fight. I can finish up my Gleipnir. I want to get involved. I'm a Wind Ranger. And then, not going to save you this old Wind Run versus Pyke and an Overgrowth.
10-10, but it's Beast Coast on top right now. And it's got to be said, I'm feeling like they are starting to pick up steam. If Lumpy can get involved in a couple more of these kills, if you can play around the Luna, Beast Coast definitely feel like they're on the pathway to success here.
You heard Fierce say that that was their first map win over Heroic this year.
Yeah.
So to finish it with a series win in the lower bracket on the road to the International would be a pretty impressive feat here for Beast Coast.
Right.
But I mean, what that story tells you is that Heroic, you know, they found many ways to win those games.
Yes. Absolutely.
So this is a little bit of a lead here for Beast Coast. Can't be taken too lightly. They got to still focus up here. And Hector does finish up the Gleipnir. So there's been a lot of discussion about these Wind Ranger games about how do you play the BKB? How do you play the Whirlwind? So the problem sometimes is with this Gleipnir is that your BKB comes later, right? But considering they have a Viper and a Tusk and an Earth Spirit, honestly, I would not have minded it because I feel like the control might be a little bit of overkill. But then you see Almisho also doing what he's doing to Analog, so maybe the Gleipnir is necessary.
Right. Just a little bit of extra lockdown for these annoying, pesky heroes that can kind of play around the areas would definitely feel nice for them. And sort of just to reiterate what you were talking about before, like, we have seen leads that evaporate that are much bigger than just this 4K mark that they're at right now. And when you can do this on your carry, just go to town going with the Whirlwind and farm up a couple rounds of camps very rapidly, it starts to fall apart otherwise. That is 3 specialist arrays, including one on a melee hero.
Yeah, everybody loves that item right now.
It's too good. Damage, attributes, all good things.
Tavai Llama, another game, another pipe here. Very important to help cover Hector, as we already saw. Magic damage being the bane of his existence.
It was the only thing that did damage to him in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, Whirlwind, or rather, Wind Run gonna save you, but Tavai Llama's pipe gonna do the other bit of work there as a Philosopher's Stone will be found by KJ.
The fact that Almisho can play like this, if he ends up getting away...
No, he is dead.
I mean, okay.
Now, will he get denied again?
Oh my god.
Dude, there's no way.
Oh my god, he
Okay,
almost
thank
did it. He
goodness.
almost did it.
That's way too close.
All right, so they take him out there. The only other thing that I would say is that I'm thinking back to last game, and as they will be able to TP out on Moose, there was the issue that Beast Coast just kind of went for the all-out split push, never took a fight. I am seeing them dodge a little bit right now in spite of the gold lead, in spite of, like, you know, I'm willing to put a pass on it right now because they're close to a couple of items, but eventually I do want to see them try and group around Pyke and make something happen. They're very strong.
Yeah, you're kind of expecting Lumpy to try and get in there and be active with these kills here, and Heroic, they're doing the same thing as last game. It's a little bit later, but it's about an Aegis for Hector, and they have scanned this out on the side of Beast Coast. And they have just said Tier 2 tower.
Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, they've got fighting-oriented items. I guess, like, again, you're, what, maybe 800 gold away from finishing off an Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka, very close to a BKB on Tiny. I think it makes sense to dodge this one. But honestly, they could probably still fight after the Aegis goes into Heroic's hands.
Yeah, we'll see how this Ags plays out for that Kunkka, because we've seen the fights where it is just completely ridiculous with his Ghost Ship.
Yeah.
The damage just goes crazy. It's also pretty solid versus the BKBs just because of the raw damage it provides anyway. But they don't even have those to protect them. It's mostly just going to be cutting through this pipe. But they're going to get aggressive.
Trying to move in here.
There's no shortage of initiation here for Heroic. That is one thing this game, where they have the Gleipnir build, they have the Tusk, they have the Earth Spirit, even the Snap, of course, like has some tools. So if they want to start a fight, they should be able to.
I mean, the thing about this is that you really, for Beast Coast, I feel like want to hit your item timings hard. And even though they're playing into this Aegis, when this Aghanim Scepter is done on Kunkka, it's a really strong window before that Wind Ranger gets her BKB. If they don't hit that, things do start to look a little bit more scary, I feel like, for Beast Coast. You got to get something done eventually here.
It feels like they're just trying to all in again on their Luna, just like last game, and they're just saying that Hector is not as scary on the Wind Ranger as he was on the Bristleback.
Right.
Like, you're not going to be able to play that same game. You can't come and just sit and take your racks, which is definitely true. Right, that is not the power of this Wind Ranger hero. She's good at a lot of things, but the claims just keep bouncing. And we'll actually get the tower.
Did not decide to deny that one.
But it's not going to end the same way, right? You can't just walk on the high ground and destroy all the buildings this time. That's not an option for Heroic. So,
oh, now Misho, they're going to lose him. Tried to get denied again, didn't quite manage it. But these little pickoffs, and now, I mean, Beast Coast, and this is what we were talking about. There is a chance here to fight, but you don't have El Misho now. It just doesn't feel perfect. Maybe with Tiny Avalanche. Oh, the silence! Toss back BKB. Gonna find one kill. On to KJ. Can they get to Vailama afterwards? It looks like the answer is maybe.
No.
Snowball. Oh, this is dangerous. Danger. Hector's here. Now the damage is going to start to come out. Blade Mill already out from the Earth Spirit, but the toss already gone. That's one round. The Aegis is there. El Misho can TP back in if he wants, but they're TPing out. They break Vitaly's TP. They're going to lose the Kunkka, lose the tree, most likely, yes. They were able to burn through the Aegis, but that one doesn't feel great if you're Beast Coast.
No, I don't think his Aegis really does that much for them in terms of the sieging anyway. Like, sure, they might have gotten, like, maybe 1 or 2 tier 2s, but Beast Coast, I don't think they're going to be very happy about that one. Just didn't get quite enough with the boat. They only really get the snap to set up for after that. And that Aegis has pretty much provided the time here for Hector to get this BKB. I would like to see them go again immediately for Beast Coast once the boat's back up, which is in 10 seconds.
Yeah, boat.
Like, I don't think you need to wait for overgrowth. I think you smoke up, you go, you try and get a lasso.
They just need to take the fight on their own terms, it feels like. And
man, El Misho is just one-track mind, huh?
Dude. Oh, man.
I don't think he needs to do this. This is a little over.
Yeah.
Like, over the top here, man. Like, you have Blink, you have Lasso, you have Boat. I think there are moments to play the game of Dota 2 versus your opponents and not just the creeps and neutrals.
It's true. Game, I mean, again, all right, Pyke gets the BKB. It feels like now is the time to go. We'll see if they decide to smoke up and make some type of a play together. There is a chance that they kind of just want to keep waiting it out because they feel like their lineup scales better and don't feel pressured to make a fight happen.
Surely he's holding a smoke. Yeah,
all right, they're going. Okay. They're going. I think this is the right play.
See what they can find.
Kunkka a little ways away from them. Hector is down here.
Yeah, they have an ops on the pillar as well. It sees where Schofield's lurking.
In towards mid, Devi shows himself. Avalanche, toss, Eclipse. Immediately on to the Viper, brings him down.
It's what they interesting.
This
is
going
to go right for the tier 2.
This is their power spike. How much can they get done? Hector is TPing in right now. Oh my god.
Misho?
Blinks. Forward. Up to the high ground, sees them, forces them back. But just like that, East Coast will take the tier 2 tower after getting the kill onto the Viper.
And they didn't spend anything, right? They used the Eclipse, sure, but I think you're still pretty confident going for some other moves here. You now have this Force Staff delivered to El Misho, so he can be a lot happier about his jump-ins. Once more, though, Heroic's focus on the Tormentors continues. We're very quick to grab those, and that's going to go to KJ.
They're all grouped together as 5 there, although Tusk did have to leave for a second. They had just completed a BKB for the Earth Spirit. And it looks like Beast Coast are going to go take a Tormentor of their own this time. A bunch of good shards here in this one.
Let's see who's going to grab it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's super important for Trian because he needs this item. Like, you have to get it, and this basically just puts gold in the bank towards your Blink Dagger as Tree. Which in this game is amazing because they have this Kunkka, right? And they have this Bat Rider, but Tree can just sacrifice. You can just blink. If you hit a 4-hero overgrowth with a Kunkka Ags in your team, you don't care if you die.
Right.
Right? If that boat comes in, plus you might not die because of the boat. It might actually save you, right?
Well, and the ability to sort of make sure that Schofield's not able to interrupt that with a snowball save, right? Yep. These things start to really matter a lot if you can get good positioning on the tree. East Coast again playing forward, although, whoa. BKB out, that's the reveal. Now Lumpy trying to walk away. Analog not going to be happy about that usage of his BKB. They drop down the Observer Ward, see him over to the side, pulls him in. Do they have enough damage? Schofield is off there. Avalanche, the boat, the big boat hits. The toss, it's good damage. We'll have the snowball in just a moment, but they're all rooted with the overgrowth. It's not going to be there. Divai Llama in trouble, finds that kill. Can they get more?
Oh, what a pullback there from Vitaly on the Kunkka. That was nice.
And like that, they're ready to start the movement. 5 heroes alive for Beast Coast. And Tier 3 towers available, but they're not going to make that move.
Yeah, moves, buying and selling, figure out what he's going to do. He goes for the gem. So that's going to really delay any hopes of a Blink Dagger for himself. And that just means that they feel confident in the ability to initiate here between their Tiny and their Bat Rider, and that they really want to close this game out. They don't want to get caught by any sort of aggressive vision.
Right. They want to secure that Aegis for themselves, which is why they're all heading up top to try and play around this area. The tree gem, make sure that they're going to have the vision advantage when the Roche fight eventually happens.
When it spawns in 17 seconds.
I mean, that'd be really
It's going to be a fast one.
You think so?
Yeah, I can sense it.
Oh.
Like I said, 2 minutes.
Literally, barely not get longer. It's going to spawn bottom now because of that.
All right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just cursed them that hard.
I got the reads.
I mean, that being said, Heroic don't know this. They could have Roche up and already go in there, so they're wrapping around with a smoke. Analog, does he find a target? Smoke up of their own.
KJ wants a ward on that, and I tell you, it would be a great ward right now.
Oh, man. Oh, they're retreating back. Man, Beast Coast, I'm not sure exactly, like, what their play is here. I guess that they just had a read on it. Maybe they saw
really
somebody smoke
neutrals.
underneath the ward.
That's all I've learned is they can't stand the neutrals.
Yeah.
That's most of their gameplay.
Misho, ready to step forward. Smoke breaks on him. Smoke breaks on Heroic. They know they're over here. And because of how long of a Roche respawn this is, Heroic might be able to outflank them a second time in this series by just going through the gate. If Beast Coast don't make a move soon, I think Heroic just claim this one themselves. But instead they are going to fight. Walrus Punch to start. Overgrowth follows that one up. Now,
the boat.
Lasso already out. It's good damage. Schofield in some trouble. Do they have enough? Divai Llama, he's already on to this Luna. She's broken. Whirlwind run away on the side of Beast Coast after Tree is dead. Lumpy throws out an avalanche. They back out of there. Kunkka in trouble. Vitaly, he doesn't have anywhere left to go. He's dead. Eclipse is out. It's good damage, but will it be enough? Can he run down Divai, the Glimmer, and now they have to back out? Pike, Gleipnir, not going to break that TB. The BKB lasted long enough. So they will be able... Well, here's the problem. Roche still isn't up for 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's still a long ways away there. It's a great hold there from Heroic to keep that positioning, force a bad jump in there from Beast Coast. Not the way you want to do it. And of course, we know Moose just invested in that gem, and now it's sitting there on the ground. KJ's waiting for his courier. This is a courier bait. So what's happening right now is that he thinks the Dire can't see him, but there's actually an observer ward that he knows that he's sitting there baiting the courier, but he was hoping the courier would come and he could kill the courier and get the gem.
I thought he was just taunting them.
No. He wanted a courier kill, because every support player sends their courier to get the gem after.
That's true.
But yeah, there's that bad jump there. Shackle thankfully only connects on the tree. It doesn't catch the Tiny in behind. And despite the boat coming through, again, the snowball eventually happens. And they use that to not only defend themselves, but then chase right after.
Yeah.
Schofield, amazing fight here. Drinking Buddies gets forward, comes in, keeps the chase onto Lumpy. And then, of course, Analog can just roll away because they can't hold them in place for this Eclipse.
And then the BKB TP out that ends up happening. You can see Divai feeling it right here, recognizing what that could have meant. The unfortunate situation is all that fight ended up being for nothing because they just have to fight again down on the south side for Roche.
Okay, they do, but there's an 8-second BKB and now a Lincoln Sphere here for Hector. So
Lumpy.
The jump from El Micho, very tough. Ooh, good blink from Lumpy.
Gets out of there. Vitaly, silence for now.
Pike is nowhere nearby. He's out hitting Ancients right now, and they have a Radiant Ward that might know this. It's hard to tell.
Trying to back out now on Heroic. Second Roche still ready. They're cutting down these trees. Don't want to deal with Treant Protector.
Their Roche is not that fast either.
They go in to try and take it.
The Whirlwind single target focus is not great. Sure, it's better than just raw right-clicking, but compared to Focus Fire, it's pretty pathetic.
They hear the sound, and now they know that they can go, and they know it's not going to be that quick. They're starting to run down this direction. Heroic, kind of a crazy move, but they're getting through it quickly enough. They might actually be able to do this in time, and look at him. King Jungle's X Mark, it's already out the Avalanche. Do they have enough to get it? It is going to be Aegis on the ground.
It's so
Or lift up, and Hector gets it. Just in time. And now the rest of them, though, in some trouble. Drinking Buddies, but look at the damage coming out from Pyke. Analog is just going to fall. So they managed to take that fight indeed, and now Hector...
He's on top of him.
Body blocks, chase. Do they have another Avalanche? 5 seconds away, the Shackle will latch. They don't quite have the ability to run down that Wind Ranger.
Couldn't quite get in range for an X marks the spot. Nothing to help him get there.
The banner's still in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, that was complete chaos. Oh, nice. Use the scan there. They're going to find a kill up top there. Schofield comes to the Twin Gate.
And that's Gem back.
Thank you very much. Lumpy with the Conda.
Well, an 8,000 gold lead now for Beast Coast after the gem gets traded back. Again, Aegis and hands from Heroic. We're kind of having this like push and pull happen between the two squads. But it feels like Beast Coast is coming out a little bit ahead. Wind Ranger versus Luna.
It feels like it's just scrappy, we're going late game kind of game, you know?
Oh yeah. Gleipnir, good Shackle. Hector still playing very far forward. Not afraid of anything with this Aegis in hand.
Well, as it does look like we're getting later. Hector will become quite the beast, of course. Luna, sure, great scaling carry as well, no doubt about that. Oh, Hector.
That was Lincoln's. Damage out. That's a freebie. That's an absolute freebie. And now Analog runs in, gets pulled out. Actually kicked away, it looked like.
Be free?
I think he was trying to kick him back maybe, but Magnetize is there. Blade Mail.
Analog?
Does not appear to matter. The Blade Mail is not working, and the boats are ripping him to shreds, but look at the focus fire from Hector. Tears down one, looks for another. Can he find any more? They have Power Shot ready, but it's too long range to connect onto any of them. Vitaly, Snowball broken! And just like that, the Kunkka gets brought down. 3 for 1.
Well, Analog misses the roll on the Tiny, ends up catching all of that damage, but he took the damage. And everyone else comes in to clean it up. And that goes from looking like it might have been a problem to a perfect fight there, honestly, for Heroic. You're going to take that. Who cares? Buyback on the Tusk? Sure.
You know, I think the lead doesn't matter anymore. Like,
oh no, I agree.
It's like I don't know how this game is going to be decided. They're just going to smash their faces into each other for a while longer, and whoever gives up first who doesn't have buyback is going to be the one that takes it.
Yeah, this is just Eclipse versus Whirlwind.
Yeah,
that's it, right? It's whoever gets the big ulti off in the moment.
It does feel like Dota Plus still very much favoring the Luna, which, I mean, again, you think about the cost of losing a fight against a Luna in the late game scenarios. It can be really bad. Schofield rapidly going to die. Pyke godlike on this hero. But if you're free to get caught out, this Wind Ranger will destroy the rest of the heroes on the lineup.
Yeah, we talked a lot about El Misho's farming, but I gotta say, KJ's farm has been pretty crazy through this game as well. Like, pretty much the whole game, he's actually at a higher net worth than this Bat Rider. And you think about how the Bat Rider's been playing, running around the whole map, catching waves and stuff. KJ just playing a much more standard, just chilling, got the Solar Crest to help out, got the Glimmer Cape to help out, now has the Lotus Orb to help out. And he's just kind of been lurking in a lot of these fights. Now he's gonna help take down this Tormentor here.
Doesn't have like the super scaling Snapfire builds yet, but he has a lot of utility and things that can really mess up.
Okay, well, with no Aegis and with them taking the Tormentor, they're going to use this time to attack your base. This is something that Wind Ranger cannot do.
This is I mean, this is a lot. Pop the Gleipnir. Lumpy's still out there. Shackle.
El Misho can't find anything.
Divine Llama right onto him. Misho looking for the opening. Analog is out there. They blink away on El Misho. A torrent keeps him back, and that's a tier 3 tower done.
Now, Misho does have the headband, but you can't pop Lincolns to that anymore.
Oh, that's a crazy ward. That one is probably not going to get dewarded.
The way back one, but yeah, that's a nice play by the bat.
Because also, like, I feel like Devi isn't going to be walking over that way with the gem. Oh my god, they came in and took it? What? Just send in illusions and take out the racks?
Okay, nicely done.
All right, no, they got it. Never mind. Still banner in the pit. See if El Misho finds it. (22-21), 43 kills in this 37-minute game. As Hector gets closer to the Satanic. He had already bought the damage item in the data list. Thank you very much. Yes, off screen. It's a nice little chest there. It happens, I feel like, at all of these major tournaments. There's somebody that leaves something in the pit.
This one's so much more excusable than other ones, though. Sometimes it's just 5 heroes, like, roshing and doing the thing. This one was like, there is a team fight happening. We are almost losing this Aegis. Then the Aegis was on the ground, and Hector had to go back and grab it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, Hector picking up one of our favorite neutral items, of course. The Ogre Seal Totem.
Oh, it's a class.
Very annoying to play against. Always hopping right out of the fights. I mean, you can notice a trend of those 3 items, right? Ooh. Ogre Seal, Ascetics Cap, and Trickster Cloak. They are all just defensive, save myself neutral items. And what do you see on the other side? Ancient Guardian for Pyke.
Right. He's ready to hit. Now, there is a ward that was over here that was scouting out some of Beast Coast. It kind of looks like they're trying to set up to sneak these, that racks. They're just sending in the illusions, but Heroic is down here. Yeah, and they thought it was real.
Oh,
it's
my goodness, that was lost spells.
Yeah. A nice little bait play there.
That's all right, not too expensive. 40 seconds on the Viper Strike. It's okay. They're going to move on out. They're smoking up. They are running up top. Trying to decide the angle they want to take. KJ wants to take a nice hook. A mean left curve.
Almost level 25 for Hector. While they wrap around up to the north.
Another tiny illusion coming in. Can he do it again?
He's going to head right by. They see that
wait.
away.
Oh, he's not baited.
They're not going to get him.
He did notice, actually, that they took the bounty room by his illusion, though. He pinged it.
Luna also getting close to her next item, MKB. So a nice answer to that Wind Ranger. With the butterfly queued up after the fact. Still playing around for where they know Roche is possible to respawn in just a couple of seconds here, but as you can see down bottom, buildings are in a little bit of a dangerous spot. There's a couple pings that come out from KJ. They're going to have to come and contend with that. 2 minutes until Roche respawns. Another long respawn.
And another Trickster Cloak picked up. Another good reason for the MKB. 2 of them to deal with for this Luna.
This is actually, I feel like Roche being down here is really good for Heroic because they can push out that other lane at least.
Yeah, but this is great ward still here for Beast Coast, and they're setting up on it.
They catch him here. Analog. Oh, Lotus right away. El Misho can't get him. And now he's in far. Lumpy jumps forward, wanted to get an Avatoss. Not going to find it. Snowball already onto him. Walrus punch, pushback. Pyke trying to get into range. Now they roll forward. They find him. Magnetize. The damage is out the Whirlwind. Batrider already dead. Vitaly in trouble. Pyke backing out. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got Lumpy completely in no man's land. And while they will get Hector brought down fairly low, they are not going to be able to get out with the rest of these heroes. Divine Llama right onto Pyke. Analog backing away, trying to survive through this, but Moo with the overgrowth. Wait, but he kicked him away. He keeps him separation, and now keeping control of that tusk. Divine Llama still trying to chase. Connection onto the Luna. Is it enough damage? The turn, the hit. It's good. They got him. Vitaly now has to get out of there, but it's not going to happen. Heroic. They win the pivotal fight. And Roche is still 50 seconds away.
And they needed buybacks there from the bat and from the Tiny.
It's such a long respawn. I mean, oh, well, they get the banner. But they realize that they can't do anything with it. Oh, it's got to be frustrating for Heroic. They should still be able to get it on the second
This
side,
initiation is total disaster mode, though. Elmisho loses the vision there as the Lotus is running out. Can't get anything. Then Lumpy jumps in trying to play at the same time. It's totally just nothing they can do. It's already a wash at this point. It looks really bad. Vitaly's like, do I throw the boat now? How am I supposed to play this fight? So they start trying to back away the Pike. Hector's pressuring here with the Whirlwind. Still no good opportunity to go for the Eclipse. Lumpy's away, and then he tosses someone out. It's just nothing looking good for Beast Coast. And just Heroic staying together, playing with these auras here from Divide Llama, and eventually they're just able to clean up this fight and force some really important buybacks.
Now Misho, they find him over to the side here. It's been a bit of a hit and miss series so far for him. It's felt like there have been times where he's felt like he's made everything happen, and other times it's not been working out for him. Hector does move in now to go and claim Roche, so it wasn't quite long enough for the Luna to respawn, but this is a big get for them.
Get themselves the refresher. Really nice for the Wind Ranger. Can do multiple whirlwinds and BKBs in a fight. We'll see how they decide to utilize these options that they get. For now, it's Analog that has the refresher.
So now Heroic up 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold. Lumpy even too afraid to go and finish off that Wisdom Rib. You can see that swing from that one fight.
Yeah. I think your point from earlier still stands, though. I don't think it matters. Like, yeah. I do not think the gold matters. I think as long as it's relatively close, which I still consider this to be, there is still definitely just a how the fights break down situation happening here.
And what the buyback status is, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many little variables in here that can end up causing it to go haywire.
This is a really stressful Game 3. Beast Coast fans on the edge of their seat. Heroic fans as well.
Elimination to see who moves on, and of course, even if whoever wins this game, you still have to play later today, too. So much at stake at this tournament. And a Shackle will connect. Oh, Lumpy. Lumpy. Where's the help? Where's his buddies? They have an overgrowth ready. The BKB is there. He's taking less damage. Elmisho jumps in again, not able to get the lasso. The Lincoln Sphere was already up. Nothing to break that one. Pike, now he's also caught. Dude, the shards! Schofield, God! And now this Luna in trouble. They're gonna drop the boat, try and turn, get him away, but it's not enough.
That's it?
Luna's gone for 90 seconds.
Oh, that fight is over. They're gonna get this tier 2. I mean, there's just no chance of coming back in this one right now.
Schofield, God. What an unbelievable shard.
Yeah, he just cut them off. Twice, both times. That was the main problem. And now, despite the lack of ability to push compared to a Luna, I mean, they can just prop themselves up here. Beast Coast trying to play strong here and act like maybe there's a threat of a Luna buyback.
Only 2 Force Staffs on the team to get him out of trouble, and they did not have him up at that point. Now this banner laid down. All right, you have what, 15 until Bat, you've got 50 until Luna, they've got multiple glyphs. If there's any consolation, it's that Heroic do not push objectives that quickly.
No, that's why they need this kill on the Luna. Without the kill on the Luna, they can't stand here like this. Like, there's just no way they can take towers and racks as long as she's up and has the threat there. Oh. I would be pretty disappointed if they don't get a racks here, I think. I feel like they should be able to.
It was a good tidal wave to push Hector out of the base for the moment. The question is, how much more can they get? They get at least the one, still 20 until Luna's back up. Look at the big wraparound coming from Elmisho. He's actually trying to kill the wave.
Yeah, he is grabbing that wave in typical Elmisho fashion.
So this glyph will be used, and now backdoor protection should kick in.
Yeah, I don't think they have a real chance at taking this anyway, especially with the Luna coming back.
Oh, they're going for it, sticking around. Backdoor now finally up. So A much larger lead blown open by Heroic in this one.
Yeah, man, Schofield just absolutely ruining their high ground defense by not giving them one, by making sure they couldn't get back to the high ground. Now Lumpy again. This is how it started last time.
Can't get caught like this. El Misho in trouble. The shards, they catch him. Do they want to step forward? Lincoln's broken. El Misho can jump and lasso if he wants, but already they have it broken. The Lotus, just so valuable in this game.
There's still the refresher shard as well here for Analog, so he has the ability to go crazy in one of these fights.
Jumps in. They have an X mark to pull him back in, but that's already a whole nother set of racks. Heroic doing the slow and steady siege. Exactly what they need to do with 50 more seconds left on this.
Now Misho just can't find that jump in that they're looking for. They're going to go for the tiny Aghanim Scepter next, though.
Try and overwhelm them with massive damage. I mean, this might catch them off guard. There's a chance.
They need a big overgrowth from Moose. I think El Misho is going to try.
They need everything here. They got to get something. Gotta jump onto Hector here, interrupt, find an opportunity for an angle.
All right,
they kill the creep wave. Hector steps forward, Lincoln's broken, Lotus onto him.
Creeps are still mid as well, so that, you know, this is not a full-on ending as the next wave also comes in. There's still a lot they have to handle here from the high ground.
Only a couple seconds left on this Aegis. Hector, will he get caught here? Lightmare already out. Tiny, we push back, but with that Aegis being reclaimed, it looks like Heroic are not going to tempt fate again going high ground on the top side of the map.
Analog just playing it really dangerous, I gotta say, up there, all by himself with no Lincolns or anything, but gets away with it.
Well, for Heroic, they have put themselves in a winning position. They have put themselves in a position where the waves are going to be shoving in. They should have a clear path towards Roche. And for Beast Coast, I feel like now you got to make some type of a big move. They've got to try and find them outside of the base, get some type of a pick off. Because if they're just free to go in and secure the next Aegis, it feels very difficult to hold that.
Lumpy's calling for them to just push out top.
Interesting.
Divine Llama's going to get the shard. They're going to show that Pyke's up here. They're trying to catch somebody. Oh, Hector? Hector's going to finish that TP.
Not afraid. He finds Lumpy again. The Lao Shackle is keeping him there. BKB, Avalanche, and
Tusk.
That can't happen. Lumpy does not have any friends nearby him right now. Has double toss charges, but he's just going to drop. Oh, maybe an opportunity there to kill off the Tusk, though. Lumpy backing away. And still living a very long time, but ends up dying in the end.
And he's got no buyback. He is short on the goal by 440.
Oh, and they find another. El Misho in trouble. They're falling apart, Beast Coast. They feel the pressure to get stuff done, and they're getting caught out of the base.
All right, now there's no TP on Wind Ranger. Maybe Pyke just has to go for it.
I don't know.
I don't know what else you can do. He's under a ward right now. He's actually scouted, and they're coming back for him.
If he gets caught now, too, this is the worst. Pyke trying to TP out of there, hoping to escape the roll. He gets away. Schofield popped BKB for that one.
He did, yeah. I think it was a fat finger. I think he was trying to mash Yules or something.
Maybe a chance here to catch Hector. Hector completely alone. Hector, BKB, overgrowth. No, he didn't get him. Oh, it might have been a little close. And yeah, Satanic is back up to full.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
they don't know there's no buyback on the Tiny.
That's true.
So they do have to kind of respect it. They also know they're still in a very advantageous position. There's no need to rush this.
Right.
So they'll probably just force Megas.
Devi steps up, feeling strong. Lincoln's onto him. Pyke backs away. He can throw out these loosened beams. And because he's got that extra hit, it's a lot of glaives that get thrown. That level 25 talent, very annoying to play against.
Yeah, and using the tree armor and their general dissuasion tactics, they actually push them back. They don't choose to send up Hector. They don't want to give any big opportunities. They'd rather just wait for the next Aegis. And would you believe it? It's another really long one.
That's crazy, man. I don't know. I feel like you've got to start thinking about Rapier at this point if you're Luna. Like,
or Tiny.
Yeah, honestly, either of them. They need overwhelming damage.
Oh, beat the record for most deaths this tournament. That's not too shocking for how Misha's played this game. Congratulations.
Everybody's got to have something.
Thinking about padding his stats here as he runs into Hector. Hector with 3,700 HP right now, by the way.
You can see how big of a swing this has been over the last couple of minutes, but 21%, not insurmountable.
That's
importantly
amazing odds for being down 26k, to be clear.
I feel like we've seen this a lot this tournament. It's just Luna. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it's the one fight thing, right? Like, how many fights in a row have Heroic won?
Yeah.
Right? This is that classic idea of how many fights does your lineup need to win to actually win the game? And because of the lack of push of a tricore of Wind Ranger, Viper, and Earth Spirit, possibly the most trash lineup at taking towers without a real focus fire, you have to win a lot of fights.
Yeah. They pressure in up top. And because they know that Roche is capable of respawning, East Coast sending these illusions to high ground, not seeing anybody home, they might just try and push this.
How about the real deal?
Schofield is there on him. Now the jump forward divide will find El Misho. Misho in trouble. They run in. Oh, and snowball! Whoa!
It was so close to coming back.
That punch, that could have been it. El Misho, again, in some trouble. TP's out, not gonna happen.
Lumpy down here, just making some moves elsewhere on the map. They're all gonna run down here on side of Beast Coast.
Are we getting to tier 5 neutrals? Do you think there's a chance this game?
There's definitely a chance, but
oh wait, they're coming through. They're coming through. The boat is down. Analog is out.
They're
tries to roll away. Schofield realizes can't be here anymore. Hector comes in too. Lumpy backing away with the shield rune in hand.
Oh, Lumpy again.
BKB, avalanche, toss, turn, hit, toss, damage out. He's still so tanky though. And now they back away. Vitali taking a ton of damage. So too is Pike with the Mortimer's kisses. That's more than enough to find the finish. And 3 are dead with no buybacks because of gold. That is a tough pill to swallow.
They felt like the high ground was undefendable. They had to take a fight outside the base to maybe get something, but they just couldn't connect on it. They couldn't find the jump in from the tree. He's just lurking there thinking like, can I do it? But the saves are still available. They just have such a massive item advantage that it truly has to be perfect to get that fight. And you saw the last way they played it super safe going high ground. Beast Coast just felt like they're just going to do that again. And we won't get that opportunity. And if they just push the base, even with how slow it is, they have a long time to do this.
They're buying E-Blades. They're getting everything that they need.
You got to get them in the well somehow.
Heroic, they do not have to worry about a thing here as AC bought by Tusk. They're trying to close this one out. Beast Coast, they found their first win against this org this entire year, but unfortunately, it was only going to be one win. As you take a look at this one, Heroic running down the lanes, Ancient exposed, Hector comes in for the finish. Heroic, they're just too strong. The couple buybacks, triple buyback, doing what they can.
Headset is off.
Kunka's a little bit late. They're gonna take this one down. GG is called. Beast Coast are eliminated. Heroic, they move on.
Jeez, man, cool guys don't look at explosions. Hector doesn't even watch the Ancient explode. He's already just walked off.
He was ready for that one. I mean, he knows they've got another match later on today that they need to take it down. Heroic get the victory here, though, as they move on in this tournament.
And what a comeback they made in game number 3 here to be able to close out the series. We heard from Lyrical and Trent just there as well. They will be playing a second time today. That's going to be our third series. They'll be coming up against Aurora. But for right now, let's break down how Heroic were able to get this win over Beast Coast, despite this lead, this almost 10k lead that Beast Coast had so consistently for themselves in the middle of the mid-game. And Winter, that's the part of the game that they've always struggled with to be on top of. And now you finally get that, but you couldn't close it out.
It's definitely very worrisome when a team, they chose the right strat in the beginning. I think it was a really good idea to have the 3 heroes on top, the tri-lane against the Viper, and they had a 1v1, Kunkka against Wind Ranger, which is also really good for the Kunkka. They had very good lanes, but they just couldn't really find the team fights here. I think in the mid game, the biggest issue that I had with them is the way they were using the wards and the way they were jumping. I felt like a lot of their jumps were very, very rushed. It felt like they didn't really need to rush so much, especially the back rider, Elmisho. I think he could have like waited a little bit more in a couple of engagements. He was like a little bit too ahead of his team, and they couldn't really kill the hero that he jumped on. So I felt like the mid to late game, it was rinse, repeat, fail initiation. They had some lead, they took a bad fight, they lose a bad fight, and maybe they win some fight later, but then they screw up again, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It was pretty much not getting the initiation that was the problem. And Elmisho, his instincts were correct in a sense, where there were some fights where he would jump in and like try to save Lumpy, who was getting gone on with a 4-staff and a blink. And he actually would save Lumpy. He would succeed in what he was doing, but he would just die to Hector's whirlwind on the way to saving Lumpy. And then they don't have the Batrider initiation, and the blink lasso pullback is one way to always win a fight in the late game of Dota 2, like even if you're behind. And they were ahead. So I can understand the instinct, like, oh, I'm going to save my team, maybe give them my life for it, but then all of a sudden, without his initiation, they can't win the fight.
I mean, instincts is one thing, you know. If you look at the heroes, right, you're the back rider. You're looking at the enemy 5 heroes. Who do you want to lasso the most? I feel like it's Hector all the time, you know. The way you win a team fight is you disable the Wind Ranger. I think she's probably the only one that does the majority of the damage out of all the 5 heroes. So I felt like you need to just let either the Tiny go in, or even the Kunkka just find someone, X mark, and you wait, you know, until you see the Wind Ranger, because in a couple of fights, he got a good catch, but it wasn't the Wind Ranger. He caught someone else. They killed the hero, but they still lost the subsequent fight.
Yeah, it was mostly the task, and I understand that, you know, the task, especially with the drinking buddies, there's a lot of save potential coming out of that, but it's tough to know exactly who to get the jump on, who to lasso there. Ultimately wasn't the correct one in a lot of those team fights, despite getting that kill. But on the side of Heroic, you're down 10k. They're pushing high ground fear. They're looking to close this one out. How do you keep your composure? And how are you so sure that your team is still going to be able to come back into this, that you'll be able to find a window for yourself?
Well, you just have to play the game slow and see what happens. I really did like the fact that K1, he actually played this really well. The laning stage didn't go the best for him. And whenever you do tri-lane versus tri-lane, there's actually a lot of emphasis on the 2 heroes that are in the solo lanes to do something in the game, because you're going to have like 3 under-leveled heroes, your mid's going to be super farmed, and so is your carry. And I feel like Hector, yeah, he tried to use it at the beginning, didn't really work out his level advantage, but he kept trying to be active throughout the fights, and this is something that he's getting better and better at, and I felt like did a lot of work for the team. And Analog, can't really state enough, whenever this guy is on the team, whenever Heroic wins, he's a big part of it. This Earth Spirit did lots of work in the fights, and this is why we're like, oh yeah, we saw Analog Earth Spirit. This is great. We've seen this before. It does a lot, and we kind of looked at the Tiny for Lumpy. It's like, oh, I'm not sure if Tiny's gonna be enough in this type of game, just because how the hero functions. It's not the same type of hero since he got nerfed. So overall, Heroic, they got the heroes they wanted. Even though they lost the laning stage, they kept their composure and they came back into the game. And that's the difference between Beast Coast right now and Heroic, is Heroic just has a better understanding of the game.
Yeah. Well, let's actually hear from Heroic themselves. Nomad is standing by with our winners after this 2-1 best-of-3 victory.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed. I'm here with Schofield, and we're going to have a chat about this series. Of course, Heroic versus Beast Coast throughout the year hasn't really been very close, but this time around, you know, a bit of a brawl. What do you think about that?
Heroic contra Beast Coast todo este año no ha sido particularmente la partida más apretada. Ustedes siempre salían por delante, pero esta vez ha sido mucho más intensa. ¿Qué piensas de esta partida? ¿Cómo ha salido la serie para ustedes?
Empezamos la primera serie jugando, como se puede decir, lo más fresco, para jugar lo más natural, pero a veces nos complicamos nosotros mismos jugar en equipo y a veces pasa mucho eso, pero cuando jugamos más natural, o sea que no nos frustramos o no jugamos individualmente, jugamos mejor en equipo y eso funciona mejor en nosotros.
So he says that they start the series out trying to play fresh, but sometimes the ideas get overcomplicated over time, and the communication between them sometimes gets complex and leads to perhaps some errors. But as it went on, they didn't try to play more individually. They actually tried to play more as team, and that's what they do best. So their teamwork shined through as the match went on.
It certainly did, yeah. In the end, you get the win. I mean, there's a few style differences between you guys, between the two teams, especially between you and El Micho. El Micho prefers to be a bit more greedy, whilst you prefer to be a bit more supporting. Is that just a player difference, or is that a team difference?
Hay unas diferencias entre tú y el Micho. Al Micho le gusta ser un poco más greedy, a ti te gusta ser un poco más de support, ser un entrevistador. ¿Esto para ti es una diferencia de equipo, de personalidad de jugador, de estilo de juego? ¿Cómo lo ves? ¿O estás de acuerdo con eso?
A ver, sí es greedy, tiene ese estilo de juego greedy, también juega a veces seguro. Yo también soy así, yo también cuando uno juega super, cuando es greedy a veces muere de más. Y entonces yo he aprendido bastante a manejarlo mejor. Creo que de alguna manera yo siento que aprendí un poco más y a estar más paciente, la paciencia. La paciencia supera lo greedy y si lo mantienes los dos es mejor, yo creo.
So he says that when you play support, it's kind of a tightrope, right, between playing greedy, playing safe sometimes. He feels like he's already been through the ringer. He's played greedy enough times. He's done enough times, and over time, experience has mounted. He feels like he's a bit more experienced in that sense than El Micho, and he thinks that over time, patience will trump the greediness.
Very interesting indeed. So, the wizened master. So, of course, another series to come today. How are you feeling about that matchup against Aurora?
Ahora es tu siguiente serie. ¿Cómo te sientes, Scofield?
Sí, voy a tratar de estar más tranquilo, jugar más, disfrutar más. Cuando no disfruto tanto el juego, no soy yo mismo y cuando me entro más en el juego siento que destaco mucho más, hago más cosas como equipo, como individual y yo siento que personalmente voy a estar más tranquilo, a comer bien y de nuevo a comer y jugar de serie.
Okay. Sorry, Hector's interrupting the interview as a rude player. So Scofield says, first, the most important thing, he's going to eat. He's going to eat well, and he's going to play that next series more calmly. He believes that when he plays more calmly and he enjoys the game more, he plays better. He feels like he concentrates more on the game, and he plays better as an individual, and they play better as a team. And his goal is actually to be more calm and more himself as he gets into the second match of the day.
All right, well, I hope that works out for you guys. Best of luck in that series. Scofield, Tranquilo is the name of the game, and we'll send it back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you to all three of you guys over there for the fantastic interview there. Schofield, the most important thing that I felt he was saying is that fine line, that fine balance when you're a supporter of playing greedy, knowing exactly when to go in, what you're going to need, and when you're going to be able to help your team. And that has been a lot of the time when the make or break between a team fight or what makes a team look good and a team kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, as they say, it's a fine line between a genius and an insane person, like treading the line is what you have to find the balance in. What type of game you should be greedy, what type of game you should be calmer, you should be less greedy, you should just wait, be patient, and just find your target, I've been in that spot before, like playing all this type of initiating hero. It's difficult, when the game is very, very close and you kind of only have like one more fight and you know that you're not supposed to mess up. And yeah, I mean, it definitely gets to a lot of people and it's difficult, to find that balance. And credit to Scofield, I think he's really, really good at the jump initiating heroes on the support position and he's doing a really good job with that.
Jenkins, from your point of view, we're seeing Beast Coast eliminated now. They are our fifth team. Unfortunately, they won't be making it to the main event. But anything that you want them to walk away here knowing, especially after such a close and exciting series between themselves and Heroic?
I mean, they're a group of young players. There's no coincidence that the teams that we've seen get eliminated are the youngest teams, so they have a bright future ahead of them. I think if they could adapt to the meta a little bit better, if they could be a little bit faster, maybe moves being more comfortable in the 5 position, like if we give this team time, we could see another year of very dominant SA region.
Look, that's some of our viewpoints for Beast Coast, but let's hear from them directly as Pyrian is standing by with one of their players.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with El Micho from Beast Coast. First of all, a tremendous series. We all enjoyed watching it. It was so close. What do you think the difference was in this series?
Una tremenda serie. Todos hemos disfrutado mucho viendo la serie. Pero, ¿cuál crees que es la diferencia entre ustedes esta serie? ¿Qué ha sido el punto diferenciante?
Creo que un poco el macro, un poco de nuestros cores, ¿no? Que las ideas a veces no tienden a estar una sola, ¿no? Y creo que hemos estado trabajando más que todo en este TI porque nuestro juego aún no es perfecto, pero hemos trabajado bastante en el early, ¿no? Como dicen. Y el early casi todos los equipos les ganamos y el problema empezaba a decaer cuando tocábamos el mid game o el late game, que no, nuestros héroes no estaban en el lugar donde deberían estar, ¿no? Como dicen. Y ahora hemos estado trabajando y creo que va mejorando poco a poco, ¿no? Como dicen. Eso sería todo.
So he thinks it's mainly due to the macro game. He says that coming to this TI, they've been working a lot on their early game. And they're working a lot on a lot of aspects, specifically the early game, and they feel like they've found a nice balance there. But when it comes to the mid-late game, sometimes things break apart. He said, as people would say, sometimes the cores are not where they should be, right? And he believes that they are still improving. They've done a lot of work and they're getting there. But, you know, it's step by step, right?
Of course. Speaking of this matchup in particular, Heroic have sort of been your guys' nemesis this year. What is it about this team that makes them so hard to play against?
Heroic es vuestro archienemigo este año. ¿Qué tiene ese equipo que hace que sea tan difícil para ustedes jugar contra ellos?
Creo que un poco de experiencia se podría decir, que ellos tienen la oportunidad de jugar en Europa buen tiempo, ¿no? Como dice, en cambio, a veces nosotros pues, volvemos a Perú y ya... O sea, no digo que no se pueda, ¿no? Pero hay una ventaja de ping ahí, 220. Pero para mí no hay problema, pero a veces un poco pesado para algunos, ¿no? Como dice, y ya no rankea, al volver no rankeamos algunos, ¿no? Como dice, y eso pesa en el equipo porque no es constante la práctica, como se dice. Eso es lo.
I think it mostly comes down to experience. When it compares to Heroic, Heroic have an advantage where they can play in Europe, and they play pubs in Europe as well, right? Whereas for Beast Coast, sometimes they just come back to South America, and for him, ping is not a problem. He's happy to play with heavy ping, as they say it. But sometimes not everyone feels the same way. Not everyone feels like they're practicing as consistently, they're not ranking as much, and that leads to an experience difference that ends up costing them matches.
Okay, well, this was the first TI for a lot of the players on your team, 3 of the players on your team, yourself, Lumpy, Pike. What have you guys learned at this TI that you're hoping to take forward next year?
Es vuestro primer TI, para 3 de vuestros jugadores, tú incluido, el Misho. ¿Qué has aprendido este TI que quieres mostrar el año que viene, que va a ayudarte a mejorar como jugador?
Creo que los equipos tier 1 castigan, ¿no? Hasta el error más mínimo que uno hace y es como que el que comete menos errores gana esta partida, como se dice, ¿no? Y con respecto, como dices, no es mi primer TI y no es que estaba dedicado al 100%, ¿no? No soy consistente, porque recién este año al DOTA ya de frente me estoy metiendo de lleno, como dice, porque antes estudio y DOTA y me retiraba, volvía, así que supongo que de aquí en adelante voy a esforzarme más, ¿no? Dedicarme más, que soy consciente de que a veces he dejado un poco de dedicarme y un poco flojo, como se dice, pero de eso voy a aprender. Gracias.
So we talked about 2 aspects. When it comes to the game side, he talks about how the best teams, they punish much more. They don't let you make a single mistake, and eventually it becomes a game of who makes the least mistakes. And then when he talks about his own personal growth, he says that it's been a difficult year for him, and in general, before El Misho had situations where he was not dedicated fully to Dota, right? He was sometimes studying, he was in Dota, he retired from Dota, then he comes back to studying, then he goes back to Dota. But now that's changed for him. Yeah, he's fully dedicated to Dota, he's fully committed, and he says this is his biggest learning, and he's just committing to come back stronger next year.
Wow, fantastic. Well, just finally and just quickly, if you'd like to say a word to the Beast Coast fans, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Palabras para los fans de Beast Coast, algo que le quieras decir a tus compañeros, a la gente que está viendo desde casa.
Siempre apoyen al equipo, ¿no? A veces no tenemos buenos días, como dice. Uno no puede despertarse bien de noche a la mañana también, que es el cambio de horario, choca un poco. Y nada, que más que todo el DOTA es pasión, ¿no? Como se dice. Fuera del dinero, otras cosas, la pasión es lo que te hace sentir realmente querer jugar. Eso es.
He says, first of all, support the team. It's the most important part. Not always do you wake up and have the best of days. And then he also says that, I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of things to Dota, but Dota is passion. Dota is about passion. Yeah, there's money and there's work and everything, but as long as you keep having the passion, you can keep working towards it.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing more of you at future tournaments. But for now, Amisha, we're going to have to say goodbye. Thank you for the interview. Thank you, Arvid, for translating. And back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you guys so much. It's great to see the candid aspect there of El Micho, and he talked about the experience. Unfortunately, they didn't have it compared to Heroic, but now they do. They have so much more experience. Hopefully, we'll be seeing those Beast Coast players, or at least the org, going further, seeing them more at tournaments in the future. We're still talking about this one a little bit here. The Beast Coast, the Heroic matchup. Now, after seeing Heroic and what they were able to do, how do you guys feel that they're going to face up against Aurora when we do get there in a couple series times? Because it's happening today.
Yeah, I think it's anyone's game. Like, Aurora is looking good from the C region. Now we have Heroic going up against them. I couldn't pick, honestly, who's going to win that series. They both look pretty level, but maybe you guys have a different opinion.
Well, I was thinking that maybe because, you know, they were able to do the trialing, the switch up, that they're able to adapt like that you might have given them the slight advantage. But if you're not convinced just yet, there is someone who might be able to convince you with some more information, some more facts, and that is none other than Purge himself.
Thanks. I don't have much opinion on the Aurora series because that one is very up in the air, but the tri-lane is actually what I wanted to focus on from the last game because it used to be a very normal staple for Dota that you'd use 2 heroes to cover your carry. Now that's not really the case, but because of the fact that Viper is good at killing carries by himself or with an ally, they decided to tri-lane against it to help lessen the impact of Viper against the enemy carries. So basically at all times, these guys are looking for a hero to be slightly out of position because if he is, it's much, much easier to kill him because you have 3 heroes instead of 2. You have more disable and you have more damage. Schofield here finding a moment where they can get a lot of good harass in on Luna, for example. What this translates to eventually is a couple more pokes where nobody dies and everyone just gets a little bit less experience in gold. You know, nobody's really happy. And eventually they do actually find Luna for a kill. So they just did a little rundown. The other downside to tri-lanes is that the experience is split very evenly. Because they're always standing near each other, there isn't as much time to pull, there's more heroes to body block lanes. So what happens in this first rotation for Divai Lama is he's only level 4. This is really abnormal for a Viper. Normally when you're kind of like the tankiest, strongest hero on the map for the early game. But because he did this rotation, which he kind of needed to do to protect Hector, but he was underleveled, he was actually quite easy to kill, all things considered. He also went for a second greedy point of Nether Tox and increased his farm speed because his lane started going well, but then he's more vulnerable to dying because he doesn't have any more corrosive skin. So here we are, almost 10 minutes. He's only level 6. He does have decent net worth. They end up getting a kill on this Kunkka, but the problem is that the same thing kind of happens again. He rotates mid to slow down this push. He gets pressured and ganked. Again, he's only level 7. He puts his spells into Tiny, who has a shield rune. That gets completely offset. So Divai Lama basically gets put behind. So all things considered, I think Beast Coast did a great job with their tri-lane. They limited the deaths to the Luna. They made sure that Viper's rotations were just kind of underwhelming, maybe more Divai Lama's mistake, and then they got a gold advantage. But after that, it really was a game of initiation, and that's kind of where Beast Coast was failing because they didn't compound that advantage that they created through the laning stage. So it was close, but Heroic was just better.
Heroic was just better to close that one out. It's nice to know, though, tri-lanes can still exist, even though it's, you know, like a 0.001% chance of ever actually,
Viper.
Of ever actually appearing because of how situational it is. It's there. Our players are still thinking about it. We're always wondering, how is Dota developing? How is it adapting? But here at the Road to the International, there's a lot of things happening all at once. And one of my favorite things about it is our short film contest. We do have another entry to show you guys. It is called Dump and Dump.
Come again!
What's this do?
Let's find out.
That was a fantastic short film right there. And I do like the Jenkins cameo as well, the 0-15 Pudge.
I am going to ignore that comment there and say that I think the 3 funniest heroes in Dota are Ogre, Sniper, and Ogre again.
He does have 2 heads.
I think those are the funniest heroes in Dota. Anytime I see them in my games, I'm thinking, please, can somebody abandon within the first 5 minutes? I don't want to play this. If they're on the enemy side, they get the facet that makes it so they don't have level 1 or they get level 3 at level 2, and then level 1 they're completely useless.
I feel like you started this sentence and you didn't know where it was going, and you kind of just kept going and going.
That's how I start every sentence.
That's also how I start every sentence. And normally something about segueing to the actual topic we want to talk about comes to my mind. It doesn't right now, so let's just do it really jarring. Spirit up against G2IG. That's our second series of the day. That's right. Despite us being here for quite some time, we are only on our second series out of 4. It's another elimination best of 3 and a team that people did not expect to be here in the first round of the lower bracket. That's G2IG is the team I'm talking about. People would not expect to be down here, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a rough tournament so far. I think throughout the years, you look at their results, they've been like up and down, inconsistent. They've been running different heroes. They have a lot of different heroes that they are picking. But at the same time, when you talk about a team having a lot of heroes, sometimes it's not exactly a good thing. Sometimes it might just mean that they don't know what's working, so they're picking a lot of different heroes. Whereas for Team Spirit, they kind of know what they want to pick. They don't really pick as many heroes as G2IG, but they know what they want. Maybe sometimes it doesn't work. Like we saw in their first BO3 series, it didn't work, but it worked in the group stages.
Yeah. Up until when you were talking about heroes, you could almost describe Spirit in the same way. G2IG and Spirit, they're facing off down here in the low bracket for 2 very similar reasons. They are having mixed results. These 2 teams have not felt consistent at all throughout the year. Despite Spirit being able to win a tournament earlier in the competitive year of Dota, G2IG still kind of looking at that one for themselves. They're not continuing it through onto the next event, and it shows here for the road to the international. One day these teams are turning up. The next year, unfortunately, it's just not theirs. But which team do you expect to show up today on the day that really matters to make it to the main event?
I mean, if we're looking at historical data, it has to be Team Spirit here. This is a team that has proven many times and many times over that they can adapt to whatever teams throw at them for the most part. Sure, they'll have their usually early on in the year slump, but typically they pick it up towards the end of the year. And I look at all the players on the team, it's no surprise either because all these players are very flexible. They can make adjustments if necessary, and they typically do so. And I think against their previous losses here, they learned a lot about themselves and what they're lacking, and I'm expecting them to come out swinging here. Where a team like G2IG, this is a team that just has been struggling just all over the place, I feel like, and they haven't even found a style that I have been overly impressed with. I do think they need to get Nothing to Say a bit more active on this team, making plays across the map. He's the guy I'm looking at for sure if you want to have some success here on G2.
Before we jump into this draft and talk more about it, I know that it is happening on our screens right now. It's an elimination best of 3 to remind everyone how these 2 teams came down to this lower bracket being in the first round. It was Spirit unfortunately falling 0-2 to Nouns. G2IG themselves going very close in a series against Gaming Gladiators and just losing out, going 1-2 there. And so this is it, the first round, going up against each other, and already quite a different variety in this first phase bans, and G2IG with the opener of Primal Jenkins.
Yeah, this is expected that we have this variety. I mean, both of these teams haven't played in a while, and one issue for Spirit, I would say, on this patch is that it is not a Magnus patch. And anytime it is a Magnus patch, Spirit is god tier. Anytime it's not a Magnus patch, they're usually good, but it's a question mark. However, in the last 3 days, the meta has developed. And for example, Mars is a very popular hero now, and people are picking it earlier and earlier. So I really could see Spirit picking Collapse, something like that. I remember in the months prior to TI, even around Riyadh, people were talking about Collapse as this guy is at his peak performance right now, and so I don't know how much that holds up to this TI. Maybe he's in a slump. It happens, but he needs his hero pool. Like if he can get in it, if he can get his heroes and he's at his peak, then I think that's when Spirit looks like this TI winning Spirit.
I don't think you can kind of like single it out on one person. When they didn't do so well in the last series, I felt like the issue the team is having right now, it's not even just about the hero pool or whatever the meta is, whether it's suitable for Collapse. I feel like it's more about how they view the game as a whole, how they view the meta, because they've been picking Tinker and Mirana. Not every team has been really utilizing Tinker and Mirana as a carry. So I feel like maybe it has more to do with the way they view the meta instead of just having like heroes that are good in the meta that they really like to play. And I hope that they've already made the adjustments, because so far we didn't really like a lot of the games that, at least for me, for the Mirana being played as a carry, I felt like the hero probably feels a lot better on a support role, not on the carry role.
The stats do back you up with that, by the way. This Mirana is being flexed between a 1 and a 4. In the 17 matches she's played as a carry, it's a 47% win rate, so just under half. Whereas in the 10 matches as support position 4, it's an 80% win rate. So it's a massive jump.
Those are great stats to hear, because anecdotally, I feel like that's what we've seen on, at least in the games that we're watching on this morning panel, is that it seems to be a very excellent support. And as a carry, it's like, oh, she's going in doing damage, 50% HP, 1 Lucent Beam from Luna, she's done. Which, by the way, G2X IG banned the Morphling out, so maybe there's, especially with the Mirana pick, maybe they want to pick up the Luna here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this Mirana pick comes in just when we wanted it to. It can be played on both roles. That is why it's strong. I would be very hesitant and really consider the other options before putting on carry. Whereas in position 4, I think you just throw it out there. It's fine. It can work with a lot of different heroes. We talked about Collapse Mars being a hero that's in the pool right now. I mean, Collapse has really enjoyed his Sand Kings right now. Konka's been very popular, Doom. So all those heroes are actually banned out this game. So that does give us some more potential for heroes like, I'm going to say it again, really enjoy Beastmaster against Train Protector. That's something that they could pull out here as well.
Yeah, even a Beast Mirana lane sounds very strong.
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely, Beast Mirana is definitely better than I think Mars Mirana versus Train specifically.
I'll give you a little bit more of an update about this Mirana too. I've just been, perusing while I've been talking about it and waiting for this draft to have a couple more picks. Yatoro, or Radon, is one of he plays it the most. Okay, so only one other person plays it more than him. Saksa on Tundra, the position 4. He's had 5 games on it. Yatoro himself has had 4, and no one else on Team Spirit has picked it up. So every time they've picked it up, it's always gone to Yatoro. It's always been in that carry. And the only other person who's played it more than him is a support.
And he's won 3 of those games.
3 and 1, yeah, respectable.
They are winning with it.
I was trying to skew the data to, be more favorable towards my narrative, but thank you for your...
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Didn't mean to ruin that one for you. Let's strike that from the record and let's move forward here. Phoenix coming out. This is a hero that used to be incredibly popular with Train Protector. It does give you that protection against the egg. Typically you want to pop your BKBs or whatever it might be, kill the egg. Hasn't been as good lately just because there's so many things that can dispel root nowadays and every hero has their go-to item to do so. But either way, Train Protector with Primal Beast. Primal, same story. You can also disable people through BKB. It's a good Phoenix game. That's what I'm getting at here. I do like the pick there. Collapse, he'll go for his Mars. Works really well with Mirana, whether it's a support or a carry. You want that lockdown. And I think for even Mirana carry, this is really nice to have on your team because the biggest issue you do have is you don't really have lockdown. You're not going to just throw a stun randomly, hit them, and then kill them yourself. You want someone to drop that big team fight ultimate on the ground there, and you will be able to get some right clicks off.
But we also had like this conversation about when you have a Mirana on your team, maybe even a carry or support, you want more range heroes on your team to abuse the Solar Flare, right? You don't really want to just have like Mirana alone as your lone hero that abuses the Solar Flare. Do you think that's a legit concern when you're picking this hero as a carry?
Oh, yeah, you definitely want to pair some heroes with it, but I feel like you still need that one guy who gets in there and drops like that big team fight ultimate down.
Yeah.
I think looking at the next couple picks, they're probably thinking, what other heroes can use this? That comes from either a support position, mid position, or even a carry position if they want to put it on a support role.
I would love to see Mira Snapfire insta-kill the egg, and okay, they go for the Invoker. I thought maybe that they would pick that, but possibly there were a few more options for Laurel, so maybe they would let it through until the last pick.
I mean, this hero right-clicks a lot in this patch.
Yeah.
Yep. Often seeing the Witchblade being picked up on him, and just lots of right-clicking on this build. It's pretty funny. Invoker used to be like the spellcaster, sit in the back, do tons of damage with your spells, come back, and then now it's more of like, I'm just going to press Cold Snap and Alacrity and just right-click you to death.
He's also kind of like a hybrid. I think in the early game, you do more with your spells, especially against certain heroes, like those strength heroes that have very low mana pool. They rely a lot on their mana, like Primal Beast. Those heroes are oftentimes very, very weak against Invoker in the early game, before even you get to the point where you can abuse the Solar Flare.
I mean, what I like about it and why I was thinking about it is because it's a Manta buyer. Like now people go Manta on Invoker. It's a universal hero, so you really benefit from the stats. And that means the Treant ult plus the Phoenix ult. You Manta out of that, kill the egg with Alacrity. And also, I'm fairly sure Primal is not so good against Invoker in the game. You have all this ground-targeted like BS that you don't want to run into. Yeah. Invoker can Cold Snap to interrupt the Primal ult. Like it's just a lot of disruption like on the ground for a Primal to get in there. Like he can actually die to this hero.
We haven't seen Spirit, by the way, play since they lost their seeding match against Nouns. And in that best of 3...
They had, you're going to say they had Tree Luna, right?
Yes, Nouns had Luna. It was actually just Luna. It wasn't going to be the Treant. I actually wasn't even going to mention the Treant. But I'm so glad you brought up Treant today, because I actually really wanted to talk about the Treant and not the Luna. No, yes, they let through the Luna. And that was just something that they couldn't really deal with. So now I'm wondering why that wasn't somewhere in their bans and what makes them more comfortable or confident about these 4 heroes they've currently picked, or potentially a last 5th pick that could deal with this Lunar and not end in the same result.
I feel like they feel like the Mirana is just a stronger, superior carry in the late game if they were to go down that route. That's probably my reasoning. I'm not saying I agree to it, but I think that's probably what they felt in the late game. Because when you talk about late game, what heroes can out DPS Luna and can also close the distance as well? Because we've always talked about the Kanda way of playing the hero. You stay behind, you just throw Lucent Beams, use the Kanda, do damage. Yeah. You're not really committing, right? So you need a core that can just jump in and force her to go into that 1v1 scenario that she has to fight and she can't run away.
You almost made me believe there wasn't a Tree Luna in both those games.
No, there was.
Okay, yeah.
I just know that you were going to make a comment if I had brought up the Treant, so I was only going to bring up Luna.
I mean, yeah, it looks like G2XIG featuring the legendary Jack Chan KBBQ does think that a carry is going to be coming out from Team Spirit, and Radon has not played it yet in the tournament, but Wind Ranger is still in the pool.
He's played Drow, right? I think that Drow plus Mirana kind of... I don't remember which game I saw this combination here. Drow, Mirana, it actually looks good.
Yeah, the Mirana definitely...
You do so much damage as
Was that an XG game?
Was it?
Radon has not played Drow this tournament, but
yeah,
I'm sure
I know Ame has.
I'm sure they've watched. I'm sure they've seen the combo. And what they've also probably seen is the fact that people have comboed Wind Ranger with the Mars and the Invoker before. We saw... Tundra do that, and it looked incredible, just like buffing up the... And I think they might have even had a Mirana to add to the damage from the Whirlwind. That is one...
Actually, this is the exact 4 that they had.
No way, you're kidding.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, 100%. It was a group stage game. I'll pull up the game.
The Tusk might have been different, but this is also good with the Windrunner because it's also a buffing hero. It's not like he's going to go for the tag team or something, but you're still buffing the Windrunner to get in there.
Epic Morph. That's banned, so just kidding. Fake news.
I mean, I guess Winter, you brought it up. The Windrunner is not so good against the Phoenix because you disarm yourself when you're doing Whirlwind and you can't kill the...
I don't think they want that. If you want to carry, it's like Terrorblade, and you bring back Radon's like redemption arc here, but he's just going to stick to the Mirana. I think it's a sensible choice. You buy Manta. Great for Strain Protector. You can kill the egg very easily. You have very high attack speed, the most attack speed of any hero in the game right now, so that makes sense. And couldn't really think of anything really better for him there. So Dark Willow, it will be. This is when, was it Mars first came out or Willow? I don't know which one came out first, but either way, when they both were in the game at the same time, it was like, wow, you can fear them into the arena, most OP combos. So it definitely does have some synergy as well.
Yep, even in the lane, you can like put
through the brambles. Right?
Yeah, you can put a bramble on one person and then skewer them into another Bramble, which is really nice. And at the very least, it does a massive amount of damage. And I think where we really like Willow right now is when you need a hero to get your offlaner through the first like 3 levels, which I do feel like Mars can sometimes suffer, especially against a strong lane like Treant plus Luna. There is that risk of just losing in like the first few levels to this lane, but the Willow will lose to pretty much nothing.
What's the timing that this Mars is going to feel a little bit more comfortable, where you have faith that the Spirit lineup is going to be able to come online and we're going to be seeing them take those team fights and potentially the game?
I mean, whenever they have Arena, I think they're pretty comfortable because you're going to be running around the map on Invoker at all times of the game trying to make things happen. You're just waiting for that Arena to drop, that Snowball from Tusk to get in there, a lot of big spells there. Whereas I think you're a little bit more reliant on cooldowns on the side of G2IXG is the fact that you have to have Egg, you have to have Root available. So I'm really looking at the Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes specifically. Are they going to be able to get it? It would be really nice as Spirit to try and make a play to steal it early on because the supports are really level dependent on G2.
And what about the side of G2IG for yourself, Winter? I'm just assigning you guys teams to have to, give us hope for.
Yeah, I feel like G2IG's lineup, like Fear mentioned, they are very cooldown dependent, but I feel like they have a good overall lineup with decent lanes into. They have some catch outside of the cooldowns. They have Primal Beast, which is always good. And as long as they don't get run over in the lanes, I feel like they're going to have a very, very good chance in this game.
I like both
Thanks,
teams.
Jenkins. We've got to head on down to our coach, though. They are waiting by, and our game 1 is also waiting for us. So let's jump on down to Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Super. Firstly, Super, what do you think about these 2 drafts?
首先想问一下，你对两边选出的阵容有什么看法？
就我觉得两边都选到了比较舒服的阵容嘛，就还是看发挥吧。
I think both sides picked very in their comfort zone, so it depends on how they perform.
And this first pick, Primal Beast, is this something which you think is a very strong, underrated hero? Or is this a answer specifically to Team Spirit and how they play?
关于你们第一手选了兽，你是觉得这英雄非常强呢，还是针对Spirit 选出来的英雄？
就我们自己玩的顺手吧。
I think we're just good at it.
Alrighty, we'll see. As other team, are they excited or are they nervous to play against the 2-time champions in an elimination game?
面对双冠王，你们队伍是紧张呢，还是兴奋呢？是什么样的感觉呢？
就反正大家在这里相遇，我觉得都差不多吧，跟他们头衔没什么关系吧。
I think that we're able to meet here. We're about the same. It really doesn't matter what title they have.
Awesome, very confident. Thank you very much, Super. Let's get into the cast with Cap and SVG.
3 years ago, back when Team Spirit was just a little underdog, they made a long lower bracket run to win the International. That started with them in the upper bracket losing to Invictus Gaming. They were put in the lower bracket, and in fact, Invictus Gaming met Spirit again in the lower bracket, and Team Spirit eliminated IG with a 2-0. 3 years later, this is the first time that they have met again at the International, and it's a chance for JT and Super to be able to have their revenge, to eliminate Team Spirit back at the TI.
It's going to be a tall order. I mean, they said they're not afraid of the 2-time champs, but I think a lot of people would be in this situation. This is a scary lower bracket. Like, there are a lot of strong teams here. It's going to be a bloodbath no matter what. And to me, this could be a very pivotal match for the rest of how this bracket develops, because I could see either of these teams go very deep if they start to gain some really good momentum here. And especially if you're looking at Spirit, who had a much better start to this tournament than G2IG, who, I mean, the records speak for themselves, right? Team Spirit were 6-0 going into that upper bracket match before Nouns took them down. G2IG were a lot more hit or miss in terms of what was working for them and finding that momentum in this tournament. So this is going to be a really important game 1 and a really important series to determine who's going to have to face one of these teams later on if they make it past XG.
Yeah, G2IG have not looked great at this tournament until maybe that second game against Gaming Gladiators. I was surprised. I thought that was going to be a 2-0, but Gaming Gladiators slipped up in that one. G2IG did manage to take that game too. Did that give you a bit of hope that G2IG was going to come into this lower bracket with a bit more fire than they showed in the group stage?
I do think they've looked better than their record shows in a way. Like, they haven't really been rolled over in any of the games. They've shown a decent amount of draft flexibility. It seems like their meta understanding is getting a little better each series they play. I think that gaming series was pretty close, but it's a tough matchup for them because G2IG is just not as fast on the lanes. It's not their strength, right? They play more of the traditional Chinese Dota, which is like the mid-game, the late-game team fighting, Roshan control, things like this, scaling up with a slower carry than a lot of the European players have. You're just not going to compare Monet to players like Dyrachyo or Mickey, right? It's not the same wheelhouse at all. And so for him to get a hero like Luna, I think is super important for them because Luna is one of those heroes that, as we've seen this tournament develop, can not only give you a strong laning phase, play fast that early game, but can also just hyper farm up and play the late game really well and scale tremendously. So I think this is a great hero for Monet to be on in a game one in a series like this. And it's a hero, as the panel talked about, that was a bane for Team Spirit in that Nouns 2-0 defeat. They just could not break this hero. It really caused them problems. And I was curious to see how they were going to adjust their draft going into this series compared to that one, particularly for this man, Radon. I think he maybe not struggled in that series versus Nouns, but it felt like there was a lot of pressure on him in those games to deliver a lot in the team fights, particularly the game like the Lina, where he was just getting doomed and things of that nature. This is a lineup where they relieve some of that pressure with an Invoker semi-carry, a Mars who can pick up some of the damage slack. I think this looks a bit more comfortable for him.
And another player who's going to have a very different series compared to that one is Mira, right? Like, I think a fair number of people pointed out the Tinker repeat in that series, and just a general question of whether or not Team Spirit want to be playing such a passive defensive hero in that regard for Mira, right? I mean, this guy's a shot caller and a playmaker, and it definitely felt like Team Spirit were missing that bit in their lineup. And now that he's on a Dark Willow, perhaps Team Spirits will look a little bit more comfortable. This lanes have been pretty even. Nice use of the Drunken Buddies to make sure he gets away from that last couple of stomps there from JT that could have been first blood. That is still on the table.
I think it does say something that Spirit went away from that Tinker. It didn't seem like a very comfortable hero for them. And when you're in these elimination games, as we are here, I mean, comfort adds up to a lot. Maybe you're deeper in this bracket, you can start to experiment a bit more, but this is like, let's just play our best Dota. Let's not worry about what the meta's doing too much or what the enemy team's going to do. And I think both these drafts reflect it. I think Super touched on it as well. Like this Primal, I don't think Primal's some crazy broken hero here, but it is definitely in G2IG's wheelhouse for both their core players at NTS and JT. Like, both these guys are really good Primal players. It's been a very successful hero for a lot of the Chinese teams overall, and even historically. And I think this hero can do a lot of work in the current meta. It's a gap closer, it can get on top of these ranged carries, and it can just pierce you through the BKB. It's a huge damage threat. You could also see this Ags come on later. You can get some of the break mechanics going into the Mars. Used to be a counter in that regard. There's not a lot of BKB control in this Spirit lineup. Could be something that comes back to haunt them in the later team fights if you get a good BKB timing here between Primal, Luna, maybe Void Spirit wants it, but NTS could also just go, you know, Manta, Lincoln's type route, boost up the universal stats. It's a scary G2IG lineup in the late game, man. Like, you cannot underrate these three cores together with the amount of stats they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that that's a nice combination. To be able to have a strong BKB mid-game and then feel confident about your scaling late game. Because I know you're a big fan of the Void Spirit going late. We've seen tons of Primal Beasts from the previous patch where the Heart Blade Mail was all meta. It felt like this hero just did not fall off. The game just kept going later, and it felt like he just kept getting stronger with his Aghanim Scepter timing. Man, that Drunken Buddies. He is able to pull himself so far away. Now he still pulls Mira out of the danger from G2IG, and we're back to a tri-lane versus tri-lane, just like last series. Mira does manage to, he doesn't go for it. They pin the Treant, but he is stuck in the middle of the well. They couldn't immediately get some damage on him. Now that he pops back out, Collapse thinks about going for it, but he's not going to be able to get it. Mira, he is not going to survive this situation. Monet is the one to pick up first blood. A great start for the Luna.
These Luna tri-lanes, man, they are very strong. You do not want to mess with them, particularly this Treant Luna tri-lane. We saw it last series as well. This is like some really old school combination that you try and skirmish them early, you're going to run up against this brick wall. and your spells are generally not stronger in the early game. Collapse feeling the pressure.
Yeah, they got the kill on the support at top, and then the other support shows on mid. The 3 heroes here from G2IG say, this is free, we can dive. It doesn't turn out to be free, though, as Mira and Laurel counter-rotate and get one pick off and look for a second one in Nova. Slowed down by the blood grenade. He should die to Laurel and his hits. Now, double kill for him. Monet, with the glaives, though, is getting some decent damage. Nothing to say comes in and tries to equalize the situation as Laurel pushes forward with the Ghost Walk, keeping Monet slowed down. Nothing to say. Didn't keep up with him. Moposhka might be able to take advantage of the shard. It pushed him away. They don't know where he is. He's out of sight. Now they spot him. Stuck in the corner. Monet, what a disaster for G2IG. Maybe Monet had a chance to get out, but the moment he's stuck on that corner, he's done.
Just a huge injection of gold for Laurel as well. Like picking up a lot of these backside kills, just going to propel him into a really strong early game here. He is top of the level board, top of the net worth chart, and they're going to split the Wisdom Runes. A nice turnaround from Spirit, bringing the numbers to try and relieve the pressure off this Mars that was looking to be really rough for Collapse. I mean, he's not necessarily happy about this exchange as the Mars here, but you'll take what you can get here for your Invoker Mirana.
And Laurel will find another kill to be part of. Boboka is trying to slow it down. The shards is going to keep him in place. Now the Brambles goes out. X-Nova is only going to survive for so long, though. This gives an opportunity for Nothing to Say to cut in from behind. No punish whatsoever because there's no detection. They try to go for Moposhka instead, but I think they're just lacking in the disables. The Ghost Walk still slowing Nothing to Say down. As Laurel will take advantage of the regen coming his way and be able to stay in lane.
Need the dust for the early Invoker skirmishes. Quas Flex will punish you every time, and these are really important core kills to snag if G2IG are going to bring all the numbers to that kind of fight. The one missing component in all this has been the Primal. Like JT, not in those early fights, which he's incredibly strong in these exchanges. Now he'll be the recipient of a gank.
Yeah, so much damage. My goodness. JT, the missing ingredient will stay missing.
So it's turning into a very fast early game.
Yeah, Team Spirit are playing with some gusto, man. They got knocked down to the lower bracket, and they do not want a repeat of what happened at TI-11, right? They went from champions to last. They do not want to have that happen again.
This is the kind of pace I think shows some confidence from them and a bit of a change from what did not work in that previous series, which is, it was very passive, it was very farm heavy. This is them meeting G2IG at every point in this early game and securing Radon farm. That's the biggest factor here. This Mirana top of the board, top of the CS, and continuing to have kills set up for him.
Back-to-back deaths for JT as he's going to have to walk out to lane. What a great ward placed out.
Oh yeah.
Just outside the detection there.
Pure value right there. They're going to be able to go back to this time and time again if it does not get dewarded here. It's going to set up some scouting for these stacks as well that you might be able to contest. But this is just so much information for Laurel to play off of. And this Quasflex Invoker in the early game, if you have good information, you oftentimes can just outmaneuver enemies way too easily.
Especially with the blistering pace that Team Spirit is bringing to this game as another kill. 7 kills in 10 minutes, Team Spirit. Find another one in the top lane, not letting this Stream Protector just hang around. They don't even try and hit the objective too much, they just punish the heroes.
They are breaking down these lanes fast, and it doesn't feel like there's a good response here from G2IG. Especially with the Primal going down twice, it eliminates kind of your TP turnaround potential from JT. Opens up more of these dives for Team Spirit. You're the ones with the Invoker who can respond if you try and make an aggressive move on Radon on that bottom lane. Kind of have to go back to this Void Spirit and try and play through NTS, get something done of your own. This is a hero that, in theory, has a good matchup versus Invoker because you have the innate gap close and the setup spell. But what's the follow-up here? That's the big question as we progress into this kind of early mid-game. Let's say your Primal or your Void Spirit goes in, sets up a kill or a theoretical kill on this Invoker or Mirana. Phoenix Treant are not following that up with any sort of speed until at least maybe you have a lot more levels on the Phoenix with Sunray points and max Fire Spirits. They're going to try and make a quick play with the 2 highest damage heroes they have, which is this Phoenix Void Spirit combination. But it does feel like you're going to need a little more on top of this.
Team Spirit, once again, the vision plays a key point. They see nobody's mid, see the rotation heading top, and if those heroes are heading top It means bottom is free once again. Laurel, he exits out of that top lane, shows up to bottom lane to help Radon get a kill on JT.
Showing the strength of Invoker. Just the constant ability to set up stuff. Don't need a lot of numbers to do it, and he's going to go straight into the Mage Slayer, which is going to be a very obnoxious item for these two cores on the side of G2IG to play into. Honestly, even versus the Luna, it's going to be valuable as this game progresses.
Do you think this means he's just going to be going like straight into a right-click build right away?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you have this Solar Flare to back you up. You have drinking buddies. Do you really want to even throw it on this Invoker in random fights? There's a lot to play around with for these two cores. And Tier 1 Tower, last hit to Radon. He is, well, Omega fat is one way to put it.
Yeah, he's a big boy. 7,200 net worth. Second place is the Mars at 5,400. This Luna is nowhere close to keep it up. What's going on here? And the way that Luna would usually catch up, one of those ways, right, is stacks. But if you've already taken the offlane tower, and the mid tower is on the chopping block here, you're going to lose control of your triangle, and those ancient stacks are the most valuable real estate you can have.
I feel like you have to defend this tower if you're G2IG. You have support ults up. These towers are really nice places to fight around with the tree, and the tree's got a little clear out, but like, you have to make some kind of jump here.
Nothing to say is trying to make something happen here. The problem is Team Spirit's playing pretty far back. It's hard for the Tree Protector and Phoenix to get in there. Same lack of like mobility. That's a problem with playing with the Primal Beast. Speaking of, JT arrives now, but
to do
no
what?
action.
I mean, this almost feels worse.
Yeah.
You didn't get a fight out of this tower. The tower's effectively dead. Team Spirit are going to try and make a play elsewhere on the map. They're looking for Monet on that top jungle area, but he is nowhere close. NTS connects again, but this is part of the problem. Like,
yikes.
What is your follow-up on these jumps? It's not too easy.
Nothing to say. Gonna have to burn through those 21 charges.
And now this smoke that went top looking for Monet, it's coming back towards mid. They're going to convert on this tower.
Yep, they get the tower. That smoke also placed a very deep ward at top, so maybe they didn't find the enemy carry like they were looking for, but they've got good vision to go back to later.
I mean, that's how you make a smoke valuable. Even if it misses, you still get some map control.
Yep.
They're even going to look to swing towards bottom. They are really committing to this map movement.
And a haste rune will make it a whole lot easier. And perhaps more profitable if anybody from G2IG sticks around, but JT is already retreating. And yeah, they're dodging the ganks right now. Nobody's dying in a little bit, but they are huddled around each other. They are playing super defensive right now, and that really only pays off if Team Spirit actually stumble into you, right? But if you're just sitting 5 heroes in one part of the map, surely that means you're being out efficient.
I mean, defensive plays can be an optimal play in Dota. There is something to be said about this G2IG lineup where if Team Spirit overcommit into the Tree and Phoenix, it could be disaster for them, especially early before you have the big Dispel items up. But Team Spirit, pretty disciplined here, right? Not overextending into that triangle, not biting the bait, and I think they're mostly happy to match this economic game with the lead that Radon has. Like, Luna's a scary hero, but she's scariest when she's ahead of your carry.
Yeah.
And their stacks to back it up. This is kind of the flip. This Piranha's way out ahead. This Gleipnir is done. On top of Yasha almost completed, it's going to be basically done off these stacks. Now, this is going to be a scary team fight when Radon gets active, but they're going to find the opening.
Tornado interrupts some of that, but Maposhka still dies. Now, they take the 1 kill and get out. The EMP is enough zoning. They are not going to be able to, well, maybe they go back into it. The stack is still being cleared here. Threatens the overgrowth, doesn't release it though. X-Nova is able to cancel that in time.
Would have been a huge pickup. Got to take advantage of the lack of dispels while you can in this early game. At least G2IG gets something aggressive done with this ward that was there for that entire period.
Yeah, they get 2 creeps and 1 hero.
I mean,
not the best, but not the worst.
Ward has lasted the full duration, and that's kind of all they got off it. Early Yules for Collapse, I kind of like it. Some more interrupt for the Primal who goes in. You can waste his Blade Mail duration. Another catch and set up for the Void Spirit, which is the biggest thing here, right?
Yeah. I think getting into this fight looks impossible for the Primal Beast until he has BKB.
It looks really difficult. I mean, this is part of the Dark Willow pick, right?
Yeah.
Just make these 2 initiators' lives miserable until you go ultra late.
Yeah, like how do you get into a fight? How do you charge into a fight when there's brambles on the ground, there's tornadoes flowing around, there's a potential arrow, snowball pickup? And then, of course, the Yules now for Collapse.
You buy BKB.
You buy BKB, and that won't be for a while.
At least JT has recovered a bit of the net worth gap. I was worried about him with that 0-3 start on the lane.
Yeah.
He really got abused by that Mirana Tusk lane, which is no joke. And something G2IG are going to have to think about, like there's a lot of damage amp in this Team Spirit lineup. Drinking Buddies, Alacrity, plus Solar Flare. Even this Mars is going to be potentially hitting pretty hard in these fights.
See, just Laurel's presence via Ghost Walk is making G2IG skittish, and not skittish enough, it seems. JT is going to have his charge away canceled. Now he's caught inside the arena. Another victim of the Laurel Invoker, just continuing to hunt around the map, enabling every single play from Spirit.
He has terrorized him.
And now they're high enough net worth on Radon that they can make plays without Laurel. He sets it up with the Gleipnir. Hits out their Solar Flare. Collapse is going to get the pin here in bottom lane, but there's mass TP rotations coming for him. He's going to get bailed out. Nothing to say.
No jump.
He's on the run. Spotted, just a little bit of vision. Somehow that spear doesn't quite pin to anything there, but he has no escape mechanisms left. A lot of heroes came down here to help out Collapse with that kill, but it is well worth it because Nothing to Say was, well, he has continued to stay at the bottom of the net worth. This is a Void Spirit that doesn't seem to be scaling at all, Avery.
It's just too defensive right now on the map. Team Spirit picking them apart.
It just doesn't stop. Like, how does G2IG do anything in this game when there's just kill after kill every 30 seconds? They're getting hunted down in the side lanes.
Have to combine some heroes right now. Like, you have to create this 2 or 3 man hit squad that you can fire back and try and catch this Invoker on some sort of Sentry Obs trap on the map. Like, that's your best bet. You have to get Laurel off of the map right now. He is absolutely terrorizing you, and there's nowhere safe. It's forcing Monet into these awkward farming patterns. NTS is just going to continue to fall behind.
Yeah, their one trap that's kind of set up is this mid ward that they have with a couple of sentries around it, but Laurel's been playing in the side lane so much, he hasn't stumbled into any of these sentry setups from G2IG. An arena that misses.
Okay.
And perhaps an opportunity presents itself to G2IG.
Maybe you could smoke off this if you're G2IG. Try and get a quick pick off, combine your Void Spirit and your Primal. It looks tough though. Like, these early Yule Scepters for Team Spirit are just super heads up in this game.
JT pushes in the mid lane, tries to disguise this smoke a bit. Will also force a TP into mid.
Well, this is interesting. Spirit lingering towards this Roche, but it's 30 seconds till it changes sides. Otherwise, I think they would just do it. They might have enough damage anyway.
They're gonna try. I mean, if they pop Solar Flare, they could probably burst it down. They have to scan on it. Are they willing to go through the gate? That would be a dangerous move, but it would be the best move right now, perhaps, because Roshan is going down. Man, just 20 seconds. That's all it took, thanks to Solar Flare.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It was a nice window for them to hit and didn't even get contested on it. That's the kind of area that I think G2IG would like to fight in. The Primal going into kind of a concave, then you have big AoE spells to back it up.
You know, I think the funniest part about that situation is, too, that the next Roshan, and very likely the Roshan cycle, is going to end up on the Radiant side. So even though they killed it on Dire's side, future Roshans will very likely be on Radiant, which is to the advantage of Team Spirit, obviously, with the Outpost.
They're building up a number of advantages right now. And they get to these big Dispel items between the Mirana and the Invoker, who are both going Mantis here. You're going to have another big item on this Mars for the next fight. I mean, man, it's starting to look difficult. See what Team Spirit can do with this Aegis. G2IG have kind of kept the net worth deficit a little controlled and are working towards their big teamfight items. We'll at least split the Tormentors here. We also do have to, you know, continue to put some value on the defensive teamfight for G2IG. If Spirit decided to push into a tier 2, for example, that is something they could set up around and maybe secure a good fight for Monet.
Sure.
It's likely going to have BKB done before then. If you can get the Primals on top of that, then you ignore a lot of the control out of the Spirit line. Again, the BKBs are the best point in this game for G2IG to turn it around. You ignore the Yule Scepters, you ignore the Dark Willow spells, you ignore a lot of the Invoker control. Arena doesn't matter. But you got to be able to find a big core target during those BKB durations.
Laurel yet to get touched in this game, 6-0 and 2. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how he scales up. We've seen it once before where Laurel goes this right-click build on Invoker. And it is pretty intimidating that an Invoker can become a right-clicker at, 40. Some other buffs I'm sure that are going to be coming in. As unfortunately we have just a little bit of a hiccup here. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game quite soon.
Yeah, sometimes time stops for us all, Austin.
Yeah, an opportunity for us to be able to think about the way this
friend Baboka. Need I even? Austin, let's play the what is Baboka building game. Austin, what do you think Baboka's building in this game? First item on the Phoenix. Can you take
first
a guess?
Item on the Phoenix? Please tell me it's not something that does physical damage.
Is it Yules?
Okay.
Is it Pipe? Is it Radiance?
It's Radiance.
Is it Dagon?
It's Radiance, isn't it?
Is it? Actually, it was none of those. It was Hex, Austin. He's going first.
You can't go,
which is actually pretty normal if you think about it.
Okay. Yeah. That meta was actually already set already. So yeah, rushing Hex. What we're talking about, we're kind of referencing Baboka. Maybe some of you guys haven't seen some of his playstyle. He's a madman.
Yeah, check it out.
This guy has some crazy item builds, such as MKB first item. Again, reminder, Baboka is the guy who's playing the 4 position. He's not a core, but he builds like one.
But he thinks he is. That's what's important. And that's the part you can take away with you to your games. Still, I think that's actually one of the differences I've seen in this team. So I feel like Baboka's actually, somebody sat this guy down and had a talk with him. like listen, dog, we're going to need some more, utility and control and normal items out of you.
They just show literally every other support in the tournament, and they're just like, you see what they build? Solar Crests, Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes. Why can't we have any of those? Why do I have a sniper who's trying to contest me for every bit of farm? Building right click.
You know what happens, right? They sit down, they have a team talk about, what 4 positions are doing in the tournament, what they want Baboka to do on this team. And then he brings the receipts. He brings the XG games where he's like, look at Shinkyu. He's playing Basher Slork. I told you. I was right all along. It's a carry 4 meta.
Mid lane, oh no, caught in the Yule Scepter chain stun. Nice combination from Mira and brings down the enemy mid laner as a result. The Yule's almost immediately paying off. He's had it for a couple minutes, but getting a pick off like that, Yule Scepter really just paying for itself on top of everything else it's going to do later on.
This is a great lineup for multiple Yules. You have Arrow, you have Invoker spells, you have Spear out of Mars, and you have the Bramble. You Yules anybody on any of these heroes and throw them into any of that control, it just gets chained off that. This is a very strong item in the meta. Once you get multiple iterations of it, yeah, New Spirit showing how useful it's been so far as G2IG are just trying to get to BKBs here, man. It has been a slog on the map, and they are losing space. Losing a little bit of an advantage.
They've got one in the Luna.
Yeah, they need the Primal. They're going to smoke without it. They have the Mantle on the Void, but man, this lack of Primal BKB is really going to hurt if you just commit into a straight 5-on-5. It needs to come from Monet in terms of the damage and the teamfight impact, and you have to land a good egg overgrowth here.
Team Spirit are already backing away. If anybody's paying attention, they'll see that Fire Spirits is pushing in the mid lane and nobody's showing on it.
Minute left on the Aegis, maybe dissuading Spirit from engaging on that head-on fight. Especially, you can just farm this Mirana BKB of your own pretty quickly here. Yeah. Continue to push the objectives. Another missed smoke from G2IG. I don't think any of them have landed this game outside of that one to the triangle that...
Where they killed Baposhka?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not been a fast game for them.
No, not at all. I think it's been a solid 20 minutes since they've killed a core hero, by the way.
I would genuinely be interested to see how much damage has even been done to Laurel. I don't know if that's a stat that exists, but you were saying he hasn't been touched. He might literally have not been touched this game.
Tempted arrow. Nothing to say. Only has 1 step to go, and Radon can still chase after him. X-Nova is going to be behind him here. The Sunstride's going to reveal him. They don't jump after it, though.
pop the solar flare because they've got JT. JT does have a BKB. His first usage is going to be like this.
Oh, what an interrupt.
Oh, no! He gets interrupted. He may still be able to make it out of here, but it is not looking good. The BKB is done, and he disables to stop him. He is home free. Barely. I mean, talk about the BKB timing, using your first BKB charge just to stay alive. That's not what G2IG was hoping that these debuff immunity items can give them.
You're also sitting on this bottled amp damage, so it's... Again, you're hitting these small timings if you're G2IG, but you're just nowhere close to using them for anything here. This is a nice ward setup. Looking to snag a lone hero on the map, trying to get this bottom lane back out. Collapse doing a little setup of his own. Does have pipe, he's very tanky, but still can suffer to the solo eclipse or chain stun potential.
Got him on the ult again while the BKB is on cooldown, and a Bramble does land, setting up the arrow. Maposhka waiting to go for the chain stun here. Hits him with a Walrus Punch, and Radon, he can do plenty of damage. He can't get out of the shard. He's surrounded by Brambles. The Tornado will finish him off. They will be able to trade out for a support, but that is the best G2IG is going to get with this double damage.
Man, Radon waited out that entire Blade Mail duration, and this Primal still can't get out. You need like 4 staffs or something to bail you out of these little control piles.
Yeah.
This has been one of the roughest...
4 staff, you say?
This has been one of the
utility item?
One of the roughest games for JT I've seen in a long time, and I think he is, maybe for me, one of the most important pieces of the puzzle for G2IG in terms of their games being faster. Yeah. The team fights going their way. He's just found absolutely nothing. Your Team Spirit have shut him down completely in the first 26 minutes here.
Well, Team Spirit, they already have plenty of initiation between the Gleipnirs and the Yule Scepters that we're seeing, and Invoker just running around, but they're going to get a little bit more soon with Collapse picking up a Blink. I also love the early gem pickup when you're winning the game like this.
Oh, there it is, Austin. The Hex.
He got it. And he's going to have to watch nothing to say, die in the side lane, but at least they have a Hex.
Is online.
If they could use this Hex...
I mean, you have to start.
Kill Radon.
This is a really strong item. Like, this is not a completely unorthodox Phoenix build.
No, not at all.
I've seen it work, but you have to make it work, right? You can't just like build up this huge expensive item and then not start to use it on the map. That's my concern here. If you don't hex anybody for the next 10 minutes, is it going to feel that great? You just let Radon get to BKB here. He did beat the record though, so that's pretty good.
Hey, good for him.
And
I mean, how many of those other Phoenixes were building other items before Hex?
Well, how many of those were also Evoca? Got to think about this next, Roshan. If you can try and fight it here.
Still, I mean...
You'll have your Conda on the Luna, too. I mean, this has got to be the team fight, right? The Hex, the BKBs, the Conda, like, it's all online. You have your big ultimates. You're almost level 20 on the Luna, too. You're closing in on Void Spirit Ags as well. I don't know if you're going to have that for when this next skirmish breaks out, but like, this is as good as it gets for G2IG in the next minute or two here.
They are all, yeah, they are not that far behind, and they have hit their timings. It's just like, we haven't seen anything good happen for them outside of not dying in certain situations. JT puts himself out there, they immediately jump on him, but it's a bait. G2IG are gonna try and follow this one. BKB goes off. If it was a bait, it wasn't a very successful one, because Team Spirit, they managed to get out of this situation. Now they can focus back to JT, who is stuck inside this arena with no help coming from G2IG. Not a single BKB has been used for a good fight just yet. An arrow getting a little close, sets it up. Wait, side turnaround, they're going for it. The Eclipse goes out, but BKB, they turn around, kill the egg, no problem. No follow-up disabled from G2IG, and now they are going to be caught. A Spear Tornado, Terrorize coming out, does hit the tree. Nothing else. They're going to chase after that tree, see if they can get up. Nice shards from Maposhka. Man doesn't miss. Tries to hit the Overgrowth, knocked up in the air, tries again, gets it off. No, the snowball dodged the Overgrowth. What a play from Maposhka. Keeps his team up and ready to hit as they slaying, nothing to say. He's down and out with 4 heroes gone. Team Spirit went from a simple pickoff to 4 in a row to take maybe a full lane of barracks.
Oh, what G2IG would have done to land an Overgrowth during that egg.
And a 5th pickoff to go. G2IG, you went from staying alive in this game to, I mean, this is looking a little hopeless now.
Just so many small things going right for Team Spirit and playing the fight super patient, willing to bait out these BKBs, poke until they get some response and back up. This is a type of team fight execution that gets you deep in lands right now, and G2IG just don't have an answer. There's no easy opening for them. I would love to see that fight again as well, because I don't know if the blink for X-Nova was just on cooldown or what, but when you went in with that Hex egg onto the Mirana, that's in theory not a bad situation because you still have this overgrowth. But like we see here, the poke is just, you have to commit your BKB or you're just perma-stun from JT. There's no force staffs or anything to bail him out. So once you're there, you're just locked in and there's no help.
Yeah, now it feels like you need not just BKB on Primal Beast, but Blink Dagger for hard initiation. Otherwise, it seems like Team Spirit's constantly kiting you. We'll see this play now. Scythe.
Oh, he got
caught in the
brambled.
bramble. Mira caught him in the bramble,
That's
and that
brutal.
stops the overgrowth, so no save.
Yeah, that's
for the
actually
A.
so brutal right there. But just a sick position from Mira on the side. I mean, the Spirit supports did some work in this fight to prevent a big turnaround from G2IG.
And look at this. Knocks him up in the air. He knows the overgrowth is coming. Snowballs.
Just nothing going their way.
Nothing.
So that'll be Roshan for Spirit here. An Aegis on Radon as he works towards a Lincoln Sphere. Another defensive item for the Mirana, but Cyril's universal, so no cares.
Yeah, and he's also hitting his big damage talents. The 15 talent, super important. Then you hit the 20 talent. Oh, it feels so good. Free crit.
I mean, honestly, Cyril's level 25 is not bad either.
No.
Very favored at this point. It's going to need to be some sick teamfight execution.
Ooh, Tornado. Aim for nothing to say. Still hit X-Nova. Because the invisibility, he is still going to be able to get out. And now another bit of initiation. Man, the mobility is just off the charts for Team Spirit. But now we have a blink for the Primal Beast. So now he can BKB, blink, and grab somebody. Maybe finally force Team Spirit into an honest brawl rather than this kiting that's always happening.
It just has to be Monet with the damage. Like, it's so much of your damage at this point. So if you jump in with these cores, the Luna has to be there with you.
Careful there. And Manta will protect you, as we saw from the last fight. When he got caught in a bramble, he had a Manta, and Radon was very quick in catching him on the Gleipnir immediately afterwards. These pokes from G2IG are not the same as what Team Spirit can employ.
Nope. This is a tough Miranda to jump. 3 minutes left on the Aegis, and Yule Scepters to back him up.
Look at that. Oh, the damage. Drinking buddies, Alacrity. Doesn't even need Solar Flare right now. He's holding that for the honest team fight. Which may never come at this point in time, as G2IG is struggling to find the initiation. But they're the ones who get initiated on. Collapse makes a complete read of the situation, and JT is forced to give up on that wraparound.
So much for your flank. You're gonna have to take it straight up right now. And who do you want to jump? The Axe gets delivered for NTS. A bit more damage.
They need a way to be able to get through this Lincolns, but even then it's an Aegis.
Have to find this Invoker or supports. Radon is not a target I think you can just commit on here. I mean, they just look like they don't know what to do.
Yeah, they're gonna try again. And nothing comes of it. Elena Barracks with nothing gained for G2IG.
And you see the calls on the map. I mean, this is one more lane. Let's just walk it down. We still got 2 minutes on this Aegis. They didn't do anything there. Are they gonna do anything in the top?
G2IG, is there any more smokes for them to play with? They're gonna get, whoa! Oh, no! Wait! Is Team Spirit gonna, oh no. They can't even finish off that Tormentor. Look at them, they're trying to Sunstrike somebody near the Tormentor, but they've already given up on that. They realize that G2IG is too weak to kill a Tormentor, and they've got 30 seconds with no Treant Protector.
No buyback, 300 gold short.
They're gonna smoke straight into the base while this is a 4 versus 5.
And there's the hit. Go straight to the Luna. Walrus punch into Terrorize. A chain stun that takes him out of the game. He instantly buys back. The egg, it's dead as well. No disables to be able to stop this one. An arena that pins and catches JT, as well as nothing to say. Monet's just gonna run in. BKB Eclipse. Hope for the best, but there is nothing you're gonna get out of this. An absolutely picture-perfect execution from Team Spirit. Nobody dies. Nobody comes close to dying.
That is about as one-sided of a game you're going to get between two very established teams, as Spirit just put on a clinic in this game one. And I feel like particularly Laurel just took that map over so early, just put a chokehold on him. He was in all 3 lanes, completely shut down the playmaker in JT. NTS has no supports with real damage to follow up on any sort of his early aggression, and it just completely snowballed from there. From start to finish to Tormentor, nothing was working for G2IG in this game one.
That's absolutely right. Nothing was working for G2IG.
It is a rough one right now if you're a G2IG fan. However, Team Spirit, oh my goodness, everything connecting for them. All of these early rotations to the side lanes from Lal looking fantastic. I mean, the Mirana lane as well was off to one of the best starts, if not the best starts we've seen for this Mirana lane. And even with how fast a Luna can farm Winter, it wasn't enough to catch up to that early game she was able to have on Mirana.
Yeah, it was quite surprising that he got off to such an advantageous start against the Primal. I didn't expect that lane to go so well. But I think when it came down to the making sure they won the lane, or if you're G2IG in this case, you lost the lane. And I just felt like they were kind of playing 3 lanes, you know. I think in Dota, whenever you're losing the early game and you have 2 of your side lanes not going so well, you need to kind of sacrifice one side and try to help on the other side. That's what I feel they should have done this game, instead of like trying to sit in your own lanes respectively and trying to farm. That's why JT kind of got caught by, I think, Lao's couple of rotations. He died in the lane, in the jungle.
So many times.
By just being alone because he was trying to recover.
Yeah.
When I felt like he actually needed to, even though he's having a hard game, but he needed to just go with the supports and go make a smoke and go to a lane and just kill somebody. Like, that just needed to happen, you know, because he was so bad, you know, in the early game.
Yeah. I feel like every time we see a good Invoker play, which, you know, this is the road to the International, so naturally it's going to be good Invokers. It's like one person just being absolutely pestered by this guy. Cameras on one side of the map, we see JT dying to Laurel on Invoker. Cameras on the other side of the map, all of a sudden Laurel shows up and he's setting up on him. And I can't tell you like exactly what it is. Probably part of it is the fact that Invoker can now invoke during Ghost Walk, so you can have multiple spells invoked for that, and so it's like easier to Ghost Walk around the map and play this sort of play style. Also, Ghost Walk gives you regen now, so if you're gonna go through the portal and like play really active, Invoker doesn't have to go back to Fountain a lot. Like, he can sustain out on the map and stay out on the map. But it feels like I can kind of understand, after watching some of these Invoker games and these good Invoker players play it, why the win rate looks so high in this tournament.
I feel like Law was definitely getting away with a lot more than he should have, though, and maybe part to that fear is there wasn't any early detection coming out from G2IG, and that's not just a support thing, okay? Everyone can buy detection, so we shouldn't look at it being like, oh, those supports, they didn't have it. No one on the side of G2IG had it to stop those early rotations where he's just ghost walking out and he's getting to live for free.
Yeah, but it's 50% worse if the support doesn't have detection.
Definitely, I do agree with that too.
Yeah, no, for sure, like, I think this game as a whole, not only that, but in the clip we just saw before, where we're swooping with the Phoenix using her Hex and Egg on the Mirana, but you're by yourself. It was very, not the cleanest game from IG, and they need to really get on the same page. I think that's what it comes down to here, and JT really felt disconnected from the entire team. They didn't have detection. Maybe they haven't played versus Invoker in a while. I mean, in the past, you'd be like, oh, Mirana, everyone by detection, but nobody gets that fast anymore. But you are playing versus Invoker. This hero loves to be invisible. They need to get detection. JT disconnected from the team, but Boca just going in and trying to solo kill Radana in the late game as a Phoenix versus a Mirana. Never gonna work. You gotta use your spells together as a team, and that's something that Team Spirit did really well. but G2IG very much lacking in this game. And I do like the fact that Team Spirit gave away a strategy in which they lost to 2 times in a row, 2 Nouns, which knocked them down into that lower bracket, playing versus the Luna Tree. They found a response. It seemed to work pretty good in this game number 1 here. So good news for Team Spirit fans so that they can learn and adapt, and this has always been kind of their bread and butter.
This Dark Willow last pick, played by Mira here, coming up on our screens. A lot of impact, a lot of assists, 84% kill participation there. And Jenkins, when it came out in the draft, you said that you really liked the Dark Willow to help the offlaner get through that early few levels. That is where Mars can see the weakness, but Dark Willow, she has this great early game. There is a lot of damage that comes out from even just level 1 Bramble Maze if you can land it and get it right.
Yeah, the damage was something that was definitely important. A hero like Primal Beast, you know, he has the highest strength gain in Dota, and I like that the Invoker can just drain his mana and then kind of leave him alone, and he's kind of rendered dead in a way just because he has no mana. His mana pool is very low. But a lot of the time, Collapse was running around and catching JT on the Primal Beast. He was able to kill him with the help of Laurel and Mira. Like, they did not lack the damage at all. And even the Brambles in team fights, nothing to say, playing Void Spirit, you know, JT, playing Primal Beast. Like, these are heroes that get in there. Even Tree is, like, trying to get in there and use the Overgrowth, especially with the Phoenix Egg. Like, you want to pair these things together. Against all the Brambles, it's so hard to run in. There's Arena, there's the Brambles down. It was not an easy game for them to come back from. Maybe if the early game goes a little bit better, they have items like, let's say there's a Blink Dagger on the tree, then it's a different story, right? You're not walking through the Brambles to get into the fight. But given how the laning phase went, the game looked almost impossible to execute for G2XIG.
Yeah, here's that mid laner that we keep referring to. Lal here on the Invoker. He's 10-0-11. I actually thought the kill participation was going to be slightly high just because every time I looked at the screen, oh, there's Invoker. He's involved in it. There's Invoker again somehow.
He was starting it on pretty much every fight.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how the hero works now. You don't have any good farming. I'm elaborating. You don't have any farming or wave shoving abilities, right? So you are forced to go run at heroes, cast your abilities on them, and get kills. And he does that incredibly well. You see he builds into right-click items. We see a mix between the Witchblade as well as the Mage Slayer as well, depending on what you're playing against. Both of them leave a dot, so it helps with your cold snap. Both of them give you attack speed, so you attack a bit harder, and you can scale. So this hero is really meant to just run around and find those kills. We still have yet to see a game where Invoker just fails to find these kills, and that's where this hero really falls behind. And we see Midas of the past, people going for that item, not so much anymore. You're just building these stats, getting these right clicks in, and you're doing lots of damage, and it's looking like this hero is getting more stock as we get further into this.
Yeah, it's really, really good with the Mirana, though. I feel like that actually made the hero so much better. Because oftentimes,
and Tusk, like, just the Alacrity, the Tusk Bust, the Solar Flare, they're finding new ways to, like, stack all this damage.
Yep. You kind of want to find more ways to abuse the right click with this new Invoker, you know, and with Mirana and with Tusk, I think it just makes the hero go on to another level, and you see the impact, you know, after. Because oftentimes you see Invoker, they are very, very good in the early game, they rotate around, but they get to a point where they run out of damage, right? But with those heroes in the pool, the hero does not run out of damage.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, how this draft has lended itself to that late game, that Marauder having a good start, but let's actually have a look at that earlier part of the game. Hopefully we had the clip ready. It was around the 7-minute mark for yourself here that you were like, this, in your eyes, was where you'd really seen Spirit come together to be able to make those rotations, to look at their off lane and try and put it in a great position. It also was almost what you wanted, Jenkins, a 5v5 around the 7-minute mark.
I mean, I'm always down for some 5v5 Dota. Fear, I'll let you take this one.
Oh, sure. I mean, I just mainly add this because it's funny, but this fight was actually really important as well, too, because it's a 7-minute mark. All the supports were TPing in. We talked about the Wisdom Rune, getting the levels and experience here, really important. Laura was the first to rotate here. Helps out, gets a couple kills, really important. You'll see Nothing to Say also rotates, but he's a little bit late to this. You've lost a bunch of heroes. Laura was pretty happy in the situation. They bait you in. Now you're in a situation where you're just a little too deep with Luna here. And regardless if this Shard gets Luna stuck here, which is pretty funny to be honest with you, he still would have died, right? But very unfortunate there for Monet. They bring multiple heroes there, and even after this fight, they kept fighting over and over and over again, using the skirmish power of this Tusk, which is why it's so powerful right now. We talked about this Phoenix and Tree, cooldown dependent, very heavily favored for their ultimates, but at 7 minutes into the game, they're pretty useless, right? Where this Tusk is going to take advantage of it.
What is the Drinking Buddies cooldown, by the way? I don't actually know that.
Back to you, Winter.
Not a very long time. I don't know the exact cooldown.
But
No, if you didn't know, that's fine.
Is anybody on this panel honestly a Tusk player?
No.
I do not play Tusk. Okay, fair. Yeah, I do not play Tusk.
I just feel like, sometimes we see the way the teams draft, they want to have those longer engagements, and then they have a Tusk there as well. And it just feels like I've seen Drinking Buddies used like 6 times. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But
Maybe 8, actually.
It might be, a lot of times during a team fight. And so I'm wondering, is the cooldown so short that you'll find to actually take those longer fights now that you have a support like Tusk that can reposition you just enough that you're able to get off a whole nother set of spells.
I got a feeling that even if the cooldown is longer, I'm still going to want to play Tusk right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you just do so much with the Drinking Buddies that...
15 seconds.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jenkins.
The alt cast, the distance,
something.
you get to reposition yourself so much. It's just so valuable in the game. You have a BKB piercing disable, you have a save, you have the shard block. You're just very useful.
Yeah, I agree. I think the fact that it does many... Drinking Buddies in general does 2 different things. I think if it was just the pull and the move speed, it might still be a good ability.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing it used mostly for the pull. I'm going to be honest. I was watching this. I didn't even know that it did damage because I thought that was the thing that got removed when you lost tag team. It's like there's got to be some sort of downside, right? But the downside is that you can only use it on one target. But usually a lot of the time when you use tag team, you're using that on one target. And I guess you're losing also the slow from the tag team, but also the heroes that you're going to be using it on. The slow is very useful for laning, but outside of that, not so much.
It's just more practical all around. It's just the ability to reposition yourself. I was watching the mid fight, right? There's no Tusk on my screen, and then all of a sudden Tusk comes flying in because the range is 900 on that, which is absolutely ridiculous. But I feel like the moral of the story here is if you're going to play versus a Tusk, maybe the supports you need to pick need to be a little bit faster. And I feel like that was a big part of this game.
You know what? Back
Yeah.
to what you just said. I think they're picking the Phoenix because of the Tusk. Because Tusk, like in the lane itself, you tag team, or you Drinking Buddies and you want to right click, and Phoenix kind of stops that. So maybe that was their idea of it. But when you pick it with a Trian, they're both kind of the same kind of hero in the later stages where you're not very useful, when you don't have your ulti.
I feel like the scaling is also quite different compared to, on one side you have the Tusk and the Dark Willow. We can see that the Dark Willow is able to scale. That's just something that this hero likes to do. On the side of Phoenix and Tree, who's really going to kind of be that pseudo core when you do go into the slightly later part of the game?
We kind of always talk about having the right balance with the support duo, and Phoenix and Trian kind of feels just very, very similar. They're very the same hero in a way, They do the same things, and they kind of want someone else to not take farm, and just like a Tusk, run around and just get work done,
Yeah. Very quickly before we jump into this game number 2 draft, this is specifically only for you, Jenkins. Can you help me visualize how big 900 units is in Dota?
Yes. So a Pudge Hook is 1,200 units.
At max range.
At max range.
What's the minimum range?
Is it 1,500 with the facet?
Yes. And so take that and then divide it by, or multiply by 3 quarters, and that's 900 units.
You might have done that in the worst way possible.
I visualize range in Dota through Pudge Hook length.
I thought you were going to say something like, if you were standing on one side of the river, it goes all the way to that tier 1 tower in
Just
the
use
mid.
the panel.
No.
The full Pudge Hook is you to Jenkins. And
Okay,
tag team is like somewhere in between.
It's you to Winter.
That's tag team. All right. Well, you didn't help me at all. If anything, I feel more confused about what 900 units
Pudge Hook
in
is
Dota
also
looks like.
1,300
I can
range.
help you.
I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I was even wrong about how long the Pudge Hook is.
I don't think your maths was even right. So please, thank goodness there is a game number 2 dropped on our screens to save us here, because an Omni Knight is coming out for Team Spirit. They're showing a little bit of versatility here of saying, we got more different openers in our back pocket here. Tusk is what they opened with last time. Omni now, G2IG responding with that Doom that hasn't been working out for a lot of teams at the moment.
It's a cool pick, though. I mean, I brought up the question just last series, actually, about I thought Omni was very simple. Shout Aim and Band, pick Omni. A lot of teams weren't doing it. Spirit's doing it. Now I see this Doom response like, oh, yeah, that hero's pretty good versus Omni too. So I like the response a lot to Omni. Omni has not been a hero so far that we just see it in the game. Like, this is unstoppable. Like, this hero just can't be beaten. And I feel like a couple of things you need to play versus Omni. One is a Dispel. Doom does that. And he does even more to that. And he just makes it so you can't heal that target whatsoever. So kind of covers a lot of the things that Omni likes to do and shuts it down.
But also, you can repel the guy, and then they can TP out, or they can escape out of the fight, and the repel cannot be purged. So I do feel like it can go both ways. But then on the flip side, Doom has a really obvious target in the Omni. If he can ever Doom the Omni, that's the correct choice.
Am I correct to say that if you're a Doom, you don't really care about the Omni in the lane as much?
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yeah, because I feel like I did a little bit of investigation on Omni and how this hero works. Depends what you pair it with, right? Of course. But if you leave him alone, Omni's Degen Aura, I don't know what the facet's called. I'm not even going to guess this time. But basically, when you put the Degen Aura on them and you right-click them, every second that they're under Degen Aura, it increases your damage up to 20%. And if you can stay on the Doom, your right-clicks, your Hammer, Purity, these spells are going to just like do lots of damage over time. So it should be fine in lane as long as you pair it with position 4 that can help him get out of the laning stage. Snapfire has been one that we saw pretty successful. Maybe you can go for the Dark Willow, but I'm not a huge fan of Dark Willow versus Omni. Some ranged hero that
Hoodwink versus Omni? Is that a thing?
It should be good.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah, there's Skywrath, all right, that's going to be their choice there. Another Silence, something that Omni doesn't like playing against. If you can target him in the back lines, that can help a lot.
And in the lane, the slow, so you stop him from bullying the Doom, you get some distance out. I mean, it's not a hero that we've seen a lot. I think the only other team that played it was Schofield on Heroic. I think no one else has picked this hero. I could be wrong. Because this hero is very, very hit or miss. Like, you really need to snowball so hard. If you don't snowball hard, the hero just doesn't really do much later in the game. You're like a single target focused hero. You don't provide any CC in the team fight until you get your Ags and you know, in ultra late game.
We did see Gaming Gladiators pick it up. So that's the most notable game for me when I see Skywrath right now on the road to the International is Gaming Gladiators played it in their series against Nouns, not yesterday, but the day before. And what it was really good at doing was just bursting the Alk. So it was really good for that. They would silence, and then the ultimate would go down. I think also it's great for lane harassment if you're able to keep your mana up there. He is very mana hungry, but it feels like I say that for many heroes lately in this patch.
I have a prediction for Spirit. I think they're going to pick Kunkka.
Wow, that was genius. Round of applause.
Thank you. I was actually going to say
Why do we let him talk?
They did not pick Slardar. But if you're a Skywrath mage, the worst things for you to deal with are summons. You do nothing to summons. You're paper thin when it comes to armor, and minus armor, physical damage, that sort of thing. However, the cool thing about G2XIG picking the Doom and the Sky together is that Doom kind of counters a lot of the summons heroes because you can eat a creep. So you are block picking it in that sense. And then we talked about how they can kind of combo together pretty nicely in the laning phase. And Sky has enough damage that a Doom target will 100% die. Even if they walk out of the Sky ult, like, it's enough initial damage to kill that target.
Very curious about this pick coming up here. But I have a feeling that Yatoro is single-handedly trying to raise this Mirana's win rate up. So he's the only one that's really winning with this hero right now.
As carry. Everyone else
as a carry, yes, that's specifically as a carry. As he is a carry player and not a support player.
Well, I'm just saying the Mirana overall win rate isn't that bad. As carry, it was, what, 46%?
Sure, I misspoke. He's trying to single-handedly raise the carry Mirana's win rate.
Thank you.
This tournament.
Thank you.
That was on me. Viper is picked out now. This is a hero that is very good against Dragonite. You can break the armor and all of his passives. The Cleave, which is now his passive, and then he has the Innate, which is also considered a passive that gives him armor and regen. So breaking both of those is very nice to do, as well as having a pretty comfortable laning stage too. And I think at this point you just run the DK carry now. But I guess you have the flexibility between the Kunkka and the Viper. They could switch to offlane or mid, but I think at the end of the draft here you don't really know, so you kind of have to make your best guess if this DK is going to be swappable. And the only way you can do that, though, is if G2IG also picks a hero on their last pick, that can be carry or mid.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough one, for G2IG. I think this is really nice to have this type of calls where you can swap around. Gives you a big advantage when you don't have the overall last pick. Now they just need to decide whether they want the Mirana as a 4 or they pick him as carry and pick another 4 to lane with either the Kunkka or the Viper.
I've got it. It's not a Monet hero, but Nature's Prophet. Unpicked, unbanned. Good at carry, good at mid. Although we keep saying it's good at carry and we barely see it. It's mostly a mid.
Yeah, I like it, Jenkins.
I like it, Jenkins. That's a good suggestion.
I want to know more, Jenkins. You have to convince me a little bit, I'm not as fooled so easily.
Good against
You're calling us fools?
It's good against a Viper in lane. You do lots of physical damage. You can out CS him. If he harasses you down, you can simply TP away and then TP back, full HP, full mana. Same thing goes for in a side lane. I think against Kunkka, you would also probably be more than comfortable if they swap the Kunkka to mid, for example. But mainly it's the Viper matchup that I really like.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be good here. We'll see what Spirit wants to do with this Mirana, but I think I know this Yatoro guy by now, and I'm pretty sure
he's playing it.
He's playing the Mirana. He doesn't like hyper focus on heroes, but he definitely has his preferences, and he believes that Mirana is very strong right now, and he can pick it early in the draft, and until he loses to something that changes his mind, he's probably still going to play it.
So you say they need like a melee support just in case the Viper wants to go off lane?
That's an interesting question. They need it's hard to say, because if you pick a melee support, you put yourself in a strange position, because Omni 100% is going to the safe lane. So
Bat Rider would have been great, because it's kind of like pseudo melee.
Yeah, some pseudo type of hero would have been perfect there. And Marcy's, I don't know. I don't think they necessarily 100% need a melee support, but having an additional stun of some sort would be good. And a melee support it will be. And I think this makes me believe that Viper needs to go to that off lane, because Clockwork Kunkka was not a very scary lane.
It's not the best lane.
It's not the best lane.
I would not be trying to run that lane.
Throw DK mid against the Kunkka, and Viper's there. It's not great, but you'll survive, right, at the end of the day. And then now pick something as your carry that's much better against the Viper. Wind Ranger comes to mind, but that has to be banned, right? And it's not.
It's actually not.
Wind Ranger looks really good here.
It was completely ignored in game 1.
If they want to go with a Monet Classic, I know that people really like TB against Viper, because you...
Forbidden hero, even Radon.
Can you make it work? TB, Doom, Dragon Knight, Tricore?
No.
Wind Ranger.
But it's Monet. He likes it.
Wind Ranger.
Luna is still in the
Wind
pool,
Ranger.
too.
Yep, Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger seems like the...
I'm just throwing out options. I also think it's
We're
Wind
just
Ranger.
gonna say hero names.
Because Wind is a hard, like, you hard counter Viper in lane. So, because you can't hit him. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Wind Ranger actually gets a 100% evasion when he uses the Wind
Whoa.
Rune.
Really?
Very good against Viper.
How long
And
does that last?
5
Depends on the level. 6 seconds at
What
max
does level 3 Wind Run?
That's 5 seconds.
Very good.
I don't know if this man is
3, 4, 5.
gaslighting us or if he knows, and that's
It's
the hardest
3, 4,
thing
5,
about
6, I
working
think.
with Jenkins. Should have left out the I think. I would have believed you. Because it turns out I am easily fooled.
I'm not a gaslighter.
Wait, you just said you aren't easily fooled like us, like both.
Yeah, I
of
was gaslighting. I learned it from Jenkins. They got a lot of reserve time here for their last pick, which makes me think either they're overlooking the Wind Ranger, maybe they see something that we don't about its downfalls, or just trying to use up all that time to have a conversation of how to execute their lineup.
It's tough, They are definitely worried about the DK into Viper matchup, and they kind of have to pick something that can be moved around, And now the interesting thing to see is who picks which hero.
Yeah, that's the other thing we didn't mention. Both these heroes could go either lane, but I really think you're okay with the fact if they do a Kunkka Clockwork lane, because that's just a free lane for the Wind Ranger. And sure, maybe your mid might struggle a little bit in this matchup, but you have high regen, and eventually your team will come and help you. And hopefully your Wind Ranger, who has free farm, is going to be killing that Viper in the mid game to kind of get you back into the game.
Yeah, it's Kunkka Clockwork.
It sure is.
I mean, circle on circle action. That's not that bad. Clock can,
Make a
cog
circle,
and
Tonka can make another circle.
you put it in the circle, right, and then the boat comes out as well eventually.
That's not a circle though.
It's like
more like a rectangle.
It's like close to circular. It's very close to circular.
Any other analysis though outside of circles that you would
Winter?
like to?
No, the circle is great. I've learned how to make a perfect circle from Jenkins.
Really?
Perfect circle.
Great. Is it going to go full circle here? And we're going to have G2, I almost said the name wrong, G2IG taking game number 2, or is it just Spirit through and through that my panel is on the side of?
I mean, I'm a little worried for this Wind Ranger taking the game over. However, I believe in Laurel making Nothing to Say have a terrible game, and I said it the last game, I don't like this team when Nothing to Say is having a rough game, and he's gonna have a rough game. So Monet, he's gotta put his try-hard hat on here and just carry this game, because a lot of eyes are gonna be on him to just get the farm, make some rotations.
I don't think they have the budget for a mid DK and an off-lane Doom.
I really like the wording for that.
That's a good concept.
Yeah,
actually.
they just don't have the budget. There's just not enough allowance to go around. Jenkins? We do have time.
I like Sky plus DK. I think this is one of the easiest to execute ganking combos. Your back is against the wall. You just want to get some kills. There's infinite damage disable from this. The Doom is great at killing any carry in the late game. Like I do.
Okay, you're monologuing too much. Thank you so much, Jenkins. Though we got coach interview, which is going to be way more enjoyable than listening to him finish his sentence.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Simon. How do you feel his draft went? Everything go as planned?
I think mostly yes. Yeah.
And what about the last pick, Wind Ranger? Is that something you anticipated and you think you have the answers for?
We was thinking we could pick that, but they should now. They put DK mid into Viper. It seems not good, and I'm feeling okay if we go Kunkka against Wind Ranger. We already played like this a lot this tournament, and it was comfortable for us. So, feeling okay.
Feeling okay. Well, that's very good. And finally, from me about the Mirana, the back-to-back Radan Mirana. Do you think it's going to be the same as game number 1, or do they have better answers for it this time around?
Sure, we have good answers. Mirana Wind Ranger also. I'm not sure who is stronger, but I'm just confident in Radan's Miranas, and it's good against Doom. So I think should be okay for me.
All right, I'm glad you have the confidence. We'll see how this game goes. The Mirana versus the Windrunner. Let's get into it with Cap and SVG.
That's right. It's also the Viper versus the Dragon Knight, which Silent was very polite. Said, not good. Laurel looking to terrorize the server once again. He did it in game 1 off of his Invoker with the constant rotations that he was doing it. This time around, it's going to be a little bit more immobile hero, but he's still going to be terrorizing the laning phase, or at least that's what he's hoping to. Dragon Knight versus Viper. We'll see how Nothing to Say is able to weather the storm against that.
Early laning shenanigans from Mira to get this double melee lane off to a good start. We saw the sentry placement try and win the lane equilibrium. And it'll be up to, well, not Monet, because he actually went mid, Austin.
Okay.
What am I seeing? And it's collapse mid. So this is
yeah,
the old double...
Swap it around.
Yeah, double lane swap shenanigans to try and dodge this Viper DK matchup. But Team Spirit, I guess they were double ready for this.
They really were.
Though I will say the Viper DK matchup in the side lane is... I mean, it's still not great, but it's not as debilitating for your game plan as the one-on-one mid.
Oh, certainly not.
But this is very uncomfortable, I think, for some of these players. I think you almost rather have your offlaner go mid than your carry a lot of times. I guess it depends on which team.
I mean, surely in pubs, if you don't get your carry position, you probably want to play mid.
I don't know, I'm just thinking about a lot of these modern offlane players. Like, they all play mid when they don't get their role. Maybe I'm just thinking ATF, but
I think that
it'll be Radon going down first to the Baboka Skywrath mage putting in some early work here. And I will say the one thing I like about this G2IG lineup more than the previous one is they have a lot more early spell power and just kill ability. You know, like it just seems easier for them to make aggressive plays and try and do stuff of their own rather than that game 1 where it was all reactionary, very defensive. There was no damage follow-up for their initiators. Just felt rough. I'm just going to throw out the CS
Oh,
here.
come on, Collapse. That's unfair. You know he's winning in CS. Oh, he knows it too.
On TS
2010, there's nothing to say. Damn.
Too good.
Just what I've been waiting.
Absolutely.
Sick, bro. Collapse. Getting props to Monet for his completely made-up creep score.
Now, would NT... I mean, the real question here is, would NTS have given mid lane to Ame? That's the real question with...
What? Of course he would have.
I don't think it ever... I don't remember it ever happening, though. I don't think I've ever seen Monet go mid. Once in my entire life. This is new territory for this team. Now, is this the time to bust this out in an elimination match? In an elimination game? There's a lot of pressure on Monet here. Like, not only do you have to carry this game with the final pick, not only do you have to out-carry the Radon Mirana, which is basically undefeated, but you also have to go mid in lane versus an off-laner in mid in a matchup you've probably never played.
Yeah. And it's a matchup that it's already not going well and is probably favored to the Kunkka.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Very strange situation for him. I mean, this could be a very awkward game. Might just come down to who can skirmish better, kind of put the lane phase behind them. But so far, if you're looking at the CS, I mean, it looks pretty okay for G2IG, and they, again, dodged this isolated Viper DK matchup. Now, the one interaction I also want to mention in this game, as we're getting a couple stutters, this Omni Knight Doom, like we saw these two heroes get first pick for reasons, right? This Doom, in theory, can shut down the Omni Knight pretty hard. Like, you're throwing your spells into a carry hero. If you then Doom that hero, you just remove everything.
Sure.
You feel great, right? You also can't really repel a target after they've been doomed. It ends up being a kind of weird interaction.
Is he going to get pulled back in? Okay, he still has Fairy Fire, but he's in trouble here. He's just going to get run down. Collapse wins the 1v1. He was already winning in this CS, and now a full wave goes under tower that Monet is not going to be around to collect. This is where the pressure that you were talking about really starts adding up. As top lane, JT and Boboka saying, okay, mid lane's not going well. We're going to have to overperform in this matchup, and they are doing that currently. Now back to bottom, where nothing to say in X-Nova. Chase after Mira, who's just being a nuisance while the easy camp pull is going on.
So side lane's honestly going pretty well for G2IG here, and this top lane is getting massively
Silence into a snare. He still has one more leap to go. Moposhka's going to come back in, give him a bit of a heal.
They're getting forced off, though. JT is... I mean, JT is already having a better game than I think he did at any point in that last one.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, he's got a bracer, he's got boots, he's on the board. This is redemption arc right here.
Might just be. He wanted redemption out of this series in the first place. Chance to be able to eliminate Team Spirit like Team Spirit eliminated IG.
Oh, that's a beautiful creep right there.
Yeah.
If you're a G2IG fan. Get that Chain Lightning going. We have seen this just demolish early games. Incredibly powerful spell.
He doesn't have the mana to back it up right now, like he can cast it once right now, but
Arcane Boots
do
coming.
you think about, yeah, he had Face Boots queued up, right? But now he's thinking about, okay,
Yes.
let's go Arcane Boots with this.
I mean, it's the same thing you used to go like an Void Stone or the Tiara. What I always forget what that item's called, but you basically buy an early mana regen item if you get this spell, and it just ups your farming speed by so much. It's basically the fastest early farming spell in the entire game, as well as a lane dominator. So if you get the mana back up here on this top lane, which they did, you also want the Arcanes for the Skywrath. It's honestly really nice on this lane. This is going to be a struggle for Team Spirit. They do not... I mean, you have some sustain, but Mirana does not like early spell harass. It's not the type of exchange that Radon wants to face here. This could be a situation where you just kind of go jungle earlier than you want, or ask for a gank. You could bring the Kunkka top.
Yeah, can you jungle this early before you even have Arcane Boots to be able to bump up as... Oh, not sure if the players are feeling the same little server hiccups that we've been feeling, but score is 2-1, 5 minutes in, and while the off lane has definitely won for G2IG, it looks like the CS continues to go the way of Collapse in mid. He's doing a respectable job. Another thing to talk about, Laurel on the Viper.
He's suffering.
He said side lane Viper is not very comfortable, and it's looking even worse. I mean, I watched this spree of games where Amar was playing Viper after Viper game in pubs leading up to TI, and he was losing every single one of them. So side lane Viper was not having a good time for him, and he's like the Viper side lane master.
I think this dodge was honestly very smart from G2IG. I do not think Spirit expected it. And even if Collapse is, in theory, owning mid, he's opened up a decent lead. It's not as bad as what's happening to Laurel in this side lane, where he's the poorest core out of the laning phase. He's getting his XP split on a hero that I don't think Spirit wanted it getting split on. And it's going to impact their overall strategy, because I think a lot of this Viper pick, the idea behind it was you wanted another semi-carry to benefit from the Solar Flare. If your Viper has a much slower game, he doesn't get levels as fast, it hurts some of that gameplay.
Meteor Repel going to be used
there's
as the
the
first
Kunkka
sign
port.
of aggression. A Kunkka port forced out. G2IG, I mean, not really forced, because Radon was perfectly fine, but just a bit of aggression is all it takes.
He's going to force the dive. Does not want to let this TP go to waste.
And they will be able to bring down JT. So the TP was worth it. Even if it took a while, they do finally find that kill.
Yeah, an important one here for Spirit. Maybe you wish it was around that Wisdom Rune spawn, so you could just convert into that straight after. But still an important move to make for Collapse here to kind of bail out the pressure on that top lane. Not that it's going bad for Radon, but there was some explosive power there with a gate rotation or something. You'd rather make the first move and just secure it up, and now you have a level 7 Kunkka on the map with a rotation under his belt and that solo kill mid. Monet just running around. I mean, do you farm? Do you try and gank with this mid-carry pseudo Wind Ranger? Some decisions for him to make that he might not be used to making here.
Yeah, like who are you going to play around as G2IG if you don't have a mid DK with high levels? Right? Like safe lane DK normally would just be, you know, farming away, and the rest of the team would be playing 4-man for until he gets like Blink Dagger.
I mean, you can gank this Viper too. If you're G2IG, you could bring the Wind Ranger bottom, you could bring the Skywrath bottom and just go on the Viper. It's a hero that doesn't like having numbers brought against him, especially if he's going to push up the tower, but it's Spirit bringing the other support here first.
Let's see if the TP rotations come out from G2IG to bail this one out, or if it's even needed, because it's just an Omni Knight coming through the gate. X-Nova may be in trouble, but the creep wave is going to help tank some of this battery assault for him, and now he's going to be fine. As it's going to be Mira the one to die here as Baboka does TP in. More gate rotations from Team Spirit as Radon came through the gate. They're chasing after X-Nova. Might be able to get this kill, but it's certainly going to cost them. Silenced up. Maposhka barely gets off the heal in time. Radon pounces and does manage to get the kill, and nothing to say. Maposhka stays alive.
Once more, Team Spirit making the first rotations, bringing the numbers, catching G2IG off guard. Some painful deaths down there.
And once again, G2IG just refusing to counter-rotate, being slow to act. I mean, where was our Wind Ranger in that engagement, right?
Getting a power rune. It's a nice one.
Just
That'll
do him
be a kill.
Just get him out of here.
Actually, this is close.
Yeah, they need more damage, and Baboka doesn't get that damage right away.
He's alive.
He is alive. Oh no. Arrow doesn't quite land. Torrent steps aside, no more stuns left. X marks the spot, it's on cooldown, so he does manage to get away. Team Spirit continuing to move. Mass number of heroes from side lane to side lane. It's the side lanes that have been a problem for G2IG. Not in the laning phase, but immediately afterwards, this constant aggression. They seem unprepared to be able to deal with it, with the Viper Strike being used. The X marks the spot, pulling him back into his doom. Nothing to say, is going to experience a slow death to poison. Monet here for the punish, but not able to do too much immediately off of it thanks to a whirlwind build-up. He can't get the immediate kill. A torrent lands on two. That's beautiful on both supports. Nobody's going to die on the side of Team Spirit. The side lane's crumbling again for G2IG.
You're just getting outplayed. There's no way about it. This is not a draft issue. It's not a strategic issue. It is a skirmishing and an execution issue right now. And Spirit taking advantage of it, and especially Collapse. I mean, maybe they should put this guy mid more often. He has ganked both side lanes multiple times. Just controlled the entire map. He said, Laurel, I saw what you did in game one, but like, it's not that hard, honestly, bro.
I could do that too.
You didn't get the solo kill, so I'm going to add that to my ticket and, you know, try and get on my level here, man.
And away he goes, off the haste rune.
He's
back
cruising.
to bottom.
That's a full blade mail in his stash, just waiting to come out right now. It doesn't even feel like he needs it. Yeah, this is the type of game you play, and then you tell your mid laner to watch the replay afterwards.
You could learn a few things, man.
Take some notes.
Listen, I know what side lanes need, and you're just not making the fast enough rotations.
Yeah, you might be a TI winner, but I'm a two-time TI winner.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
2 for a reason. See how much of this momentum Collapse can continue to find here, and the rotations from Spirit have really been what's winning them these early games. G2IG, man, like, you are facing elimination in this tournament in a last place. You have to find some pace here. You have to find some moves of your own. I do not want to see this team revert back to the kind of passive defensive style we saw them get pushed into in that game 1. It is not going to work for this lineup.
No. But they don't necessarily have the best ways to make plays until they get a Blink Dagger on Dragon, right? Like, they do have a combination if they can get that Blink Dagger, Blink Stun into Skywrath Mage, all of his spells.
I mean, you have Doom, though, right? Like, you bring the supports to the Doom and you just Doom whoever's on the lane and lift them or slow them with the Sky. It should be a kill. You don't want to overextend into the Kunkka turnaround, but I mean, this is the kind of play that should work for them.
Catch Radon, the Blink Dagger, doesn't actually get a leap away. If he can get into the trees, never mind. That is too much damage with the Sky Earth Mage getting his level 6. Collapse. Hits the punish. Hits him with the Torrent Boat. Boboka not dead yet, thanks in part to his Facet, making him a bit tankier, but he'll catch up to him, I'm sure. Collapse delivering sweet justice. Mira. He hits a hook shot into the mid lane. A Cox push back onto the Wind Ranger as the Wind Run is running out. Didn't last long enough for him to get away from Laurel. Spirit all over the map. Kill after kill. They get one on X-Nova as well in the top lane. 3 in a row.
I think that is the correct play from G2IG, but again, you really have to be careful about the turnaround plays, and the find from Mira mid is just, it's even juicier here. Now Laurel gets put back into his mid lane where he wants to be. They're even going to get some stack steals here. Collapse's farm continues. 503, 100 CS, level 11. Just going to go into the pipe. The man's not even greedy.
No, he's still going to build some regular off-lane items.
And now Laurel just going to get the siege mid-tower, like he wanted to this entire game. Dangerous positioning for Monet. You get X to your... Have to respect the levels on this Kunkka.
Yeah, he's level 11. He's got 3 levels of X already. X-Nova trying to stop this. They make the initiation. Hook shot into Boat and push back into the Viper. Beautiful stuff from Team Spirit. It's simple and it's easy for Spirit as they collect a tower and a kill. Once again, G2IG keeping their cores split constantly. They are in different parts of the map all the time. Team Spirit not doing the same. Are overwhelming G2IG with their aggression and group up power.
They're 100 gold off the DK Blink, and I can't really blame them for feeling like they need that to make plays. But man, it does feel like you're wasting a bit of the start Boboka had on this Skywrath Mage. He was really high level himself. He's had early ults in this game. This is a hero. Ideally, you're snowballing off of just chain killing on across the map. NTS's game has just been really slow, and I think Spirit did a better job of activating Laurel than G2IG have done activating this Dragon Knight. Maybe it's a lot simpler for them to do that with the lineups they have, especially with Collapse controlling the map more than Monet was able to.
Yeah.
But this is their time. You have the DK Blink, easy smoke up. This should be a guaranteed kill. Again, the issue is not the initial kill, it's what happens afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, also the initial kill, what is that initial kill? You didn't want it to be a clockwork, right?
Ideally, no, but you will take it here if it gets you a tier 1 tower, and there was no turnaround. So this is a successful move for G2IG. It creates some space for the Wind Ranger. Oh, Team Spirit wanted to take the defense.
Trying this one out. Trying to go for a Dragon Knight. Always a pretty tanky hero. The arrow coming off of that one is not going to land, but it doesn't matter. He had to dodge it and gets hit by a Viper Strike instead. Collapse, no stuns to stop that TP. And any future TPs seem to be fine as well.
Man, every time Collapse shows up to a fight, they are just bailing out of there. Amp damage on Laurel definitely helps secure that. But in the end, you don't get that tier 1. You lose your DK for that clock and the trade. That was your Blink reveal. The move once again stifled here from Spirit as the rotations continue to plague G2IG on the map. Still have Doom up, and you got a Blink onto JT here.
This vision, great timing and placement as he sees all of these heroes from G2IG clearing out their own jungle. He will not be caught in the process. They also see the fresh Blink Dagger on the Doom. They see Doom himself, and they are thinking about going for it. Radon was Not sure if he wanted to go on it, and the arrow missed as a result of that. Awkward
Stolen
timing.
flare.
They're gonna turn back around and quickly kill the Clockwork for that small mistake from Team Spirit. And wow.
Is
what
a big spell. A really big spell. I'm unsurprised to see them instantly smoke with this. Level 2 Solar Flare for a Wind Ranger lineup. To me, this is one of the ultimate combos of the tournament if you ever get it. Here you're going to get it without having to pick the Mirana yourself.
Bringing the Dragonite, bringing the Wind Ranger, but Team Spirit playing very far back.
They would love Radon, but Scan will hit as the Mirana backs up.
They're going to be running into a whole heap of heroes here. All 4 of them are here. They already got the Doom on the Kunkka, but they're retreating. They feel like they're not strong enough to fight in a tier 2 at 16 minutes in a game that they are behind in net worth, and Mira gets the punish off of this one. Not only are they going to be able to run him down, but it looks like maybe more. Xnova does manage to dodge Collapse there. Pushing in deeper, the Dragonite stops for a bit of farm. Don't stop for too long, though. You're gonna get caught by the Kunkka. No, the X comes in. And now Nothing to Say will be punished for his greed.
His game continues to get worse and worse here. Every time you make one of these moves with a DK and it fails, it just costs him so much time on the map. And I do not think G2IG wanted to take a fight into a tier 2 position where everybody was ready. I honestly don't know if that fight would have been that bad if the Whirlwind just went through all of them with the Solar Flare buff up. Could have been maybe something there, but man, Collapse is just so tanky. He already had pipe done for that exchange. Feels like you're gonna have to bring this Kunkka down at some point in this game if you want to break the hold Spirit have on the map right now as their lead continues to build 6K now.
They see the Clockwork setting up for the kill. They baited him to stick around. Maboka acting like a helpless, easy support to gank. But again, kind of similar to game 1 where the kills that G2IG are getting are support kills. They're not getting these core kills that would make a very big difference. You caught Radon that one time, but otherwise, Collapse has had a flawless game.
It is very similar. They're just trying to get to BKB timing and feel like they can then take the fight with those BKBs. But you cannot bleed as much as you did in that game 1. Spirit on the hunt. Feel very confident behind this Admiral. It's been untouchable. This Hurricane Pike on Laurel is also very nice. One of the biggest annoyances for Skywrath Mage as a hero is basically Force Staff and Glimmer Cape. Very simple, but very effective. You're looking at a lot of single target stun initiators for G2IG, and Shackle Shot, Skywrath Ultimate, Rubik Lift, Dragon Knight Stun, Doom. Lotus Orbs, Force Staffs are going to be very nice for Team Spirit as this game progresses.
Pushing forward, Xnova by himself. The rest of his team had abandoned that position. It looks like he really wanted to get to the secret shop to complete his item, which...
Well, he tanked the gank.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, guys. I tanked the 5-man gank, guys.
Intentional, I'm sure. Intentional.
It's a nice little setup here. You might... I mean, you're thinking about, like, if Mirana comes back to Ancients, you just get that quick pick off and TP out. Spirit just continue to group, man. They are not giving freebies on the map. Might be thinking about another quick Roshan with this Solar Flare up top, like we saw that game 1. Very similar timing.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the exact same play. Only they're dire this time.
Huh. This is really cool.
80%
Solar Flare
makes probability on a 4K difference. Okay. Gabe has made up his mind.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that bad.
Yeah, like, does Team Spirit really scale that much better than G2IG? Like, normally when you see that kind of lead, it means that one lineup is just gonna massively outscale the other, and they already have a net worth.
I mean, it's probably inflated Omni-Night Pub stats, honestly.
Sure. Thank Sir Action Slacks for that one. They go from the Roshan to the Tormentor, using this Aegis to bully G2IG. Take some of that net worth away from them.
I mean, I do like Spirit's position here in the game, though, just in terms of continuing to win the 5-on-5s. Like, their overall team fight strength together looks a bit stronger on paper.
Taking in Mira first to set up for this mass rotation. It's the 2 supports, and then the cores Well, they're going to be a little bit late to it, but as long as the Kunkka's there, they've got the kill. With no BKBs, any X marks to the spot means death. Monet, what was he doing in the triangle here? Caught by Radon. Radon chasing after him. Monet doesn't have a win run to get out of here, so he's done. He at least was able to farm up his BKB, I guess.
I mean, he's stealing some camps, stealing some ancients, but Radon just steals where he is, man. We'll add a kill to the tally. Spirit continue to close out this map and collapse. Lotus Orb, talked about all the single target initiations here. I mean, it is just such a good item this game.
Do these three have the damage to do it? I guess
they're
so.
tanky enough.
Yeah, I guess it's less about the damage at this point, about the tank, and they will be able to do that much. So, double shard pickup for Team Spirit boosts them to an 8,000 net worth lead, with both of their supports getting their Aghanim shard and 3 minutes left on the Aegis. They've got a lot to work with.
They're just getting so much utility online. You're gonna have Hurricane Pike, Solar Crest, the Lotus Orb, the Pipe, Glimmer Cape on the Clockwork already done by like the 22, 23 minute here. It's just so much kiting and utility to play around in the fight for a lineup that has to jump a target, kind of all in commit either Doom or Skywrath to bring that hero down and then get a numbers advantage for the rest of it. If that initial jump goes wrong for G2IG in the fight,
hey, it's already gone wrong. The support getting picked off first, X-Nova. He's dead. Mira was not able to find another pickup, but the hook shot is at the ready. So if G2IG trying to defend this tier 2, very likely Team Spirit will force a fight. It's not what G2IG wants, so they give up this mid tower.
Well, Solar Flare on cooldown. I don't know if you can do anything about this opening. They probably won't.
So. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be G2IG splitting the map and farming, like they did in Game 1. It didn't work for them in Game 1, and I'm fairly convinced it's not going to work for them in Game 2.
Well, they just hit triple BKBs.
All right.
So they are going to make a play with this. These BKBs can be good. I think what it allows you to do is kind of ignore the Kunkka, try and find the supports. The Viper, if you can isolate him, you really want to get this Omni Knight tagged with a Silence or Doom or something at the start of the fight. And then focus down the Mirana if you can, since she's a lot of Team Spirit's damage.
And these heroes aren't nearly as elusive as they were in Game 1. They are tankier, and they certainly have way more sustain, but it will be easier for G2IG to start a full 5-on-5. Whether or not they can win it is a different question entirely, as another smoke up from Team Spirit is going to run into the lingering smoke of G2IG. It's X-Nova. With the leap steal, wait a minute, whoa, dodges the arrow. He's just gonna try and buy time. No, he's gonna go for the TP out. He is away! Wow.
Okay.
I can't believe he made it out of that. Well played.
Yeah, that was sick. Mad space.
G2IG could certainly use some of that.
Unfortunately, that was G2IG's triple BKB smoke that didn't land. So as flashy as it was, that was not supposed to be the time in the game where you were escaping.
Yeah.
Still, more down this Aegis period, I guess. So you wait for this next DK form to be up, you make another move. No longer doing it into the 2 Mirana lives.
It's not like G2IG is upset if neither team is getting kills and they're both farming, right? Like the Dragonite scaling up. Like Dragonite, Doom, and Wind Ranger could all use a second item and start feeling pretty good about these team fights. You get the Shiva's initiation from the Doom. That'll add a lot. Dragonite, Wind Ranger obviously going to be scaling and physical damage.
Might come down to some clutch Rubik steals, honestly. Because the one spell you are worried about going late here is the Solar Flare. You got it once, but I think you're unlikely to get it again in some of the pivotal team fights. You might be able to get the Boat, for example, though, or
Guardian Angel,
GA/Repel, which could be really impactful on your big meaty frontliners.
Yeah, if you get GA steal against Solar Flare, that is obviously a nice counter.
Good. Yeah, that is good. No Dispel on Spirit's side.
Yep.
So teamfight execution really important here for G2IG, whereas I think Spirit, they're just trying to get to the items, continue to ball up, pose a indomitable front line that G2IG just can't break. Like, oh yeah, you can doom the Viper, you can doom the Kunkka, but So what can you actually bring them down? That is a much more difficult task. And a lot of pressure on this Wind Ranger and DK to continue to scale up here.
Xnova being pretty bold with his position on the map, but that's because he still has that spell still lingering with the leap. And he will leap on out of there before Team Spirit can get their hands on him. Nothing to say, level 15,
set up
he's
on
got
bottom.
Blink Dagger, BKB, and an Orchid soon. Back to bottom lane, Arrow, Gleipnir, the arrow doesn't land, BKB does go out from Monet and he TPs away. He's gonna be, oh, the hook shot, never mind, forgot that Mira was here as well.
Expensive death.
Very expensive.
And I mean, it's just been the story this entire series. It's Spirit setting up the plays, it's them finding the openings and bringing numbers, swarming initial core on these skirmishes and converting after it. They're going to push the high ground, maybe bring G2IG back, or at least cut the waves, secure more map control. They're continuing to scale. Like, they completely recovered Laurel in this game, and now he's just going to turn into a semi-carry beast with the Solar Flare to back him up. So you're going to have two of these turrets to worry about in the fight. Can't doom them both, and you have the Omni Knight Kunkka to worry about.
And they are going to make short work of this tower. With the shard on Laurel, they got to do something about this. Once again, G2IG are left inside of their base, impotent perhaps, as their Blink Dagger initiation doesn't do anything but set up for a death on Nothing to Say. The magic damage is working him right now. He finally has to use his BKB to stay alive, but that means that's just one more cooldown. And Team Spirit, just a clear runway for them to be able to go. Oh, Lotus! JT cancels his Doom usage, and he looks for another target, but he's not going to find it. Another BKB that's going to get cut around with a hook shot. Landing and a Cogs, keeping both of them in. Nothing to Say doesn't have a BKB, so he's going to die, and Monet uses his BKB, only to kill a Clockwork. Putting a little damage on a Laurel, perhaps. Got him down to half HP. Lotus is protecting him for now, and Monet, he has the X on him, pulled back in. Torrent doesn't quite land. Yes, it does. The Gleipnir goes out. Finally, a Doom is used on a Viper, but the Viper is going to be able to kill the Wind Ranger. The Doom dies in response, and it just is all gone wrong in this series, not just this game for G2IG.
He was 10 HP!
10 HP. Not a single thing is going to go right. Team Spirit, they could have cleaned up this final building with 3 heroes, but a 4th one survives. And a Gleipnir goes out for snap. So Radon does not opt to go for that kill. Stolen arrow and some hopes and dreams is all G2IG have to work with. Nothing substantial as Laurel comes in, back in from the X marks the spot to go for a second lane.
Too disjointed of a team fight there. Your BKBs are all over the place. You're the one getting poked down. There just wasn't a clear committal here from G2IG. As like you said, this tournament is about to end for them if they cannot muster a defense.
Yeah, where was the smoke, mass Blink Dagger initiation, right? Where was the chaos? Gleipnir arrow. They gonna go for this? Laurel's gonna chase after him. Boboka. Just as they got all 5 up, Boboka dies. It continues to be a 4 versus 5. They continue to work not just against a net worth advantage, but also a number advantage for Team Spirit. Nice shackle shot on 2. Team Spirit trying to force G2IG out of the game already. Threaten tier 4s and decide maybe that's a bit too ambitious for now.
I think Collapse just wants to collect his items. He's got a lot of net worth flying in.
Aghanim Scepter for him, Lads for Moposhka, so even more of a damage upgrade for all of these turrets.
I wonder if you even wait and go back for Roche in this type of position. Or it feels like you're just winning every fight. Just continue to barrel down the lanes. You have so much utility, so much counterplay. That's why that jump from G2IG, now it might be too late, but it had to be choreographed together and it had to be in unison, so you caught multiple heroes when you went. You just go on this single target on the front line. He's going to get Lotus. He's going to get repelled. He's going to get force staff. He's going to get glimmered. And like this jump from JT, that Lotus is just immediately there. What are you supposed to do at this point? And the hook shot is just beautiful here.
Mira, fantastic performance on the Clockwork in this game.
Absolutely locks them into a fight they no longer wanted to be in. I don't think any of these three cores had their BKBs overlapping with any of the others.
No, they happened. It was a 30-second window where 9-second BKB one at a time.
Oh, they're just smoking into the high ground.
Smoking to Team Spirit. Team Spirit holding the high ground. They get a ward up there. Mira's going to de-ward it. JT already finding himself slow. Nothing to say. He's going to try and stop it. He pops his BKB to turn around and do him up Radon. Radon is throwing out the damage zone. The Guardian Angel is put onto Radon. He is healthy as hell, and he'll not die to a nothing to say Dragon Knight. That'll never be enough. And nothing seems to be enough for G2IG as they will call it quits in not just this series, but the international.
A swift exit for them, not the place they wanted to be, and maybe, well, after this series, not the opponent they wanted to be facing, as Team Spirit came in and just absolutely dominated this series. If anybody was thinking this team was going to be shaken going down to the lower bracket, I think they've proven it wrong. This is going to be a very tough opponent for a lot of these teams in the lower bracket if they continue to go deeper and deeper, because they are absolutely terrifying. And for G2IG, they just never really found momentum in this season, right? It's been a series of ups and downs, and this will be another low point for them as they just could not get it all together when it mattered most.
Yep, and Team Spirit, meanwhile, they have an opponent waiting for them. It's going to be another Chinese team in Extreme Gaming. It's going to be waiting for them later on today. So we'll see how they perform in another lower bracket elimination. But for now, this series against G2IG is over at a 2-0.
Thank you so much, Cap Avery. And that's right, we will be seeing Spirit later. They're going to be playing in that final, the fourth and final best of 3 today to round out our playoffs. That'll be up against Extreme Gaming. But for now, let's talk about this game number 2. Spirit getting it in 2-0. First of all, let's just talk about the early game shenanigans, everything that was going on there, where everyone ended up with themselves winter, and what it actually meant for the later part of this game.
Well, I didn't know Spirit had 2 mid laners.
I mean,
that was the real pocket pick.
They might be having a discussion on making some role swaps after this game.
It's not player swap, but role swap.
Yeah, I mean, Laurel 9-0, Collapse 8-0. They both look phenomenal on their respective positions. And by respective positions, Laurel was the off laner this game, and Collapse was the mid laner.
Of course. Yeah, naturally. But what did it actually mean? Not only just doing well, but why exactly they changed up the lanes like this? Maybe even what lent confidence to be able to do this here?
I think they were just trying to avoid the Viper into DK mid lane. I think they were probably okay with Viper into DK in the safe lane. If DK was in the safe lane because the lane's shorter, you can kind of not get abused as much as mid lane. That was probably what they were trying to go for, and Secret kind of somehow picked it up and they swapped their lanes. And they were like, okay, we can do it the other way around. We are happy with this, and I mean, Collapse this game is definitely like clearly the MVP. You know, he made so many good rotations. He won his lane. He solo killed Monet on the Wind Ranger. It's a good matchup for him, but he did really well. He went bot, he killed bot, TP top, killed top. Like, he was just everywhere. And for G2IG, I just felt like JT kind of didn't really get the memo about the budget. He farmed and farmed when his team got dove and dove.
You don't want to go over.
Like, I felt like
someone didn't CC him in the email chain, you know?
Yeah, he didn't get the memo. So I felt like he needed to just come down and help, because his teammates, they were not having the best of times, and he was like the only one that kind of had a really good early game, and he needed to use that to get his team back into the game. You know, there was this one dive at bot, took 20 seconds to kill the Rubik, didn't come, and then another dive on bot again, but he didn't have Doom. You know, but I felt like the same thing should have happened. He needed to come even though he didn't have Doom. Like, Collapse did also the same move. He moved bottom when he didn't have both. He just came down, X mark, Torrent, started the fight. So he needed to match what Collapse was doing in the game, and he did not.
It feels like the two sides of the same coin here, Jenkins, where G2IG weren't really having the, I don't want to say map awareness, but movement on the map that they really needed for themselves, whereas Team Spirit always bringing numbers. It felt like they knew the emphasis had to be placed there for themselves and making sure these side lanes did well, making sure that they were everywhere on the map, but not only that, making sure that they had the numbers to go their way and to convert this movement into something, whether it's a kill, whether it's a spell usage, pulling out those BKBs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this goes back to the mid diff, and I did not expect to say this in a Collapse versus Monet mid lane matchup. It's very strange, but knowing how to make those rotations, which lane is important to rotate to, you know, if the lane is shoved, like, is it good to rotate to it? Do I do this with the rune or whatever? It requires practice on the mid lane. And Collapse actually does play mid in pubs. If you watch a lot of his replays, he will go mid. It looks like Monet, not as much as Collapse.
Yeah, that's tough, but look, either way, Spirit doing something a little bit different here. It's nice to see that we are seeing different things happening within Dota across 2 different series, but this best of 3 ends right now. Spirit are winners, and with that, they are joining Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I am here with Collapse, the new mid laner for Team Spirit, apparently. How do you feel about your promotion?
I don't know how to say. First game I was an offlaner. The next game they just told me, you go mid lane, we have a new mid laner, and Laro goes for offlane. By the way, we just saw the Windranger was mid and his item buy, so we decided just to let me go mid lane, and I said, okay, why not? I can deal with it.
And is mid lane something you've practiced a lot in pubs and such?
Not really. I'm like playing mid lane like once in a half a year, maybe. Not even on Conquer, just on Magnus. It's my single hero for mid.
Well, it must feel pretty good then to not only win the lane, get a solo kill as well, right?
Yeah. I was talking to my teammates that just look for mid, look for mid. I have a tip, I have a X mark, so we can tip it. And they just told me, you're killing him, so you don't need us. And so that was it.
Nice. So your team tells you when you're getting a kill or not. That's pretty nice. So obviously big difference here versus what your series was like versus Nouns earlier on. How do you feel like you've changed in the game since then?
I think we just we made some mistakes with our drafts and our gameplay. I think so. And we just choose the heroes who's good in this meta and on this TI. So, and there's also the good for us. So we just playing with our heroes that we are comfortable with, and that's it. That's our strategy.
Let's change up the heroes a little bit, but keep what you know and love and stick to the meta. Seems to be working for you guys. Obviously, one Chinese team down. You've got Extreme to come later. How are you feeling about that one?
It's kind of hard enemy for us, so don't really know. We have some time to prepare for them also, and we were preparing for them like even before G2IG if we would win them. So just need to confirm our strategies again.
All right, well, I won't keep you any longer then. Good luck with that one. Thanks for coming to talk to me. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, guys. Collapse, he's honest there, not only about the gameplay, but their future opponent later today. That Extreme Gaming, it is difficult for them, but they've faced off in the past before. They've met in the grand finals, and I'm sure that they're going to be able to have answers to Extreme Gaming, and they've got the ball rolling for themselves. Unfortunately, though, the ball stops short for G2IG. This is them exiting the road to the international. We won't be seeing them play anymore, and it is quite heartbreaking, Jenkins, considering the names of the players on this roster, not being able to get them onto that main stage to see them play on stage.
Yeah, they've seen a lot of TIs. I just think that the way that G2XIG has been very successful this year is when the patch is very for Protect 1 and Monet can get last pick and absolutely just 1v5 with some like Terrorblade and Medusa. They're one of the best teams in the world at doing that, and unfortunately, like we've said with some of the other teams that have gotten eliminated, they weren't able to adapt to the meta at this level. Perhaps on a different patch, if they do the exact same thing, they would, dumpster such a TI, but hopefully going forward they can learn to adapt a little bit better within a tournament.
Yeah. Well, for us, it's tough to say goodbye. I'm sure for the players, it's no easier as well. That's not really English. Hopefully someone who can speak better English, considering he is Pyrian.
Thank you, Nat. I'll try my best. Helen will be here translating for us. I'm obviously here with Bobokar, who just got knocked out by Team Spirit. I'd like to know, first of all, what do you feel went so wrong in that series for you guys?
可能我们对换路的处理不够好吧，然后就优势路跟中路的协调不是很好，然后就被对面一再进攻嘛，所以就没什么能反抗的点。
Yeah, can you turn your mic on, Helen, just quickly? Oh, I'll use my one. Okay, I'll use my mic. It felt like you guys were a little unlucky to bump into Team Spirit here. What is it about that team that makes them so hard to play against?
就是说一下 Spirit 哦，想问你 Spirit 就是有哪些地方让他们那么难以战胜呢？
我觉得其实做好自己的是能赢的，但是我们没有做好自己该做的东西吧。我觉得雪碧现在状态也是一般的，我们。
还有什么？ I think that we didn't do our best. If we did, we could have beat them. I think their form is not top notch. And his response for the first question was, when we swapped our lanes, I didn't think we took care of it well enough. Our safe lane and mid lane didn't synchronize enough, and Spirit played very offensively, and we were not prepared.
Okay, thank you. I suppose my next question is, what are you hoping to do next season to make sure that you get a better finish than you did this season?
我们想知道，就是下一个赛季有什么展望或者期待呢？
我吗？打那个新的游戏吧，那个新的匕首游戏。
Well, I would like to try the new Valve game. Deadlock?
Okay, fair enough. Right, final question, and we're very sorry to see you go, and I know a lot of the fans out there will be as well. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
我们非常遗憾，就是你退出了比赛，然后粉丝肯定也是希望能继续看到你的。有什么想跟粉丝说的吗？
感谢大家吧，应该不会被折磨了。
Thank you, everybody. We won't torture you anymore.
Oh my God! Don't be so hard on yourself, Bubaka. But thank you for the interview, and back to you and the panel, Nat.
Thank you guys so much for being there. We told you, please, people would love to see more of you. Unfortunately, it won't be happening at this tournament. For you guys, though, I always love hearing what you guys have to say about a team exiting here. What is that silver lining that they could take away for you? I know you're just bursting with positivity.
Well, I think they at least...
Oh, go ahead.
That's so funny, actually.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like they had a lot to learn this year going into the next one, and at least they got a little bit of practice on other roles before they exited the tournament.
That was actually a really good silver lining. Winter, anything else to add?
Well, they have to come up with a more balanced budget. That's one for sure.
Balanced budget, try and balance the spreadsheet there. That is the end of our second best of three. We're only halfway through our day. You're going to get so much more DOTA action. You're also going to get a new panel. And while we're swapping over, we're going to give you some short films here that you get to watch. I believe the first one that we're starting with is called Support.
wanders our wood. The slivers of the moon sing their song. Another walks under the blade. The darkest things in the woods are not the monsters. The woods will always want the dead. Lo, they will fall. The losers of war left lifeless and torn. Five went into battle, and five did not return. A story written in trouble.
Heroic have been the dominators of the SA region, and they've had some decent success on land, but struggled to make a top finish so far. Is that going to change here at the International? I'm going to find out with Davai Lama. And of course, firstly, congratulations on making it to your first International.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, how are you finding the experience so far? Is it living up to what you hoped it would be?
Well, so far it's been like any other tournament. The welcome letter, the TI welcome letter has something to it, It does feel like TI.
Absolutely. I think whenever we've seen you on camera, whenever you're talking, whenever we see your reactions, your passion always comes out. What is it about Dota though that makes you so passionate, and what that made you initially say, this is the game for me. I want to be a pro in this?
I think I'm just quite a passionate and expressive person, and Dota is just the thing I've decided to dedicate most of my life to. So naturally, just passionate about it, and I express it on it.
So do you think, if Dota wasn't around, you would have just been doing some other game, equally passionate about it?
If I would be able to do anything I wanted, as long as it was another hobby or a passion of mine, I think I would be equally passionate about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this year has been particularly successful for you. You've really come up in the ranks. What's it been like from your perspective?
It's been great. I think I've just been continuing the work that I started as soon as I got into the pro scene. I think I've been on a steady come up. This year, I finally got on a top level team, managing to make almost every single top tier event. It's been very nice. It's been lots of traveling, lots of new experiences, hard work as well.
Of course. It's been nice to see. And, what's it been like entering an SA team? How was that transition from moving from other regions over towards the South American region?
There's big differences in terms of culture and not necessarily game style. I mean, we try to be very disciplined as an SA team, and have a lot of structure around the way we play and the way we practice. So in that sense, we're trying to be like a regular Western team.
Yeah.
But just in general, the team atmosphere, it is different from Western teams for sure.
And what's the language barrier been like? Because I know that you do speak the language, and you actually speak. How many languages do you speak again?
About 6.
About 6. Okay. So what's that been like trying to get fluent and on that level?
So when I joined the team, my Spanish wasn't on a very high level. I just only knew the very basics, and I couldn't speak very much. But as soon as I got into the team, or right before even, I started taking private Spanish courses. I did about 5 hours a week for 2 months. So every day an hour Spanish, and I was able to improve quite quickly. So after about 3 or 4 months, I felt very comfortable and fluent in Spanish.
Awesome. So what's one specific thing which you think you're going to do better at the International compared to EWC?
I think we'll be more consistent. We've been working a lot on that, and we've been resting, just to make sure nobody's tired and everybody is ready, mentally completely ready for the games. And we're just gonna never give up.
You're the only player on your team that actually hasn't been to a TI before, so have you felt that at all coming here?
I would say not particularly. For 2 of my team, it's the first time where they go into TI, not being, the last place. Coming into the last qualifier slot for the region, like coming in as one of the underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are somewhat of an underdog this team, but we're not like a complete underdog. Like newcomers that weren't expected to qualify. Like people expect us to qualify.
Yeah.
And it's great. I mean, in the end, it's a tournament like any other. There's some added pressure, but I never really struggled with more or less pressure. So.
What would it mean for you if you were to be able to go all the way at the international and lift that Aegis? Have you given it any thought?
Not really. I try to not think about the big, about winning tournaments. I just try and take a more down-to-earth approach. I just look at every day, look at the games I'm going to play, enjoy every day, enjoy the competition.
Yeah.
I think if you focus too much on winning tournaments and getting these goals, you might, you can lose track of the present and just the small things in life that make life so much better.
So it's safe to say you're enjoying the journey as more than you're thinking about the destination.
I just try and do my best. I feel as long as I do my best and I put in the work and I feel like I'm improving, I'm happy.
Sounds like a very healthy mentality. Damama, thank you so much for coming to talk to me and best of luck at the international. Looking forward to seeing your best.
Davai Lama is enjoying the competition, and as are we. We're getting ready for seeing Heroic for the second time today. This time they'll go up against Aurora. Now both teams are already top 12 secured, but they want to move forward. They want to get to that Royal Arena playing in front of a crowd, but only one of these two teams will make it forward. It's halfway through the day, so we switch things up. I'm Shiva. I'll take you through the rest of the day as your host, and I'm joined by three wonderful people. Effie, Tigov, and Lacoste here on my left. And I need to say this. I was downstairs first, so I will be absolved of any blame. But for some reason, we all saved the Bordeaux red for today.
I didn't get the memo. I didn't get the memo. I feel so left out. When I showed up today in the green room and I saw all of you matching, my feelings were hurt. I thought you guys planned.
We made a separate group without you, Effie. Sorry,
you left me out of the group chat.
You should talk to Lyrical. He today is wearing Bordeaux red as well. You can probably borrow his jacket.
Doppelganger. He's my doppelganger. Phantom Lancer is uncontested as the hero. So we wanted to bring him as a special guest to this road to TI.
That's a very far-fetched joke there, Lacoste. Sorry.
It really is.
I'm not going to go for that one. All right.
Manta cosplay or something. Like, come on.
Oh, well, let's focus on the match at hand because perhaps we're just wearing red to cover all the blood spatter of the match to come because it should be a really action-packed one. We're going to focus on Aurora and Heroic. One best of three is the second best of three for Heroic. And when focusing on these two teams, I feel, maybe we should also focus on the two teams' regions.
Yeah, I think we should. I think it's very important. This series, it's like only a single region will be able to continue forward after this one. And we have Heroic and Aurora. They are kind of titans of their region to some degree. And now it will be a little bit spooky. But as we see here on the graphic, since TI7, when South America got their own slot to enter the international, they've had quite a turbulent showing, right? Sometimes they finished dead last, sometimes second from last. Infamous and then Thunder Awakened did pretty good in TI9, TI11 to push themselves pretty deep. And for SEA, if we look back from TI7, they've only ever got to top 8 one time with T1. Every other time, 9th, 12th is their position, which is this series right now. So if Aurora wants to maybe do better than at least a recent time, then winning this series, getting themselves to top 8 is going to push SEA to one of their better placements in recent TI time.
Yeah, I kind of feel that. I mean, SEA used to do better, and when I say if we would take TIs into account way back, we will remember, for example, Orange. That was over 10 years ago. But they have had very good showings. It's just that the region is a little bit too turbulent, I feel, to have consistency in their showings.
That's very true. I mean, you can also look at results throughout the regular competitive season 2 and not just TI, which is the penultimate tournament. But last year, this Aurora, which used to be Talon back then, they had a really good showing the entire year where they were getting top 4 placements in a lot of key tournaments. Then TI comes around. They also just don't do well. So I think that within the region, the turbulence that you mentioned, Shift, can be attributed to maybe a lack of discipline, because an interview that comes to mind was at the Lima Major a year ago. Sunbi was talking about how he thinks his team is incredibly high-skilled, but sometimes it's hard to reel them in, and they can often just take a game too simply after one win. And also, Adam, 343, mentioned to me one time that he also thinks that maybe the non-confrontational region of a lot of the cultures in SEA make it so that fixing team issues is a lot more difficult than it would be in Europe. That was a take that he had that I thought was interesting too.
Yeah, and on the other side, Lacoste, we have both Aurora and Heroic doing reasonably okay over the last season. Both of these teams have top 8 as their consistent level, it feels like, on an international scale.
Yeah, these are the teams that can make upsets, but they do struggle finishing in like top 6, top 3, very stretched if we talk about it. So they need to make some miraculous runs here. And for Aurora, this is the team that has been hot and cold. We've seen them play in the group stage. They had 2 really bad matchups when they played against Spirit and Liquid. But I want to point out the number of stacks. These are 2 completely different playstyles when it comes down to the mid laners and also position 4s. So you can see the number of stacks. Aurora, they have the most stacks per game, 20.6 and 10.6 on side of Heroic, which is the second worst. It is a meta when it comes down to stacking. And if you look at the heroes that they've been playing, it also attributes to how they're playing some of these mid laners. There is only one hero for Analog that can clear the stack, that's Templar Assassin, and there's a bunch of heroes on side of Aurora that they can clear the stacks with.
You know what I do wonder? So the golden age of South American Dota began like 3 years ago, right? When all of these South American teams are emerging as competitors. There was a lot of investment in the region. There was the era of EG Beast Coast. There were all of these superstar players like Pakaz, like Whisper, like Parker, who was up and coming. And then all of a sudden, it all just deflated.
They messed up when they split Thunder Awaken and Beast Coast. I think that was one of the mistakes that they made, because these 2 teams, they were super competitive. These are the teams that could beat any team pretty much, and every TI, these teams are going to cause many upsets.
But I think just internal issues happened, divides within the teams. Players like Whisper being poached to the Europe region on OG. I don't even know what Pakaz is up to right now, but all of a sudden, this golden age of SA Dota, like internally, it combusted, which is just tragic to see.
Yeah, I mean, the region had Brazilian dominance for multiple years, and then it kind of shifted to kind of Peruvian Dota into one team. And unfortunately for the region, it takes time to get up there, and once they get knocked down again, it's not as deep or as complex as other regions. So the rebuild time, unfortunately, does take time, and that's what at least we have been seeing. Heroic has done a pretty decent shot at becoming the next team, but yeah, unfortunately, at the moment, it is kind of just one team does a lot for the region.
Yeah, and if both of those teams, if either of these teams wants to review this year's international as a success, at minimum, they would have to get top 8, which is, again, the highest score they've got this season. So whoever loses this best of 3 is not going to be a happy camper, that's for sure. We're in game 1 of this best of 3, and we already know Heroic, they won a series earlier today, so they're kind of warmed up. They've had maybe a little bit less time to study their opponents compared to Aurora, but they're starting strong. Getting their hands on the Shadow Demon is a good one to start things off with. We saw them play it earlier today against Beast Coast twice, and to be honest, I mean, they lost the first game, T, but they kind of almost won it as well, so still a great pick.
Yeah, I think the series earlier today from Heroic, it was very much like they're playing up against their own region. You could feel like the scrappiness in it, where they kind of maybe have a little bit more confidence against this team than other teams, and maybe they weren't playing the cleanest Dota, but yeah, I think they obviously learned a lot about that game. Like going back to the Lacoste stat about the stacks made, I think Heroic is one of the teams that they like to drag heroes around to fight a lot more on the map, even though it doesn't always net them success. Like they're not as quick as the Liquids or the Gamins, but they still try to emulate that play with the raw aggression, which hurts them because when it doesn't, connect, they don't have that kind of insurance policy of the jungle. And at least Shadow Demon, he hits both of those. Like he can make the stacks, he can help the fight.
Yeah, but it's a style that can be corrected with time or just perfected with time, because when you watch Heroic, often they win their laning stage. They come out of lanes with a net worth advantage. They win a lot of their early brawls, like with the scrappy playstyle that you mentioned, T, but then there will be 1 or 2 bad fights that they take from which then they can't recover that well. So while their early game to me feels very solid, they do misstep a little bit in the late game. But their series versus Beast Coast today, like I thought their late game in game 3 was beautifully played, beautifully executed. They found good opportunities. So we can already see the improvement from their playstyle.
And I think a lot of teams will try to copy what Team Spirit is doing, even though they are in the lower bracket. These Miranas with the Kunkka, maybe throw in a casual Invoker. Again, increasing the damage, how many buffs you can have on your carry is going to be the state of the meta right now. And for Heroic, I see Shadow Demon, I see Mars, you see strong lanes already. You have somebody to keep them in place. And also, they picked Kunkka into Shadow Demon. I know it's not like the most important thing, but you can break the combo. Someone gets arrowed with one disruption. You can nullify that aggression, especially if they commit with the boat, with the torrent. Kunkka needs to reset, and you also have kind of spells that you can choose where you want to take the fight with the arena.
Yeah, combo breaking is really important, like you mentioned, Lacoste, because we often see these Kunkkas paired with Snapfires or Dark Willows or any kind of very high DPS position 4, and something like Shadow Demon can inherently buy time for his team. It's also insurance policy against all of the auras in this game right now, right? The Crimson Guards, the Pipes, the Greaves aura. Like, you just purge it off, you can try to focus on that target.
On top of my head, I think we've never seen these combination of two heroes together, Omni Knight and Shadow Demon. Most of them, they're banned out because they're so highly contested, but I don't remember seeing a single game where these two heroes were picked in the same game.
That's very true. I don't remember either, because you look at the 2 supports, and these are very heavy on defensive maneuvers. So you need to correct for the double defensive supports of Heroic with either heroes like Earth Spirit that brawl a lot and take advantage of it, or just, stuns from both your mid lane and your safe lane now. Because your supports aren't providing you with reliable lockdown, but they are giving you a lot of survivability.
It is also Heroic. So I also feel Can you tell me if there's any potential for Omni Knight carry Mars or Omni Knight offlane Mars mid? Or Omni Knight core?
I hope not.
Good.
Heroic have tried to be the quirky team of the tournament, and they fell flat very quickly. They've tried Marcy offlane, they've tried Slark offlane, and unfortunately for the Vailama, I don't think it's...
They won a game with Marcy offlane.
They did. They also lost some games with it too.
They did.
So I feel like I've seen him play Timbersaw, Mars, the kind of pressure heroes for the team fight. I think that's his wheelhouse of excellence, at least. And when I see the Mars, please can he play that, simplify your own game plan. And like Lacoste Nephew was mentioning, SD, Omni, Mars, these 3 heroes in combination, they invite their opponent to a fight, and then in the midst of the fight, you have to see through the no vision of the arena, disruption, repels. It's very hard to actually get kills with that, but there isn't really any damage. So Aurora now punish this with ET and Morphling. You can never really progress the map through, killing heroes because you've got a lot of defensive toolkit. You don't take towers very quickly, so Morphling will get to his timing, and the defensive tools are getting, dwindled a little bit because of the ET spirit with the shotgun of Morphling. You can blow up an Omni or SD who is out of position.
And also the ET that you mentioned, T, he can throw in his spirit into the Mars arena, provide vision for his team, and counter that facet entirely.
And you'll have also like Kunkka using some blind spells, maybe inside the arena as well. You can throw a casual boat if somebody is trapped inside. Mirana with the arrow.
Throw more boats.
Sure. Morphling, he's also not too afraid to jump in, knowing that there isn't really damage that can kill him instantly, especially with the run buff, maybe an aura behind him. They picked up a Dragonite, so that's going to be their low cooldown stun, something to control them, because 2 supports, they're not really good at moving across the map and getting kills done. It's going to be more on the defensive side, try to reset multiple times in a row. But I like that Aurora responded with Morphling and ET, because these 2 heroes, you also don't care too much about your cooldown. Sure, you have an Earth Splitter, but other than that, these heroes are very good at getting multiple rounds of spells. They feel relatively strong coming in and out of the fight.
And also, we talk about the lack of stuns on Heroic. They did correct that a little bit with the instant stun of Dragontail from Dragon Knight, but Morphling, this is 23's arguably best hero out of all of the heroes he plays. He has his best performances on Morphling, and he's not threatened by Heroic's heroes. Like, maybe later in the game he can get caught off guard by some spear into arena, but there aren't really ways to catch or pressure Morphling early on. And you look at Heroic's heroes, they did correct for stuns, but they didn't correct for damage. They don't have the early game damage. Omni, SD, Mars, and Dragon Knight are not going to give you burst in the early game. You have to wait till DK has a couple of items up, and you have to wait till you pick a high DPS carry like Luna or something, but the Morphling just feels like his game is free right now.
I mean, Heroic, they also don't have last pick in the draft, but Analog needs to step up and go, my hero will be the damage, right? There's no real move for Heroic to make. They just kind of sit back, they happily farm. So if you get a mid hero that can go to the farming side lane, bring the damage, get the kill, like you've got setup. DK Mars, they have setup. You have, turnaround potential. So every lane is inviting your mid hero to come and try and get the kill, but they aren't ever really moving to mid. Sure, you can set up a room, but you're not taking the mid tower with SD Omni.
Yeah, give me something. Give me some puck. Give me some, maybe even Queen of Pain. We've been calling for Queen of Pain for such a long time. She doesn't like to play into X-Mark, but other 3 heroes seems pretty free to play against. Also, your item choice could also be different when you're playing against the Morphling if you feel like you need slightly more lockdown, but most of the time it's just the burst damage, and that's what I think they exactly need against this Morphling, because from what I see right now, this is a pretty free Morphling game.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go the damage route from the mid lane, there's the potential of TA, maybe, because she also isn't... They're not in a position on Heroic where if they get a TA, it'd be too greedy because there's so much defensive capabilities already on their side. So it could work out for them, and that could correct the issue of range damage into arena, early game burst with that blink TA.
They, after long deliberation, ban out the puck. So we'll see what Heroic does with that. They have one more pick to either protect the Dragon Knight if they really want to, or just protect whatever they will pick in that mid lane.
It's a little spooky as well for Heroic, where we're putting a lot of pressure on Analog to be the player that can make things happen for this team. And if that's the hero, then we'll have a counter pick for. Lauren, if we'll see the hero, what hero can I just bully this hero out of the game? And now there's no real map movement until Heroic has time and items. So it's a difficult position of the draft. Maybe they have a mid to carry flex hero that can...
Windranger is still available.
Yeah,
she's not. Never mind. She's not available.
Yeah, she's banned, yep.
Just checking if you're paying attention.
Thank you.
When you think about Analog on Heroic, he is like a hero specialist and has a specific pool. That's why I mentioned TA, but another ranged hero that can provide damage that would also benefit from an Omni Knight is Huskar. And sure, there isn't exactly a way to protect it right now with the bans. Okay, they go for the Storm instead. Is this reliable enough damage T in the early game? Because I think that Storm needs to farm Witchblade Kaya before he can start really pressuring the map.
Saving grace is Aurora don't take over the map with their heroes. So we're talking about Heroic being greedy, but it's not as if Aurora have the Lycan Beastmaster Visage style hero to push the game into overlapping Heroic's heroes, and that's why Storm for them doesn't feel too greedy. And they go for a Tiny. Yeah. I'm worried for Heroic. If the lanes don't go well for them, setting up a stable foundation of farm will be difficult. But once they get online, jumping is going to be so difficult where you jump one guy, someone else will save, right? Storm will zip in to save, DK will jump in to save, Omni save, Mirage save, SD save, 5 saves. It's a lot of saves on Heroic. And for Aurora, it feels like a very comfortable draft for them. We've seen this a lot of times for them. ET to buff up a Morphling, ET to buff up the early game Tiny damage, a lot of kind of sweeping map plays and pressure. So kind of 2 different styles of drafts, but it has the potential to be a very long game between these two.
For sure. This is 40-45 minute game at least. I don't think they're going to be able to close out early on. But I do like this Tiny last pick, because when you're playing against a lot of these saves, what you want to do is toss somebody away from the rest of the team so they can't get these disruptions, they can't use Omni Knight spells, and then you can burst them down. And they have a really good control in the backline with Kunkka and also with the ET, so they definitely could burst somebody down, then take a fight 4v5 because of this Tiny pick.
Yeah, Aurora's draft just looks very comfortable for them. I think the Tiny will set a lot of tempo, like Lacoste mentioned. And on the side of Heroic, I expect for Analog to play a really great game because he is the key point to their early to mid-game transition. He's the one who needs to be ganking. He's the one who needs to be providing damage. If not, Heroic are going to play a more farm-oriented game, which isn't where they thrive. It's not where they excel. So all eyes on Analog for me.
So if this game does go 40-45 minutes, T, we are favoring Aurora.
A little bit, but that's maybe less about draft as well, but more positional. I think Heroic struggled positionally against Beast Coast earlier today. You can see KJ's frustration drawing on the mini-map, we need to be here, not there. So I think if it's a positional game, Aurora does have the advantage as a team so far at the Rota International. Therefore, yes, leaning Aurora, but you never know with Heroic. Sometimes they can play much better than they have been doing a series ago.
Yeah, so when we see Lorinov needing to be the one setting the tempo for Aurora, he doesn't really need to do so. He can just wait to see, because Heroic seems to be the one that class that has to make the moves with their Storm Spirit with Analog.
He will definitely make the moves with Tiny, especially these like squishier heroes on their side. Try to kill these 2 supports and then go from there.
Okay, well, let's see how this game or this series will start off. We're heading over to the game, but first, some words from Coach Sunby.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Sunby. And firstly, how did that draft go? Did everything go as expected for you?
Yeah, I think it did. It did.
Great. So when you were watching the games this morning, were there any weaknesses? You don't have to necessarily tell me what those weaknesses are, but do you think you spotted any weaknesses in Heroic's game which you're now taking advantage of?
I don't think so. We didn't really watch their games as much as we looked at like others. I mean, it's not really about them. It's really you versus yourself. So no, not really into exploiting the enemy. I think it's really more into just playing our game better.
Excellent. So always looking at yourselves and looking to improve. Well, lastly, the 23 morph, it's amazing, but sometimes, we kind of know you guys are going to do it. So are you ever worried about Heroic predicting that and having answers ready for it?
Yeah. But they showed Mars, and it's going to go offlane. If they put it mid, then we're not really worried about it. So I think we have a good condition to just pick it.
Excellent, Zombie. Thank you very, very much. And over to our casters for this game with Sunspan and Cinderin. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Nomad. Already have an arrow connecting onto K1, and Mr. Hector will be able to walk away. Sunspan here with Cinderin. This is Aurora.
Your name.
Yeah, my name is Sunspan. In fact, Aurora versus Heroic. This is the end of the line for either South America, shut up Jenkins, or Southeast Asia. Who do you think has this game number 1 based on draft?
I don't know if it's that clear cut that either team has an advantage. I think something the panel talked about that is a little bit of a concern for me as well as Heroic's support duo being Omni SD. I wonder if it's too much of a good thing here with the amount of saves they have versus play. However, in the past, we used to have a meta. This was around, I forgot which major this was, but there was a major where OG were playing double support, basically defensive support every single game. They had 2 saves, and it was amazing in that time. Obviously, conditions have changed a lot since then, but it's not Q actually.
What the hell is going on in that lane?
If you are a ranged hero, you don't have to melee the Dragon Knight and Omni, but if you want to, it is
like
a way
all
of getting
4
killed.
units were on top of each other. It's like, what am I watching? Okay.
But yeah, what I will say Heroic did was they covered the weakness of that support duo quite well by getting a super active mid hero in the Storm Spirit. Obviously, he needs time to farm up, but once he has the items that he needs, this hero can be as active as anyone in the game with reach and with setting up kills. On the side of Aurora, they have a ton of comfort. They have their ET on Ollie, which is probably his best hero. Lorenov's Tiny has been looking really good, 23 on the Morphling. And Jabs has been having a pretty good tournament, I would say, when he's been playing as Kunkka. It's either that or the Timbersaw that have been his standouts. So very comfortable. The lineup has a lot of skirmishing power, a lot of team fight, and it scales very well. And I think, this team likes going late. So already having the ET and Morph for that, I think takes a little bit of pressure off their shoulders if this becomes a slow game.
Well, Jabs having to take a very long route to live here, missing a lot of CS as a result. As KJ is going to get a nice purification onto both heroes. That's what I call value. And KJ will be able to get away with his life. And Dragon Tail onto Jabs. Can they get the blocks? Not quite. But they might still have the damage. Breathe Fire, not quite enough. But still, Jabs very low on HP. Can't really participate in this lane. As random courier snipe here from Q. I think that is the kryptonite of every pro player. They just forget they have a courier half the time.
Yeah. The most experienced players that played back in time when your team only had 1 courier, they still haven't got used to the fact that mid isn't using it for the first 7 minutes as the only player.
Imagine having the 1 courier back in Dota with a hero like Monkey King.
Yeah,
it would just win the game. Echo Stomp from Ollie's playing this Elder Titan.
always a TI hero, right? It doesn't really matter how it does throughout the year. It feels like it's always played at TI.
It is, but at the same time, it's also been played very little so far, right? I want to say the majority of the ET picks are Aurora. But maybe I'm underestimating just how many games we've seen it in, but definitely it's very good for them. And you have a good point, like in terms of TI, when the games become really important, teams really seem to, on average, favor comfort and team fight in the games. And for this team, it's both. So makes a lot of sense.
Arrow will hit. Knights X into the Torrent, but KJ still will survive. But looking at Heroic's lineup, I mean, this is a very old school combination with the Omni Knight and Storm Spirit with that Repel. I mean, that's probably one of the best Repel recipients in Dota. It's funny that the trajectory of Omni Knight is going to hold that thought. Schofield looks like he's dead. Ends up tying the game 1-1. 23 Savage gets credit for that. And this is the one benefit of playing the Conca is you can always X-Bark. That's the news cosmetic. He's going to have a little puppy dog with him.
The Lycan combo.
That can X back to base and get all the mana you want.
I think the whole Omni Storm combo is interesting in this game because we'll see if Analog changes his item build based on relying on Repel, or if it's just going to be a luxury. If you still have to buy BKB because of the amount of spells that the enemy team has that can catch you and kill you off, or if we're going to see him take more of a hyper-aggressive approach with maybe an earlier Parasma, where he's really emphasizing the damage output, knowing that he has Omni and Shadow Demon as double protection. I think it's a little bit of a concern if multiple heroic heroes in this game go BKB early, because then I think they just run into this, I want to say, almost 10-minute stretch where I just don't think they have enough damage. So I don't even know if they have the choice, in reality, of not bypassing BKB on Storm.
Yeah, we'll find out not too far in the future. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am expecting long games here, Cinderin.
Yeah.
We might see a tier 5.
It could absolutely be. We could be here all night.
I'm up for that. As long as the game is, it delivers on the tier 5s. That's what I care about, of course. That's in my contract. Got to get at least 2 of those per TI to be satisfied.
We've had 1 so far.
Yep, we're halfway there.
It was, I believe that game was 61 minutes, and one team got 4 of them, the other got 1. So it was...
Yep, and then the game ended.
Yep.
As is intended by the great Ice Frog. Well, we've been seeing a lot of stacking at this tournament, and this game is no stranger to it. You have the Shadow Poison stacks from Schofield on the other side. Lots of stacks in the Radiant Triangle as well. And the question is, will these teams battle for them? Because that is when things get really spicy. Do they have the lineups that can do that at that stage, you think?
I mean, in theory, a Storm with some backup could be good for it, but if it's early enough, then I don't know if he really has the mana pool. I suppose Storm plus a Dragon Knight coming out of the safe lane and just running straight down there with an Omni covering him could be a thing. I mean, we'll see. It was an interesting stat brought up in the panel, right? The discrepancy between stacks in these two teams, that Heroic, one of the teams stacking the least, and Aurora, the team stacking the absolute most. Heroic usually don't stack that much because they're playing very active with their, in particular, mid-hero, but with the Storm Spirit being a little bit on the greedier side as far as their mid picks go, perhaps this time around they're just going to accept the stack trading. Instead of trying to invade and steal anything away and just settle for this and be like, that's fine, we just need to hit our mid-game timing with the Storm Spirit and enabling him. There is a real possibility that this game has like 5 kills minute 20, I think.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
I know it's not what... Okay, well, we'll see if we get one more now.
This is the greatest curse of all time if this comes to fruition. Jabs, gonna get ganked and brought down.
All right.
1 more kill for Heroic.
Just two to go for the 5. We'll see. Now, but the reason I say that is when you look across both lineups, right, and the playstyles of these two teams, neither team probably feels pressured that they have to do something, and the options they have for playmaking are relatively limited. So Aurora, in order to execute kills, they need to be very decisive and clean in their engagements because of the amount of save and healing that's on the enemy team. And on the flip side, well, Heroic, because of the nature of having 2 defensive supports, setting up kills is not particularly easy to begin with. So it is a little bit unusual, I would say, for this patch that the teams have this this type of matchup between the styles. But we'll see. I expect this game to really pick up around the 20-minute mark. I think that's when things are truly going to go down, but I'd be happy to see some more action before then. Of course, it's entertaining. These teams are playing to win. They're not playing to entertain the audience.
That's right. They don't give
a lot of the time
shit
it's
about
entertaining when you win, as a matter of fact. So
sometimes, yeah.
Depending
on who you're rooting for, of course.
Yeah. More stacks.
Indeed. This is Stack Gamers right here. And Jabs with the Tidebringer. Actually, I can see there is a sentry there, so only a couple stacks, unfortunately, for Aurora. Plenty of Ancients, though. But 23 Savage, definitely off to a good start on this Morphling. Has his Morbid Mask, will be going for the Manta style into the BKB.
That's a very defensive build if that's what he ends up
It's a pretty early BKB, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary here for 23. Because, yeah, sure, there's multiple stuns in the enemy team, but is there the burst? Like, maybe he needs it against a Storm Orchid, but that he's already going to have the Manta for that. Analog will start off with the Witchblade, which is pretty standard right now for Storm. Don't know, we'll see. He might yet change his approach. I personally think Manta is enough defensively for a while on the Morph, and then BKB is like maybe a 3rd or 4th item this game. But this guy is a Morph specialist.
Yes, he is.
Well,
Analog, he's going to get Avatos back into the Elder Titan. We'll have to zip away, though. Shield Rune was secured by Lornoff. I wanted to talk about Tiny just briefly. I know we're not seeing position 1 Tiny pretty much at all. Is that the only position that goes for the other facet? Or does even that position, would you say, goes for the crash landing? Because that facet was nerfed pretty significantly.
I mean, it's hard to answer your question when no one's playing it, right?
Yeah, but you love theory crafting, so.
In theory, if Tiny Carry was better, he might go for that facet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good answer.
But he could also still get the one he got now.
Okay, great. Appreciate
because that one is also good.
Okay, thank you, Cinderin. That's why you get paid the big bucks, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, we got the stack cams going now. Get used to this.
I think Heroic have stacked more camps in this game than in their last series already.
Yeah, they're going ham. And Hector gonna take full advantage of that splash attack from the Dragon. And Analog will get the big camps for himself.
This is a whole family farming.
It is a team
4
effort.
people farming triangle.
Meanwhile, Jabs is just he's a Chad. He can do it by himself. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
2 Seeds of Serenity, of course, to ensure that.
Oh yeah, I can walk from one heal into the next. That's nice.
Yeah, that's very good.
Lovely.
This will take a while, but we will watch it because there's not going to be any kills.
This takes me back. This was a very random memory that this just ignited in my mind.
What is
this takes me back to no Tidehunter with Eternal Envy.
Oh, wow.
They had, when that team was formed, they were stacking like none other. And I think Envy was playing 5 for a while in that team, if I remember correctly.
Yep, he was the 5.
And they were just stacking and farming Ancients all day.
Echo Stomp onto 2. Boat is coming on top of the toss, but a nice disruption to dodge basically everything. Lornoff's, his rune was actually dispelled completely. Gets the avalanche onto 4. His team cannot assist because of the arena. Lornoff still relatively low, but it's very tanky. Finally, the magic damage comes in from Q, but the Tiny is already lost for Aurora. Gonna lose the Omni Knight.
3 kills.
Ollie will follow suit, so it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Heroic, the position 2 Tiny.
That fight,
1 core to fall.
That fight was such a good illustration of the lineups. That took forever for someone to die, considering it's a minute 12 fight, right? Like, usually in other games that we've seen today, that fight would have ended in half the time.
Yeah.
And one team would have got 2 kills, and that was it. But like the the Omni Knight being saved by Shadow Demon into then saving himself into then getting back up. These fights will be very long until you get some sort of itemization coming out that can just flat out burst heroes instantly.
Yeah, and the only reason Lorinov got picked off is because the Dispel on his shield room. He was feeling very confident with that extra HP.
Yeah, Demonic Purge is an amazing ability, for sure. So yeah, I think looking at Aurora's lineup, they will have one X factor going later in this game, which is that Tiny plus Morph, I think, can just flat out kill Omni or SD before they can react. I think it's a very good way of solving double defensive support problems, to have really hefty single target damage. And when two of your cores can offer that, the Tiny will eventually get a Conda, the Morph will probably also get a Conda, and then the Conda brothers can just choose a target and kill it instantly. That's something that Heroic need to be proactive about. And actually Analog now with the Orchid will go on the hunt, so
yeah,
we'll see.
Relying on the repel as his butler is coming close behind. KJ got that repel button ready to go. This will be the Orchid reveal, pretty important for this Storm Spirit. But yeah, typically, I mean, what is usually the first item for Storm? I mean, we haven't seen Orchid, I haven't at least, in a while.
Sometimes Orchid, sometimes Witchblade.
Okay, good.
I feel like in this tournament, I think Witchblade has been more popular on average, but this is not the first Orchid game we see as the #1 pickup.
I'm just glad we're not seeing Meteor Hammer anymore.
Yeah, that's not really a thing.
Thank goodness.
Oh, there it is.
The Orchid reveal, the arena on top, and that is a dead Morphling.
That's value.
It took a while to set up, but Heroic get a very valuable kill.
Yeah. Can they convert this into more, though? Already a 3,000 gold lead, just
that's pretty
so
early.
much in the way of creeps. In particular, Dragon Knight is very farmed.
More
stacks.
Did Hector mess up that stack?
This is his second stack that he messed up. He also did one top where Omni was trying to stack for him, and Hector was like, I must have gold.
Yeah, that is...
I do not have time for these
very
trifles.
tilting for Schofield, I'm sure. And he's in melee form, but of course, with that facet can just get all this splash, or I guess it's cleave technically in the melee.
I think that the next thing they can do to help Dragon Knight is they should have picked Centaur and rushed Ag so they can also drive him around in a cart to his farm. I don't think it's possible to babysit a hero more than this.
Yeah, he's being spoon-fed quite a bit.
He's farmed probably 12 stacks at minute 15.
Okay, Dragon form to farm the enemy jungle now. Nothing stacked for him though, unfortunately.
Aurora will put some pressure up here in the top side.
But he has a 2K. We're going to see Lorinov with the Avatos. Schofield will be able to disrupt himself, but he's going to be surrounded by enemies. But here comes the Zip and the Orchid as Lorinov actually is going to be quite healthy. The Orchid was on jabs to prevent the boat.
And
now
5-second
full
cooldown on
disengage for
Arena.
Heroic. There is a haste rune available, another Avatos. Divine Llama gets off the spear in the meantime, though. Here comes the boat and the ET ult as well. Divine Llama gets one. And it looks like jabs will follow suit. Eventually will tick away. That's 2 cores dead for Aurora. So Heroic with kind of a back and forth fight end up on top again.
Schofield had 5 Shadow Poison stacks on jabs, and instead of popping them, he waited to give the Dragon Knight a chance to get the kill. And he did.
Wow.
You cannot... is literally like, yes, master. K1, would you like a chance at this kill? I could kill him at any point, but I'm saving him for you. I cannot possibly... Oh man, it's funny to see, and it's working.
Yeah, look at his net worth. It's absurd.
I think Aurora need to be very careful with fight selection. It's clear that you can see the mindset they have is, okay, we have to separate them. So they're trying to blink, toss someone back. But if the burst isn't there to kill him off instantly, he's just going to walk toward his team, get either disrupted or repelled, and then the fight is lost. This execution is not good enough. It has to be Avatos into Arrow plus ET Stomp in the back, or some sort of, Earth Splitter that just destroys him. Maybe a boat on top, maybe Morphkin adaptive, but yeah, not quite there yet.
Yep. Analog with the aggression, and he's going to find a freebie in Ollie. Able to get out with very little mana. And we can see very important off-screen camera here. Thank you, production, as always. But the fact that Heroic have 2 butlers, it's not even for the same person either. Storm has his own butler.
Yeah.
And the Dragon Knight has his own butler. Because we can see that K1 is going for a BKB, so he's not relying on this repel. It is the Storm.
It's KJ just move clicking on the Dragon. Literally just following him around like a squire.
Master, where would you like to go to next?
He has to buy Solar Crest so he can give him move speed, right?
Yeah, of course. Anything for my master. Now he's got the armlet SNY, BKB, I believe is on the way. He is gigantic.
This is not normally. Oh wait, you don't get it right, 'cause it's a meme.
No, the Normalin?
No, this is not normally. It's a CS meme.
Oh, it's a, wow, how do I not know that?
Check him PC.
Okay. I'll have to check that out after this.
Oh man, you have so much to learn in life still.
Yeah,
Even
not
in your
many
old
years
age,
left
you
to
don't
learn
know
it.
the most famous memes. What have you been doing with your life?
Yeah, nothing productive though, that's for sure. So, from the heroic side, Cinderin, with this 7K gigantic lead,
yeah,
what is
it is
next?
huge.
I mean, they have the BKB. When do they want to just start forcing fights? And I was going to bring up Roche.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty safe time to go Roche, I would say. So I don't mind it. I would say bring all 5, keep good placement.
I don't know why I found that purification funny.
Oh, you have 90% HP. Here's a purification, Master.
ET can cause some trouble, but you can tell Aurora are not interested in this fight. They're
not at all.
Giving it up entirely. And yeah, the main thing, the name of the game for Heroic is formation. You need to make sure the supports... The perfect placement of heroes is that both supports are in range of saving each other, but not getting jumped together. You know what I mean? Like, as long as they're placed in such a way, accessing the fight for Aurora is, I want to say, nigh impossible right now until they get more damage. Like, they absolutely have to get these Kandas up and running, but Loranov is going BKB first, so that's quite far away. And Morph is also going BKB. I can't say I love it, honestly. I think it's too defensive. You're gonna struggle to bring down these enemy cores, and in reality, with this itemization, if Heroic just make the play call, hey, let's go take this tower, let's go take this tower, I don't think they can really stop them.
Oh my god. Oh! Oh no! All right, he gets rewarded with a shard, I guess. He's not going to use the shard, of course.
They didn't both die.
His net worth increased by 1,400, so he's worth more to the enemy. Pretty much no gain out of this situation for Aurora. Oh dear.
Yeah, the alternative shard was...
Mirana, right?
She already bought it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would think it would be Jabs, but he might be more farmed as... Oh, they find the Morphling, and he's dead. Super easy, calculated from Heroic.
Yep.
And they take the Wisdom Rune, so adding insult to injury. And this game has just blown open.
85 total damage to Morphling. What?
What? Say it again?
If you check the chat, non-hero did 85 damage to Morphling.
Non-hero?
This is the next generation of taunt.
What is that?
You got killed by non-hero.
The Tormentor was already dead.
I think it was just the neutral
just the
camp.
neutrals, I guess?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't know you could click the neutral damage and it says non-hero.
Well, Q at the very least will be able to snag the opposing Wisdom, so it is a trade in the end.
Dude,
but
is this a Dragon Knight or an Elk? What is
yeah,
this?
it's absurd.
He has 750 GPM on Dragon Knight. Oh, this is a stack for Hector. This one he made himself, though, so it's okay.
What a good boy. Learning from the butler. And so he has the Crystallis. Obviously, the Daedalus not too far off now. T-Ping is like, where are my stacks, butler? These are single camps, for God's sake. What are you doing?
It's raw. Camp is raw.
2 minutes on the Aegis. What does Heroic want to get out of this? Because this lead is gigantic, as we've talked about. They're going to go for the tier 2 bottom. There's still another one in the mid lane, so I suppose that is what they have their sights set on. Oh, Avalanche, but the repel preventing the toss, and now the counter Orchid.
It's just too
absolutely punished.
Too easy. I mean, now that when I see this game play out, I have to say, Heroic's ability to kill is it's a lot easier for them than I expected, and for Aurora, it's about as hard for them to kill as I expected. So, but it makes a really big difference that Heroic actually do have as much damage as they do, so that whether they counterplay or initiate, they have the potential to kill things. Aurora, I don't know, man. Like, I think this has got to be such a stressful situation to be in as a team that it's one thing to be behind in a game, but you're behind, and I think it's difficult for them to find like an avenue or an angle into the game in fights. You can be 10k behind and be like, okay, as long as we jump this guy and we do this combination of spells, this is how we break the fight open. I wonder what their comms are like. It's like, all right, guys, we have to jump Omni and SD at the same time and kill both, but we can't really kill any of them.
Yeah.
Don't know, man. Like, they have these defensive items. They don't have damage, so...
It almost feels like if you're going to go for that toss play, it's got to be toss first, because if you're avalanching, that's enough time for them to get repelled. But then if you do it on Storm, you're just going to zip away anyway, because it's a hard game.
Yeah, and he also has Aegis, so he's not even the target to begin with.
Very true. Not for long, though.
Go on him.
They did get all the tier 2s. I doubt they're going to want to push the envelope. It is a South American team, so who am I to say if they're going to risk it? But they have firm control of this game number 1.
There's a smoke. Just as the doctor ordered, the moment Dragon Form ends, let's gank. I have finished
Hey,
farming.
it is unexpected. Uh-oh. 23 Savage. Okay, he'll have time to morph a bit.
Spot it and get out. Well, that was not the best wave form, but...
He got a Kobold, though. Good CS.
And Mirana will get found by Analog. Not much mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot. Will do some damage as Q.
Oh, Aegis expired.
Yeah, that helps. Delicious.
That is a lot of mana.
That's mega regen for me. So, how's the high ground for Aurora? You do have Elder Titan, right?
Yeah.
You do have Boat. You have options.
I think you need to not think about it in the traditional sense, because this is not a standard game for this patch. You need to look at it as, can we displace the guy hitting the tower and burst him enough?
Oh, boy.
Not do we have big
Oh,
teams.
all right. First mistake from Heroic in a bit, but I don't think it's going to matter.
And he doesn't have TP, so he's done.
He is toast one way or another.
Love myself some good toast. Well, he'll try to...
Oh, he BKBs into the gate. I haven't seen that play before.
Maybe
he has Blink, actually. Oh, but the arena. And eventually found. Divine Llama with the kill. Lornoff with another death. And this is just crumbling for Aurora.
Yeah, they have to...
Keep in mind, this is the first game of the day for Aurora. I'm trying to be positive here. Heroic has had time to play, so they have some momentum from that last series. That is something.
Okay, so here's the challenge. You're talking about all these big AoE spells. Hector has 4,000 health, 41 armor, and 2 butlers. One of them makes him magic immune, and the other one makes him immune to everything. So
to everything?
Yeah, that's what Disruption does. Yeah. So how are you killing this guy? I genuinely think toss back into Arrow next to ET, and then Morph needs to finish his Daedalus, and then just absolutely lay into him. Maybe that is enough.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, it's a tall order. Satanic is coming up in about 2 minutes now for Hector as well, so then you absolutely have to 100-0 him, or he'll just
I think Hector is probably asking his butler, why have you not purchased a shard? I want cleanse.
Yeah.
That's next. Come on.
Well, what do they have to cleanse even? I don't think they can cleanse anything.
It's just nice to have.
That's true. I would like a bath.
I mean, the master chooses the term, Cinderin.
That is
doesn't need to make sense.
True. We don't have to get that real right now, though. This is a video game.
I mean, doesn't it heal as well? Am I crazy?
Yeah, yeah it does.
Yeah, okay, it heals.
Yeah, you're right. Why not?
Now, should he give control of his hero to his butler to use Satanic? Because that is also a dispel. Feels a bit too defensive for K1. He needs to get his buttons pushed for him as well. That's the next step.
The next step is automation.
ChatGPT, play Dragon Knight for me.
I cannot believe this inventory. This is 27 minutes. let's take a time machine back like 5 years and show this inventory to someone. They're
He's
like,
cheating!
That's 50-minute inventory.
It's literally cheating.
Dota has come a long way in terms of like power creep and speed.
Yeah.
This would have been genuinely impossible 5 years ago. No way.
For sure.
So, yep, he's big. There's a lot of farm on the map. There's a lot of stacking, and everything goes faster. So
All right, smoke from Aurora. They need to have something go well for them to get the toss back onto Divine Lama. He pops the BKB, gets the arena onto 4 heroes. It means 23 Savage is completely isolated. Just getting casually right-clicked down by K1. Ollie's the first to fall. 23 Savage now attempting to run away. Gets off the waveform. Divine Lama misses the spear. So the good news for Aurora is they only lost 1.
All right, so 23 spent his entire BKB hitting Hector, and he got him to 70%.
Yeah.
And that's not the way to go about this. It's all in. Like, you have to... I genuinely think you cannot go on Dragon Knight. I think that's just the worst angle. You have to kill... You have to find supports. You have to jump them together and get the burst out. If you split your damage, the fight is lost.
Speaking of split, the Earth Splitter is down. Kunkka ship down. Your first lane of Rack's down, and the second perhaps to come if Heroic wants to stick around.
I'm surprised they're back in here, actually. There's no Morph BKB.
Oh! Oh my god, the rage buyback as well! Oh dear!
Gives him the XD.
Oh my god, they have to be so tilted right now. That is kind of a disgusting death.
I don't really know what to say.
I don't know either.
This is a one-of-a-kind game right here. Aurora, time for the Hail Mary play. They bought back the Morph. They're like, all right, guys, last fight. If they lose this, they GG out. It doesn't matter even if there's any waves close to their base. This is very clearly a mental play.
They're scanning. They know they're there.
Yeah.
Maybe they get softened up by the Tormentor. Schofield finally has his cleanse.
I mean,
how can you kill him now?
They break on
K1
This is not
gets
a thing.
initiated on, I guess, if you want to call it that, but he walks into the rest of the team. Divine Lama gets the Mars Arena off. Already the death of the Mirana, but they do take out 1 Butler. You need to find the second to be able to prevail here. Divine Lama actually taking quite a bit of damage, and Purification is not enough to save him. So a 1 for 2 as K1 Hector now applying all his pressure to jabs. Doesn't want to finish the job, apparently. Analog with the Orchid upon the Morph. Echo Stomp. Do they have the control? He's trying to morph back up, but that's essentially a dieback, and they're just going to call it GG's.
I mean, that is exactly what I was saying. That's so telling, right? They lost the fight 2-3 and GG'd.
Yeah.
They were just... Yeah, they knew that... They knew what state this game was in. They knew they had to all in, and they needed a better result than that in that fight. It was a little bit promising. They doubled their kills. They killed both the Shadow Demon and already forgot who the other one was. It wasn't particularly memorable.
This game was very memorable. What are you talking about,
Well, that fight
was
particularly memorable.
Thank you. Well, what do they do next? Like, how do you... You just got to brush this off.
Yeah.
I hope that buyback was not like mega tilt. It was calculated to some degree. I'm sure there was some frustration, but maybe the panel can illuminate us on what that was exactly.
Well, I was saying to my panel earlier that I trusted them and therefore was assuming the game was going to last about 40-45 minutes at least. And they came with the brutal truth that they were not factoring the fact that Aurora T might not be making any moves at all.
Yeah, pretty much. It felt like Analog had a free pass to farm up on Storm, get an early Orchid, and then dictate what happened on the map. And then Hector was able to farm multiple stacks with no pressure. There's no movement. There was nothing. Like Aurora, yes, you've got a farming can go off lane, a morphling in the safe lane, but I kind of expected a little bit of something. I don't envision Aurora breaking open the game, murdering the entirety of Heroic, right? You are playing into Mars, SD, Omni, but at least to try and dictate a little bit of movement, because they did nothing in Heroic. They identified the stack game, they identified the farm game, they tanked up so quickly. Like, we know that they're an unkillable lineup when they get online, but Aurora did nothing to prevent that. Like, this draft is filthy when you have the items.
They did one move in the mid lane around like 10-minute mark, and Both, oh, we can see some big smiles from the Vi for a good reason. They made a move, and both supports did make like all the abilities were free to cast, which was kind of not how you want to play a fight. They tried to go for the toss back multiple times, which was what needed to be done to try to take them away from the rest of the team. So no Shadow Demon, no Omni spells can be used, but they got shut down completely. They were unable to do so. We saw Tiny going in and getting silenced after he goes on the Storm Spirit, who has Orchid, who has Aegis as well. Quite a difficult one. Only 2 kills for a good period of time. There was like 2 kills in 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, Aurora didn't make any moves, that is true, but at some point in this game they could not make any moves. And I think I would like to attribute the self-sustaining nature of a DK carry, allowing the supports to be freed up really early on. So we saw early in this game, both Shadow Demon and Omni Knight were playing behind Analog Storm Spirit very early on. So that, I think it started around minute 7 even. So around that, when the time the 4v4 happened, like Lacoste mentioned, the one at 10 minutes, the supports were already set up there for a very long time, and they just healed through everything. That trade ended up being 1 for 2, where the Tiny died and the Storm lived, giving Storm a big net worth advantage to farm up that Orchid. Afterwards, the Vi Llama Analog made a really good move where they killed Morphling, and then Aurora were in a position where they have this Blink Tiny, who's behind 2k in net worth. Morphling died bottom. There's 2 defensive supports right-clicking the Storm Spirit and following him around, making it so there isn't really a move that you can do at that point. And their draft did run into a wall when it came to that.
We were kind of surprised initially, T, by the combination of both Shadow Demon and Omni Knight. We don't see them in the same game very often because, frankly, they're banned a lot. And we saw the Butler system, as Sunstein and Cinnamon called it so aptly, working out very well.
Yeah, it's very hard to play into when the draft comes online. Like early game, if you're getting ran at, it feels pretty despair because you don't really provide damage, you just provide sustainability, and that can be a detriment if you're against maybe like a Liquid or a Gaming. But in this game, when Aurora saw the heroes and went, you know what, we'll also farm, it kind of felt really good for them. Like if your enemy's farming and you have 2 hyper defensive supports, there's no punishment on your draft, you get to play out your game. And I think going back to the DK point as well, like he went for the armlet, it enabled him to be present in fight and farm. We've seen 23 Savage, we've seen other DK carry players, go for Midas, which isn't really the best build. So I like the build in Hector, and yeah, Heroic, they just had no punishment. Like for this position of the Road to International, I kind of expect a little bit more punch from Aurora. It felt like a, I don't know how to describe it, but you already know what I'm trying to say. I just don't want to say it on stream.
Go for it.
The punch that T is talking about needed to happen before Aurora hit their Orchid timing on Storm and their DK rotation timing, which it started to happen around minute 15. So the period of time that we saw Aurora, like the Kunkka farming Giga Stacks in the triangle, that's the period of time where you wanted to make your first moves, because as that game progressed, we have to give credit to Heroic's draft for being much better in that period from minute 15 to minute 30, because you're still farming up on your Morphling, you're playing into 2 saves, and you as Aurora are also lacking damage. We talked about Heroic's lack of damage early game. Same thing actually applied to Aurora, but we just couldn't see it from the draft alone.
I gotta say, I'm also not feeling some of these builds from the offlane Kunkka, but I'll get back to that because I want to point out the way Hector played. K1, you heard about Arteezy farming patterns, but 5-6 years ago, this guy, he was the hottest things when it comes down to farming patterns, and I could see some happening in this game as well, where he's teeping away from his team into triangle to get some more stacks. He did block some of the stacks, but he also did clear those stacks, and they played as a unit. But also to go back to Kunkka, I think Blade Mail's fine, Bracer, Double Bracer, into phase boots, whatever you feel like. But then this Aghanim Scepter, it's all components. And until you get that, it's going to be very lackluster what you bring to the team. So I want to see some auras, either Crimson, either Pipe, whatever is necessary in a game. Maybe for this game, I would even maybe opt to go for a Shard so that you have a repositioning tool. So you can go for the toss back, maybe into Shard play, into ET Stomp. Because that was pretty much their only way to come back into a play where they can, while they're defending the high ground, to toss them into tier 4 towers as far as possible from the team.
And what about that Kunkka build then?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm come back to it.
I did. I just explained some of the itemization. I don't like this Axe because it feels like it's not doing much. A lot of the times you'll see him use the boat. You get hit by one boat, people run away, and it's a lot of gold spent. Like, I'm just really not feeling this item right now.
So how could they fix it? Like, it wasn't draft related. I feel like this was decision making. They had the day off yesterday. Maybe the warm-up game, Effie, the effect of the warm-up game, first game of the day.
I mean, that warm-up game for Heroic, you could really see it in the way that they played. They were clean, they were confident, and they ended quickly, which is typically Heroic's problem in this tournament is that, like we mentioned, they have a really strong early game lead very often because they're a very skirmishy, very brawly team, but then they make a few missteps in the mid game and they can't close out games. This time around, game closed out early, so they're looking good. For Aurora, I actually do think there was a bit of a draft issue here because they did play against the double save supports, but they didn't really have a means to counteract it outside of early game moves that they just didn't do. So their draft seemed to be a lot more linear than Heroic's draft here, which can be fixed, but their play also needs to be looked at too. So there's 2 corrections that can be made.
Somebody also kind of gave it away in the coach interview where he said that coming into the series, they didn't really watch a lot of Heroic. They focused on their own draft. Like, I look at the draft from Aurora. This is one that I've seen them do multiple times, the concept, but they didn't look at how Heroic had kind of failed to make a strong run so far in the international, why they are in the lower bracket. There have been multiple times where Heroic have, stumbled into the mid game because they have had, too much aggression against them. They have to fix the problems. I think maybe that lack of really kind of dissecting Heroic's journey so far in the road to international is holding Aurora back right now. Because, we're sitting here, people watching, like, we've seen the dark times for Heroic so far. Yeah. And with the way that Aurora played, passively farming, allowing Heroic to kind of cruise control their way to the mid game, that is not how you beat a team that sometimes struggles against the better teams. And hopefully for Aurora to make this series competitive, they're going to need, just a little bit more just purpose in the early game. Because if they play like this again, then it could just be a shutout.
Yeah, perhaps we should also adjust our assessment of Aurora, though, because you say that we've seen Heroic struggle. We've definitely seen Aurora struggle. First day, they went 0-4. The only 2 wins they got the day after were against Beast Coast, that Heroic has already eliminated. And then they got destroyed a little bit by Tundra, which happens. Tundra, upper bracket team for a reason. Sorry, wrong team. They did play against Zero. Sorry, it was Heroic that got beaten up by Tundra. But they won against Team Zero, who we saw also already out. And then they lost against Cloud9. And it's been overall for Aurora a rough road. They have not played well against teams that are on paper equal to them.
You're very right, Stever. The reason why we don't look at Aurora's struggles is that Heroic, which also had a great showing this year and also struggled this group stage, is that Aurora is the talent of last year that got a lot of top 4 placements. So there's a natural inclination to think that they can always kind of hone that version of themselves where they were just beating everybody, because they've had times where it's come out and times where it hasn't. So the expectations for them are very high, but it's true. They've been very lackluster this road to TI, and then it doesn't seem like they've fixed any of their issues so far, to be honest. Going into today, they made a big error, right? Which is like they brought their supports to mid lane and they played only on that mid lane. When looking back at that game, your entry point into the game was either pressuring the DK or pressuring the Mars. But playing into Swarm plus his 2 supports was a big error of judgment, which is what they've been doing the entire tournament, if we're being honest, errors of judgment.
And I see Heroic, like some of the issues that they had, they fixed those issues. They were the victims of their own drafts. They did play this Marcy offlane, this Slark offlane. It didn't work out. Now you have Davai Lama playing Mars. He feels much comfortable. You have a Blink Initiator on the team. You have a lot of team fight. You can also buy auras from the offlane if necessary. So they did fix those, I wouldn't even call them small mistakes, but they are looking better in a series when they played against the Beast Coast. They did show some of their strengths as well. And every single time I watch this team play, Analog is a big part of their success. Every single time they win a game, this guy goes ham. He didn't even die in the previous series. He has a couple of these expertise heroes that he does like to play, like an Earthsprish, which did get banned in the previous game. But if they don't address it, he's definitely going to pick it up.
And I think for Aurora coming into the second game, try and force Davai Lama off of the common heroes that he's played so far in international. Those like the Mars, the Doom, the Centaur. When you push Heroic to go a little bit more creative, sometimes they overcook. They burn their draft. Like you've got Slug offlane here. They had Marcy offlane with varying success. The Brood games that they've played just isn't to the same caliber as gaming. Still very annoying and oppressive on the map, but like they've shown weakness, and that's again why I go back to the point where I wish for Aurora like they just showed a little bit more respect to what Heroic has done so far, because yeah, it's just still missing in that first game.
On the bright side, Sunbee's been able to watch this game, and
Yep.
even though he said he didn't really study Heroic's game previously, he got a chance to do so during this game, and he is the type of coach that I would imagine he can fix what was wrong.
For
straight
sure.
away.
And I think, of course, we've spoke about Lorinov a lot of times for Aurora being the point of success for the team. And when you look at their previous games, it's like a Puck mid, a Timber mid, a Viper mid. Like, they're statement mid heroes that shut out their opposition mid that brings life to their game. And at least in that previous one, like, if Storm doesn't have such a good game, the early Orchid by like minute 13, 14, we could maybe be here talking about Aurora winning. So I hope for this upcoming game, they try and craft a better draft around Lorinov potentially, bring him into the game. And even if it's not a Lorinov draft, just try and prevent Analog from being this big playmaker that he is.
Yeah, and building around Lorinov is often also building around jabs with the mid offlane flexes. I really enjoy heroes like Sand King, mid offlane flexes, heroes like Timbersaw. And this team has shown us that their Timbersaw is played and understood better than a lot of teams here. So if that's something that could be let through for them, plus the banning of either Shadow Demon or Omni Knights, that could be a very good step forward to winning this game too. Because Lacoste said, we haven't really seen Shadow Demon plus Omni Knight together. So it was like, are you going to lack damage? Are you going to lack stuns? No, it was sickening. It was a sickening amount of defensive potential. You cannot have both on one team. One is going to be banned out. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and they really understood what they need to do with those heroes. They've been kind of slowly building it up. If you look at their safe lane, it's Dragon Knight plus Omni Knight. And also, I want to point out like a mistake in the laning phase where Jazz was kind of zoned out. He was farming this first wave and then got completely zoned out. He was sitting at 20-30% HP pretty much for the next 2 or 3 minutes, unable to get close, which did allow K1 to get all the extra farm and all the denies that he had. So you look at 10 minutes in, he's the most farmed hero, most CS, most denies on his team.
Well, we are moments away from getting the second game of this best-of-3 series on our screens. And before we head into it, I would like to theorycraft a little bit about these bans, because the fact that both of those defensive supports make it through is pretty unusual. And that probably comes from some heroes that maybe we don't want to see banned instead. So, Aurora banned out Naga, Sand King, Alchemist, Wind Ranger. Thoughts?
These are bans that have consistently been done against Heroic. Windrunner, Naga, Alchemist are key bans here. So it's like
so you want to keep it?
It's every team, like Tundra, when they beat Heroic, they're banning Alk, they're banning Naga, they're banning Windrunner, they're banning Sand King, right? So there's clearly a theme of team-specific bans against Heroic that coming into this series, Aurora have equally respected. So it's, I think they've crafted themselves a slight niche in the meta that forces, like for example, the Alk ban. Like,
yes.
You're not banning Alk against many
Anybody
other teams,
else, basically.
but Heroic have stated you need to ban it against us.
Well, perhaps the good thing for Aurora is that for game number 2, they will be first pick, so they can use that first pick to pick up a hero that, like Shadow Demon, for example, or Omni Knight, or whichever one they want to. The downside is that they do only have 3 bans, so it's a little bit of a balance there. We are in game number 2. As for the bans for Heroic, they previously banned out Timber, Centaur, and Doom. They are now not first pick, so they will be forced to ban out some of the usual suspects, like the Naga Siren, which will free up Aurora's bans a little bit, Lacoste. Anything that you hope that you will or will not see in this opening phase?
I would like to see something more aggressive from Aurora, some extra damage, because they've been slow. Like your Kunkka, Marana, that's totally fine. I mean, it's a strong offlane, but the way they play their draft, where you have Tiny is also a hero that has been nerfed, and also you're building into Soul Ring instead of rushing the Blink Dagger because you want to have extra mana. This item is very costly. Sure, you're going to get some extra farm from it, but it's almost 900 gold from that item. And also their safe lane, Morphling, again, another Siggy for 23, but all these heroes, they need a little bit of time. I want to see some extra pressure in the lane, some heroes that can rotate, especially if they allow some of these defensive supports that are still left in the pool. Omni Knight is gone, but Shadow Demon is the big one. He was the one who was stacking the most. He had 10 plus stacks. Overall, they had 15 stacks in that game, something that they broke the record for themselves in that game, because we did point out at the start of this series that their team that stacks the least, it's them and Beast Coast, so they needed to fix that, and they understood what the issue is.
Yeah, we got quite the shift up here in the bans with an Enigma first phase ban. Even though Heroic has not shown us their Enigma yet.
Yeah, so bad Aurora has been doing against teams like Cloud9. So it's like a respect towards their playstyle.
Yeah, it's also a ban they do when they first phase a very tanky type of hero, some frontliner that would suffer versus Midnight Pulse plus Black Hole. And I want to go back to the mid-offlane flexes we talked about. Timbersaw and Sand King were both not available within the draft last game, but in this game they are. And Aurora have looked most impressive on heroes like Timbersaw. So I do hope that this game around they can find a way to take it for themselves.
I like this a lot already. Taking Shadow Demon for themselves. This hero, the reason why he's so good, you have a save, you have stacks, of course, and you're also anti-buffs. Whatever you throw on top of him, this is the hero that you can easily focus a guy. Somebody steps in, he gets too close to your team, pop that ulti and focus him down from 100 to 0.
Also, I think it's the first time they're playing Shadow Demon, the road to International, as it's always been banned by themselves or their opponent in the first phase.
Yep.
They also haven't played Sand King yet. And I'm curious, because they were in a position where they could have banned out Shadow Demon and picked the Sand King, which indicates that maybe they're not very comfortable.
I like the preference of Shadow Demon, as it deters Heroic from getting Timbersaw themselves. As when Timber once gets Aghanims, SD can then get rid of the Aghs. It hurts his item build a bit. It protects you just a bit more in the draft than jumping on the, oh, these heroes available, quickly pick them up. So I think the Shadow Demon's just nicer to open your draft with.
And Analog gets the hands on his Earth Spirit. He did win 3 out of 4 games so far. Knowing that this hero is going to get banned 100% in the second banning phase, they take it out in the first phase, which I really like. They're trying to, put some more pressure onto Aurora. This is not the hero that they're going to flex. Even though you're playing into some bad matchup as an Earth Spirit, this hero can still gank the side lanes. If we go a couple of months back when Primal Beast was super popular from the mid lane, these type of heroes, they don't need levels. They can gank minute 5, level 5, they don't care too much. They go into the enemy jungle, pick up the Bounty Rune if it's still there, and gank the enemy safe lane.
Yeah, the worst one is when the mid laner, they gank, then they hide in the trees, you TP back in, and they gank you again.
Yeah.
That's what Earth Spirit and Primal Beast, they thrive at.
And the Earth Spirit was banned out in the second phase last game, so it just got bumped up in priority here. But when you say Shadow Demon, that is honestly enough for picking Earth Spirit, because this hero is not threatened by Shadow Demon in any capacity. His Demonic Purge does nothing to Earth Spirit. He is a mobility-based hero, 4-second cooldown and Rolling Boulder. The movement slow doesn't affect you. And you're also backline control. So heroes like Shadow Demon that are going to be high-priority targets in team fights, Earth Spirit excels in jumping on them and catching them. Also, a lot of his mid-lane matchups aren't popular. Earth Spirit's mid-lane counters are Monkey King, Viper, Dazzle. Monkey King gets banned out. Viper and Dazzle are not very popular in this meta.
I feel like Aurora set themselves up for a really nice reactionary Timber +1 now. They like flexing Timber to offlane and mid. They have last pick in the draft. We mentioned how much emphasis we want to see Lauren doing well. Effie talking about the flex as well. That hero, you don't care about Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's damage over time type hero, ganking, making plays. You can get a Shroud, the Aghanims, and if Heroic don't think about this hero right now, I would be surprised if Aurora skipped it.
Though.
Yeah. But again, the SD can prevent the Timbersaw just a little bit due to Disseminate plus your ultimate to do it. But I would be surprised if they didn't go Timber here.
Oh, these are going to be chaotic fights. This Shadow Demon will suffer. As you mentioned, Effie, Earth Spirit, he gets on top of them, throw in some Snapfire Kisses from far away from the distance. Heroes are going to die. You put somebody down with the Disruption, you're setting up for Earth Spirit spells, you're setting up for Snapfire Cookie as well, and this is a great pickup. This Timbersaw, they're most likely going to run it in the mid lane, but still keeping it as a flex, which you did mention. Aurora, they already done a better job adjusting from what happened in game 1. Now they're going to have the damage. Now they're going to have stacks of their own, and also, anti-carry. When it comes down to carry-to-carry matchup, Shadow Demon, he does make a difference.
And it's a great game for Eternal Shroud on Timber. A lot of the early game damage is just going to be magical coming out of Snap plus ES, and Timber mitigates it. It can potentially go wrong for Timber in the sense that Earth Spirit is an early vessel buyer, so if they get 2 high damage dealing supports now for Heroic and rotate on Timber early, they do have a means to counterplay it. But it has looked like Aurora's best hero. It's what we've seen Lorinov have most impact on this road to TI, so this is a more promising draft.
Aurora, They're like double supports who can have a save. You know what? We're going to copy that. We can do the same, and we can also add in some extra damage with the Drinking Buddies.
And Drinking Buddies is really good against Snapfire. As one of the kisses, when you slowly throw the projectiles in, you drag a hero away, disjointing from the first hit. You get 25% move speed to run away. Like you can hurt a lot of that. So a nice pick from Heroic to contain that movement that Timbersaw and Tusk thrive on. When you put the arena down, you are going to be hit by the Mortimer Kisses.
What's the best? You can't see the people, so you can't save them.
Yeah, what's the best hero pairing for Tusk's Drinking Buddies? Which hero?
There's... I'm about to list like every range carry in the game here.
I would say Brewmaster, you know, with the Drunken Brawler, these two guys. Not going to see it, but for the memes out there, you should definitely play it.
At some point, Brew will cycle back into meta.
We've seen him once yesterday.
Against Muerta.
Will I?
Okay, no. Of course, they're just making drinking jokes, but if you Drinking Buddies the Earth Panda, it does a lot of building damage, because you can Drinking Buddies catapults, so you're memeing, but there is a strategy behind it. If you
Back in the days, that's a good strat. Alacrity on top of Earth Panda, Wings Gaming.
Okay, Brewmaster with Drinking Buddies and Alacrity with Bloodlust.
Vlad's as well.
Theory crafting things that will probably never be seen.
Hey, stop ruining our fun, Shiva.
It's fine. I'm focusing on the draft because I don't think there's space for Brewmaster in the draft for either of these teams. We got a Mars. I think all the Heroic fans should be a little bit relieved that it's still going to be a normal offlaner coming out for Dalai Lama.
Yes and no. Because while the Mars is good in synergy with Snapfire, and it's good for early game scrappiness with that Blink Dagger, it suffers in hero-to-hero matchups from Aurora. Like Shadow Demon save versus the Mars Spear Arena in Disruption has always been considered a counter. When you add in the extra Snowball save in Arena, if Tusk can just blink in Snowball a few allies, he can buy them a few extra seconds. And Timbersaw shreds Mars. He does eat him, like, with his spells. So it's going to be very high execution for Heroic, whereas it's much easier for Aurora right now.
How much team fight do you want on side of Heroic? Yes. They have everything. A hero I'm looking for K1 in this game, if they want to put even more pressure, I'm down for some, Faceless Void that could come out.
Whoa.
I wanted to say Weaver as well, because you don't care about Shadow Demon ulti. There is really no lockdown whatsoever, so it is a relatively free Weaver game.
Lacoste, you wanted this. You've said this at the very start. You said you wanted to see Spectre.
This is the hero that is going to come out later in the tournament, because every carry player has been playing this hero with a great success. And there's that Faceless Void that I said, like they know that in this game, they win it, they're going to secure themselves main stage, which is what it's most important. That's why we see these late game carries are going to come out.
And Spectre plays the map so quickly. With Shadow Step, it's a 60-second cooldown to jump a hero from across the map. And when Timber's going to naturally be running around finding heroes, Tusk wants to set up plays as well, you need to respect the Blade Mail pickup from Spectre, an Orchid, Manta. There's so much pick-off potential that it isn't the old days of buy Radiance. It's a lot of forward-thinking map playing for Heroic. They have teamfight, but outside of Arena, there's no perfect way to facilitate the egg, the monokiss. Like, you got a roll, you got a boulder smash slow. So, I like the Spectre pick. Like, when you're a game away from elimination, like, you need to, change things up a little bit. And you've got your comfort pick Timber. The supports can never really do anything to kill off a Spectre.
You need a vision hero when you play Spectre nowadays, because as you said, it's a relatively low cooldown. So that's going to be Timbersaw's job. He runs in, shows you where somebody is, extra damage is going to come out with the double dagger from Spectre with the facet.
It's also just very nice versus Snapfire. Like in teamfights, when she presses Mortimer's Kisses, with 2 items, Spectre jumps her in the backline and takes her out pretty quickly. It's also a tankier style of carry, which is how you counter slow damage coming out of Heroic. But we didn't talk about the Phoenix pick yet. We talked about it in terms of teamfight, but the Sunray, it was picked up primarily to be another means to kill the Timbersaw. Also a potential Vessel Buyer, so that Earth Spirit can buy maybe an Eternal Shroud himself.
Ooh, Darkly as well for Aurora now. Timber goes to mid. And I like the change-up, right? Oh, not change-up, but I like the fact that they just put Timber mid. You prevent Earth Spirit from enjoying the lane. He is going to look to make moves on the map, and you're going to be running towards a Darkseer that very quickly can get your auras online. Auras are super important for Aurora in this game. Like, if you get the Greaves in the pipe, Snap and Phoenix will fall off. Even Earth Spirit early on will fall off quite a lot. And Picking Troll into the Darkseer? Darkseer just walls the Troll, you
It
just
is
keep killing the
You
illusion.
buy Aghanims.
anti-carry, so you
It
can
is
dispel yourself, you can dispel enemies, but they have a lot of tools. I thought about Troll for a second. It's one of the K1 specialty heroes that he loves to play, so you can have at least a laning stage against Timbersaw. You can have something in the lane, sorry, it's going to be low enough in the mid lane, so against the Darkseer, and also carry-to-carry matchup later on, like you are ready to go. I don't see burst damage from Aurora Gaming, so this Troll is gonna get ulti no matter what, unless they ball up with some Spectre Silence, Timbersaw jumping you, which is not gonna be that easy considering like the front line that I also have for Troll.
It's a really great Troll pick for all the reasons Lacoste mentioned, but just on lane too, because you're playing against Darkseer plus Tusk. Troll's considered a counter to Tusk because once they go in with the right-clicking and the tag teaming or the drinking buddies, you just apply Whirling Axes. They're double melee, and with the defensive capabilities of the supports that this Troll has, he shouldn't really be threatened on lane. So if he's not threatened on lane, has an early Axe timing, with all of the team fight that Heroic has, this is probably a perfect last pick.
I mean, it's an exciting game because, to counterpoint that a little bit, the supports in Aurora like playing into Troll. You got BKB Pissing Stone from Tusk, there's Disruption Save to prevent the Troll aggression for a little bit. Like, this game for me feels all about like positional. Like, who can get into the game first, play on their vision, make the jump. I think Spectre can play incredibly quick, maybe even quicker than a Troll after laning phase if you get the early item. So yeah, I'm just pleased. A better game than game one, and this one, it really should be.
And our criticism with game one, the biggest criticism of game one was that Aurora didn't make any moves. Effie, is that fixed? Do you feel like they will / they have to?
Absolutely, they're definitely going to make moves. They're not playing into Omni Shadow Demon. They have Lornoff on Timber. They have aggressive supports themselves. So this one should be very action-packed. And it is an Earth Spirit on Heroic. It's going to be brawls all the time.
I like that. I like that a lot. I think both of these teams thrive in that environment. I think viewers can thrive in that environment. And I wonder if Coach Cavs can thrive in that environment as well.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So my first question is going to be, this is the first Spectre we've seen at the International this year. What are your thoughts on it, and are you ready for it?
I saw that he was playing it on pubs, but I can't say that I was ready for it. I don't think the hero is that good. But, it's TI. Like, the Spectre has won a TI before. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes indeed. I mean, last game obviously went really, really well for you guys. What do you put that down to? Is that the draft, the play, or a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both. We struggled a lot against Beast Coast, I think more than we should. And I think we reset and we went for the right things in the draft as well. So just two things together, just in the middle.
Absolutely, looked excellent. We'll see. Is this going to be a 2-0? What are you thinking? Do you have the advantage here?
I think so, yes. Like, it's not like a clear win, but I think we do have the advantage.
Awesome, Cavs. Thank you very much. Big confidence coming out here. Let's see if they can deliver. Heroic Game 2 versus Aurora coming up now with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Game number 2, Heroic Aurora. Hoping for a better performance from Aurora. That game 1 did not look pretty, Cinderin, but yeah. I do think they have the ability to certainly compete in this, not just this series, but in TI in general. So I'm expecting this to go to game 3.
I mean, I definitely think strategically in this game, they're set up for a more likely avenue into the game. I personally am a little bit worried about Spectre. One of the major downsides of this hero is effectively most of the time, whatever hero is laning against Spectre will have a good lane. So you are offering this Mars Snapfire a really good start.
Wow, this is so cheesy.
Oh yeah, this is classic. Darkseer loves doing this. So the thing about it is Spectre should have a relatively hard time from the get-go against this type of lane. Mars Snap is incredibly strong and Spectre is very weak, so we'll see if 23 Savage can just get activated in the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Darkseer has been relatively unpopular. I believe it has one game played, and I actually think that was Jabs. So if I'm not mistaken, we cast that game early on in the group stage from Aurora, and they did win that one. So that's the good news for them, is that they've had a game on the Darkseer and they won it. And, well, if they're just going to keep cutting the wave, then it doesn't really matter the thing the panel was talking about Troll is good against Darkseer Tusk. Well, guess what? They're not even going to lane. Well, he's running out of mana now, so...
Yeah, he's got some mana
do
pots
one
now.
More.
Yeah.
One more set here.
And, I mean, it's just the Phoenix that was, trying to deny this, and it's just not going to do anything.
It's actually important for this that it is the Phoenix 5 and not some other hero that poses more of a kill threat or has a slow or a stun or some annoyance.
But you can see that KJ is now pulling the wave.
Yeah, I like this. He's pulling the enemy creeps into the hard camp, which you would normally never do.
Yeah.
This is what you want the enemy team to not be able to do. But, well, if you're the one who benefits from the farm, why not? Also, KJ took Dying Light. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's very unusual on support Phoenix, I would think.
I know a few months ago it was pretty much a 50-50, but...
Even on support? Because I was thinking you usually take the Sunray one, but...
How often do you not support?
The hot spot.
Question.
Yeah, that's... I mean, we had a phase with some mid-Phoenixes going Dying Light. I remember seeing that, but...
I think it's a mix, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it is just a...
The one that you're talking about is definitely more common. It's 23 Savage getting pressured, Blood Grenade, but Ollie's there to support him.
He's 11-0 right now on the Spectre. That's... I know this is very early to focus on CS, but honestly, this is often where Spectre is trailing by a meaningful amount. So already a good start here for 23.
Yeah, for sure. And they're still doing these cutting of waves in the bot lane, so feels like everybody's getting farm so far. It's game number 2. It's like everybody just agreed, all right, let's just get the CS, both sides. I think our lineup's better, so... And the Courier, that gets sniped here. The old one shot from Q.
Band of Elven Skin. Has to wait for that now.
A typical carry forgetting about his Courier because he only cares about himself. This K1 is now pulling the waves.
Imagine you haven't watched Dota in like years. And this is the first game you watch, and there's 2 heroes playing between the lanes, and one of them is just jumping around on a skip rope half the time.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confused as well.
It's a different experience.
KJ doing some unintended damage to the creeps. 23 Savage is going to take a scatter blast. Will attempt to TP out to the tier 1, so he does live, but yeah, no regen to work with. If Heroic can capitalize on this, this is going to be pretty brutal for the Spectre, but in a safe spot right now.
Big damage onto Schofield.
Yeah, those illusions are doing
He will
quite
live, but it's close. I mean, one more attack plus the poison
Stop
pop.
hitting yourself, Schofield.
Yeah.
Trying to outmaneuver, and he will juke the illusions in the end.
By running in a straight line. Insane juke.
Well, he went to the right a bit. Come on. Not completely straight. KJ trying to get some denies, gets at least one there.
He has to be a little bit careful here on the Phoenix by going for this, because if he gets caught mid Icarus dive trajectory by a snowball, he dies on the spot. He has no escape plan there.
Yep.
So.
Well, they got mana boots now, so they can literally just live in between lanes.
This begs the question,
I don't think I've seen this go on this long before.
How long does Tusk do this?
Yeah, true.
Because when Darkseer really wants levels, it's ideal for Jabs to get level 5 as soon as possible and combine this with some additional jungle creeps if possible. Well, they're just going to dive, it looks like. They're running at him with the drinking
K1.
buddies.
There is a TP coming in, though. Hector in a bit of trouble. Snowball's coming for him. A couple right clicks will suffice, but the cookie to keep him alive. Ice Shard's not enough. Now the Scatter Blast onto Q with the dive to follow. He's going to eventually tick away, and it's KJ who gets the first blood in this game number 2.
They were very aware of this possibility. That was clearly premeditated. If they dive us, TP down with Schofield immediately, and a nice cookie save there into the kill. First blood going the way of Phoenix.
Now the enemy creeps finally end up colliding.
This looks like a normal lane
counterparts.
Now. Let's enjoy it for the next 30 seconds until we're out on a picnic.
Do they just do it again though? I wonder.
It's got to be a little bit careful. Hector is level 5, and this is 3 heroes. And this is another luxury you have when you're playing in Spectre, is Mars can be alone top. Like Spectre Shadow Demon is not a dangerous lane to play against with 2 Bracer Mars, so it's not like Divine Llama needs to call back his support for assistance here. Yeah, that full bore is...
It's brutal.
Nasty. Jabs, no mana.
Yeah, and he's going to get some Whirling Axes, although Ollie's coming in from the south, gets off his disruption on the K1. We'll have to work with his illusions now. He has stacks of Shadow Poison applying to him. He gets a nice Whirling Axes, but dies shortly after as KJ. I believe he gets a kill with his passive.
Very close fight. Analog has showed up. Wants to go for Jabs with the roll. If he connects this one, he's too far. Not going to happen.
Yeah, first rotation from Analog. He does hit the stone here.
Oh, the full bore, of
bore and the right click.
Ah, man, that's my old brain being like, he can't connect here. The spell cooldown is way too long. But guess what? Full bore has 1,000,000 range and does a lot of damage.
And we're 40 seconds away from the Wisdom Rune. We'll see how long they want to stick around if they try for some shenanigans. Shadow Poison starting in the second. It's actually stuck there. So we'll take a third stack and walk away. And Jabs will be happy to be under the tower this time.
Level 6 on Analog, don't count him out just yet. He might just go for a dive here. He's posing it at least.
Still has that Magnetize.
Okay, he's just running straight into the tower.
Yeah, that's a sign of aggression.
Well, you could say that.
Just take some tower shot. This is the handicap you have to work with, you know? Like, I can take hits from the tower, you can't.
He was not making his intentions unknown there. Everybody knew what was happening. It was not trying to surprise gang them. He was literally running at a straight line through the tower, but...
In the end, Wisdom Runes are traded, as was intended by Gaben. We haven't really talked about Lornoff on this mid Timbersaw. What do you think about this hero in this particular game?
Pretty... I think the Eternal Shroud that the panel was talking about is very important. I think he's not that strong right now because of the overwhelming amount of...
Drinking buddies, and there's the Spectre, first ult of the game. K1 in a lot of trouble, but here comes the Mars Arena, but no! The Troll does side jump on the outskirts, but look at the damage! All under this tier 1 tower, 23 Savage, ticking away, although Analog doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, so they get the Tusk, they'll get the Darkseer, and these heroes are dropping like flies, although the Scatter Blast is avoided, 23 Savage. Gonna be able to dodge another roll.
He has no escape plan though, no TP.
He could try to deny himself to the creeps. It's gonna be
He's
spotted
making a work
now.
for it. Did he magnetize nothing?
I'm not sure.
I didn't see the magnetize. I was like, they're all gonna...
Spectral Dagger into the trees. He spotted at the last moment. Sunray tickling him. As K1 dies to Lornoff. Okay, we'll talk about that in just a moment. 23 Savage eventually will die. My goodness.
I mean, okay.
How did K1 die?
He went mid and got killed.
So he dies, respawns, and then dies. He's 0-3 right now, but he's still top net worth.
I mean, they're putting so much emphasis on trying to shut him down in this game. They've brought so many heroes. And this bottom move, honestly, yeah, they kill him, but...
Is it working? Look at the network.
No, not really. And that trade was flat out not good. If Analog had got a good Magnetize on the 4 heroes in the tower, they would have all died on the spot. And I think K1, as a result, would actually not have died in mid, because then they would have moved their heroes differently. But instead, they do this 3-man chase for, I want to say, almost a full minute. They were running after that Spectre. And that meant that Troll went mid and got killed off by, I believe it was Tusk and Timber. So, led to somewhat of a trade, I suppose. Oh, KJ does have Supernova.
He does have Supernova inside the egg. Nice spear. Can they save the egg? It's going to be close. A big rebuke comes out, and the egg does activate. Lornoff and company in a lot of trouble. He dies at 23 Savage. Another death to his name. And Heroic basically taking out where they left off from that last game, and they have definitely have the momentum on their side.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that was not so good.
Yeah.
For Aurora.
I mean, it just shows the level advantage. I mean, the fact that KJ is level 6 and Jabs is level 5.
Yeah, the level 5 Darkseer is actually a major concern.
I mean, Q on Tusk is a higher level than Jabs right now. That's crazy.
Darkseer is a hero that uses levels incredibly well, and it makes a very big difference whether you hit level, let's say whether you're level 9 or level 11, because the extra points in either Vacuum or Surge are extremely valuable compared to, there's a lot of other, let's say there's a lot of offlane heroes where it's like the third skill maybe isn't that important, like Mars, right? Having an extra point in Bulwark or an extra point in Attribute bonus or whatever, it's like, you know, it's okay. On Darkseer, every skill point is massive, and you really want to hit that high level. Being level 6 min at 10:30 is not par for the course.
A little drive-by Ice Shard, I guess. Man, nobody's afraid in this game, even though they probably should be at times. But let's get back to the Spectre, because this is the unusual hero of the game. With the Shadow Step, the facet actually that applies the Spectral Dagger is what he chose this game.
Yep.
What's the build? I guess we can see he's going for Blade Mail Radiance. It's not going to be like one of these weird Orchid type builds.
No, I think that that ship has already sailed. If he wanted to go for that, he needed a better early game. So I think this is fine. Blade Mail is very good against the Radiant lineup. There's tons of uncontrollable damage. Troll does AoE damage, Snapfire does AoE damage, Earth Spirit, Phoenix even. And it also helps you farm. It's a farming item for Spectre because you jungle faster. This is one of this hero's biggest weaknesses is compared to a lot of other carries that clear the jungle fast, Spectre is quite slow. If she could somehow match the farming speed of some of the popular tier 1 carry heroes, this hero would be picked a lot, but it has weak laning and low speed, so not exactly the cocktail you're looking for in this patch on your carry. But yeah, Blade Mail is one way to try to cover it. Radiance obviously helps even further with your farming speed, and it makes you a lot tankier in the fights, against the troll in particular, of course. But yeah, it's... The concern here is that Spectre
By Llama, Arena towards that top rune area. Analog comes in with a big magnetize onto several heroes. Disruption to keep Lornoff safe, but Analog is the one taking the brunt of the damage despite having the Blade Mail. He is the first to fall. Jabs gets clipped by the Scatter Blast as the egg does go off in the background.
That was a very defensive supernova from KJ. I think if he dove into the entire enemy team and popped in on top of them, that could have been a couple of kills perhaps, but he was very hesitant. He placed it very defensively, and Aurora just run away. Like, okay, you know. So, a little win for them there. They get this pick on the enemy mid hero, lose nobody, and importantly, Spectre is getting time. This hero needs a breather. Actually, he swept away from the Blade Mail. He wants to go straight Radiant.
Oh.
Which will be an even... Okay, now he's queuing up Manta. We'll check in with him a bit later. Okay, let's talk to some other heroes while he...
It's still Radiant.
...has an identity crisis up here. Mars is close to Blink, which is obviously very big for the Radiant lineup. They have incredible synergy with Arena. You just need heroes to be in an enclosed space, and all of your heroes are thriving. Fat stack here for Hector.
Yeah, pretty juicy. Analog will tank a bit of it with that Blade Mail, and K1 will take the brunt of it. Still top net worth in the game, has the Maelstrom.
Oh, that's a fast dagger on Tusk. Wow. He's doing very well for himself. Q with those 4 kills. That's very good news for Aurora. It's the... Now they effectively have truly unlocked their 2 saves, right? They have the Shadow Demon Disruption, of course, which is just part of the kit. But with Tusk with a dagger, you can very quickly and very easily save people in the arena. With Drinking Buddies, that can be a bit tricky. It should be very easy, an easy time for him now. Also gives them some more offensive potential with just Blink Punch.
Yeah.
Rune.
Illusion.
Like the way of Analog.
Oh, okay. That little interaction.
That's physics work differently in Dota. Don't question it. We're just accepting.
Timber Chain takes priority over everything.
That just happened. That's normal.
Yeah. Other than actually, what wins, Timber Chain or Pudge Hook? I'm gonna say Pudge Hook probably. Or does it matter on the order?
So you're saying Timber throws a chain toward a tree and he gets hooked while it's traveling?
Yeah.
I think whichever arrives last takes priority.
Ah, okay.
So if Pudge hooks him in and the Timber Chain is still mid-air, I think he will just pull away, and otherwise Pudge will hook him back from...
Very relevant, of course, since we do see the Pudge.
It could happen later in this game.
We have a smoke from Heroic. And we can see that nobody from Aurora looking to show up here quite yet. Divide Llama repositioning. This is going to be the Blink Dagger reveal. But they're going to have to wait.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they'll just settle for the tier 1 tower as they group up here.
Yeah, and they should be getting this for free. I don't think Aurora have any interest in considering this. They are pinging out Analog, and they're going to glyph, but not going to bring the numbers. Are they actually thinking about it? Wait a second. He has Blade Mail and Illusion.
Coming. The Walrus Punch onto Analog. Already getting evaporated, but will stay by a little bit longer, but the Arena comes in finally from Divide Llama. Not enough to save the Earth Spirit. The egg does go off, but the Shadow Demon Disruption actually avoided most of it. So Lornoff's still alive, and now Divide Llama won against the world. And the world wins.
Okay. They did want to defend it with good reason. Eternal Shroud, baby. That was insane how much damage Lornoff tanked. I think he ate like 7 Mortimer's Kisses and the whole combo, and then he just gets disrupted on 15% by Ollie. And I was going to say they defend the tower. They technically didn't. They end up denying it, but that was a 5v4.
K1
up top.
He's going to get some help from Schofield. Gets a nice
that's a good
cookie on it too, but there's a third member in Ollie. Snowball going to find its way over to the Snapfire. 23 Savage is actually going to be fine, and K1 Hector not so much. So another core kill for Aurora.
Yeah. This is some...
That's a sacred relic.
Damn, he is getting so much space. He shadow stepped into that fight, did a little bit of damage, and then left and went back to his tower, knowing that if he stuck around any longer, he would have died. So he still participates and gets assist credit for it, and then he's just farming top. This is going way better right now from Aurora than I was expecting it to after the first few minutes of the laning stage, and that's really, really good news for them. The Darkseer has now recovered and got a lot of levels. The Spectre is closing in on that Radiance. And this feels like the phase of the game where, you know, Heroic want to force and win decisively in some team fights with the 4 of them, even without the Troll. But that bottom fight really took the air out of them a little bit, with the Timbersaw frontlining being that tanky. That's the one thing they don't deal with very well, right? They have a ton of spread damage, but they don't deal a ton of single target. So a Timber with that Eternal Shroud is a tough nut to crack.
Yep, K1 working on Ags for Troll. So let's count the dispels here, Cinderin. So self-dispels and dispelling the enemy.
Yeah.
So other than the obvious, like the auras and whatnot, but in terms of the skills itself, you can take off Ion Shell.
Surge.
And Surge.
That's huge.
And Spectral Dagger.
Yeah.
I don't think Shadow Poison is dispellable, if I'm not mistaken. No. That might be...
I mean, the Dagger should also linger on you, right? So he can't dispel the slow on himself, if I'm not mistaken. I think that one also will linger fully. But I don't know about targeting the Spectre. I think that is dispellable.
Is Drinking Buddies dispellable?
It says yes.
Okay, well that theoretically could be pretty gigantic.
However, it is a relatively new spell, so yes could mean no. 23 Savage.
Yes, Arena, he's about to pick up his Radiance. Will have to wait a little bit longer. Doesn't lose that much gold in the end. A good pickoff from Heroic and showing us some signs of life. And yeah, the Ag's now online for K1, and they're just going to go straight into the pit.
Yep, Troll's good at this. His low cooldown axes, he'll just keep whirling away. And Mars, of course, tanking it with the Bulwark for him. Should be relatively easy, but still, I think Aurora are, despite losing this Roche, in a pretty comfortable position, because from my perspective, they have overcome what could have been the worst part of the game for their lineup. In the last 5 to 10 minutes, I think they've managed to stay afloat. And now, obviously, Lorenoff, being the beast that he is in this game, is still going to prove to be a challenge for quite a while for them to deal with. And with that, they can still look to fight, and they will. Smoking up here. And they will find Phoenix.
Yeah, that would be a good kill. They're going to avoid him completely. Want to go for Divine Llama instead. That's going to be an easy pickoff. So it's a one and done, it seems, as the Radiance now officially online for 23 Savage.
Yeah, his farm is going to accelerate a lot now.
Whoa. All right. There's the wall from Jabs, just making sure that that ultimate works. It's an Earth Spirit illusion.
Now Spectre is queuing up Manta and Orchid. Let's see which one it's going to be. I don't know if Orchid is necessary. I guess the really nice thing about it is it allows you to solo kill Phoenix, which is incredibly potent, of course, to have that possibility on your character to just jump the backline. But yeah, he probably needs the Manta first to actually be able to kill with the...
Oh my! Nice punch.
Is he going to egg?
AJ's dead.
I think he could have maybe egged. This was Timber, Tusk, Shadow Demon. He had 3 teammates on backup, but...
I want to talk about a late game scenario, because we might be getting to that point since it's so even. For Q on Tusk. He's going to go BKB next. I think Aghanim Scepter, third item, sounds like a dream against Troll.
I would actually really like to see him bite now.
Okay. I mean, I figured the BKB is to be able to maneuver out of Arena. I mean, he does have the blink, but obviously you can get that disabled quite easily.
Yeah. That's just, I don't know. I mean, both items are really good for different reasons, right? But as you said, the Walrus kick is insane against Troll. It just gives you so much utility. You can either kick him really far away when he ults and then his ult is wasted, or if you're going for him, you can separate him entirely from his supporting cast of the Mars and the Snap. You can also kick him out of the Sunray heal. You know, there's like many different upsides to it. Hector, speaking of the troll in mid with Aegis.
Okay. Can they burn this relatively easily? Schofield is trying to help from the front as Analog comes in.
Not going to use it.
Gets punched in the air.
Okay.
You can see the wall placed as well, but not a whole lot of follow-up. So
clear-cut disengage call. I actually thought that was turnable for them. He had a 2-man Gleipnir. They could have Blink Arena'd, but they choose not to. They maintain control instead. Now the Aegis. 2 minutes left on it. Really good vision, by the way, currently from both sides. Some key areas being covered, the Radiant Ward around the enemy Ancient camp, as well as the top half, so they're really trying to find 23 Savage. And the Dire Wards a little bit out on the map.
They want K1.
He's
alone. He
alone.
gets the Ancients. He's in a bit of trouble.
Oh.
He actually does use Battle Trance. He's just bashing the crap out of this Darkseer. They try to get him onto the wall, but it's not going to happen. That's already a kill for K1. They're going to burn life number 1.
Oh boy, missing that vacuum real bad.
On the way. Arena only going to hit Q. They're going to focus everything on the Shadow Demon first. That's an easy pickoff. Q, Ice Shards himself trying to get out with a little cheeky move there. It's not to be though. 3 kills in the name of Heroic, and now they can get a tier 2 tower.
Oh,
probably
boy.
the Tormentor as well.
What could have been an easy Aegis snipe turns into a 0-for-3 fight, specifically because the Darkseer, I think level 4 vacuum there would have done it. But he was just outside of range. The vacuum misses getting the cliffing off. He actually missed it entirely on an ulting troll, which you could say in itself is highly unfortunate. He was standing still, but it's one of those things where if he's like right at the periphery of the circle that you're vacuuming him with, you kind of just have to hope that it's close enough, and it wasn't. And therefore, Hector kills the Darkseer, stays alive for an additional 5 seconds, isn't cliffed, and his whole team gets to rotate over. I feel like that did not seem premeditated from Heroic. I feel like they arguably just got a little bit lucky there with a misexecution from Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, that was in the middle. It felt like it was a 20-second 1v5.
Yeah, it was a very long fight. But they make the most of it. They will steal the enemy Tormentor and take their own. That means both Davai and Schofield now with the Shard.
Very nice.
King Jungle bought his own, so they also have that one.
Yep, I would say that was a very good use of Aegis for Heroic.
Yeah, I think that could not have gone any better. So Mars eyeing up a Deso. We've seen this from 1 or 2 other players as well. This isn't the traditional, or rather, it is the very traditional Mars build from years back. But as of late, Marses have been focusing a lot of the time on Refresher, sometimes on Auras. But in this one, Davai Lama will go for the full-on, I will amp up my troll through minus armor and do more damage myself. It does come at the expense of some auras, because sure, the Snapfire can buy the Greaves, but it looks like, okay, Phoenix will buy the pipe, so sure, okay.
Okay.
They will still have those 2 items on other heroes, and then with that, Mars can become stronger.
Yep, the Deso build does feel good as a Mars player. Rebuke taking full advantage of that. And the tier 2 tower now is gonna potentially be pushed. You can see pretty even game despite the 6k lead.
I mean, Gaben loves Spectre. That's no secret.
True.
Always did. His favorite hero after Sand King, of course, which is now finally good. So maybe Gabe is actually playing Dota right now.
K1 doing a lot of damage here. It looks like they'll just pop the fortification and then, I mean, this, actually the fort will not refresh because they already did kill the bottom tier 2, so see if Heroic can time this, because then going high ground, I suppose that would refresh anyway. Smoke now.
For Spectre, but not there.
Oh, jabs. He's going to be spotted, speared into a tree. Schofield trying to find the right angle. Scatterblast, okay. They do get the Mars Arena off. And Jab's just going to try to TP out, but the Gleipnir finds him. That's going to be the death of the Darkseer. As Ollie, his TP is canceled as well. That's going to be 2 kills again for Heroic.
Yeah. Didn't feel like the hero they went there for. I feel like that smoke was targeting Spectre, but all of a sudden the Darkseer walks under a ward, they open up on him, and then the Shadow Demon trying to help out gives them a double.
How good is
Manta is complete?
How good is late game Spectre today?
It's still one of the absolute ultra late gamers. The question is can you get there? If we reach, let's say, some 50-60 minute territory, the hero is still very strong.
Ornoff, he does a lot of damage. As you can see, the Shadow Step was used. Gleipnir as well. Schofield's going to take the brunt of the damage, though he's the first to fall. Analog able to roll away, and it looks like that'll break things up. I mean, the traditional counter to Spectre is break. Can you even, who would you even buy Silver Edge on?
Radiant's top tower.
Would you put it on Troll?
He could. He's queuing it up.
Oh, he actually is, okay.
It's not ideal, but it is obviously very strong in the hero-to-hero matchup. I guess there's also a little bit of an extra benefit in breaking the Timber Saw if you do it early. So he doesn't get reactive armor stacks, so there's like added benefits. So I think it's okay. And Troll, obviously, he benefits from the components as well. The Silver Edge getting the attack speed. Getting attack speed on Troll is actually not bad, despite you might think, wow, he already has Fervor, why does this hero want attack speed? But if you think about it, getting attack speed allows you to get the Fervor stacks up and running really fast. And that makes your ulti extremely powerful even if you start from 0. So having attack speed on Troll is not bad. You want the right mix of that and attack damage, of course, but he'll get there. Lincoln's should be completed very soon for him. He's missing 1,000 roughly on the Troll. Spectre with the Manta, already another 1,000 to her name. Darkseer almost has BKB. Interesting choice here over getting Greaves Blink. He will prioritize that staying power against all the magic damage and just the freedom to cast his spells.
Octarine on Analog is gonna do work here.
Yeah.
Double smoke as K1 showing himself.
This one seems relatively telegraphed.
Yeah.
Nobody's showing mid, nobody's showing bottom, so I think Aurora are well aware. They will offer up Lorenoff, but he's such a difficult catch. That's a very early Shadow Step. He's not going to connect on this one. Just maybe trying to dissuade them from looking for a fight, but ultimately this means the spell is now unavailable and they're just going to sacrifice a tower.
Yep, tier 2 dead, and we can see that Roche is up in 20 seconds. So they'll have close to a minute to kill it before it heads down to the Radiant side.
Yeah, it should be enough. If they check it.
3.
Oh, they're going to walk in at the perfect time.
Oh, or not.
Oh, he aggroed it. He aggroed it with a Cloak of Flames. Wow. That was on the dot.
Aurora want to fight now. And they have a really good lineup for this, by the way. Obviously, you have the Radiance, the back wall. And
they're very stacked in the pit, but Darkseer isn't here.
Yeah. Lorenoff throwing out the Chakram. Analog goes in with a BKB and his Magnetize. It looks like Roche will be for Heroic. Lorenoff desperately trying to get over there. It's going to be close, actually. Lorenoff takes the Aegis, and they kill Roche as well. They have the arena, but everybody's outside of it, outside of Lorenoff, who's basically impossible to kill here. The Mars has fallen. K1 trying to focus onto jabs. And Analog gets punched into the air. We have a TP buyback from the Shadow Demon. Analog, despite having the blade after Megan, does drop as jabs somehow getting out with barely any HP. This went amazingly for Aurora. Going through the gates left, right, and center, but...
How did they not finish Roche in that?
I don't know.
So long, and it felt like Roche wasn't taking... Did K1 start hitting the Timber Saw instead of Roche? Did he lose his Fervor stacks? I'm really confused about how that went down that way. What a result for Aurora. Timber Saw gets the Aegis, he gets the last hit. We're going to see the replay here. Look how low Roche is already. So they're going to come in, Timber throws his spells, and they kick him out here with Analog, keep him busy. What's Troll got bashed? He's leaving the pit!
Out of the pit.
Hit the Roche!
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
That is, wow.
I cannot believe he changed his mind there and didn't just finish the Aegis. That is
especially
such
for
a costly
K1.
mistake.
It feels like he makes his mind up very early.
That is a very costly mistake.
Radiant structures are
if he could have finished that right there and then got the Aegis, we're looking at a totally different fight. And now instead Aurora win a very big one. And now they're in a comfortable position. Little bit ahead on the gold, not going to put too much stock into that, but just the fact that the Aegis is not on Troll is a very big relief for them.
Dalai Lama not too happy with that fight. Very emotional player. And we'll see if they can bounce back now. I mean, still very even game despite that. I mean, that's what evened it up, I suppose, in terms of net worth. The Lorinov, I mean, you couldn't really kill him before. Now with the Aegis, you just kind of got to ignore. SK1, he's going to be spotted. Shiva's activated by Lorinov. They're going to get the punch off from Q. The wall onto 2 as well with the vacuum to follow. SK1 trying to focus on the Timber side. That is not the choice, my friend.
Oh,
the roll misses completely. Schofield slowed to a crawl. The illusions are killing him off. Although, able to find the distance finally, the Spectre comes in to finish the job. Going in really deep as well as K1 and company will just have to hightail away.
Okay. Damn. This game changed a lot very fast. That's the classic Roche against a teamfight lineup. If things go wrong, I'd like to see the replay again if we can, because I'm still...
Oh, you're dumbfounded?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I missed something about that pit fight, because like... Oh, we'll see. First of all, okay, looks like Analog is getting out here. Devi. Looks to be a bit quiet here. Okay, so is there something preventing Troll from hitting Roche? Is he getting like pushed? Is he not attackable because he's outside of the pit here from the shards?
He's stunned there.
I feel like he's... Is that actually not in the pit? Because
oh, we have a team fight. Hold your horses. Mars Arena already used. Q just walks away with his BKB. Egg goes off, but no kills. And now Heroic, how much have they used? Can they even continue the fight here? Lorinov still with that Aegis, an unkillable beast.
So the shards did not only... I think they might have pushed Roche out of the pit, but you can still attack him from inside the pit. I guess he didn't want to switch to range Troll and finish it off because he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to grab the Aegis, since even if he gets the kill, nobody is within the shards. So that was just a super clutch play from Q that we missed at first glance. Holy moly. That's big. That's the kind of plays you want to see from your position 4.
Yeah, he's had quite the game. And it looks like I see a point booster. Does that mean Aghanim Scepter? Yes, for Tusk. He's actually 600 away. Oh boy.
Oh my god, he's having such a crazy good game.
We talked about Walrus. It goes through BKB. So it's really, I mean, K1 does have Lincolns though, as he's going to solo the Tormentor, it seems, getting really low on HP. Yep, he gets his own shard, in fact.
And that is more fervor.
Wait, Kick is definitely blocked by Lincolns, right? Because I remember they changed it. I can't remember which way.
Kick is blocked by Lincolns, yes. I'm pretty sure.
Because it is vector targeted, which I think means it wasn't blocked initially, and then they changed it so it
yeah, that sounds right. Oh, amplify damage rune. Lorinov has a bottle.
I mean, the fact that K1 had to go Lincolns and BKB kind of feels bad on any carry.
Yeah, I guess for Troll is one of the heroes it feels least bad on, specifically because he does so much damage as long as he does get to hit, compared to a lot of other carries, like the flat-out DPS when you're pressing your ult and praying for the best is quite high. But yeah, obviously he would love to not have to, but probably does have to get both here. But yeah, Aurora are in a very, very comfortable position now. Aegis will expire on Lorinov, but he now picks up the Scythe of Ice. He also has an Amplify Damage rune if they want to fight. A little bit of a complaint there. When you mouse over the bottle, it says rune double damage. I think that's very confusing to new players.
Yeah, what's double damage?
It's not double.
And you can see that Devi has changed his mind. It's not a Deso, by the way. It is a Hex. So more utility. We'll be going for the Refresher next. Yeah. So really, all the physical damage is going to be Troll. And even his build, he's had to go somewhat defensive as well. As they're going to get the Walrus Kick. That is the...
He could egg this.
Yeah, he could actually do it. He's going to get Walrus Punch and dead. So Phoenix.
I mean, he would have died.
4v5.
They were not ready with Mars. Phoenix and Mars have to be in range. If Phoenix and Mars are close to each other and he gets off a Yule, he can egg and then try to cover it with the arena. But they were not close enough by. So a nice little snipe there from the side of Aurora.
Yep, that was the Walrus kick reveal.
Yep.
And it is going to be so hard to play against that now. And we talk about it all the time, but not just the Walrus kick, but it's actually not that hard to kite a Troll Warlord in the late game if your supports have enough items.
Very true.
Which begs the question, do you go for the Nullifier? And then if you go for Nullifier, do you even have room for it at that point? Like the fact that he can't just build what he wants. He has to build in response to other things feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, Nullifier is overkill when you already have Axe, right? It really shouldn't be necessary.
Although you can't... It doesn't work on Yules, does it? The Dispel?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
I don't think I've seen that work.
Yeah, I don't think it works, but maybe, actually. Either way, I think the Mars build is very telling, though. As you mentioned, him getting Hex over Deso. I'm not sure it's the right choice compared to going Deso AC, because I'm a little bit concerned for Heroic's damage. That, as you say, if Troll is getting kited, are their heroes on Aurora actually gonna die? Spectre is starting to reach critical levels of tankiness. That's what this hero does late game. We already covered Timber, don't need to mention that. Tusk is also very beefy. I mean, all of their heroes. There's not a single easy kill on the side of Aurora. So if Mars can't offer a lot in that regard, but only offers control, they're really trusting in K1's ability to kit.
Oh, they get the Hex. They get the opening onto the Tusk, but the Vacuum is going to delay things. And look at the damage that Divine Llama has already taken. The Snowball wasted so much time. Nobody even dies inside of it. And the first to fall is Divine Llama. K1 finally pops the battle chance, but here is where the kiting begins. Gets kicked onto the cliff! Finally gets brought down by the cookie! And is killed off shortly after a 3-for-0, and Aurora in the driver's seat.
That's a three-pointer.
Well, that's a three-pointer! A 4-for-0 Aurora doing quite, and Q, that was the one they initiated on. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
My God.
I mean, that's just a very clutch counterplay with the Hex, right? I think Timber came in and very quickly hexed the Mars. So Mars jumped, he blink hexed Tusk, started up the arena, and as he was about to spear, he got hexed by Laurenoff. So Devi not popping his BKB on the opener there cost him dearly, because perhaps they could have burst that Tusk and built it into something. But it is so difficult to engage on Aurora's team now. Shadow Demon and Tusk can save heroes. All of the heroes are tanky, as we mentioned, and your damage is just... It takes time for Heroic's lineup to build up a fight. They can't just go in and burst someone and take it from there. You need to land some Phoenix spells, get a Magnetize rolling, Snapfire Kisses ideally. All of this is not
is the reason
bursting.
he was able... Wait, who'd you say got the Hex off there? Onto Devi?
Wasn't it Timber?
Wasn't he on the outside of the... Was it the wall that gave the vision inside the...
I mean, I'm not seeing anything else that could have hexed him, right? I feel like he got hexed instantly after he went on the Tusk. Maybe I'm mistaken, but...
Either way, quite the kick. And now, Roche will go the way of Aurora, which means 23 Savage.
Schofield is...
Taking a Lotus.
Okay.
All right, that's a bit risky. There's the Hex from Devi. He's going to get initiated on. His analog is really deep here. The BKBs are traded, and the pipe is going to brush off a lot of this damage, but Schofield eventually brought down by 23 Savage. He'll buy back instantly. Now the roll on to the Timbersaw, still trying to ignore him. The arena, nobody's even inside other than the Snowball Q. He wastes so much time again.
Oh, Laurenoff
is actually taking quite a bit, but we'll be able to Timber Chain away. Eventually, they do finally take out the Tusk, as the Mortimer's Kisses not providing a whole lot. But they do find the Shadow Demon on the outskirts here. Well, they don't have the vision apparently. And the Phoenix eventually brought down by 23 Savage. There's the buyback though onto the Tusk. Is Aldi still alive in the trees? Analog still. We have a big kick onto Divine Llama with the Snowball to follow. He's going to be brought down. 70 seconds of no Mars. And now K1 focusing on this Tusk. It'll be a pretty big kill because it would be a dieback in fact, but 23 Savage using his ult to get to the back line. And Schofield and company gonna try to collapse here, but K1 destroyed. And Schofield looks to be next on the list, and Aurora did lose a member or so, but they come out on top big time in this fight.
What a chaotic... 23 Savage was chasing Phoenix for like 30 seconds on the outskirts. That was just two separate fights happening at the same time. But
how did the Shadow Demon live?
But they can't really deal with the spec when she has Aegis. Again, it's the damage problems. If Troll isn't killing 23, who's going to do it? It's just way too much to chew through. Lorinov really played that fight, again, exceptionally well. He tanked. The ideal Timbersaw fight at this point in the game is where the enemy team uses tons of resources to get you to 20%, but don't finish the job. Because all of that is damage that could have gone on something else, and ultimately just ends up being completely wasted. Now, this is approaching the type of game state that Spectre just don't miss.
Oh yeah. Gaben knew all along.
30 seconds before any reinforcements will arrive here for Heroic. They have a glyph. Gonna buy some time here, but it doesn't feel like... Well, maybe they can even defend this one Rax.
I mean, their building
Pretty
damage
slow.
is not particularly great.
They're not good at killing the banner, though. I guess Snapfire.
Yep, Snapfire is very good. Oh, they're silenced into the kick and the Hex.
Oh, boy.
He's dead. No Phoenix Egg for the next 70 seconds. Full lane Rax here for Aurora. They get the melee, and now they transition to the bot lane. So the fortification is refreshed and will be used instantly. And I think Heroic, realizing they might have to fight 4v5, if you don't even include the Aegis, it's 4v6.
They might just give it. They
might have to.
They don't seem ready for it. Hector killed the banner.
They did it. But they're gonna lose Rax, it seems.
A little bit of a time machine here, destroying two melee Rax back to back. Very unusual. Generally don't see teams do that nowadays. But Aurora have played Dota for a very long time, and they remember the good old days.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, the range Rax is kind of forgettable. Now, if you killed the range barracks and it upgraded your catapults to trebuchets, then it would be worth it.
Yeah, or
little
to
idea
like,
for Valve.
Or to Abrams tanks.
Yeah. That sounds good as well. Both great ideas. 2 lanes of barracks for Aurora, 32k lead. What can Heroic possibly do to get back in this game? They have the silver edge for K1. So breaking the Spectre into a kill just as the Aegis is expiring would be the dream scenario, but I just don't know how they kill Lorinov right now. He's absurdly tanky.
I haven't known how they kill him all game, so it's not new.
And this isn't even like an Aghanim Scepter Timber, right?
No, he's not buying it because of Troll.
Yes, true.
He'll just dispel it all the time. So Lorinov is just going a completely different build. Clearly knowledgeable about this matchup and what you do. So I wonder what he's going to do last. So he swapped in an Arcane Blink with a Haste Rune in the back in the bottle right now. He'll obviously swap that for Eternal Shroud, but is this his final build, or is there an item that's replaceable and upgradable here? Because I honestly feel like you might almost be better off giving a Moonshard to Spectre than buying Axe for yourself. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a bit too ridiculous.
You don't like Cont? Wait, what are you talking about?
No, Timber himself.
Oh, Timber.
If he should... Like, what's his next item? Is it getting Spectre a shard or himself an Axe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see if it even becomes relevant here, but, you know, obviously against every other hero than Troll, the reactive armor activation is nice.
Yeah. Lorinov going in really deep. There's the kick. Analog will pop the BKB. He's now Walrus Punch. Arena comes out from Devi. Shadow is getting out some disruption as K1 focusing everything on the Tusk, but he gets vacuumed to the high ground. The kiting of Troll continues. Devi now trying to run away in his own base. K1 in the midst of everybody just dies. And GG's called, so we're going to a game number 3.
The unexpected brawl, the panel didn't cover this. They didn't think about the punch into kick combo. But the full martial arts on display here from Aurora. will get them to a game 3. Very entertaining game. I feel like there were a couple of key moments there. I'm sure the panel will cover this, where Heroic maybe dropped the ball a little bit and Aurora capitalized a lot. And that's what, you know, it's a high-stakes game. You're playing against Spectre and an unkillable Timbersaw. These mistakes that might not seem that huge in other games just completely change the trajectory of a game like this. So, well done to Aurora. We get a 3rd game.
We do. Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinnamon. We do get a 3rd game, and I think we just saw the reason why Timbersaw is often banned against Lorinov. He is a king on that hero. He popped off. Lacoste, he's not going to get his hands on that again.
Probably not. This is one of his strongest heroes. The strongest performances they had was when Lorinov is playing Timbersaw. Once he gets that Eternal Shroud, things go pretty difficult because most of their damage early on is going to be magical on their side. But these are some chaotic fights. Like compared to game 1, how one-sided it was, and we also didn't have many kills. We had 2 defensive supports. This game was pure chaos. People running in, creep skipping at the start, then ganking K1. K1 had like 3 deaths at the start of the game, but he was still on top of the network. This guy is really good. He also had like double gloves in his inventory. There were so many things happening. This was when Heroic were playing really well. This egg, it doesn't go off. It does go off. They did bring in the numbers, and they're gonna get multiple kills from that. They were so ready with the response, and also one of the reasons why they got the first blood was also TP response. They were so ready seeing the whole map, what's happening.
I just love the way that Aurora approached this troll. You know, like in the draft, the Tusk, the Shadow Demon to deal with it. Not really a fan too much of the pick, but Aurora then showcased why they weren't afraid of it at all. You know, throughout the entire game, they were like respecting it, kiting and picking him up early on. As the game develops, they got Ogre Seal Totem for their neutral items, they have Glimmer Capes, they've got Ags on the Tusk. You've got multiple ways to keep Hector from having a game. So even though he's top net worth, as you see on the highlights here, he isn't able to really ever connect into the game. And on top of that, the age is still as well for Aurora. 23 Savage, he gets into the pit, he keeps kiting, like kind of reminding the Mars and the Troll, like, hey, I'm here, you might need to deal with me. And then when they're focused on him, then Lorinov comes in with the BKB, gets the kill and the Aegis. And this is the play that kind of throws Aurora into the game. But yeah, a rough game from Heroic.
I don't think it was a rough game. I think it was a great game. They played exceptionally well. I'm in the camp that I really loved the Troll pick. I still do, but Aurora did such a great job at slowing down Troll's timings in this game, where, yes, he was top of the net worth, but he was 0 and 4 at some point. They chased him down so many times. They brought pressure to his lane. Lorinov killed him solo one time. Then they followed him to the top lane, where they then killed him again. And because of this, the Aghanim Scepter was delayed by a few minutes, which delayed their first Roche by a few minutes, which gave Aurora all of the extra time, you know, to farm up the Radiance on their Spectre, the Shroud into the BKB on their Timbersaw. And we saw how pivotal that BKB was to winning the Roche fight, where they stole the Aegis. So Aurora did an incredible job of holding out for as long as they could until their Timbersaw got really strong, and then later on with their Tusk, their Shadow Demon, like T mentioned, did an excellent job at kicking around the Troll. Like he was just flying in the air.
I have to ask that, because the Troll pick, you're on Camp Troll, but it looks on paper like he does, and in the game, like he does get pinged around a lot.
Oh yeah, he definitely got ping-ponged around like that. He always does. That's the weakness of the hero, but the thing is that you play around it, and they did a great job, again, like I mentioned, on Heroic, of slowing down his timings and contesting at instrumental moments like that Roche.
It feels like Heroic's lineup was built around, you need to win lane with Troll, keep the game going, get that first Roshan, keep fighting, force 23 Savage to play his items. If that works, sure, but with the way that Heroic's been playing, they aren't the we make no mistakes team. It isn't really going to happen that way. And the other heroes outside of Troll, a BKB or a Shroud, kind of doesn't delete them from the game, but it makes them really want someone else to step up. And I think there's way too much pressure on the Troll to be the carry when there's this much kiting, and all your other secondary damage is magical, so BKBs destroy it. And it's like, yes, Heroic might have had a good 20 minutes, but it felt like there was this inevitable wave of Aurora just controlling the game because of like how complicated Heroic made their draft. And again, props to Aurora, like this the glow up from game 1 to game 2. If I can put my teeth in, I'm an old man, I'm bored. Yeah, it much better.
Much better. It did seem like they needed that first game to warm up, to get to the beast mode that they were in this game. I also want to actually highlight the off-lane duo. Lacoste, I just want to clarify and know how long do you go behind the tower to clear waves, and how long can I, after today, see this in my pubs? Because
it was a good attempt. They couldn't lane. It was double melee into double range. One of them is also Troll, one of the strongest laners, so quite difficult lane for them. So they got level 3, decided to dive. The Troll didn't get the first blood. They got first blood in the end, but really nice attempt. And I really enjoy seeing Q play his signature heroes. You know, this Siggy, this Tusk that he plays really well. Most of the time he's forced to play these range position 4s, but two of his best heroes, pretty much ever since he's been in the professional Dota, have been Tusk and have been Tiny, and also the itemization that he did go for, because you're playing against Mars, you want to go inside of that arena to have some kind of a save. So he went for a BKB, which is really unconventional. We see all these auras being bought, some drums, some solar crest, but he understood that kiting is the name of the game.
Yeah, and that Troll got kited a lot.
He did. He was being kicked around. We saw him kicked onto a cliff. And honestly, in games like this, like Troll picks can always look awful. That's why teams like to stay away from the hero, but the Troll specialists do love him in matchups like Darkseer because of the Aghanim Scepter. And we saw when Darkseer was really popular 2 months ago that Troll was also an incredibly popular pick. But the thing is, he's such a timing-based hero that you want to hit your Ags early on into your Gleipnir, into your Aegis, into taking towers. And Heroic didn't get to that point as cleanly as they should have before Aurora were able to itemize and then play into them. Because they had a window where they could have, on paper, run over Aurora a little bit before the Spectre got strong enough, but Lorinov on that Timbersaw, he really held the fort down. And Q on this Tusk, that Blink BKB build really worked out.
It really did.
It did. And also, I feel the team is playing really well when they are cooking their drafts. They needed something different in the second game. I did mention at the start of the road to TI that we're going to see some like slightly different heroes coming out, and this is the elimination. This is, to play in the arena, and it matters a lot. So Spectre comes out, and we can also see Jabs playing much better compared to the previous game where he got shut down, and the big man, the standout player, I would say, of this series, Lorinov, only one death. Every single time, we said it so many times, that when he's having a great time, Aurora on the back of his gameplay will be able to get the dub.
Yeah, this is easily, if you're going to game 3, well, you are, because you have to play it. Timber
we don't know, they might not join.
That's true.
Sure.
They might, yeah, anyways. Timber has to be banned in the first phase, I feel. Like, if you're Aurora coming into the third game, if you have the ability to first pick it, you are probably doing it. It doesn't matter if you're first pick, second pick, I think this hero, it creates so much for the team that, like, Analog's hero pool, if he's playing into Timber, now he has to try and think away from the Earth Spirits, away from the melee heroes that he might want to go for, and it's just a brick wall. I think when Heroic have to run into the unkillable hero, they panic, they struggle, they look towards their farming carry who is still farming, and I think that is kind of the recipe to beating them, and maybe Aurora have cracked Heroic in game 2, and maybe they can emulate it again in game 3.
Yeah, we'll see about that in that third game. Before we do so, though, let's highlight one more extra moment from that second game. Lacoste, it's the moment you chose. It was a point in the game where Aurora was ahead,
yes.
And it highlights
all eyes on Troll, what he's doing. The Throw Warlord in his natural habitat, as we could see here. So he goes in, pops that BKB, tries to get some roots, doesn't have Gleipnir, I believe, available, so doesn't have that extra vision that he needs for the Glimmer Cape, and he's gonna get kicked around, pushed around. We also see Arteezy with his appearance at the TI this time around. Very difficult game for Troll in the end, like all these things. And I also want to point out that we had the meta at the start of the groups where we had pretty much every single offlaner buying Aura. We had these position 4 buying the same items, and now players are going back. They're like, you know what, we're going to go what has been working out for, Road to the International in the qualifiers, where they were buying these refreshers on Mars, where they were buying these big items on the supports, like this Tusk with the Aghanim Scepter, the Walrus Punch into Walrus Kick into normal punch, the MMA combo, as Synderen called it, really worked out well for them.
It really worked well.
There's still auras, though. Like, there's still Greaves and Pipes in this game. Like, both teams had auras, so we still haven't moved fully away from auras, but it is nice to see offlaners with more flexibility in their itemization.
It is. I'm curious, after this game, I mean, we saw the Spectre come out. Is this a hero that was very situational? Effie, are you thinking there's going to be more Spectres down the line?
It felt very situational, and it also feels like a Game 2 surprise pick, which worked out really well for Aurora. Honestly, I thought we'd see more Spectre versus Lina, but Lina hasn't been as popular as Wind Ranger or Mirana or Luna this TI, so maybe one more surprise Spectre is in store for us, but I can't see it happening that much.
Next series, Extreme Gaming, 2 of the Spectre specialist, you have Yatoro, aka Radon. Yatoro did play it, we don't know if Radon is gonna play it, and you also have Ame on the Spectre. These are 2 players that, might bang it out, especially after seeing this series.
Yeah, it could be. They might be inspired, for sure. We're gonna have a lot of fun in the third game first, though, before we even get to that series. We're also gonna have a lot of fun right now, as we are gonna watch one extra contribution for the short film contest. It is Play for Fun.
What the just happened?
This is going to be fun. Let it begin.
What in God's green earth is happening right now?
Lion.
What a very, very wholesome one. I did enjoy that one, and they came back, Lucas. They disconnected just for the funs of it. They came back.
Yeah, they did. The sound kind of killed me in the end. So back to you, Gunner.
That was my hot mic. Sorry.
Oh God.
No, that was a really good one. And it's good to have a little bit of a breather there, especially in between a game 2 and a game 3. Tigov, when you're in a tough situation like this, both of these teams are playing for potential elimination, a potential top 8. Of course, here, moving forward would mean playing in front of the arena. The Royal Arena awaits. And we know for both these teams, there's a lot of pressure because they, I would imagine, have top 8 as their minimum in terms of what they expected to get. What are they talking about? How are they going to move into this third game as best as possible?
I mean, which team do you want me to start with? The team that just lost?
Doesn't matter. Both teams, I feel like, might have the same, nerves.
I think if you're heroic, you still are in a good mindset because a lot of the games, you can argue, we made a bad play after laning phase. I think it's like you can be very self-critical. Effie's mentioning the timing of Troll. Like, there are opportunities to maybe make different moves, but if I'm captain from the coach, I'm probably giving my team a less timing-based lineup, allow my team to play out the entire game. Don't put myself on if you haven't won by 20 minutes, you are going to get MMA'd to Troll not having a game. So I think for heroic, it's like your early game's good, your pacing's naturally good, but if I give you a draft that just can't scale, cannot fight Aurora the entire time, you are probably going to lose out to a seasoned tier 1 team like them. So yeah, just don't all in on magic damage heroes plus a troll.
I always see smiles on their faces. It looks like they're in a good mood to go for this third game. What do you want to see change in terms of the openings coming out in this the draft we're about to watch?
I think the changes would probably just be ban-based. That Timbersaw can absolutely not be let through, and then we may see a little bit more contention for the Shadow Demon. But I agree with T that they are in a good mood because even their first 20 minutes, with the exception of Troll getting killed a lot, they played really well on their skirmishy lineup. Like the Mars plus the Earthsphere plus the 2 supports were everywhere where they needed to be, and they're still playing their style to success in that sense. All of the other things can be ironed out between a game 2 and a game 3. Like, you can even look at situations where the Aegis got stolen by Lornov. They had arena that entire time. Like, they arenaed after, but they could have arenaed inside of the pit and secured the Roshan for themselves and then fought later. Like, there are so many little things that they can look at that they can change.
Or listen to this, they could have just attacked Roshan with the troll,
They could have attacked
picked up
Roshan.
the Aegis themselves, and then take a fight.
That's where, like, if we had, like, you know, the listening to hear, like, someone on Heroic is going, Spectre, 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 and whoever's screaming Spectre is the person who kind of forced them away from the Roshan. Like, it's just high-intensity moments. It's easy when you're watching to say, just hit it. But in the moment, it's like, you get carried away. You see chances. You see, like...
This one is on K1. Like,
Sure,
no matter what anybody's saying, he needs to kill that Roshan without a doubt. I think this hero, a lot of the times, especially when he pops his ulti, looks uncontrollable. And maybe in that situation as well, it looked like, you know, he's going back and forth. But his job definitely is to secure that Rosh. This is where the game broke, the second game. It could have gone, like, they could have got the second Rosh as well and maybe try to siege the high ground with that Aegis. But never happened, you know. Scratch it, go for the third game.
Lacoste is right, because if they got that Aegis into potentially killing Aurora later, I mean, maybe, I think Aurora would have committed to that fight anyway for theory crafting with that Timbersaw BKB, but we could have seen a different game, and then we would have been praising them for their troll pick and their gameplay.
Ooh, there you go for Omni Knight opening here on Heroic. We did have a similar pick ban priority as game number 1, which had me be curious about what's going to happen to that Shadow Demon, but it did get banned by Aurora, and that meant that that Sand King is left in the pool. But Heroic, they do not opt for the Sand King. They want to get that Omni Knight.
5 seconds remaining.
Meaning Sand King's still in the pool.
I mean, it looked great for them in that game 1, and they can pair it with their tanky style of cores. I mean, they can still be looking at their Earth Spirit as a good hero. It did what it needed to do those first 15 minutes. It also enables their DK carry.
I'm either down for Sand King or Tusk. I think Tusk is just too good of a hero right now. What he brings to the table, we saw a new build from them, and they're going to pick it up because it does allow you with this kick, the old school build, when you're going to scale to defend the high ground. It's one of the best tools in the game. And also, when you have Drinking Buddies, Strong Laner, gives you Rosh, gives you double save with Drinking Buddies and Snowball, plus BKB piercing ability. This hero has everything.
The thing with Omni is Shadow Demon's always banned out, so we never get to see the removal of Repel and Guardian Angel with just your ultimate. There's not many heroes that actually can do that, but Troll is one of them. If Heroic don't pick up...
It is time again.
If they don't pick up kiting heroes and don't, you know, it's not an uncomfortable situation, I feel like teams haven't fully explored the Troll Aghanims against Omni Knight, because Omni, if you can't repel, then what are you? You're nothing. You're just a walking body to get ganked and die. So maybe to be considered. No team's really considered it yet, therefore maybe it just gets ignored, but it is something to at least keep in the back of your mind. That
you have to use that troll pick as 24. This is one of the most iconic things in Dota. Looks like a really good troll game, loses the game in the end.
I mean, there's also cheaper dispels coming up from other heroes like Enchantress, who is also very popular. You can play her versus Omni. There's also potential Oracle. Like, there are other routes you can take if you don't want to commit to the Ags Troll. But I'm all for Troll. I love Troll. He's the funnest hero to watch competitively because he either pops off or he just gets kicked around and is on cliffs, which is very entertaining.
Very entertaining. We'll see if Aurora ends up going for that to deal with the Omni Knight. For now, the Enchantress you mentioned is still in the pool as well. And Sand King is not touched, so Heroic is fine with Aurora potentially picking that up. As Aurora will have pick out of this ban phase. And they're taking into their bonus time pretty heavily for this this final ban, so probably also debating on whether to ban something that protects their upcoming pick, or if there's maybe something still in the pool that they've overlooked. Is there something that we've overlooked?
I mean, just the Enchantress from the popular picks and the...
Oh, Mirana! That's the one I'm missing.
Sand King. There's also a Wind Ranger's taken out. There's also Luna, Mirana. But another option versus Omni Knight that I think teams should explore is silences. Like, silences are very underrated versus Omni Knight. Like, if you can jump him in the backline and stop him before he casts his spells, that's a really good means to do it. And
make silencer great again.
Yeah, Storm, make him great again.
Poor hero, actually.
What a hero.
Storm on paper is an Orchid buyer. Like, we saw in game 1, Analog just rushed that Orchid. He had it around minute 14 and was playing really well, so we could see a similar thing from Laranov here.
Godly. puck game. Against Tusk, Coil, Leash Mechanic, he can't use the snowball save. Same goes for Storm, he can't zip. You don't need to pick it here if you don't want to show it yet, because they don't know what you're going to go for, but they probably have that in the back of their mind, so they need to take some kind of a stun, some kind of a silence for Aurora themselves, some kind of a control, because I'll see this puck coming out in this phase for Heroic.
Would you still want the Sand King if you're on Heroic, or no?
I think you always want Sand King if you have a good Sand King player on your team. The hero just gives you too much in terms of stun, damage, auras. It's one of the most banned heroes for a reason.
Yeah, but I've not seen Heroic play it even once.
It's because it's always banned out, isn't it?
Sure.
But that is true. We haven't seen them have like a good sample size of that hero. I do believe they were dabbling in it in Riyadh.
Also, just double checked, but in regards to removing Repel, it is only SD and Troll. Like the other ones, like Ench and stuff, doesn't actually remove Repel. So the counters that were potentially being mentioned aren't actually counters.
GA though?
But if Repel's on and GA's on at the same time, it doesn't remove. But to Guardian Angel, yes, it would remove. But for me, I always look at Omninet as like, can you get rid of Repel? And that's
5 seconds.
So we got Butler 1 with core number 1. This is what they liked running in that first game.
Yeah, the Omni Knight, like we mentioned, heavily enables DK carry, the extra strength, the ability to activate DK before his BKB, allowing him to do things like armlet, like we saw in that first game, should be very effective.
I like Sky a lot here. Just as silence, you have Dragonite to play off with. Sure, there is Snowball save, but again, this puck can come out. They're still keeping this Dragonite as a flex. Either that or a Snapfire where you can jump over the shards. You need some damage position for right now because you have Omni. They did go with Shadow Demon and Omni in the first game on side of Aurora, which didn't... Heroic, which didn't look too good for the first couple of minutes and didn't look good on paper, but for the whole game, it looked very, very good where they couldn't kill any of those heroes. But I want to see some extra aggression, some extra control that could come out.
Willow.
This is also fine.
Heroic are trying to set down that formation of try and find my DK that's farming, and if you do, get through the Repel, get through the Bramble Maze or the Terrorize. Like it is two supports once again that will secure the farming pattern for Hector if he is playing the carry DK. And we'll see if Aurora want to try and continue down the line of hunt, play on smokes, break the map, or if they start respecting that, protection capabilities of the double support.
It could also be that because Mirana is still in the pool and she's countered by her leaps from Brambles, that they went for her instead of Snapfire. Because we don't very often see Willow picked over Snapfire. And sure, she's playing against Storm, but you have to land your Brambles in the early game. Later on, of course, it can be useful, but Storm does buy BKB and counters Willow pretty easily, especially if he buys an early Orchid.
I think the supports need to play together because they can protect each other against the Storm early Orchid. Because if you go on one, the other can Terrorize, Bramble Maze, the other one can Repel, Guardian Angel heal, so you're not going to be able to get the kill. And more teamfight on Aurora. Is this just another like Mars game that can come out? Or Kunkka, some kind of a control, some AoE damage as well, something relatively cheap?
Both teams have used a lot of their bonus time already. And now for Aurora, Faceless Void.
This is just get puck here. Come on, like it's really good.
For puck, yeah.
If you're the one initiating, you have Silence Leash against like 4 heroes. It's too good to skip because it's gonna get banned.
The only flip side to the puck is Aurora's draft is like the draft that you want to have. If you're in like a best of 1, this is you can play like every point of the game. Under early threat, like down the line, Storm will get an Orchid, and then against the puck, Puck never really wants to buy Yules or BKB, but you force him to buy it, and they do go for it. Again, exceptional puck game, but Aurora's lineup is beautifully balanced right now.
I just like that Aurora are changing and they're diverting away from the carry meta of only ranged carries and just dipping into 23's hero pool, because as the tournament progresses, the carry meta itself will also change towards the end, and teams are often scared of breaking that pattern, but the teams that do are the ones that can pull out the surprise wins. We saw it in the game too. And 23 is a really great Void. The Void also gives them incredible late game, which is where Aurora thrive. Like that is their bread and butter, scaling and outplaying other teams in the ultra late.
It's also a good showing because Aurora's looking at what Heroi's picking and going, we can pick melee heroes as you're not breaking down the map. Like in the previous game, Are they really going to take all the towers against the Spectre? No, therefore Spectre can be picked. You have Omni and Dark Willow supports, a DK that has Red Facet and wants to farm Ancients. Can they really break the map? No, therefore you can go for Void again. Like, you don't really need your range carry to win the lane and buy time, because Heroic's not going to, you know, do much with their first 15 minutes of their game anyway because of their picks. So it's, yeah, the future of the TI meta will be finding vulnerabilities and then bringing back the heroes that can kind of play around it.
Are we surprised that Mars is still in the pool at the moment? I feel like we're looking for 2 offlaners for both of these teams. And they've banned out so far an Enigma and a Kunkka and a Viper. But no Mars. Mars still there.
Yeah, it could still come out at the very end. I think there were more priorities in the picks, like the Puck and the Void. But we could definitely still see it. Another aspect to the Faceless Void that we didn't talk about is another way to counter Omni is to just buy a Nullifier. And the heroes on the side of Aurora before the Void didn't comfortably buy one, but Void is a hero that after 2 items, you know, one of them being his BKB, he can build the Nullifier if you need to, because there is going to be damage coming out of Phoenix. So he doesn't have to concern himself too much with like 2 damage items before Nullifier.
Again, to note with Nullifier, you can get rid of Guardian Angel, but if Repel's on, you can't get rid of it. So it's why Omni is so stupid right now is because at any minute, if you're jumping a single hero, any dispel you have outside of SD Troll doesn't happen. But again, in the wider game, it is useful.
Yeah, but when you're, you know, chronoing targets on your Void, you want to be able to right-click them. So removing GA is going to be helpful enough, I hope.
I got something spicy, some Underlord that can come out. I would say Beastmaster, but he doesn't play it. Again, another root mechanic. If you pair it up with the Dark Willow, it could be amazing against all of these heroes. And it's also a hero that can buy auras. Faceless Void doesn't put too much pressure early on onto you. So I think this might just be the pick for them, unless they want to go for Mars. I think Mars is also fine.
For Aurora?
For our Heroic here.
Oh, for Heroic, I see.
Ooh, it is a
rare
spicy
pickup,
pick, but yeah, this hero has not been picked yet at all.
That is the go. Just allow the fact that Aurora, they want to scale, they got the team fight, send the Abaddon into the middle of it. I'm guessing it's probably the offlane for Llama, but...
K1, he's
K1,
K1.
Carry Abba, true, yeah.
Carry Abba, keeping this Dragonite as a flex.
Yeah, but it takes away the core concept of Aurora's teamfight lineup, and you just throw someone into the middle, and now they go for some pacing on Aurora, so it's still greedy for Heroic, right? Like, we're excited by the prospect of, like, the mid-game fights of tankiness and overwhelming, but Aurora go, whilst you're tanking up and farming up, we'll slowly chip down your towers and make sure that we can find the backlines.
Yeah, hear me out. This Abaddon isn't just a body. It's also a Dispel mechanic versus the Orchid versus the Fire Spirits. If it's a hero that gets chronoed, it's not worried about dying because of borrowed time. And it's going to be an extra layer of protection for the DK, who's already going to get repelled. So they may have cooked a little bit with this
I like
Abaddon.
this.
I do like it a lot.
I like it a lot. Coming into this, I thought Abba's going to be very popular as a position 5, since we've seen these Tusks, these Omni Knights, some bodies that have a save. But I like this a lot. This is the first Abba. In the previous game, we saw first Spectre. So teams are cooking some like really nice drafts. They're trying to stay in the tournament, play in the arena. And with this Abba, Omni, Dragonite, like, it's so difficult to take the fight.
But they don't really have damage early on, right? It's like their lanes can be formidable. They don't really make moves on the map. But when they get online, sure, they are some insane death ball. And that's where it is like the perfect game 3.
May I note that Willow
Note away.
took Throwing Shade, the facet, which amplifies her Bedlam damage up to 30%. So it means that he doesn't want to play on control. He wants to be the DPS in the early game. So maybe Schofield is who is going to correct the
And 23
damage.
Savage took Chrono. He didn't go for the time zone, which maybe could have been a way to annoy the Abaddon, where he can't cast his spells in the thing, but he went for Chrono. So a real Void for the game 3. What's this?
Casting a coil.
Yeah, true.
In the time zone.
It could have been kind of cool.
all right. Let me try this. Sunsfan!
Wow, that is a battle cry if I've ever heard one. Sunsfan here with Cinder, and thank you so much, Shiver. We have game number 3, and unfortunately, this means one team is going to go home, one region, in fact. It's either South America or Southeast Asia. But we got some spicy picks. Second pick, Void. Second time that Void has been picked in this tournament. And first Abaddon pick. Oh my goodness. Very spicy indeed. What do you think of... We can talk about Void and Abaddon in isolation in a bit.
Okay.
But talk about team compositions. Which lineup do you like more, if any?
Well, the thing that's kind of interesting about this one is that Heroic are kind of running back their Game 1 draft, like the archetype of draft they ran, right? That they absolutely crushed Aurora with. It's double save. It was Omni Shadow Demon in Game 1. This time it's Omni Abaddon. And in that game, we were also a bit concerned with, will they have enough damage? They were running a Storm mid in that game. Is he going to need too much time to ramp up? This time Puck maybe arguably a little bit faster. And then they just farmed up an absolutely ridiculous Dragon Knight in that game. Yep. So my question is, will Heroic be allowed to stack as much as they did in Game 1? Because that's what I think they want to do. Their heroes are not as good at it as Shadow Demon was, but they still want to do it. Or will Aurora find a way to invade, in particular with this Visage last pick? I see a little bit of a fight break out here. Good shards from Q.
Yep, KJ stuck inside the shards, but they are in the cover of the Tier 1. And Aurora not wanting to go any further. So, Game 1, for those that missed it, Heroic had 2 butlers, okay? Yes. Let's just take you all back here. 2 butlers for 2 cores. This time, they have the butler in the Omni Knight. But is the butler the position 3 Abaddon? Like, is that a thing?
Yeah, that's my main question for this game is, it seems to me that that's the mindset based on how they picked this, that they want Abaddon to be an additional layer of protection, but it doesn't work the same way Shadow Demon does. It has shorter cast range. It is a core, like you said, so it's going to have different priorities in the game than just covering other people all the time. But when push comes to shove and you're looking for team fights, I definitely think a big part of their rationale behind the pick was to have a Photic Shield for their Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
And also to have an offlaner that it feels extremely bad to chrono, right? This is just... It seems like they're trying to make 23's decision-making tree as small as possible. Or rather make it as hard as possible for him to find the right one. Puck is hard to chrono. Dragon Knight feels tough to chrono because he's very tanky. Abaddon has 2 lives. Willow can Shadow Realm. And your final option is Omni. So it's not particularly easy to use chrono. However, he has a really good supporting cast around him. There's a lot of decent damage coming in from Phoenix, from Visage. Storm, as we've seen in this series, can already really open up the game. So I just find this game really interesting on a strategic level because it feels a little bit like a rerun of Game 1 where both teams have had to deviate a little bit.
Yeah. And it's been a while since I've seen Abaddon. He takes this facet called the Mephitic Shroud, which means the shield it will absorb more and it'll kind of reflect damage similar to like a blade mail, if I'm not mistaken, but it does not burst for damage.
Yep.
So how does that change how this hero is played?
It makes him tankier and make him deal less damage.
Okay, that was quicker than I thought. Usually going on some god-awful monologue.
I just said what the skill does.
Okay.
Just like you.
Thank you.
I mean, in all honesty, I think the blade mail aspect of it here is not particularly important. But just having a more powerful shield, just more barrier is very useful. If you keep in mind how barriers work together with damage reduction, barriers in general in this patch, the reason that we're seeing a lot of Solar Crest pipes, etc., is that you obviously, when you look at the math of reduction coming in first and then the barrier starts taking the damage, having a more powerful barrier, it's actually a ton of health that this shield gives, and it's such a low cooldown ability, 8 seconds on level 4. It's really good for sustain.
I'm really wondering what the build is going to be. Do you have anything in mind, or we just wait and see? Like, he's not going to go like Radiance or anything, is he?
He honestly
that would be hilariously awesome.
Could, but I think... So generally speaking, Core Abaddon has like 2 types of builds. There's the Aura build, and then there is one where you go Manta, right? I think in this game, I would like to see him get Solar Crest and Drums or something like that, and just really play into the way that they played Game 1. And relying on Aurora being unable to kill them, which was the exact problem they had Game 1, because Aurora, with the adjustments they have made, I'm still not fully sold on their DPS, actually. I think they're better in some types of fights, but not necessarily
KJ.
all of them. Good damage.
That's a ton of damage. And a Soul Assumption. Ooh!
Just kidding. He's not dead at all.
Nice curse from Cinder and
he had 11 health. That's a lot. He has to go back, though.
The shards this series have been really impactful. I mean, this tournament, I guess. I mean, Tusk as a hero has been insane. And no difference there, forcing the support out of the lane completely, at least for a little bit. Mid lane, Lornoff on the Storm Spirit, 23-4 versus Analog's Puck, 21-6, fairly even.
Very standard. But as the panel was talking about, I mean, this is just an incredible puck game. I think if Heroic want to get top 8 at this tournament, Analog needs to play well in this game, but he can really set the narrative.
K1.
Jabs is
really low as we have a dive in from Ollie coming in through the gate. KJ taking a blood grenade as well. Schofield trying to do as much damage as he can, but K1 dies first. KJ somehow survives.
So awkward.
So it'll be a trade.
I don't know if Ollie can get out of this.
Well, mid lane, though, this will be a much more important kill. Analog can't finish the job, though. As Ollie having a battle for his life, KJ wins it.
Yeah. Curious to see what KJ does here.
Going to deny himself, perhaps?
Oh,
he's
Visage,
and
jabs.
oh, boy.
Hello.
Very nice play. And that's just a freak solo kill. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. This top lane is putting a smile on my face. These are some funny skirmishes. It reminds me of, you know, All Random, where you just end up with these hero pairings you don't see very often in the meta, and then you make do with what you can. It's kind of funny.
That's disrespectful, Cinderin.
No, because I'm not saying... Okay, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying they don't know what they're picking. I'm saying the lane matchups and the rotations we're seeing is unlike any we've had.
Yeah, how like, coming into this game, when they're like laning against heroes you're maybe not used to laning against, has to have some sort of an effect. His Analog is level 6 now, so Coil at the ready.
Yeah, really the hero to watch for me right now is going to be that puck. And also how Lornoff is going to adjust. He is slightly out-leveled by the puck, but nothing too alarming. It's mainly the 11 denies that Analog has that has put him in that position.
6-minute rune, it's a haste as KJ picks it up. Coil already broken by Ollie. He's going to try to get chased down. No, they're going to turn their sights onto Q instead. Nice pick off there from Heroic.
Lornoff gets a 6 now, so he is unlocked as a potential rotator. But when Storm ganks side lanes, it's very, very important for this hero to successfully get at least 1 kill because you're expending so much of your farming on it. Other heroes rotating to the side lane. Oh, hang on, Devi. No bash.
Yep.
There it is.
A lot of trouble.
He
has a Photic Shield again, though, so that'll help him survive. Might have to walk all the way back to base, though.
Yeah, probably will. So when Storm ganks a side lane, it's really important for him to get a kill because he expends so much of his farming capabilities because he farms with mana to an extreme degree. But his side lane kill options are not great this game, so I really wonder how he's going to play it if Lornoff is just largely going to play static and just farm a lot of camps. Because on one side, he can choose between Dragon Knight Omni, which sounds really hard to gank, and on the other, it's a level 6 Abaddon. Like, good luck, you know? The options are really bad, but that doesn't mean his hero isn't good in this game. It just means you might have to take a greedier approach, get 1 to 2 damage items, and then really start picking up the pace. So we'll see if that's how he's going to end up handling this.
K1 continuing to get harassed by the Soul Assumption, but the Purification brings him back to a respectable amount of HP. But you can see that the gank is incoming.
Yeah.
As Q on the north side.
This is a difficult kill.
Ollie
Puck
on the
has
south.
a TP as well. Always keep an eye out for that. Not the best mana right now on Analog, though. He's burning a lot of it to farm it double stack in the jungle. And Devi is laying into Savage. We haven't talked about this so much, but the Abaddon against Void matchup in lane is actually very nice for Abaddon if it's just a 1v1. You can just keep hitting the Void for free. You hit him twice, he kind of has to time walk away or he's going to get cursed. So as a result...
Well, the curse doesn't silence anymore.
It's still, the damage is really, it's meaningful that Abaddon can just stick on you.
I see.
So he's going to force you to yield, right? It's like the trade becomes so unfavorable so fast that you time walk away to not take unnecessary damage, and then Abaddon gets a couple of extra denies, which you can see is exactly what's happened. He's got 13 denies on the Abaddon. Void is still doing okay though, but definitely not the dream start.
I haven't seen a ton of Abaddon since, I actually pronounced it correctly there by accident, my bad, Abaddon, since they made these changes, specifically to Curse of Avernus, but it seems like he's a much better farmer, in theory.
Yeah, my whole mindset about Manta might just be complete. He still does have it queued up. I was wondering if that's a thing anymore then, without the silence, because that was just, you know, old knowledge, but considering he still has it queued up, I'm guessing it still is a possible build. He's eyeing up Echo Manta here, so not the auras, which used to be what Abaddon's would buy with the Silencing Curse.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just still that good with applying all these attacks with the new curse as well.
And I assume Curse of Avernus still works on buildings, yes? Yeah, looks like it does. So against Egg should work as well as...
Dodging the shards.
Shards not going to be there. Bash is, though, as Lornoff making his way over. It's a 3v1. Borrowed time activates. Divine Llama at half HP. There's the first chrono of the game, 23 Savage. They want to finish off Divine Llama, but he's got support in numbers. Analog comes in with a coil. Might have to retreat, though. And on the side, they're chasing down Schofield. He might be the only kill of this fight.
Yep. It's a full 5-man rotation to kill a 4 Willow, and you used Chrono. And Hector did not have to rotate. So honestly, I'm going to chalk that up to a slight heroic win. These moments are really important for the side of Aurora, especially if they end up losing a Storm here. Doesn't look like it, though.
Yeah, Divine Llama, no ult to work with this time. He's dead.
All right.
And KJ out of mana. Vortex back into the fray. He drops dead as well. And
yeah,
can't finish anybody off, so last couple minutes have been all Aurora.
They felt bad that Aurora didn't get the kills they went for, so they gave them a second chance, and this time around it worked. That was a fight that they chose, and I can understand why they wanted to poke and prod there onto the Storm, but they don't have the burst damage to fully finish him off, and effectively that just makes it wasted resources, and they compromise their position on their support, so they end up losing. The Abaddon there as well. He's back to bottom immediately, though.
Yeah.
Back to work.
I mean, despite that, from Heroic side, they still have a very decently farming DK, and the top net worth in the game is the Puck. Of course, K1 not off to the same type of start that he had because, well, the stacks, I mean, they are happening. The Ancients are being stacked right now, but...
On him again. Really
Divine Llama,
Abaddon.
triple teamed, has the borrowed time. Attempting to walk away. Nobody's really near him, but they'll let him go.
This doesn't feel like the best use of Storm's time, to be honest. But I guess with the 90-second cooldown on that ult, maybe this is a way of ensuring 23 some space. He has 60 CS to the 110 of Dragon Knight, so, you know, there's a little bit of ground to cover in that regard. That's also just the matchup. Like, Void will never have as much as a Dragon Knight with a Fire Facet if both heroes are farming, but it's a little bit of an alarming distance that they're generating between the two cores here. 1,000 just raw lane gold at this point.
Yep, he's about 800 from finishing Maelstrom, which will allow him to actually farm at a much better rate, but still, the DK, like you said, built into the hero now. And Hector just going ham in the jungle.
Yep, time to farm the Ancients.
So it looks like he will be going S and Y again, as we're going to see a big Ancient stack taken out. And then into the eventual BKB. With, of course, the Butler following him around at that stage. Although, I guess Repel on Puck, it's not as good as Storm Spear, but it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's still nice. I mean, you're not completely safe because of Chrono and Punch, but it still gives you some freedom in the fights that you might otherwise not have, especially against the Storm Orchid. I think that's the biggest deal here.
Is he going Orchid this time? Yeah, looks like it.
The top tower will be sieged. Classic Visage stuff here. Aurora are bringing multiple heroes, and Heroic say, enjoy, we are hitting jungle.
Yep, drums are popped to help expedite the process here. And Divine Llama, the Echo Saber will be the first item for him, so... I mean, again, it's almost as if nothing has changed on the hero, right? Because Echo Saber, Manta, they were, like for core Abaddon, were pretty normal, because you get the silence really fast. But now, you get the attack speed buff with your team, which, I mean, I guess it's the same as the old one, but instead of the silence, you get attack speed. You get damage over time.
Yeah, do these fully stack with the, like, what does the Manta technically do?
That's for you to answer, Cinderit.
I don't know if like individual if individual Abaddon clones offer a stacking DPS.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because with the other one, it was obvious. Like, every time an illusion hit, you increase the counter on the silence by 1.
Yeah, true. Vailama, he's initiated on. They're trying to burn his ult. They do so. Can they follow it up, though? Is Analog making his way over? The Bramble there with the coil. But the egg on the Chronosphere, they only clip the puck who gets repelled. He's fine. Egg does detonate. Schofield, he's going to get caught in the river. Still, Aurora using a lot just for a Dark Willow, although Analog, okay, he's going to be safe thanks to the Aphotic Shield. So many ways to give this puck some sort of a shield to live.
Yeah. This really is it really is game 1 all over again, just with a couple of tweaks that make a very big difference. This time around, Aurora can actually find at least 1 kill every time they initiate. But at the same time, is it enough when you're spending this many resources and Dragon Knight just isn't showing up?
Oh, Divide.
He is dead.
Most likely, no ult this time.
Good find. That high ground ward made that a very easy kill for them. Heroic are looking for a move of their own, anticipating that Faceless Void will be farming in the triangle, but not the case. They'll find Q.
Yep, Snowball onto the creep. High ground he comes. Falls shortly after. Although, the Orchid being revealed, Lorinoff will be able to get a trade of sorts. Gets the Electric Vortex onto the puck, who's very, very low now. Maybe the Waning Rift away. Uses the coil to try to run, but it's not to be. Jabs gets credit for that one, so a huge response from Aurora.
Yep. Looking much better for them than game number 1. They have the 2nd and 3rd net worth hero. They have incredible late game team fighting with Void plus Phoenix combined. Have arguably what I think is now going to be the most sought after support in every game, and the Tusk still. I guess the Faceless Void is not the best drinking buddy-buddy, but it's not bad because Void does buy attack speed. So getting that extra 95 damage from the drinking buddies can really make the difference in a chrono, whether you kill or not.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And while all this is happening, K1 still top farmer in the game.
This time he's queuing up Orchid. He's changed it. Okay. I was thinking about Orchid on the Dragon Knight, but he will be going for BKB into Daedalus most likely. But will choose to buy the BKB.
Yeah.
So probably expecting Omni to have to repel the puck mainly. There's a pipe for Visage, so Aurora Roche is a possibility, of course.
I think he went for the same build game 1, did he not? I think he went BKB right after SNY.
Maybe he did.
Because the repel was mostly for the Storm in that game.
Yeah. I think it's similar logic here. They want to put it on the puck, and he also wants to not be fully dependent on the Omni. It's fine.
Yeah, just a few minutes away from his BKB. We'll see if they want to align that with some sort of smoke gank at that time. As, yeah, Jabs is starting to get pretty beefy. He has the drums and the pipe. 2 aura items completed. What is his quest this game? How many auras does he need?
How about 4?
Does this, I mean, does it look like a Crimson game to you?
Nah.
A lot of magic damage. As more stacks taken out by Aurora. Not nearly as much from both respective teams versus the game 1. I mean, for Divide, by the way, just the Manta just to dispel is actually incredible.
Nice reaction there.
Yeah. Gets off the Shadow Realm in time.
Let's see if this costs Jabs a bird or not. Looks like no. And Puck now has Yules, so has her own solution. Oh. Excuse me, its own solution against the Storm Orchid. So now neither Puck nor Dragon Knight fully reliant on King J. That's a combo between KJ and King Jungles. Interesting. Brain works in wondrous ways. There goes mid tower. No defense mounted by Heroic.
Oh, we got a coil onto the Void. It's going to be a close one. Oh, he does get taken out. Divine Llama gets credit for it. Much needed kill here from Heroic.
Oh, Aurora want to fight?
They sure do. Orchid onto the Dark Willow, but the Aphotic Shield is there to help save her. And now Jab's in such an awful spot, completely surrounded. And you're right, why would they want to fight in that scenario?
I do not understand that fight selection. You just lost your carry and the enemy team showed a major willingness to rotate to that area. Effectively just bleeding out an additional core hero for what I would say is, you want to do a risk-reward drawing of that one? I don't know where I'm going with this. It's a very bad drawing.
All right, good one, Cinderman.
Yep, thank you very much.
Keep
Here
up
goes
the
tier
good
1
work.
top tower. Divine Llama trying to attack, but it's very difficult when you're burning, just like in real life.
God, you're so stupid. And I live for it. 5K lead for Heroic. At what point do you think they're going to go for Roche? Because I assume the Abaddon's still pretty decent to help his team attack fast in that scenario, right?
Yeah, both teams can definitely go for... Oh, hang on. Hearing a Storm Zip, just getting the rune. Okay, so haste on Storm. Maybe looking for an opening. Abaddon is once again just not the best target.
Initiated on there. The Chronosphere on top as well. That should be enough damage. Indeed it is.
All right, big kill. I thought for a moment they were angling for Divine Llama on the top side, which would have been pretty poor, but that kills.
Not that the Aphotic... did he get it off? I guess he did before the silence.
Onto Puck?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He didn't make it.
Oh, I see.
He wasn't in.
I mean, the range of that spell is not particularly good anyway.
550. It's not the best. But yeah, I feel like Roche is going to be a major point of contention for both teams, because both teams are very capable of taking it. One side has Visage and Drinking Buddies, the other one with the Abaddon plus a very farmed Dragon Knight. I mean, Hector has 300 CS minute 20. I was pointing out when we were talking post-game in game 1, how he had, I think he had 475 CS in 27.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you were like, that might be a record. And I think that is the best a Dragon Knight, the number of CS, the highest ever at that point for a Dragon Knight. Wonder if he can beat that record this game.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Ridiculous numbers.
Well, Roche will likely be completely uncontested, so Heroic will
no
get
chrono,
there.
so.
And the game does feel eerily similar to game number 1.
It's better for Aurora.
It is better, but this Dragon Knight is the same.
The Dragon Knight is a problem, and you're still... I mean, the gold lead is I mean, first game they got 2 kills, right? Until the very end. So this time around, they've definitely been successful with more moves, but the issue that their lineup has is it seems that in order for them to find a kill, they have to chrono. So later down the line, if you're not going to get Roches, the Dragon Knight is going to start sieging with a potential Aegis. This one is on the puck, but how are you going to find and break open a fight correctly where you can actually capitalize on it instead of just chronoing one guy, maybe he dies, maybe he gets saved, he either has Aegis or buys back, and then here we go again, right? Like, do you have enough in the tank? Is Visage going to offer enough damage? Can the Storm solo kill heroes? It doesn't look likely right now, but maybe Tusk Ags could be the key once again. Q is working on it now. Break up the fight by just repositioning someone.
It does feel like Troll is more susceptible to that type of kiting than a Dragon Knight, for example, but...
Oh yeah.
As Schofield, better be careful. Hector doesn't care at all.
He tried his best to kill him.
Yeah, he really did.
He said, "You're not one of my butlers, and if you were, your means to an end."
Schofield gets the shard here, so the Cursed Crown will apply the Brambles on exit, and the Tusk, Mr. Hugh, got the shard on the side of Aurora.
We'll help him farm. He can get his Ags easier.
Yeah, this time not opting for the BKB before the Ags. K1 and Lornoff, neither are really too bothered by each other. We have a TP out, so Analog's not going to find anybody on the outskirts. And Devi, is the Manta getting close? Yeah, just the recipe away right now. And we'll be going for the Harpoon after the fact to upgrade the Echo Saber. Gives him a little bit of extra mobility in these fights.
12 in farm. 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 reminds me, this strat actually kind of reminds me of a strat that Melk used to call it the Knight strat that they had, which was Dragon Knight, Omni Knight, and then they had Shed. In Dota 1 he was called Holy Knight. And this is a little bit similar, just that the Holy Knight is now the Unholy Knight with a bad end. But the logic is pretty similar, and that strategy was very successful. I think it might have been MYM back then that were playing it. About, let's say about 20 years ago. And it's still Dota, so nothing has changed.
Yep,
as we all know,
exactly
it's the same game. It's funny how random things can remind you of something like that. I have not talked to Melk in a long time.
Yeah, use this as
but
an
I'm sure he's
opportunity to
watching.
talk to
He
him.
loves Dota.
23 Savage. Gonna use the time with the tier 1 tower almost dead.
Radiant's middle
Heroic are just gonna finish it off.
Easy tower. They still look very comfortable. I think the main thing in this game is we can obviously see the graphs and the gold distribution or whatever, but you can also tell like the attitude of the players in the game, right? The way they're moving around the map. Hector is playing with insane confidence. He feels like nothing can stop him. Aurora are playing quite tight together and seem a little bit more timid, and it's just the state of the game, right? You could just tell what the communication is without hearing it.
Yeah, it's also an elimination game. So.
Yep, for sure.
K1 doesn't know that though, obviously.
Oh.
He plays the same way every game, which is why he's so awesome to watch.
When K1 hears it's an elimination game, he's like, great, where do I eliminate someone?
Yeah, exactly.
That's...
Fortification pop, but the tier 2 is still melted through for Heroic. They have a minute on the Aegis. Felt like most of how can they get better value out of this? Is this enough for them? It's only one tier 2 so far.
Oh, they're gonna get more. They'll just keep going. Once again, I don't know if the Radiant are actually capable of killing Dragon Knight right now. But all right, they won't finish off mid with him. Looks like Puck will poke it. Maybe they think they can get it without using the Dragon Knight, or K1 was like, guys, if I go and hit this tower for 5 seconds, I'm missing 3 CS. So I'm gonna TP bot.
Yeah, gotta go for the record.
And he is behind his record from last game. It was 27:30. I believe he had 475. So he needs to get 80 CS in a minute and a half.
Okay.
Which would be quite incredible. Or I remembered incorrectly, which is of course impossible.
Yeah, we are all old.
So I don't think he will beat his record this time.
That is a big... Jab's getting an AC. That is a gigantic item. So more auras.
Only 400 CS minute 26. My +1.
It's because he doesn't have the 2 traditional butlers, you know?
He doesn't have Shadow Demon this game.
Yeah.
Stacking for him.
The Abaddon is kind of like a substitute teacher. He's kind of making sure he doesn't get fired, so he does just the bare minimum, but he's not truly devoted, you know?
Not
to the
exactly
Dragon
the attire I would expect my substitute
23
teacher.
Savage with the Chrono. Okay, the Dragon Knight actually runs into it. They have the Sunray on top of him doing a decent amount of damage, but the Repel basically mitigating everything after the fact. The Egg blows up as well, and Aurora kind of out of steam, and Heroic have basically used nothing.
They popped everything and they got him to half without Abaddon being near. So that could have been even worse.
They get the little gargoyles as well, and now the tier 2 looks to be next and likely completely uncontested. As K1 Hector, again, masterclass Dragon Knight performance. Can they stop him?
Okay, he's
onto the high ground.
Sunray is quite scary.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it is. He gets punched onto the high ground. Will pop his BKB.
Oh, 2 birds.
Takes out more gargoyles.
Well, they
he'll
forced
back
his
away.
BKB and they forced him out. Next time he's coming back with a Satanic. All right, guys, I'm not strong enough yet. So
Yeah.
he's going to go and kill his family in the jungle. And he will get a tier 3 token from them as a...
I'm sure they're distant
of
cousins,
gratitude.
so
Yeah.
it doesn't really count.
It's all right.
He is one of the most efficient farmers in the world, showing it here. I mean, we haven't talked much about Aurora and their capabilities late game. Obviously, 23 Savage a bit, I mean, it's 9K difference right now between him and the DK, but Faceless Void is disgusting late game.
Yep, but he does have the classic Achilles heel of until you get super late, he generally doesn't create the kills himself. So he's an awesome setup for a lot of ranged backup from other heroes, but the problem in this type of game is if the guy who's offering himself up to be chronoed is one beefy boy that you kind of can't get through, even with the addition of your allies, you're relying on flanks. Like at this point, I think Aurora have to find a way to hit the backline, opening up on Dragon Knight is a losing strategy, and this is.
All right,
Heroic are going to keep doing this. So
is done.
they need to get in from the side and the back. Find the Willow, find the Omni. Get something started. Sunray is good, but it has the Satanic.
They don't have creeps now, so the backdoor will kick in a little bit, but he's going to apply some pressure to the range racks. He's going to get vortexed in. Brambles is forced. That's something. This is just a lane of rack.
I mean,
there's no way around it. Heroic in the driver's seat. 5.5 minutes faster.
It's like one team is just playing with cheat codes.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing this multiplayer game with your friend. You're like, oh, this is a fun game, and then you're playing Civilization, and then he just has tactical nukes in the Bronze Age. You know, that's what this feels like to me. This dragon doesn't belong in this game. Everyone else is like together. You know, oh, Puck and Void and Storm are kind of holding hands at 15K, and then this dragon just shows up. It's like he is the net worth lead.
Yeah.
It's DK. He's all 10K. What? Oh my god. 500 CS quickly approaching at minute 30.
He's not stopping. I guess this is what happens when you give Dragon Knight a cleave when in melee form. He was all about using that ultimate. Now it doesn't really slow him down that much being melee, at least for farming capabilities, and he has ult in 7 seconds to siege for lane number 2. He's gonna get punched in the air.
Here.
There's the Chronosphere. KJ trying to apply something to him. Will they get him? The Guardian Angels killed alive, and now the Terrorize and the Satanic being used to get him back to half HP. Divine Llama is pretty deep. Will have to use his ult. Another punch into the air, but after all of that, Aurora still technically get nothing. It was close.
Oh, they're trying now.
Lornoff, he's going to get silenced by the Waning Rift. Dragon Tail to follow, but the Snowball is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. 23 Savage trying to take out K1. He's going to get some help with the drinking buddies. Hector getting really low. They finally take him out, but it cost them 3 of their own heroes. And now Analog trying to take out Lornoff, but with those 2 buybacks, Heroic will fall back.
All right. I really hope we get a replay of that first go on the Dragon Knight. He was completely alone. Like, he had no help.
Yeah.
He tanked the entire chrono, and then he got GA'd and repelled on 10% and just lived. Like, imagine if backup is nearby. That was almost a little bit of a gift to Aurora, that the formation of Heroic there got a little bit too cocky. Look at this. Look where the heroes are. Like, no one is near. And now finally King J is going to come in. He's not in range. There we go.
Guardian Angel.
He tagged all 5
that is
alone
insane.
For 10 seconds and didn't die.
That is what we call gladiator mode.
How is that a thing? Oh my god, man. Oh boy. And
they did kill him though, Cinder, and they did vanquish the dragon at long last.
They got him.
The cost was quite heavy.
I'm really surprised nobody's all chatting worth after that kill. That's what it feels like.
So it was a 3 for 1, but then the 2 buybacks just make it that much worse for Aurora.
It gives a very easy path to victory now for Heroic, because I genuinely think Dragon Knight is absolutely unkillable if they kill Phoenix. I think Ollie is doing about half the damage Dragon Knight is taking with Sunray.
Yeah.
So if they somehow kill the Phoenix, he's out of play for about a minute with that buyback penalty. And I mean, not just that, they also have to deal with the Aegis. Like, how are they possibly killing him twice? They can't even kill him once 5v1 with Corona. So I wonder if they even give him the Aegis, or if they put it on the Puck.
Well, he is the one sieging, to be fair.
Yeah, well, they will put it on him. He did backpack his treads. I mean, yes.
I think it's still correct.
Yeah, I can't blame them for this choice, right? They're just going to put him in the front line. He's going to hit tower and be like, hey guys, are you going to do something about this or what? Until Tusk has his Ags, I think that's the main way they can reliably separate the fight. Will be that. Now he also has AC. Okay. All right.
That's fine. AC, good.
We've been talking a lot about the Dragon Knight, but some games are literally just like, they are also making it about Dragon Knight.
This is true.
Puck, as well as Schofield on the Willow. Maybe, I think they didn't see them there. That could have been a really good entry into the fight. if they could have found a coil there on Visage +1, but
So,
Aurora barely get out.
23 Savage with an important item. The panel was discussing this as well. The Nullifier is online, so it takes off Aphotic Shield, takes off Guardian Angel, not Repel though. The order really matters.
But it feels like a necessity, right? Because the last time when they almost killed him, he got GA'd.
Yep.
And that would have not happened if he had the Nullifier, so that will be an option this time. The thing is, when Void goes this build, I don't know if he has the mana for Refresher until he also has a Skadi. And it does seem like if Aurora want to ultimately win this game, I think they need 2 Chronos. So there's obviously a very long way there when Nullifier is a required purchase along the way instead of going straight Skadi.
Hey, they have Walrus King.
Okay.
They have it.
Yeah, he must have sold something, right? Or did he find the gold?
Not sure.
We'll see if they kick him in. This is the Dragon form life, so if they can kick him into the tier 4s, kill him there, and then you want a Dragon form, that will be something.
Yep, here we go. There's the kick into the base. Nullifier applied as well as he pops the BKB. Now he's Walrus punched into the air. Half HP, he's stuck inside the charge, but there's Satanic keeping him alive. The Terrorize on top of 23 Savage with the BKB. They have the damage. Life number 1 is dead. He does not have Dragon form when he's back. And finally, the Chronosphere comes out. 23 Savage will get King J to start things out, and the DK still all alone, close to the fountain. They vanquish the dragon again. Aurora
and
showing signs of life. 23 Savage actually will not be going down here, and Schofield will eventually tick away. Double kill for Jabs, and incredible defense from Aurora, and that, well, that's the reveal of the Walrus
Tusk Axe. It was the one thing that could save them, and they got it just when they needed it. I genuinely could not have imagined any better way of setting that fight up. They get the kick into the tier 4s, they start fighting the Dragon Knight in there, he pops everything to stay alive, and then they get the 2-man Chrono on Omni +1, they nullify him, kill him instantly, and GA is never used. So, really, really nice fight from Aurora that will mainly just buy them some time, because this Dragon Knight can't get much bigger. So if they can do this once more over, they might just have turned the game around entirely.
Yeah, this would be an incredible turnaround, and man, Jabs is so farmed. He has a sheep now on top of everything else. So another way to control the Dragon Knight if he missteps just a bit. And I'm sure Hector is begging his butlers to build him a Lincoln's or something now.
Well, Devi is working on an axe, so then they can also get that heal.
Yeah, but with the Nullifier, it's not really going to, unless he's already repelled, or if he has time to BKB, then it's not going to do that much.
I really want, he's queuing up a Silver Edge now. I guess maybe his plan B now is to try to find kills on the side lanes to enable the push. Now this hold from Aurora is really big in that, first of all, that was very likely a second lane of barracks for Heroic if they hadn't lined everything up perfectly. But also, it gives them the hope of reaching a point where they can just overwhelm, mainly with the Void plus Phoenix. When Phoenix gets Refresher, ultimately it's far away. He's not even queuing it, actually. He's going for Solar Crest, which I don't know if that's the right choice here, just beefing up your Void even further, but Dragon Knight will not continue to scale indefinitely.
Right,
and you have so much room.
They do have more tools at their disposal soon. We talked about the Omni Knight and the item progression for him. He is choosing to go for Blink Dagger, it looks like, to get closer to be able to repel. And then also with the Abaddon, the Aghanim Scepter, if he can get close enough to activate his ult, that will mitigate a ton of damage as well.
As long as he's getting hit.
Yes, well, let me see. No, anytime an ally takes more than 550 damage within Abaddon's range, miscoil.
Yeah, but can he reliably get close enough?
Yeah, that's the question. That is the question.
It's like, as long as the guy's getting hit close to him, 900... Okay, 900 range is enough. Like, it doesn't matter how perfectly you place Chron. 900 range is longer than I actually thought it was. I thought it was like 600. Yeah, that's fine. He'll just... You're right. When they go on a DK, Bandit's just going to walk next to him with Axe. Maybe healing reduction in the cards for this? Potentially. They need to be able to maintain it, though, and not get it dispelled. That's the tricky part. But it could be the type of situation where,
I mean, they do have the Shivas. Scotty is coming for 23 Savage.
Scotty will be a big help. Do you want to dip more into anti-healing than that, though? I don't think so. I think you just rely on that. They have the Shiva, too. So, yeah, Shiva plus Scotty should cut it.
Now, this game is pretty damn even.
And you can tell Heroic the way they're moving around the map now.
Yeah, they're actually playing Dota again.
This changed. Something changed there in the mindset after that failed attempt. They will obviously be aiming for the next Roche, there's no doubt about it. They will never siege without it against the Faceless Void Tusk combo. The next one, early respawn is in a minute and a half, so that's even more time for the Radiants to keep building up. Void with the completed Scotty is now looking at that refresher. And I do think if 23 gets to this refresher before they get Mega'd, I think the worst part is over for Aurora as long as he doesn't get caught without buyback.
Right.
Like, this refresher is a total game changer. It gives them so much more freedom to go for those kills. It allows him to throw the first chrono on someone else, then Dragon Knight, and just kill them off and then build a fight out of it.
That's still a lot of gold away. Still have to buy the entire refresher and have enough for buyback.
Barrier, shield rune available. Analog is kind of baiting it. They're baiting Lorna. He's not falling for it. Oh my goodness.
Very smart.
Yeah, good read there.
Lornoff getting pretty close to 25.
Yeah.
Any 25 talents that you think are super impactful?
Is the Void... Technically, the Void Chrono AoE one could keep Abaddon out of range.
Yeah.
If he has one guy on one edge of it and Abaddon on the other, but like, come on, you know? He's probably just taking backtrack.
Yeah, backtrack is more...
I mean, Storm is more damage. More damage is good here. It's the main limiting factor for Aurora is can you kill the big boy or not? But those are the two that are close by, right? Nobody else is even remotely close to 25. Dragon Knight already has it, and he took the armor and regen. He has 55 armor, 56 armor.
Ah. That's a nice hefty amount.
It's a lot of armor. And he has the Ogre Seal Totem, which I actually think could play a really important role here.
Yeah, the Ice Shards have been really annoying.
The Ice Shards, the kickback. If he finds a way to reposition himself and somehow disrupt Aurora's combo once, that could just make or break the entire game. So I really like this choice from Actor to go for that.
Yeah, the game has certainly slowed down quite a bit since that last engagement.
Now, is somebody else going to pick up the pace on Heroic? Like, can they find a way to rebuild this so they're not fully reliant on Dragon Knight to kill the heroes? Puck is a massive late gamer when it gets big enough. Going for the Lincolns currently is Analog, but of course can reach a point of critical mass with tons of damage in the coil. The Willow could technically aim for Ag's Moonshard, but is going for a Hex right now. Get a little bit of a kickback onto Vi.
Yep, he's in a bit of trouble. His ult finally activates, but he is really low. Trying to run away now as the Terrorize being faked out. There's the big zip from Lornoff, not able to finish it though. So Devi gets away, Waning Rift now. More annoyances from this Puck.
I think this...
By the way, what is this Silver Edge for? Is this for the Graveskeeper's Cloak? To get a quick kill on the Visage? I mean, it has a lot of auras.
I think it might also... It might also be a way of killing it. You can break backtrack, right? Yeah. So it does give
it
more...
For the 25 talent, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
You can break Void's 25 talent if he's planning for that, if he thinks the game is going that direction. It gives him a way of catching heroes on the side lanes.
This is big, though, for Aurora. Aegis, Refresher Shard. 23 Savage, he uses the Chronosphere. It's gonna clip the Dark Willow, but the Shadow Realm was already used. Schofield will end up dying, but that's a big ultimate down.
Oh, they have this.
There's the Dragon, but the instant Hex onto Hector, but he's gonna pop his BKB. The Sunray doing a lot of work, but he's gonna pop it, not taking any damage. There's the Chronosphere for 23 Savage, number 2, thanks to the Refresher Shard, making good use of it, but a big Terrorize to delay things as much as possible. And look at the Satanic going to work, but the Walrus kick away, and K1 Hector looks to be dead in the water. That is a big kill for Aurora, and they still maintain Aegis. As I say that, they use it instantly, but Devi Lama trying to keep his Puck alive. Lornoff Gets the surround tactics onto Analog. He gets inside the tree line, has illusory orb soon, blinks away to safety. Divine Llama though, no ult to work with now. Eventually Sheepstick, and he will be brought to his knees. So 2 kills, and 2 very important kills for Aurora. Well, technically it was 4, I guess. They bought back on 2.
Yeah, this Tusk is doing so much for them. If Aurora managed to make it to top 8, this Tusk has really, I think, for me, been the most impactful hero in game both 2 and 3 here. Q is doing so much with these kickbacks, with the kick away. Like, even just, this is like, okay, this fight's going pretty well, let me just kick Dragon Knight out of it. And we just focus on other things. He's buying so much time, and you can tell Heroic know this. They went for the kill on him very first. But with that buyback and the teleport location that they were fighting in with the Twin Gate, he could easily connect down to the outpost.
Yep, and they got a Roche banner, so they got all the creeps they can work with. They're actually going to try to go for Throne here. 30 seconds of no buyback here on the Dragon Knight.
Whoa,
Tier 4 number 1 is down.
Right
Are they
now.
actually just going to win this game right here, right now? Curse Crown on 23 Savage. They don't have much of a defense to work with on Heroic. They're about to be eliminated from TI. Coil on the back lines onto 2 with 23 Savage, and Lorenoff and company still focusing on the throne. KJ gets nullified. He is useless. The Ancient is actually done. Aurora wins this absolute thriller game number 3. They will move on through TI. Heroic, unfortunately, eliminated.
Oh my God! What a
unbelievable end!
What a bizarre game, and what a way to win it for Aurora. This is the perfect example of a game where you effectively have one way to win, right? It is the enemy team is going to push your high ground. You need to use all of the tools in your arsenal. You need to combine them correctly and strategize. You have time to think. They figure out what to do, and they execute it in their own high ground and turn the game around. Beautiful.
Unbelievable game. Let's see what the panel has to say.
We're going to have a lot to say about this third game. I thought for the longest time that we were going to have to say goodbye to Aurora, but at the end of the day, they proved that they do not need to be up against a troll to find an enemy carry to ping-pong about, because I feel like Dragon Knight got the same treatment there. Oh, there's a lot to break down here, Lacoste. Where you want to start? You want to start by singing the praises of Tusk?
I can't believe they gave him. After what happened in the second game, Tusk again, first pick. It's just insane what this hero does, especially with the item that Q is going for, this Blink, this Aghanim Scepter, also finding Psychic Headband as a neutral item, so it makes it a lot easier for him to set it up. And I think I got to point out the big elephant in the room, this Abba. I don't think he's done much.
For a long time, it looked like it was going to work.
No, I think this hero was not doing anything in the fights and also not going for the right items. Like, if they had, something from the offlane, some pipe, some whatever is necessary, Solar Crest, Crimson Guard, wherever, you would be able to push that high ground. Just that little bit of oomph. You're going for that 25-minute high ground push. You don't have it. You have Manta style. You don't even have silence anymore. Like, what is the Manta for?
We might see the highlights to kind of showcase what Lacoste is mentioning, but we can also talk about the Abra maybe a little bit down the line, because of course Q, I love the fact he went for the Blink, he went for the Aghanims, he didn't try and go for BKB this time around, he didn't identify the need for it. And for Heroic, fundamentally they just lacked, I guess, the discipline in the final moments. They'll be kicking themselves so hard because when
they already got kicked, they don't have to kick themselves.
That's true. They self-inflicted to some degree, because they go to the high ground and Hector's hitting the high ground. Actually, we're going to see it here, and this is I think where Lacoste has the kind of complications a bit with the Abba. It's like you're killing off the DK. He does turn it around, but like every fight just felt like they missed that extra piece to help Hector. He had all the farm. He just needed one more hero to help him get over the line.
I think the missed itemization from Abaddon, pointed out by Lacoste, is a very good point, because Abba built to basically go in the fight and right-click, but in this game he functioned as something to buff up Hector extra. So we saw in this fight, for example, just now, how they were able to turn after he lived through the chrono with the GA, with the shields from Abaddon, with the heals, and that was the story of the game, but there was no itemization to facilitate an even easier high ground. I do want to say, though, that they got a little bit too big for their breaches.
Oh, here it is.
Your favorite part.
It's rough.
I think at this point in the game, I understand why they wanted to force the issue, but the problem here is that they didn't respect the item timings that came out on Aurora, like the nullifier on Faceless Void, the extra scaling coming out of the Tusk with the Walrus kick. Like if there had been a little bit more discipline, maybe we would have seen a different game, because this here felt like a really good outplay from Aurora, but also a huge underestimation by Heroic.
It's a weird game, right? Where, I don't know if I've said it or I might be repeating myself, but again, this game kind of does it to you. Like the 1-1-1 DK, the 1-2-1 Abaddon, like the game was incredible net worth. Everything was going well, but they were doing it without actually winning a team fight. And then when the team fights really came into play, of course, it's very, it's easy to do it for Aurora when they're at their base. And we haven't really mentioned the value of Sunray. Like Sunray ate through the DK, and I think this took so much discipline for Aurora not to fall victim to what Heroic was presenting, because like they showed a really bad chrono at the tier 2. Like Aurora, they chronoed the DK without catching the Willow, without catching the Omni Knight. DK then turns around, they win the fight. So if Aurora make that misplay again, this game is completely over. So they made a near game losing mistake, identified how to fix it for the next one, and then played it out. And we haven't mentioned Schofield yet on the Willow, but Schofield played an incredible game. The amount of stuns he's providing, the roots, the terrorizes, the fears to keep these fights open, like I kind of feel bad for him. Like it feels like he did everything in his power to try and get the win, but again, just
this game for Heroic is gonna leave them bad taste in the mouth.
This one's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's just like you had it. Like you're gonna watch this replay 2-3 times, see what went wrong, what you could have done better. But for Hector, it has to be extremely bad because he was staying on top of the net worth by a huge margin. He was almost doubling the net worth of Faceless Void. He was ready to go in and close out this game, unable to achieve so. But I think they're also laughing with the kicks that they've done in the end. And I think we gotta say that Lorinov played amazing game. He didn't die a single time playing into Puck, playing into DK, and also Dark Willow, with not really having the biggest save behind him. Sure, you have a snowball, but if the snowball is also coiled, if the Tusk is coiled, you can't be able to use it. And when we go back, when this player kind of entered the scene when he was playing for Level Up, these are some of his strongest heroes. When he was playing Queen of Pain, Storm, Puck, he always dominated, and they just gave him Storm again, and he looked godlike.
Yeah, I think you can praise every player in Aurora for keeping their composure in this game and finding their way back into the game, because you can also make a case for how well 23 played with those chronos, right? When you had the Tusk kicking back DK into the base, when they killed him off of his Aegis, then they chronoed the backlines, killed them while DK was respawning, and then that second Roshan that they fought for, they got a refresher out of it. I mean, that refresher was game-changing. It gave them a teamfight win on a silver platter, which also begs the question of, did Heroic not position themselves or prepare themselves in time to play for that second Roche? Because there was a lack of discipline, just a tad bit here.
There was, but Aurora knew perfectly how to capitalize any kind of mistake that Heroic made, and therefore Aurora moves forward. And for some celebratory words, we're heading over to Nomad, who's talking to Jabs.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. I mean, phenomenal win. I mean, that was an absolutely crazy series. How are you feeling after that one?
Of course, we feel pretty good, but I think in the same time, we could have lost that game too.
Yeah, did that ever go through your mind? Like the Hector DK, it was so big, it was so scary. Did you have confidence that you were going to be able to come back and beat it?
I think because we have Phoenix and Void, we're always pretty confident to win if we can hold it down.
I see. So what was the communication like during these parts of the game then when, they were getting the better of you and you were kind of having to fall back a little bit? What were you saying to each other in those moments?
I think after the top fight that he died with Aegis, and we feel pretty confident if we didn't make a mistake outside and fight together, we're not going to lose the fight anymore.
Excellent. Well, that certainly worked out for you guys. You keep your cool and it gets you there in the end and you take the win. And that means you're now going to the international main stage. You get to play in front of a crowd. You get to play in the arena. What does that mean for you?
I feel pretty good because, you don't get the same feeling when you're playing without crowd. And it's yeah.
Absolutely. And do you think it's going to kind of power you guys up and push you to perform even better?
I hope so. I hope I don't choke in front of the crowd.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure you won't. Finally from me then, I know that you and Sunbi are kind of the leaders of this team. Do you feel like you're on the path to becoming the strongest you can be? Do you think you're on the path to achieving your potential as Aurora?
Not really, because I feel for myself, I'm probably becoming better as a captain and leading for the team. But as a player off laner, I feel I'm playing just normal and I'm not playing better than like before. So like I'm trying to improve on like myself.
Excellent. Well, hopefully the crowd can give you that boost you need, and we'll get to see Aurora in its full form at the international main stage. Jabs, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Best luck for the future. Back to you, Shiva.
I do find it impressive always to know that Jabs is the captain and the offlaner at the same time. I feel like it's still the cost of tradition for supports to mostly be the captains of the squads.
Yeah, most definitely. And we also seen Fly talk about his role where he had like too much on the plate when it comes down to captaining, being like doing all the prep for the team, as well being the in-game leader. So we see that players, Jabs as well, he needs to focus on his own game. He says that he kind of was stale for a little while, needs to improve in some of the departments as well. But they got the dub here, that's what matters, and they're going to be able to reset, have 2 days off to think about who they're going to be playing against. It's going to be either Team Spirit or Extreme Gaming, so tough matchup nonetheless, but they have a lot of preparation to do coming into that series.
They really do. They really do. A couple of days will definitely set them on the right track. And they obviously get to watch the match in a little bit to see, I don't know, if there's any weaknesses are exposed. That normally can help a little bit as well, right, T?
Yeah, studying your opponent, seeing, what certain parts of the draft confuse the coaches, maybe what part of play kind of complicates it. So, yeah, getting the win now, maybe ordering some food, sitting back, watching the series will be very helpful.
Yeah, and perhaps it will also be a little bit of a prize for a rogue to be able to sit back and relax and watch without having to prepare. I'm trying to silver line this. It's going to feel really rough for Heroic exiting here at this point of the road to the international and not making it to top 8. For some final words of Heroic, we're also going to head over to Pyrion, who is standing by with Analog.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I am joined by Analog. Thank you for coming. That was an incredible series to watch. It was very unpredictable. I'm sure it was unpredictable to play in it. What did it feel like to play in that series? Was it chaotic or was it just methodical? What happened?
I think today we was having a lot of good games and playing very well as a team. But this last series we fell off a bit and we lost a bit of the momentum we had. Like we don't played that well as a team in this last series, so it was a bit chaotic, I would say. And yeah.
Well, it's a shame we're going to lose you because it was great to watch. Some nice, interesting picks, and it was a bit of variety. Going into next season, what are you guys going to do to maybe improve some of that consistency and iron out some of the chaos?
Well, this type of thing you like just fix by practicing and training, and is what I'm gonna do, and is what I push my team to do, and it's all about it, right? Like grinding, coming up, and performing. Grinding, coming up, and performing. I focused a lot on this tournament to have a good performance, but this type of things sometimes happens, like of we not having a great day together or not like playing as a team some games, and of course we have to work on that.
Every team does. So, yeah, it's good to hear you're going to do that. Is there anything you'd like to say? Because you're flying the flag for Brazilian Dota as well, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Brazilian fans back home?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you for everyone.
You can say it in Brazilian if you want.
Portuguese. First of all, thank you for all the Heroic fans. Thank you for everyone that's cheering for us, that are like in the pub stomps, are in the Twitch chat, like cheering for us, cheering for me, cheering for our team. It's super nice, the support you guys have. I tried my best. I'm sorry to disappoint, not go that far, but count on me. I will stay like improving and doing the best I can. And for the Brazilians, muito obrigado. Vocês todos que estão aí de casa, vocês todos, a comunidade inteira que se juntou para torcer, para fazer parte desse momento. Muito obrigado. Não vou decepcionar vocês. Eu vou trazer o Major ainda para o Brasil. Dessa vez não foi, mas eu vou continuar trabalhando para isso, cada vez melhor, cada vez mais longe. And for the Spanish speakers, muito obrigado, muitas gracias a todos a comunidade Latam que está acompanhando, de Perú, de Argentina, de Bolívia, todos da comunidade Latam. Muchas gracias por su apoyo é muito importante. Me encanta ver os comentários de vocês são muito vibrantes. Vou seguir melhorando, vou seguir fazendo tudo que podemos para trazer para a SA torneo, para ganarnos un torneo, para ser lo primero y mejor Team SA de todos los tiempos. ¿Ya? Muchas gracias.
Okay, that sounded amazing. Muchas gracias for joining me for the conversation. We're sorry to lose you, but it was wonderful to watch you. Better luck next year. And Shiva, back to you guys.
Just casually thinking basically the whole world in 3 different languages. That is insane. We have very much enjoyed watching Heroic play this road to the international. I think, Effie, they did come up with some unusual stuff, but that made it just extra spicy.
They really did. I mean, they're so fun and entertaining to watch. Like, even in this series, they delivered last picks that we don't really see very often. We saw a Troll, we saw an Avedon. They have this really brawly, skirmishy style where they're always running at heroes. It's never, like, boring when you watch Heroic. And they have a long way to go, but I believe they can get there because they've shown us signs of brilliance in their early game. They've shown us signs of brilliance in their mid game. What they lack now is just experience and discipline, and that's what you get from playing on stages like this. So they should be proud of themselves and the show that they brought us today.
Yeah, and they say that they will keep on grinding, they'll keep on learning, and we're keeping learning here as well with Purge.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, I want to look at some of the team fights that were happening in that game because it is a couple different heroes that we don't see very often. The Abaddon off lane to provide Dispel and shields for their allies, and on the other side, just tons of team fight that's hard to execute. And that's because Heroic picked all these really hard to kill cores. They had a Dragonite carry, high HP, high armor. The Abaddon can pop his ultimate to become damage immune and remove some disables. And even when they do catch a hero, this is what's going to happen. This guy, the one guy in danger, is going to get covered by the Omni Knight or by Divine Llama, either one. Either hero is going to cover him and try to keep him alive. So it's made it super, super hard for Aurora to actually secure kills in almost any of these team fights. The downside, obviously, is then Heroic also has a little bit too much defense and maybe not much offense, but it makes for pretty cool team fights. And in the meantime, what happened was Hector just hit an insane amount of neutrals, tons of stacking by Schofield and other heroes. He had neutrals, he pushed waves, he did ancients in so many different varieties. And they also got some kills on the map. They pressured 23 Savage in the laning stage, out of the laning stage. They kept his net worth like significantly behind where the Dragonites was. And they were successful in this one gank in the mid lane where they blink, punch, analog very quickly into the Chronosphere. It's a little bit hard for those save heroes to get close. In fact, one really crucial thing when this happens is the Orchid here on top of the Abaddon. If you make sure he can't cast a spell, that's one other way to protect it. So it's like this really complicated way to make team fights on the Aurora side. In the meantime, Hector is hitting creeps, he's hitting ancients, he's pushing towers. So some of these fights just didn't look like Aurora is going to be able to break them. So the fact that they managed to do it in the end, once they finally got enough net worth, finally got enough items and got enough damage, and enough ways to dispel Heroic saves, that's really what changed things. But it was very close. They almost broke them.
Yeah, just not enough oomph in the tank at the end of the day for Heroic, so they will be eliminated. And not just that, T, we talked about it at the start of the series. This was not just Aurora versus Heroic, but it was also the last we've seen in this Road to National of South America.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, especially for the region. You know, some years they break top 8, top 6. Other regions, they unfortunately are, the last place region. I think this year has been a bit of a struggle for the region because Heroic has held the mantle, stopping other teams from getting to international tournaments, but it's a shame they couldn't go a little bit further. And going from the interview as well, like it's good at least for Analog Brazilian Dota to have kind of wave the flag, because also like SA Dota's been a lot of Peruvian players for a long time, but before that it was Brazilian. So I think it's an interesting region. I hope for next year that we have at least 2 or 3 teams fighting for that top spot to just make the region more competitive, because when it's only one team, it unfortunately does hurt them down the road. But again, decent showing. And I hope the region just is stronger for next year. Yeah,
the road to the international can be brutal like that, and it will continue to be brutal because we have one more series left in the road to the international. It's a series that a lot of people were expecting to be potentially a grand finals, and now one of these 2 teams will not even make it to top 8. I'm talking about Spirit and Extreme. That's the series we're heading to next. But before we do, we're gonna see another contribution for the short film contest. Let's enjoy At All Costs. at Any Cost, featuring a little bit of an overzealous Tinker there. And Tinker Hero is a hero that I am not expecting in the upcoming Best of 3 series. It is potentially part
The shade, Shiva.
No.
deserved.
But
I
why?
watched the Team Spirit vlog. They're very diligent with their vlogs, and Amir agrees. He's like, this hero doesn't fit me. That's what he said in the vlog. So I trust Mira. I trust this Mira as well. Mira,
This Mira agrees too.
I know you agree as well.
That's
Okay, great. Let's try to break this down. I feel it feels very strange having this best of 3 at this stage. Lacoste.
Yeah, not what we expected. Unfortunately, one of these teams are not going to be playing on the main stage. Even if we look at the groups, the teams that did top their groups, Falcons, C9, these 2 teams, 3 of them are in the lower bracket, which is a bit of a surprising one, considering like how meta developed and everything. Team Spirit, they talked in the interview, like when we had Silent, they gave too much to announce. They gave them the second time pretty much the same draft, and they end up in this lower bracket. They did win against G2IG, but still a long way run. And we do have some of these legendary players playing against each other. Ame against Yatoro. This game, I want to see 3 games no matter what. I want to see some clutch, some like 40, 50-minute game where it gets pretty chaotic, where DOTA shines the most.
I mean, it's just what most people could have expected to even be the grand finals. It's the lower bracket grand finals. Like, the fact that we're in this timeline of both of these teams being in this position in the lower bracket, like maybe, in a top 3 situation, top 6 maybe, but the fact that it is one of them not going to the international, like you said, Shiva, is bewildering.
Yeah.
Flabbergasted.
And keep in mind that both of these teams have been against each other in best of 5 LAN grand finals this year with varying results. One time it was Team Spirit winning, and one time was Extreme Gaming winning. That being said, it's mostly Extreme Gaming winning the series this year. But if we do a little bit of a deep dive in how these 2 teams play, Effie, there is something to be said for the way the teams are winning and potentially even for the way the teams are losing.
Yeah, Team Spirit and Extreme Gaming are considered the comeback teams of this tournament in that they will often get crushed in the early game and find their way back into the game. That one good team fight, that one good moment. We've seen Extreme Gaming do it versus Gaming Gladiators. We've seen Team Spirit do it time and time again. But if we could pull up the graphic here, I wanted to examine a little bit more closely the match duration for losses.
Yep.
Because typically, Extreme Gaming, when they lose very fast. And when Team Spirit lose, they lose in 35 to 45-minute games. Over here, we have Team Spirit's 2 losses this tournament. They've only dropped 2 games, and both those games were to Nouns. Shout out to Gunner. But you can see here, 45-minute loss, 48-minute loss. They will fight and claw and struggle their way into a game. Whereas the contrast here for Extreme Gaming, you have one 38-minute loss, one 19-minute loss, and one 32-minute loss. So Extreme Gaming tend to lose faster. They tend to be a lot more vulnerable to fast play than Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think the drafts as well for Extreme, they put themselves in this position because they're picking Phantom Assassin where we don't really see it. We've got support Slark, support Timbersaws, and not saying maybe these are reasons that they're losing, but I think when you go a little bit more creative, you are punished to either teams being quicker than you or just your kind of novelty of your draft falling off, right? And we saw it with Heroic with the abandoned offlane. Extreme have put themselves in a position with some of the quirkiness that they've approached, and this is why I expect this best of 3 to just kind of move away from that and just really facilitate like what the best they can bring.
And if we go back to TI 2021, where Radan, aka Yatoro, played like different hero every single game. So far, his hero pool is relatively small. Only played 4 different heroes, which is pretty surprising. I know we're in the meta.
Player, though, that's why.
Yeah, we're in a different meta where a lot of these carries are kind of the same. But I also want to see something else from Yatoro, because when this guy is in a situation where he needs to play like a different hero, they have, some Spectre, some PA, some Huerta that could come out. That's what I want to see from Spirit here.
Yeah, and also you bring up 2021 TI, but that's also the last fluff point that I will bring up for now. But we talked about Extreme Gaming versus Team Spirit this year, but we can't forget the history between Team Spirit and Ame plus Xingqiu. This is not the first time they've met Team Spirit at TI, right? They were part of the LGD roster that were in the grand finals versus Team Spirit in their first TI win. Afterwards, they had a lot of epic showdowns, right? They had the Arlington Major, they had the Riyadh Masters of 2022. And these players are are always facing Team Spirit in these high-stress situations. So Ame and Zenku, they've got the experience versus Team Spirit when they're close to elimination. But what about the other 3 players in XG? They don't have the same kind of experience versus Spirit.
They also have the entire region on their backs.
They do.
Like, if they get eliminated, then China is out of the international. And when was the last time China didn't make top 3, top 6? Like, every single historical moment in TI history has always been like the PSG LGD run. Maybe it gets cut short at top 3. They make grand finals. Sure, they don't win it, but most of our, just the biggest moments in history has been because of China getting to a deeper position, and that is mental to think that either a TI champion in Spirit gets eliminated, or an entire region that has built legacy around TI also gets eliminated.
It's the reality we are facing right now, and it's also the draft we're facing right now. Extreme Radiant, Team Spirit, Dire. We already got our first picks on the board with an Omni Knight and Mirana. Lacoste, they're sticking nice and close to the meta right now. It's very safe, almost.
Yeah, for now. I think 3 picks in, both teams, we're not going to see too much staying away from meta, but then the things are going to start to cook. Mirana, mostly played by Jin Q, exclusively played by Jin Q on side of Extreme Gaming. He does have 3 games. They did win all 3 of those games. I like the itemization that he went for in one of those games. He is thinking outside of the box, not picking up the boots, instead going for the Windlace, getting Solar Crest, getting drums, then going for Boots of Speed, because all the components, they do have Windlace, and you're amplifying damage with the Solar Flare, drums, Solar Crest on your carry, so Ame can have a free entry to the fight.
It's also just you take this Mirana away from Team Spirit, who have been running it on Radanya Toro as the carry. Like, he's been popping off on it. They combine it with Kunkka, and just eliminating that part of their winning recipe for Team Spirit already simplifies the way you can approach this draft. And Storm Spirit comes out here as a response to Omni Knight. Typically, the way you deal with the Omni Knight is you get a hero that can jump him and also silence him before he can cast his defensive abilities, if you don't have any Shadow Demons or like hard dispels in the game. So Storm, with his early Orchid timing, can always pose a threat to Omni.
We just saw it in the last game as well, to work to pretty good success on Norinov. That's what I got, guys. I don't know, I was going to say something cool, but I thought I'd wait.
And I guess we can talk about like how long does it take to activate Storm, or like what means can you take to make sure that your Storm gets to that early Orchid, because this hero can be pressured on lane, this hero can be rotated on. He needs to have supports that can play around him and around runes to make it so that he hits that crucial timing, because if he doesn't and Omni is just cruising with his team, they start to 5-man, and Storm hates playing into 5-man lineups.
Yeah, progressing the map helps a lot there. Omni Knight himself doesn't really do anything to stop Storm from farming, but if you're bringing a hero, I'm not saying pick Enigma, but like the concept of take safe lane tower, move to mid, take tower, you force Storm to farm deeper into the jungle without the protection of the tier 1 teleport, it can hurt you a lot. Like Storm, as much as you can be active and get 13, 14-minute Orchids, if the game flow doesn't allow you to hit that timing, you are always behind. Like if you're behind, you can struggle a lot compared to other Spirit heroes.
They're really taking their time for this one.
Yeah.
I'm down for some Mars. I think Lockdown against Storm Spirit is going to be great. Make Mirana's life miserable, pair it up with the Snapfire. You need some... Never mind, it's banned. Thank you for pointing that out, Effie, with the finger. Appreciate it.
They have their Kunkka, though, that they've been running.
Yeah, that's the strong combo that they had also. But you see this Omni Knight, Storm Spirit. We also see a lot of Storm Spirits being picked in the second phase immediately. And I think that's relatively punishable with the heroes that are still left in the pool. These Invokers, these Pucks that are still available, they could pick it up. And we saw in the previous series as well, the Dragon Knight, what the hero can do. So I think some of these teams got inspired as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this draft before, but...
Well, you might have seen this draft before at the very first game that Team Spirit played against Beast Coast, because they ran this, the DK Omni lane at least.
Yeah.
So we'll see if...
It is disgustingly strong. Like, you see how quick DK can farm, especially if you're not needed to make any moves on the map. And okay.
There he is.
I'm a little worried, because I think what Tinker brings to a draft is not forward map play. It's more continuous farm until you hit a snowballing timing, and then you kind of barrel down the waves. That is the philosophy that enabled DK to actually just become this unkillable beast. Like, if Yotoro or Radan can farm like Hector did, then when Tinker wants to enter the fight and have like a Locket or a Greaves, DK's already going to have SMY, Armlet, plus one big item.
Tinker also takes a lot of your farm from your carry. Mid laner, he can't farm a triangle, can't farm a big camp, but this is where the hero actually farms, in a triangle. So that means if you have a carry that is reliant on having to be in a triangle, somebody's going to need to take an L, and a lot of the times it's going to be carry, because this Tinker is a very greedy hero.
Bring me back the Magnus again. Like, I'm looking, like, Mars is banned, Doom's picked. Like, what's the collapsed hero that brings a bit more action and fight? And if you can facilitate the fight for your DK, it looks good. RP, there's cleave naturally built into DK with the red facet.
Last time that the DK, they had the offlane Slardar. Brings fights.
Sure, brings
I don't know if
Roshan.
that's what you're looking for, but it does...
I just want to see Spirit be more aggressive. I think throughout the Road to International, they've kind of weaved in and out of different styles of play, and their best play has been take the fight to the offlane, bring it to the game.
Wow. This is a lot of bonus time. They only have 3 seconds.
Yeah, I thought they were going to random for a second. Maybe some gyro. So this means Luna, carry with Omni Knight, Dragon Knight, most likely in Larl's hands. They want to shift priority, have like better carry, and also have something to stun with from the mid lane, which is also a good matchup for Dragon Knight.
It also brings the tempo that you were talking about too. You want them to play aggressively. This can also be played from the offlane as well if you want to cook up a different Laurel hero. But I did want to comment on the Tinker that you guys were talking about. While it is a very greedy hero, I don't think it feels very threatened by the heroes that Team Spirit shown until this Luna came up, who's going to play very fast and provide more damage than Tinker can mitigate. Because early game jump, early game tempo, it's very hard for Tinker to match that rate because he's a high mana cost hero. He needs time and he needs to make sure he's in a position where he can play defensively on his cores. So this Luna brings the tempo to counteract that concept of Tinker.
And there's the Magnus ban from Extreme, so they were thinking about that too. And going on the point of Tinker as well, it's like right now, Doom wants to sit in lane and farm. Tinker wants to get levels, move back to jungle, protect towers. Other than Storm or Honor, there's no real big map play, which prevents the Luna from hitting creeps, the DK from hitting creeps. I am a little worried that Extreme, they can smoke with a Doom or they sit back. There isn't that big explosive entry to the game to stop a tanky lineup becoming tanky.
Well, at the moment, they have only played Mirana on Xingqiu. I would imagine Ame in the meantime also.
That's why these bans are very strong. Like
Ame, I'm checking. Ame played quite a lot of games in the last couple of days. 93 games in the last 8 days. So this guy didn't sleep at all.
How
He's
many
been
Mirana
grinding.
games?
0 Mirana games. He does not believe in the hero from the carry role.
Well, then I think we're gonna still see a core, maybe an active core, if that's what you feel like they're lacking. Active carry. Ooh!
Second Night Stalker. Pick.
Instant water. Not even thinking. Bam, pick it.
Lacoste, you missed
happy.
your opportunity!
This hero has 66% win rate in 3 games. In one of those games, it got heavily countered. I said that this hero is going to come out later down the line because teams are, the more experienced teams are going to bring up this hero. It's the hero that farms fast. All you need, I would love Muerta to have some kind of a setup, because this is not the type of a setup that I would like to see. Limited control so they can run away with the Doom. Tinker, it's not the lockdown that I want to see. So in this one, I don't believe in Muerta.
Yeah, Muerta is like, if you had to rank like amount of items to be good, Muerta is like one of the like greediest scaling carries in the meta right now. And that is my biggest fear. Like you've got Muerta paired with the Tinker into a Night Stalker lane, so you can't really kill the Night Stalker. Plus the static nature. It's like if Extreme were winning this, it's like incredible map play, eventual scaling, because the entire narrative of this game feels like Spirit should be controlling it until they make a mistake.
This is an incredibly greedy draft from XG. I see the logic of the Muerta pick, but she does need time. And this Night Stalker pick, I love that Spirit took a page out of Tundra's book when Ramses last picked it for himself. If he goes Blink first, the same way Ramses did, they're going to have that silence to control Tinker, the silence to control Storm, and essentially just run over the early game with their early Luna timings. With that being said, XG do have a very good scaling lineup.
You fight during the nighttime. You have Luna, Night Stalker. I don't think you can ask for anything better on this one. And he still has Blinding Void on Night Stalker. So that means the first 5 minutes, it's going to be daytime. Yep. And also, it works the similar way as, you know, you're losing the vision of a hero dealing extra damage, so they can't save you. So this Tinker will not be able to save people. That's pretty cool.
That is
cool.
this much vision on a hero. You see nothing.
A tiny amount of vision, but indeed does mean that maybe Extreme will be given a little bit more time.
I don't think there is any time for them to play Dota 2 in this game.
Jeez.
Like, minimal.
The issue is once Night Stalker hits 6, he's going to make a play on either Storm or Muerta, and it feels like it might actually be easier to bring your heroes to Muerta's lane and pressure her way too hard.
Well, I know one person that believes in the draft, even if you guys don't. It's, of course, Coach Maps, who is right now standing by with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So the first question I would like to ask is, what do you feel like makes Muerta a good pick in this game for the last pick?
英雄，你觉得是有什么让你觉得最后一选是好的呢？
这英雄就是我们在之前的时候，就是前2天的时候 ，AME 嘛，他有去认真的研究过，然后就不管他就跟我们说的是，不管对面选什么都是他，就是这个阵容就为这个英雄搭配。
So Ame, for the past 2 days, specified that Muerta is very strong, and he studied the hero, and he said, no matter what they pick me Muerta.
Oh my goodness, that is some extreme confidence. All right. I guess confidence is high then. I mean, do you think you're going to be able to beat this Spirit team?
就你们很有信心，你觉得能打败 Spirit 吗？
信心谈不上吧，毕竟雪碧也是个很厉害的队伍，我们打好自己就可以了。
I wouldn't say very confident because Spirit is a very strong team. All we have to do is play our best.
That's all you can do. Good luck as we get into game number 1 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for some more action down in the lower bracket. Extreme Gaming up against Team Spirit. We're going to see who's able to hold on and survive in this competition and the road to the international. And some fantastic comments there. So Ame was just like,
Give me Muerta.
Just give me Muerta. That's a bold move, Fogged.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see versus like Omni Knight, yeah, there's some reasons that you could want this hero, and I think more people have been asking for it because it is a super hard scaling carry. It's just the question is, are they going to get there? Because this looks like an incredibly greedy draft that XG has gone for. I know that's kind of their style for the most part, but oh man, I think they kicked up the greed onto like level 9 or something.
That's true. They need a lot of money to get this lineup online on Extreme Gaming. We'll see if they get the chance to get there. Team Spirit, on the other hand, looking at their draft, what does their lineup sort of say to you?
It's fast, it's tempo-based, but it also has great scaling. They've got kind of like a mini tricore between the DK, Luna, and the Night Stalker, even though the NS can go down more of a early tempo build as top. XXS might just die here.
Oh, I think he will. Final Lucid Beam comes through there. Radan is going to be able to start this game off with a first blood.
Yeah, so across the board, I would say Spirit, they have a great way to set tempo. They have great ways to fight early. And yeah, that could definitely be a key to success for them to play versus XG with pretty okay. I think actually both team fights are a little bit lackluster, but I think Spirit may be having an edge just because Luna now can get involved with the Eclipse. Snapfire Kisses are going to be a bit of an edge on that one too. So we'll have to see how the lanes do kick off, as that first blood does happen right off the bat there.
And talk to me a little bit about this final pick, the Night Stalker, right? Not a thing that a lot of teams are playing with, and interestingly enough, this time round, in comparison to what I believe we saw the other time with the Night Stalker pick, Collapse taking the alternative facet.
Yeah, I mean, of course his lane is going to be a little bit worse, but throughout the game, it's pretty good because you're actually doing way more damage, and you're also just making it so one target cannot really be bailed out of bad situations. So versus something like a Muerta carry, which
top lane revenge to be had here by Extreme as they take Maposhka down.
But yeah, it's gonna make that early start just a little bit slower, of course. But overall, you know, I'm super down with people experimenting a little bit because I think this hero needs to be experimented more. So we've only seen one so far from this tournament.
So far, mid lane matchup here between Lyle and XM on the DK Storm. Pretty close, a little bit of an edge here for the Storm. Getting a few denies in against the DK early. We'll see if that continues.
To be expected. I think Storm overall has been starting to look very strong overall in this in the tournament, just because it's a scaling mid laner as well, besides just being a spellcaster. So I'm actually glad to see it a little bit more. I know we saw it a bunch in that last series. So.
Top lane. See them try and get aggressive again here. Scorched Earth, but Radan and Maposhka ready to trade back.
I still can't believe that we're doing XG versus Spirit in the lower bracket. It's Ame versus Radan down here. It's pretty insane. Maposhka will protect, ensure that he gets that Lotus. It looks like Tinker on the opposite side was able to get it. definitely going to be a bit of a slower start here for X Success. A very strong lane that Team Spirit has gone for.
Yeah.
But on the flip side too, Muerta is going to be getting that good farm with DY backing him up, especially until nighttime hits. You know, next 2 minutes or so should be quite free for Ame.
I mean, when the nighttime hits as well, do you see an opportunity in this lane for Team Spirit to get aggressive with these two heroes? Like, what will their level of strength be like with the Snap and Nightstalk when the first nighttime hits?
If they bring a third hero, I think it's a little weird sometimes getting too aggressive into Tinker. You have to be a bit cautious as a
Lovely shots here being hit by Arme. He's getting some beautiful angles and Collapse getting bullied right back underneath the tower. DY's going to be able to chase him down a little bit, really cause some issues for his farming in this lane. As Collapse not having an easy time during the daytime.
Nice
Mira
shot.
comes back into the lane, and again, Arme able to make the connection. Collapse, he's kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward spot.
He's
and
dodging
DY,
the march.
oh, indeed. He's going to make it back safely. Collapse living on the edge here. Arme, another shot comes in though, and Arme, he's shooting them down on this bottom lane. We heard it at the start, right? He wanted to play some Muerta. He's getting to do that, turning up and shooting them down easily, getting early kills here in the safe lane.
Lacoste did say, right? I think he was saying, what, 90-something matches in 8 days? So, like, Ame has definitely been fiending. So, yeah, very nice connections there. 2 early kills. Very nice. Doom is suffering, though. So, on the flip side, you know, both these offlaners are going to have that rough start.
Not easy curry there for XM. Able to step up onto the high ground, take that one down away from Lal. And indeed continues to hold the advantage. About a full creep wave CS lead against that of Lal's DK.
Let's see what overall DY does do as this Tinker. You know, it's been a bit of a mixed thing, I think, for some teams. We saw, of course, Mira. He played it the other day. It's not like he looked bad on it, but we were mentioning, you know, it just felt a little weird on him. So let's see overall, it's a 5-position Tinker, how much he's going to be able to do in terms of just healing, sustaining, and protecting some of these cores versus some of this lockdown. And that's where maybe the Night Stalker can come into play to prevent some of those heals or, you know, protection that a Tinker can provide. And Nighttime has been hit.
See how much this starts to sort of change the dynamic of this bottom lane, and if Collapse is able to begin the catch-up.
It would more just farm a little bit easier, but they can pose kill threat, especially if like a third hero comes down. I think that's probably what I'm looking at, if like an Omni or a DK comes down, to set up for those kills on the Muerta early. Besides that, probably level 6 on Snapfire is one of the best tools. That's of course going to take some time. Another courier.
I imagine we'll see some of the supports head over for the 6-minute power rune. Yeah, already getting a bit of focus shifted over towards this.
Spirit double checking because they're playing versus that bottle. Laurel not having one he can actually apply. A lot of pressure here too. Having the catapult.
Top lane, they do try and go on Radan whilst he's been left alone. A movement over towards the mid. They won't be able to get him. They do bring him down very low. In fact, the aggression in the mid coming, everyone's seen Spirit.
Oh, and this tower.
Forcing XM all the way back.
This tower needs help. They still have the catapult in mid.
I mean, it doesn't look like Extreme are going to...
Xingqiu has to arrow it. Like, that's their best solution to deal with this push right now, but it's too late.
Yeah, this first push coming in with the Dragon Form and indeed with that catapult, it's going to get the job done. Team Spirit, 6.5 minutes in, they'll take that tier 1 mid down.
That's pretty huge. I mean, Laurel having this type of start can definitely have a snowball effect onto those side lanes. He has a 700 gold differential versus that Storm now.
Yeah, and just versus the team, the lineup that's going to need time.
It's greedy. It's so greedy by XG. Rune.
Aposhka, he's going to try his luck.
He does have the repel. Is he going to get this grab?
Arrows in, they've got the control. They'll be able to make sure he doesn't grab the wisdom, and they'll certainly be able to take his life. XM comes across and is ready to pick up the kill himself. Same time down bottom, Collapse. Getting pretty low.
That was kind of weird. He didn't repel before just walking into the room, so he got stunned. He could have just probably repelled first, but slight little mess up there from Aposhka. Bottom, DY. Maybe now also getting overzealous.
I think so. Didn't expect Mira to be coming in from the sidelines. Tries to get the defense matrix off, does, but it's not enough to save him, so DY will fall under the tower.
Ame,
he's going to be left on his own for now. There's a bit of a rotation coming over from Lal. I mean, Lal's just going to be ready to go with the next Dragon Form if the chance is there to start pressuring some more towers.
Yeah, he's just going to pop in and farm down in the area. They're going to keep tabs of it because of that ward, but Miposhka, he's just going to go mid. He's like, okay, I need some experience. DK, you can kind of keep threatening bottom because you're still down there and I get all this free XP, so. Spirit, good aggressive moves. Of course, 4 kills for XG. But Spirit, at least with the 2 top cores at the moment, looking good. Let's see if they can find it on.
It's a nice attempt there. Tried to get the catch with the dead shot onto Radan.
Can't quite.
Not quite able to do so. If that hits and he's able to push him back, would have had the chance to go for the kill with the Doom. But they let Radahn live, and they'll just focus their efforts over towards the tower instead here with Ame.
I like this move. Ame, he saw the DK pretty much playing on the bottom side, so he's like, all right, I'm just going to leave that area, at least get some tower pressure. And cool to see the build. I mean, this is the carry, Ame, right? Carry Muerta. No calling. 3-0-2. He's going to go straight down that farming route. Pretty interesting.
That should allow him to farm at a pretty impressive pace.
Yeah. Ooh, they're going to look to defend down here. Mira, not quite 6.
See if Collapse is able to get the setup.
I mean,
Got the numbers on XG. Could be a bit difficult for Team Spirit to enter into this. I mean, Collapse is trying to see if we can find the squishies first.
Level 6 has been hit on the Muerta.
Dire's middle tower is
And diving under March can be a little bit difficult, especially if you don't have the big damage burst, and they don't quite have those kisses. Radahn is getting stalked. Might just get gone on here.
They're gonna have to set up. XM's in. XXS able to follow up. Drops the Doom down. TPs will be coming in, but there will be no saving Radahn as XG get the big pick up.
Nice play. Very good patience there. They're moving around the map nicely. I mean, they're reading the movements that's coming out so far from Spirit. DY looks like he'll inevitably get caught.
I mean, Ame's going to try and
Ame
show his
showed.
face, but he's on his own here against the three of them. He's got the ultimate ready to fight back a little bit.
Oh, he is surrounded.
He's got Jing Q from the side, but I don't know how much the Mirana could do to help out. The arrow is not going to connect Ame. Taken out underneath the tower here by the three of them.
That's a savior buddy syndrome if I've ever seen one. Really wanted to try to help out DY, but ends up just giving his life and his courier, now potentially his tower too. That was a bit of a painful death there for Ame.
I guess a bit of balance. Both carries end up getting taken out on each respective side of the map.
I just feel like Luna, though, overall compared to Muerta, if you get slowed down a little on Luna, it's not as big as a deal as if I'm for a Muerta. You farm fast, but you're super immobile on the Muerta.
Now, Lol trying to continue the pressure. They're getting a lot of damage done to what would be Team Spirit's second tier 1 tower that they're close to being able to take away from Extreme.
Midas queued up. And as we expect, I mean, it has to be Midas, of course, when you've got this facet, but yeah, very greedy route that they're going to be going down on the side of XG. See what Spirit does to capitalize that and put the pressure on him. Waiting to see. Collapse has shown that he is going to go for this Blink Dagger. We'll see how aggressive he does want to be in these next few moments. He has Dark Ascension. Even though it's daytime, they can look to fight on the side of Spirit. They have kisses available.
Well, let's see who XG want to go for with this smoke. They've got the three of them making the move. I mean, who are you looking towards? Do you want to go for the Night Stalker, or are you ignoring the Night Stalker and looking to go elsewhere?
At least, I think team fighting looks complicated. I think they want these pickoffs, but they're going to
try.
look for the Omni.
They look for the setup in the mid, but Lars quick with the jump over towards Muerta. The kiss is coming in as well. Ame just gets taken out immediately. They're now ready to look for more Spirit. I mean, Collapse has turned up.
Nice
they're in on top of the Storm Spirit. XM's taken down.
That was...
I mean, they're looking for fights, folks, but I don't know if they want to be looking for them at all.
I have to agree, Owen. I mean, they know that they have all their ultis at the ready, especially the kisses, which for Ame, he has to, I think anytime kisses are up, he can't show up to fight. You're just a free kill. You're super immobile. You get it by one, it's very hard to reset position, and it's a perfect blink over from Laurel. That felt weird. I mean, it felt like they really wanted to force the issue of trying to catch them split up, but Spirit just super prepared. And they're way stronger in this early game.
I mean, Lars watching for the side. He's going to be ready to go again. He's in with the Blink Dragon Tail stun to open things up. Mira will get sent back by the dead shot, so just give a bit of safety for the two of them. Backup's coming in. It's a big zip from XM. The GA will come out from my posture in an attempt to keep the two of them alive, but it won't save them from the magical, as XG will bring down the Omni Knight.
5 heroes to bring down that Omni. I mean, that says a lot when they're like, okay, everybody needs to be there to protect Ame if he's going to get gone on, but a lot of time spent to just do that. At the least, they'll be able to get this tower, it does look like.
I mean, because it definitely feels like Ame's probably the one making the aggressive calls here, right? He's saying, I want to fight, I want to go for this tower, I want to play for objectives. And it's giving us some crazy action, but maybe not action that in the long run will favor XG. We'll have to see. Still, the numbers stay close. They take the tier 1 in the mid, 6-6. 1k gold lead across the board, though, for Spirit as Radahn on his Luna. Just able to be that little bit more efficient right now as the carry.
And I feel like we've seen this a lot with these Lunas versus some of these other carries that don't farm as fast or have some pressure, like have some difficulty moving around the map as quick, because Luna's very fast. He's almost level 10 on Radahn. So he's got almost a 3 level disparity as well on top of that gold disparity. That just means you're going to farm that much faster and also be able to potentially get involved in fights soon. So It is, but it is XG's approach, right? They're going greed, but just was surprising that they did try to go for that early jump. And looking at the items, XM is going to go down Witchblade, which is I mean, we'll see if he does. But Orchid is also very valuable and something perhaps necessary versus Omni Knight in a lot of these games.
And Miposhka, as the Omni, having great ways to bail out anyone that gets jumped, whereas as we're seeing on XG, if any sort of time Lyle's able to get the jump onto Arme with the Dragon Tail, not a whole lot they can do outside of a defense matrix coming in. That's going to have to be the best thing that they can do to try and save each other.
Blink and Dark Ascension at the ready. They see Jin Q, they're just going to take him. And maybe even look for a Wisdom Rune steal at the same time as the rest of them are still smoked. So they don't show anybody. It's a solo kill, and they're setting up for this rune.
And they might be able to find themselves a second support kill here, depending on how careful DY is.
Oh, and they might take out all these Ancients. Look at how low they are. That's juicy. Good scan comes out.
DY is going to be found over the trees. Collapse sees him. Arme's TP'd in. I mean, Lyle's going to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune. XG, they're going to try and fight this. They go for Miposhka. Miposhka's going to get burst by XM. See what more they can find from this one as XM continues to stay on top of Mira. Mira's going to opt for the TP out. The dead shot, though, it's there from Arme. Gets the angle and sets up for XM to get a double.
Hey, good call to rally everybody. And it's a frame, it's a split second from them getting the Night Stalker too. He threw the net. He actually moved out of range of the silence on XXS through the net, but it literally was mid-air to catching Collapse as well, so good reaction. Ame, Radon, of course, still farming freely, but they'll get some nice kills. Nighttime is about to be coming around about 10 seconds. But they've stabilized the gold.
And I imagine with these moments, I mean, XG, do you think we will continue to see them go for smoke plays? They're very close to what the Blink Dagger on the Doom, so that's definitely going to be a point where I can imagine that, you know, if anything's to go by for the gameplay so far, Arme will probably say, hey, let's try and look for a fight, get involved himself.
It does feel like it.
He doesn't seem afraid of fighting.
Yep, it's a very farm-heavy trap, but they're still looking for these engagements, which is pretty cool. During the nighttime, perhaps a little bit harder. During the day, they can do these type of plays to kind of, you know, play around that Night Stalker and that Luna night vision, but
Radahn
up top, DY gets caught.
Another freebie here for Spirit. So Radahn just getting all the space in the world to be on the path to doing what many a Luna has done so far this tournament.
Absolutely.
When they've had this sort of freedom in this opening 15 minutes, you know, perfect farm from him so far. The Luna's going to have to, they're going to have an answer for the Luna down the line, Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the Doom, right? But they do have a Tricore on the side of Spirit. And not always the easiest to get to this Luna. And I mean, he's got a Manta already finished up. Crazy amount of farm. It's already 3,000 gold ahead of the Muerta. It's pretty much a full item.
And how do you even close that gap?
It's through
in
fighting.
This kind of carry matchup.
It's got to be through like some big fight. I mean, Ame is getting closer and closer to this Mjolnir, but it feels like it can't just be some sit back and farm to try to catch up on a Muerta. In order to catch up and farm them, yeah. But it's like, if they take the fights at this point, it does feel a little bit complicated, especially around nighttime. Collapse. Trying to push the issue here.
XXS able to farm the camp and get back to the high ground in time, so they'll stay safe.
They don't have a glyph for this tier 2. They're gonna send the Tinker down. It's spotted. They'll give the respect to DY. Not gonna dive forward for him, maybe expecting a smoke rotation like they baited him earlier.
I mean, just any sort of pressure that Team Spirit apply like this and get the response from Extreme Gaming out with, they just know that Radahn is just completely safe. Like, there's no threat to Radahn being hunted down.
And this is interesting. XXS, he's, of course, doing the changing of items. It's a full Shivas that he has right now. So maybe now for this upcoming fight, this is the tool that he wants to just be able to jump it, like just run in with that Storm and give them extra damage and things to prevent some of that healing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine so. It really is the case that XG, even with what on paper looks to be a greedy lineup, they're not afraid of looking to fight relatively early. 17 minutes in, they're ready to look for action and to get Arme on this Muerta involved very early on.
Absolutely. Laurel, Orchid is finished, so now overall XM does have to be very careful with his positioning. Radahn dancing around that night vision, he sees the Storm, he'll just be able to walk away. Level 15 Luna, level 11 Muerta, and the farm just continues to grow and grow. Ame does have Mjolnir, and he's found an Iron Talon also, so his farm is going to increase. It's going to start getting faster.
Yeah, but
Luna can get involved
Luna.
now. Luna can start fighting a little easier, it feels. And catching the Luna, it's been a task a lot of teams are trying to figure out. Spirit, still 1 minute and 40 seconds until that daytime, trying to put as much pressure on the map as possible during it.
Setting up around the tier 2 extreme. All 5 of them. Look at the full Mjolnir.
They know the fight's coming.
Ame still vulnerable though if the jump is made upon him. And this is, again, just more time that they're having to sort of stay positioned under their tower. Well, Spirit, I want to move around the map a little more freely during this night time.
Good map read, though. They know that Spirit's looking to make these aggressive moves. They keep getting tabs of it. Again, they're going to see it, so let's see how they look to huddle off of that one, and let's see if Spirit looks to maybe potentially try to force a Roshan soon also, because their lineup does take that one very quickly, and they have a great team fight around it. They saw XXS with this deep ward on the bottom side, farming this hard camp, but that's pretty much all he's been farming. He's not pushing the limits going out for the secondary camp, which is saving his life in a few scenarios. And their tri-core is starting to get to a pretty comfortable position too. This is kicking off to be a pretty good and pretty explosive mid-game team fight, it feels like, from both sides, because both are just getting to finish up these items. It's just that Luna who has that big difference.
Spirit, majority of them coming up to this top side of the map. But pressuring the tier 1 is not going to be too easy with the setup that Extreme Gaming have.
I'm checking tabs for BKB timings, because this game state's kind of slow. It feels like teams could perhaps look to wait for those. Luna's about to have hers finished, DK has one component, and Nightstalker's about hers. So maybe Spirit, when they've got double BKBs, could look to force at least that Roche that we were talking about from earlier, and see how Spirit wants to react, or see how XG wants to react first, because they're also pretty much done with one of the BKBs. XM does have it done. So we'll let him have access into the fights and allow him to pick and choose the targets, because without a BKB on Storm, he cannot go into these fights. But with it, he doesn't have to fear this Nightstalker nearly as much. They're getting away with the greed. Spirits, I feel like they're not able to apply as much pressure as they wanted to.
And can Spirit's lineup go for a Roshan very easy?
Yeah, they absolutely can. But the thing is, like, XG's just, they're getting just a lot of farm on the map. Like, even the Mirana and the Tinker, they're starting to get their scaling going. Seeing the Omni Knight and the Snapfire starting to fall behind. So Spirit might feel pressure to make a move soon. But they're strong, so let's see where they look to go for it. I mean, DY, he's got Mech, he's got the Holy Locket, he's got the Philly Stone, so it's going to increase to get that farm. Same thing for Jin Q. He's got Solar Crest, he's got the Philly Stone. They're all in on the greed. Right now, it's, I mean, yeah, looking pretty okay, looking pretty decent.
Super close. 21 minutes in, just a bit of a difference how the wealth is split between the heroes. Spirit being a bit more top heavy, that with Radahn.
Mira, he's got a pipe. All right, I mean, it feels like they are getting ready to go for that fight. BKB is about to be done on Nightstalker, BKB is done on the Luna, they've got a pipe on the Snap, so it feels like Roshan forcing is going to be the call here for Spirit pretty soon. But XG, it looks like they're probably going to look to fight back into it because of how much time they've gotten to get these core items.
I mean, it looks like they saw the DK show mid, so the initial movement there was seemingly an attempt to cut him off from connecting with the rest of the team. They weren't able to get there in time, though, so Lyle should be able to make it back towards the rest of the squad for potentially a 5-on-5 here.
This is a huge fight. Let's see how it ends up going down.
And whether Spirit are patient enough to wait for this, or if they do get tempted to start tackling the Roshan.
It's daytime for another 2.5 minutes. He does, of course, have Dark Ascension, but he doesn't have the...
They're going to know that they're there. Courier gets sniped, but that will give Spirit the information.
Oh, Spirit might look to collide into them.
Still got a bit of time left on this smoke. But at the same time, Extreme Gaming, they're going to know that Spirit know after killing off that Courier.
The macro movements coming out in this game. Both reading each other kind of beautifully.
See who's going to get jumped
see
first.
Ame.
There's the jump. They're going to try and burst through Ame's. Then he's sort of save ready for him. No, there is not. Ame gone immediately as Spirit make the jump. and the rest of Extreme Gaming, they've got to run.
XXS is very dead. No way to get out of this one.
Certainly not. It's going to get slowly but surely chased down by the by the four of them, as Team Spirit sweep across the map and catch out 2 massive picks there.
Beautiful kills. See what, and it looks like the call is just to shove down the lanes rather than look for that Roche. At least for now. Dark Ascension was used. It was scouted also. They saw Collapse port down bottom. And now it's daytime for about 90 seconds. So, yeah, they got a pretty solid hit there. BKB's finished, and now Luna's farm, because they kill Ame. Ame's going to be slowed down, and Radan's going to get a huge surge of advantage above him.
Radan's just massive.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take some serious play from kind of XXS. He's got to get the Doom in. And even with that, it's still not going to be easy. And of course, with the build...
Oh, this is clever.
What we got?
This is really clever from XG. They saw that fight happening. They probably... Yeah, they know that they can just make this move down bottom.
Spirit's going to want to get down it, though. Yeah, the TPs are coming in. And I don't know if XG do this fast enough. Spirit, they should have a chance of contesting this one. It's just... It's safe, it's slow. They keep themselves at high HP XG. But the damage, is it going to be quick enough?
Oh, this is going to be a clash.
See if Spirit can time the jump in. Roshan falling
Kisses.
low, the kisses are coming in. Ame standing his ground to finish it off. Ame's able to get the Aegis, get the pickup. The Doom gets dropped down, but the BKB's already out, and Radan's ready to stand his ground. They take the Aegis out of Ame's hands almost immediately. They have lost Lyle for it, so XG, they want to try and fight on potentially. 5 versus 4, so if they can get further catch. Xingqiu popping the drums, chasing Spirit right down down the side of the lane, and they'll get the arrow connection. It looks like they'll just catch Mira as the rest of Spirit are allowed to run, but it worked out, it paid off. They get the roast just in time, XG, before Spirit initiate on them.
You lose the Aegis, but it's well worth it. You're kind of taking that one away from Spirit as well when you make this move. Spirit might look to fight soon. You see Radan's positioning. He's like, come on to this high ground. I've got Eclipse ready.
Yeah, 3 versus 5, though. It's not going to be something they'd be too happy with, and indeed less XG walk straight into them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, nice move from XG.
Very clever. I love that they went for this type of Roche play. It's very, very nice. Because you know that all of Spirit kind of split up after getting those kills. They didn't want to just straight run into the Roche, so they seized that opportunity perfectly.
XM. He's going to show himself in the mid. I mean, Radan's got the damage, Collapse, he's got the control. It's got him.
Arrow will connect, but doesn't matter. That's a huge kill.
It's always a risky thing to do when you feel as a player that things have calmed down. You can go for that tempting farm in the mid. It can cost you your life.
Especially if BKB's on cooldown. Gotta be careful versus Night Stalker. Anytime your BKB's down, he can just jump forward for you. And Radan.
Success trying to step up.
They're feeling confident to push because there's still no Doom yet. 30 seconds.
That's going to be the jump in. Start to tease around with XXS, but he's a tough one to go on, especially with the backup of the defense matrix coming out.
15 seconds, no storm. They'll finish it off.
They can look to move up to the top tier 2 as well. The creep wave pushing in for Spirit.
Now this Luna's farm just continues to be absolutely ridiculous. Almost have a Pavis as well, so they're starting to get these items to amplify Radan as well too. They had the pipe before, but no actual offensive buff. Now they'll have at least that Pavis for him. And always do have to keep track. There are a lot of, I think, a greater healing Lotus on Mira for any of these heals. Of course, not Princess Doom. And Radan now has a Conda.
He's hitting insane time.
He is hitting, and that damage for them versus the Muerta is pretty absurd.
If they get any sort of opening and DY's not in position to try and bail out Ame out, this Muerta dies very, very quickly at the moment.
There's just such a big hybrid of damage that Luna can provide that it's just difficult for Muerta to do much until you have, like, I guess now the next thing is the BKB for Ame. Because defending him is going to be pretty impossible, because versus Night Stalker, you just can't see, right? One of those voids hit, you can't protect him.
Also amping up the damage output as well as he picks up the Nemesis Curse.
Oh, it's a full Solar Crest on Mapushka. My bad. I thought he only had the Pavis, so they've already got that finished.
Yeah, Radan's going to be a problem.
He sure is.
In these team fights.
And Laurel now at this point also has a BKB, so he's going to be a lot harder to bring down. We saw he died in that last fight, pretty much exclusively to the Muerta's damage. Now at the BKB, Laurel might just survive as well. 10 to 12, I mean, gold, very, very even, but yeah, just Radan. Yatoro is an absolute monster in the farm. And it's just a pretty cool matchup versus that Muerta because of this beam, how much damage it does, even during the ult. Ame.
He's been found. He's going to Hurricane Pike himself out to the side. We'll be able to get the Pierce to Veil off, and the backup from XG comes in. They turn towards Radahn. They're able to slam down the Doom. He's going to pop the BKB though and continue to push forward. Large jumps in, and indeed Arme is left behind. They've taken down Arme. They will lose Radahn, but the damage has been done. A double kill for Radahn. Spirit, they'll be able to get the control on towards DY as well with the Dragon Tail. As Spirit, they'll take 3 and only
Big
lose
kills.
1. It's a big one, of course, Radahn going down, but 3 casualties on Extreme Gaming to make that trade happen.
And I'm going to point out a little bit of a fun thing for people. So for people who don't know this interaction, how it works, if you're doomed and you get repelled, you actually lose HP because the strength bonus goes on you. I don't know if Miposhka just killed Yatoro, but there's a small chance that if he didn't use that repel there, I'd have to look at it to see the exact numbers of it, but you'll see when he throws it, it chunks his health by about 500 or something. So, I mean, we can look at it if you want in the replay and stuff, but just a little fun fact.
Sure, but I guess you take
I don't know if it mattered anyway.
I know
you know what I mean?
Proportionally, you're ruining his health pool, but
Yeah.
you're still giving him the 60% magic resist, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Well, he's not taking magic damage from other people?
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
it's,
mean,
it's
I
a
know
funny little interaction thing, but yeah,
Oh,
anyway.
hang on.
Jump forward.
Lal is actually able to TP out of this one. Miposhka and Mira, they won't be quite as lucky. Extreme Gaming, they'll be able to punish the 2 supports. The Team Spirit stick around a little too long.
Good return kills. They will lose their tower there. They're getting the
I
supports.
check out the replay.
I mean, we want to see the replay anyway because this was a very good fight for Spirit, just diving forward. And Ame, you see how susceptible he is to all this magical burst. But you can watch the Luna's HP. As soon as he gets Heavenly Grace, watch his HP. You see how it like chunks a bit? It's like this weird kind of...
I mean, I think it did go from like, it was hundreds of HP that he effectively loses.
I mean, he was probably dead anyway, but I was just pointing out a fun little mechanic thing for those.
And it's basically because he's been given the strength, so his max HP can go up, but because he's doomed, the actual HP can't.
Yeah.
He's got some smiles on his face there, so.
Either way, I mean, they got
maybe indeed agreeing. He's like, hey, bro, I didn't need the repel.
I think he was dead anyway.
I think he probably was. He probably was. Either way, they were happy with that. They got 3 kills.
But they did lose heroes on the
They did lose the heroes after, and XM, of course, getting both of those kills. That's going to help propelling him towards his next time. Looks like he's going to be wanting to go for the Aghanims next on the Storm, have that bit of AoE control, something else to sort of allow them to get in, and maybe find an easy way of getting a connection onto Miposhka before he can get these saves off.
Hey, to be honest, they need it pretty desperately. They have pretty much no control, no real catch on their lineup that is that great. So yeah, that Aghanims definitely will be pretty nice for him. He also gets the Arcane Rune at the end of it too, so potentially for that next fight, we'll have to see if that's a X factor. Seeing Laurel's next itemization, when you're playing versus Tinker, this tends to be picked up quite early on, that Nullifier. It's definitely going to be very important, just burn these heroes down.
Radiant
And honestly, next fight, we should start to see the full potential of Arme, Phil, because he's close to level 18, and he's close to his BKB.
Yeah.
And sure, there's still that gap between him and the Luna, but there's every reason to believe if he can find his position in the team fight, get the BKB, get the ult off, Muerta can still do a hell of a lot of damage.
This game in particular is one where heroes can just explode in a heartbeat. If there's a 3-man vortex or something, let's say when the Storm gets the pull, everybody could just die. Well, on the flip side, if Spirit gets a good initiation, Yotoro could just absolutely wipe everybody anyway, too. So, yeah, some explosive team fights that are definitely going to come out in these next few moments. Smoked up from XG. As you said, playing around this BKB timing of Ame.
I mean, he'd love to have that little bit of XP that he needs to push him over to the level 3 of Pierce the Veil, but sometimes
honestly,
when you got to fight, you got to fight.
All 3 cores on them are all 17.
They're very close, yeah.
It would be nice to have those 18s, but they want to take advantage of this timing. And Laurel actually goes Bloodthorn, and Collapse finishes up the Nullifier for himself, so swapping the items a little bit. They've got
true.
2 big item timings.
Indeed, if they get that Nullifier and Bloodthorn down on a single target, they should have no trouble shredding through them.
Yep, and Radahn is very close to Lincoln's also to block, and oh my goodness, of course he would find it, the Amplify damage.
Watch out for this Luna!
And Radahn has hit 20, right? So he's got this level 20 talent that's also crazy in these fights.
Okay, Radahn will show himself. Okay. So now at least Extreme Gaming, they know. They know there's an Amplify damage Luna coming their way. Let's see if it scares them off, or if they're going to say that they don't care and they're ready to fight regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he broke that smoke because the beam with the lunescence, or the beam with the glaives bouncing, so whoopsie.
So Extreme, sensibly so, they go fully defensive, making sure that Team Spirit aren't able to sneak up with this double damage Radahn.
They killed those Ancients, so what does that mean? Muerta is 18, Storm is 18.
There we go.
Not quite Doom yet, but the other two, the big important ones.
Could make the difference.
Spirit in position.
Roshan, what's the time? Minute and a half until we see his beautiful face again.
Spirit have the high ground in the mid lane. I mean, it's just some range creeps, but it is triple range creeps. They can start to work on the racks a little. They have a Tinker, so they'll be able to address it.
Yeah, DY's doing a lot. He's getting a fair bit out of the map during these kind of stealth moments in which the rest of the team's having to group up and go.
Oh, these are tense moments.
I mean, both teams are still hungry for a fight. They're not afraid of one another. They both feel strong.
Both playing just around their vision.
Well, that's the creep gone, so not going to be able to get away with that DY, but he's going to be ready to go again if there's another entrance into the team fight.
Radahn also has now shown, I mean, twice, but just in case they didn't notice the first time, has the Lincolns.
Yeah.
So, XXS, he has the Purge creep to be able to break it. Does have to be sure to do so.
And absolutely wants to keep doing this. Sure, Radahn's able to get out a lot of damage, but pretty much getting the Doom on him gives them a solid chance of bringing down Radahn, whatever else happens in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely have to throw it onto him.
Smoke time for both squads.
Oh, both really want to get the jump.
Who's going to walk into who first?
Miposhka.
Oh, it's going to dispel it on Extreme. They're going to pop the Shiva's guard. XXS is in. He's looking for his target. Radahn's going to put the man in. Able to take the Linkers off. Get the Doom down. XXS finds his target. They've taken out Miposhka. Now they'll turn towards Collapse, push him out to the side of the fight. XM, he's in with the control.
Radahn.
Towards Radahn. The dead shot comes in from high. They've taken Radahn down. The buyback's going to come out here from Miposhka. Team Spirit. Can they really still find a fight out of this? I don't think so. They've lost Radahn. There's no fight left to be had. And into the tree line. They're even going to find Collapse as well. Extreme Gaming, beautiful way to start things off there. The smoke gets dispelled. XXS, he's not scared at all.
Nope.
Goes straight in, finds his target, and makes sure, I believe what with the Purge creep active, plays around the Manta, takes off the Lincolns, gets the Doom down onto Radahn.
And Radahn tried to do the little, Manta kind of tricky play there, but it doesn't matter. XXS, he got it.
He did.
Perfect target. Couldn't ask for a better initiation, couldn't ask for the better fight, and the damage, there it is from the Muerta with the Solar Flare. That's the fight they needed to blow the game open. And, the greediness of their draft, it really wasn't punished enough, it feels like. Now
Check
they've
this
hit
out again.
a huge timing.
This is XXS straight in, and immediately he knows what's up, knows who to deal with, gets that Doom in, and at that point, the fight, it gets awkward.
Yeah.
You've got Arme in perfect position, splitting them up. Team Spirit, they cannot fight on. XM follows up on towards Radahn, make sure that there's nothing to be done. They get huge kills, and they now start to grow a pretty significant advantage considering how close this game's been on the numbers. It's now an 8K lead for Extreme Gaming. They're pushing on and they're starting to catch up. That sort of distance between Radahn and XG's carries, it's going to start closing.
Yeah, I think that was, by far the most important fight for them. They've now got every single timing. Aghanims is done on the Storm. The support, the greed, everything is absolutely paid off for them.
It really has. Team Spirit, they've got a lot of problems to deal with now.
Yep. And I love that XXS is doing this. We saw Gunner in particular the other day, a couple of these Dooms, of course, too, but having this Purge creep, as you said, it's so important just having this extra Lincolns. But besides that, I actually saw him trying to purge allies as well versus, like, Bloodthorn and stuff like that. So this creep, it's very powerful. And yeah, XG now with a huge surge of momentum.
Absolutely, and the damage that Arme's going to start doing is going to start getting ridiculous. The Daedalus very close to being finished.
That was really loud for me. I don't know about you, but the Nightmare. And just to highlight a few other things, Jin Q, it's been a little bit quiet from him, I would say, just in terms of like arrows and all these type of crazy stuff, but look at his items. It's like the dream to play with this if you are a carry. You've got Solar Crest, you've got Vlad's drums, and then the Solar Flare, of course, that comes out. So much amp up for this Muerta now at this point. And the Aghanims, it's done for the Storm. Radahn, continue pressuring bottom. But they have to find a way to just, they have to find a way to just make sure that Radahn doesn't get doomed, it feels like.
Yeah, item-wise, it's got to be exactly what he's going for. Getting the Shadow Blade into the Silver Edge so he can make sure that at the start of these movements, the start of these fights, he's under the cover of the Invis. And then it suddenly becomes that extra level of difficulty for XXS to find him first.
Yeah, I think that's like the only, it's starting to feel like maybe one of the few ways that Spirit can actually bring this game back into some comfort is only if Radahn doesn't get doomed, but yeah. Not going to be easy at this point now. Ame, a full Daedalus onto the high ground. Level 20's been hit also.
He's getting to do exactly what he hoped to do. from the sounds of it before this draft, before this game even started. He turned up today wanting to play some Muerta. It's starting to look pretty darn good now.
I mean, he's 2-4-8, so it's not been the most explosive one from him, but,
yeah, but
the concept of it.
He's got the items. It's at this point when you got your Mayone, your Daedalus, you know, you're good to go.
Now he's the carry.
You know that heroes are going to get absolutely destroyed by the amount of damage that's going to be coming out from you during the Pierce the Veil.
Yeah.
They take the barracks. Not a lot the Team Spirit could do, not anything they could do to stop that from happening. Extreme Gaming, they are definitely in the driver's seat right now. Spirit,
they look like they're going to keep going.
Crazy, and XM, he's ready, but jumping up to the high ground. Guardian Angel comes out. Lyle considering turning with the BKB over towards XM, but XM was also able to get the BKB out and zap away.
This damage is crazy with Solar Flare.
Look at this, the barracks. A second set of racks just melting. Team Spirit have to put the fortification. They've got to do something soon, but still into this minute and a half or so left on the Aegis of Arme.
And everyone's got, I mean, Solar Flare's down, but Doom is at the ready. I mean, Spirit, they're starting to inch their way forward, but DK form, it's gone. Difficult place to fight under here.
Spirit stepping outside of the base, but XG there, kind of hovering in the shadows.
Arme.
Arme's going to show. Just a bit of a bait, if anything.
1 minute. See if Spirit can even find an opportunity to capitalize as this Aegis is getting reclaimed. Because the gold, I mean, everyone's just starting to get richer and richer. Xingqiu.
Oh, they're going to make the jump. They're going to try and get the Mirana first. Easily able to take down Xingqiu. Now the Kiss is coming in from the high ground. There's a lot of damage being kicked out here by Mira. Arme's getting low. They've been able to burst through the Aegis. A buyback immediately comes out from Xingqiu. Extreme want to make sure they're in position to try and keep Arme safe. You still got the BKB and the Pierce the Veil to play around with if he does get jumped by Spirit. Spirit, they're considering if they can make another move out of this.
Watch the patience from XM. He has been watching and waiting, looking for an opportunity to get the pull if they overcommit.
Up onto Arme, he's ready to open up onto him, and the damage comes out. It's an immediate kill. An immediate kill there from the two of them. Collapse. And Radahn.
The Silver Edge.
They completely evaporate him.
I mean, what, double Havoc Hammer into Silver Edge sneak up onto him. That was totally unexpected.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that one, Arme.
60 seconds. Actually, some time perhaps that they can look for a push and maybe try to force something here.
Okay. See what Spirit can get done.
That was very unexpected.
Yeah. And now Spirit. They're up to the high ground of Extreme Gaming. XM's going to try and start the fire. He's in with the Vortex. Straight away in response. And Lars in with the stone on towards XXS. Follow from Collapse. They're bringing him down low on the Doom. Can they finish what they can? They've killed XXS off.
Oh,
and now Spirit, they can continue to push on towards the barracks.
Oh, this is massive.
Trying to keep them pushed back. The fortification will come out. Still 30 seconds until Arme's back up. XXS dead for a minute. Does have the option of buyback.
He had cooldown on BKB. He walked up without that BKB and gets caught.
I mean, just underestimating the damage that Spirit are able to come out with.
Spirit showing they've still got
the second fortification coming out here from Extreme. 10 seconds until Arme's up.
Trying to get as much as physically possible. 40 seconds. They can keep going to try to maybe force a Doom buyback.
I mean, Radahn, he's got Eclipse up in 5 seconds. He's got BKB in 10. He's going to get jumped here. There's going to be the two-man vortex coming out for XM. Have they got the follow to take out Radahn? No, Radahnn's able to sneak away with the Silver Edge. Repel thrown down on the Collapse. Now to BKB. Collapse is going to go for the BKB TP. Spirit, they're just going to bail out of this. Mirror, is he able to get out with the TP in time? Anything to stop him? There isn't. Mirror escapes. They've got a sentry down from Maposhka. He'll prop the Guardian Angel, but Maposhka will get left behind. So Extreme Gaming, they'll get the 2 kills. Able to take down Lyle, take down Maposhka, but it does require that buyback from XXS to come out.
Dude, but this Silver Edge is working. I cannot believe how much it's actually able to get done there. It gets the kill on Arme to cause this type of spiral effect that just causes, I mean, yeah, XG to pretty much be in panic to have to defend these Raxes, and they still end up losing a full set and the range Rax. Super impressive stuff, but XG, it feels like with this, they're going to look to push down the mid lane.
Let's see what they can do. They're very close as well to having the money for Arme to have the safety of buyback. He's just under 200 gold short of it.
XXS has to be incredibly careful, though.
Look at Radahn. He's kind of making this move.
Is he going to steal this?
I mean, there's an amplified damage rune there. He's incredibly tempted, but he's not going to go for it. Far too risky with him being on his own. And now this push is going to come in with Arme having an amplified damage rune in the bottle. He's ready to pop it, get it out now. I believe he's got the full Lincolns coming out as well.
There's no
Arme,
glyph.
he's ready to go again.
Yeah, there's no glyph for this high ground either.
Radahn, he's hit the 25.
I'm just watching for the flank positioning of him, really.
10 seconds until they've got Maposhka up. The mid-racks, Extreme Gaming, they're able to claim them this time round. And again,
this game is wild.
It's stepping up to be one of those games, 18-18. It's not a huge amount of kills with 42 minutes in, but this game is delivering.
The smoke up XG, they want to try to catch them off guard here. They still got a little bit of left of the amp damage.
He's going to try the jump. He goes straight towards Radahn. Radhahn's able to get the BKB and the clips up, but he's been caught by the two.
This
Radahn
damage.
is falling so fast, he's got to buy back immediately. Collapse. Jumping over towards the supports in the back lines. The Doom did get reflected, so XXS has to back out of the fight for now. Collapse, he's in on top of GQ, takes him down. Lar's getting low, but Arme, he's the first to fall, and Lali's ready to jump in and look for more. XM has to go for the ball. I need TP if they got anything to stop it. They don't.
Look at these death timers.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. 80 seconds no Muerta, 100 on Mirana and Doom.
Oh, Arme had money for buyback. I guess he spent up on the Lincoln's orb, the ultimate orb, to get the Lincoln sphere. So he doesn't have buyback.
They might. Oh my. Okay. XM and DY might. They have to kind of cut this creep wave in the mid lane.
XM will care.
He missed.
He missed.
He missed. They popped Glitch also, but he missed.
Well, he'll get this creep wave at least. But yeah, there's one of them heading straight towards the base of Extreme Gaming.
Laurel.
It's 2 versus 5.
Oh, and they might just be able to end this.
I think they have. They're going to be able to do it.
He buys a Moon Shard on Radahn. They're looking to close it out. There's no glyph.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way. This is how it ends.
They're onto the tier 4s. They don't have the buybacks. XXS is on cooldown. Arme doesn't have the money. It's absolutely over.
It's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit onto the Ancient. They'll take game 1.
What is going on? This game was unbelievable. All right, back and forth we go in this one, and then one overextension, I guess, and they didn't expect the buybacks coming in from Radahn, but nobody having buybacks after XXS having to use his in the mid lane. Well, that was interesting.
Wow, what a game. I mean, you could feel the confidence really from both teams. Neither of them ready to back down at all. Back and forth to the final moments. But yeah, Spirit getting the victory at the end of this one. Definitely a tough one there for Extreme Gaming. They're absolutely going to feel that at certain moments of that game, they felt that they had it. They did not. Spirit, they find the chance to run it down mid, end the game, and take the first game at this best of 3.
Whew, what a game! This is only game 1 of a best of 3 elimination on the line, and oh my gosh, did it deliver till the very end. We did not know it was going to take it, but Team Spirit take game 1 Lacoste. I know we talked after the draft about how Extreme's lineup felt maybe a little bit greedy. It turned out they had the exact right amount of greed, but still Spirit take it.
This was anyone's game to take. In the end, these two teams, they're not going to back down, and we got to give them respect for that. Battling it out until the very end. And what's up with these two teams? Whenever they play against each other, these players, it always comes down to who's going to have more Lincoln Spheres. You always need a Lincoln. 2021 against Magnus, against his spell back in the days, you needed to have multiple Magnus. Colossus was saying, put 4 on me, because you could back at the time. And this game is just crazy. These two teams kind of peaking. Unfortunately, again, we're not going to see them on the main stage, both of them. But I want to point out this Night Stalker pick, this Blinding Void, which doesn't allow you to see your teammates. You don't see anything. It's pretty much darkness for you, so you can't be targeted. And this is, he was lowest network core, because this hero doesn't farm, but the hero is very good at fighting and creating chaos. Not allowing, you need to pop a BKB, and also the silence, the void, so Tinker can't use his spells on you, which is a very, very good.
Yeah, go ahead, T.
I can't say this is why this game's so incredible, because you have Extreme in the early to mid game. They're playing on high ground walls. They're not allowing the Night Stalker to try and break the early game, open up the aggression, and then Extreme 35 minutes in, they contest a Roshan, they get the Aegis, they're feeling good. Arme, it's in the draft, pick me Muerta, I don't care what they pick. And then he goes down mid, he doesn't have buyback, he goes, okay, they survive. Then he runs down mid again, buying Lincolns, runs it, gets a Rax, and they die and lose the game. The confidence from Extreme this entire game was incredible. The map play from both teams was incredible, and it was down to the smallest of choices. And when you look at that, of course, vision is king, and that's where Spirit had the slight edge, because even when the game gets hard, they have tools to find those moments. Yeah.
But I do think that Lincoln's purchase should be called out, because foregoing buyback at this point of the game, after the enemy team just ran down and took a lane off of one of your deaths, you know the kind of damage that they can do to your base while you're dead.
My assumption is he didn't have gold for buyback, unless they chilled and farmed. And clearly someone in the team was just go, let's try and win the fight. And it's am I going to farm gold for buyback and run down mid without Lincolns? Or do I buy Lincolns and hope we just win the fight and have confidence? And it's a difficult position to be in. I kind of feel like Extreme could have just sat back, farmed a little bit more, not rushed it because they were in a decent spot. But again, they were so aggressive.
I may be wrong, but I think he had buyback.
Did he? Okay,
when
yeah.
he bought the Lincolns. So that was an incredibly bold choice.
Okay, sure. Okay,
and sometimes bold choices take you all the way to a win, but other times bold choices will kind of result in a loss, because at that point in the game, it was Extreme Gaming's game to lose. We saw the damage coming out of this Muerta with the Mirana Solar Flare. We saw how Doom was dooming Luna and taking care of her. Team Spirit just had to channel their magic, find that one Team Spirit pickoff, and make it work. And they did. You can never get too comfortable versus this team. I mean, they are the comeback team for a reason. But I do feel the need to call that out a little bit. With that being said, collapse on that Night Stalker, beautiful.
It was a beautiful game. It actually reminded me very much. So we've obviously had a lot of grand finals this year, and unfortunately, a lot of them were fairly one-sided. Credit Falcons, of course, being as dominant.
Thanks,
But there was one grand finals that was the best grand finals. So we've had this entire 2024, which was PGL's Wallachia Season 1, which was these two teams in a best of 5 going all the way. And it was magic. It was this magic.
And it was the best grand, and you can argue if you want in Twitch chat, but that grand finals at PGL Wallachia was the best grand finals of the year, and no other grand finals got even close because of the magic and the experience these guys bring is incredible. And I did just double check, he did have buyback and then bought the Lincoln. So yeah, it was a optional, let me run it down mid, no buyback situation into loss.
You could argue it was a potential play to win. You know, if he would have lived because of it, it would have been a really cool play. But sometimes you take these risks and they do not play off, and sometimes that just means you're heading to a game number 2 in Elimination Series while being 1 game down. That's Extreme Gaming's reality, and in part also due to the man on your screen, Lacoste. Radan Yatoro delivered on his Luna.
A beautiful performance. Like, this guy is playing out of his mind when the stakes are high, and this is also another hero that kind of became a hero of the tournament as tournament progressed. We've seen, you know, a lot of Miranas. He plays it really well. On the other side, Ame did not want to touch the hero at all because they're playing different heroes, but every single time when they play against each other, something crazy happens, and that's what I want to see. But I checked the stats for win rate when it comes down to Luna against Doom matchup, because I think I've seen it so many times in the last couple of days. It was above 70% during this series, so it's going to go even up to 75, 76%.
Okay, so I just checked. Sorry, I went to the VOD to see if he had buyback. So Ame actually was 400 gold short of buyback.
Okay, well, you both checked apparently.
He did have it, Effie.
Oh, he did have it. Okay, sorry. So he did have it. Okay, because
you guys are both.
I'm trying really hard to defend. Sorry, I was like, I don't want to be
There's
wrong.
no defense, Effie. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was an incredibly confident play, and it's a bit unfortunate because I think the supporting cast around Muerta did everything that they could do this game. The Doom was delivering the Dooms on Luna. The Tinker was pushing lanes all the time. You ask yourself, why didn't Team Spirit make any moves with their Night Stalker? It's because the lanes were constantly pushed out by all of the heroes on XG. XM on the Storm was getting the jumps. He had 10 kills that game. And it finally got to a point where your Muerta was the strongest hero in the game. And at the nth hour, Muerta didn't exist.
No, she straight up died without buyback. I will say there were a lot of fights leading up to that point, which the game doesn't only come down, I think, to the Lincoln's purchase over buyback.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, the way that this game was played, like, the way that Extreme dodged the early movements from Spirit enabled them to even get into this game. Like, we look at this draft, other teams that have fallen short at the Road International, they'd have lost by 20 minutes, 25. Like, the fact that Extreme kept themselves in this game to create this moment that we can now, you know, pick a little Lincoln's purchase, it doesn't matter because everything else was just phenomenal from both teams. And it is a shame we don't have more games. You know, there's maybe 1, maybe 2, but yeah, Extreme in the next one, not really much to change, honestly. It's just don't make the small blunder. Like, the aggression is what I want to see from them. Just keep going, keep finding that next opportunity.
It was beautiful map play, and we talked about the greed in their draft, but XG are one of the teams that pull off greed better than anybody else. They were printing money on the Doom. They were pushing lanes with the Tinker. Storm was finding farm wherever he could, and ultimately Muerta did get, like, she did scale and she did catch up. And then Spirit were in a position where they were actually in the back foot because finding plays on a map that is constantly shoved out is very difficult. Like, you even saw out of frustration, I think Mapushka was drawing lines on all of the side lanes, like, push the side lane, push the side lane, push the side lane. But that's just the beautiful beautiful thing about Team Spirit. It often feels like they're in these situations where they have to find the one play, the one jump, the one opportunity, but they always do. And in this case, it was the Silver Edge purchase on Radon, finding the Muerta, the follow-up jump by Night Stalker into the no buyback Muerta running down mid, but that, we talked about that already.
After losing pretty hard to Team Liquid, Extreme Gaming, they had to fix some of the issues, focus more heavily on the laning stage to not get ran over, because Team Spirit, they're also, putting it in the next gear. They want to speed things up, seeing that other teams are playing it super fast. And Extreme Gaming, they did that with a very greedy draft, which I'm really proud of, because they do tend to lose the game. If we go a couple of months back, this team, 10 minutes in, 5k gold down. They're like, you know what, we're going to play it from there and just outplay the enemies. But Team Spirit, they're a very difficult team to outplay.
They are for sure. We're going to have a second game, and I hope both teams get a little bit of a breather and a reset to go that hard again in game number 2, because I think everybody enjoyed game 1 very much. One thing that we're also going to enjoy, other than game 2 coming up, of course, is another short film contribution. This one is the Sphere Master. Another fantastic submission, and it makes me wonder, Invoker, will we see an Invoker this series? I feel like after we've seen some top-tier Invokers this road to the International already, are we going to see it this series?
Maybe. I mean, Laurel's been looking excellent on his Invoker, but teams have been banning it out against him. If it does come out, we could be poised to see, a ranged carry plus Mirana plus Invoker kind of draft. It might be hard now because you're on game 2. You could potentially get eliminated if you're Extreme Gaming. You don't want to give Team Spirit their signature heroes.
Yeah, I believe Thompson is also undefeated on the hero, and they did shift the priority in terms of bans. They did ban it out in the first phase. This is also becoming another hero that, because I think Team Spirit figured out the meta the quickest, even though they are in the lower bracket, how many buffs you can throw on certain heroes, and also the combination of the heroes that they picked so far, but especially with the Invoker, with the Mirana, and they also, throw in some Tusk, some RC in between. It works out really well.
It does, and it makes me wonder how the teams are going to adjust in game number 2, because we're saying Extreme couldn't, in theory, just run it back because literally coupled things different and they would have taken this game. But we all know both teams are not going to run it back. They're going to study this T. They're going to see way more things than we even ever thought of and come to conclusions that will lead to a different draft.
I mean, you say that, but didn't the coach literally say, Arme, what do you want? Pick me Muerta no matter what,
Regardless of what they pick me Muerta.
So what happens if in game 2, Arme's already gone, guys, the Muerta didn't work to, what I wanted it to be, and now I want to play, Naga Siren or something. What if he forces this new carry here into the draft? I hope, I respect the aura that Extreme's bringing. Like the fact that they've done the shenanigans with Jinkyu's hero pool, the IDC pick me Muerta, the run down mid, the fake smoke back that you see that you don't competitively, you don't really take lane, run away, smoke back in. That's like a pub strap. But like here, they would do. I don't know. It feels cool. So I don't know what Extremes. They woke up on a different side of the bed this morning, but I don't know. I'm vibing how they're playing, even though they lost. It's good vibes.
the gameplay was good mostly, but to that I would hope that after your IDC pick me this hero,
Double down on it, Effie. Double down on it.
And I would just hope that in situations like this, like you feel the burden of what you may or may not, have cost the team at that point, and that you enter like a more team-oriented, cooperative headspace for that game too.
You don't say no to Ame. If you have last pick in the draft, whatever he calls, you're most likely going to pick him. But seeing the heroes, the difference between two position 4 players is these heroes are not overlapping by any means. Jinkyu, he is playing more on a greedy side, always has been, probably always will be. This is his style. But we see Mira playing these more like team fighty heroes, buying all these aura items, whatever is necessary. He had the pipe, was going for the Lotus Orb as well to reflect the Doom. And then Jinkyu, he's more of a guy that plays for himself. In this one, he did go for the auras as well, but this is how they play, and I want to see something spicy for Jinkyu.
Yeah, and I also hope that if Ame calls for a hero, he does that before the draft starts, so that Maps can draft a strategy around it. Because I think that's what kind of happens. It's not like he goes last and it's like, oh yeah, actually, regardless, I wanted Muerta.
As much as we meme it now, it's like Ame's already obviously done the deductions on what's good or bad for his game. So it's like, if this is a mid pick, you'd respect your mid to call the hero. If it's a carry pick, and like they nearly won the game, right? So it's just more of a. It is just nice when you have that confidence, and it helps with teams. But we'll see where their confidence lies this time around. Will they be able to approach it slightly differently? Bans though from Extreme are slightly different. They now get rid of the SD and the Omni Knight. Very, very annoying defensive toolkits that we've seen throughout the entirety of today.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
What do you want to see coming out here? We already see some changes here, Effie. We got the Tusk making it through. Mirana removed by Extreme.